Chapter 1 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Dedication. To W.C.T. Tuum est. Clear-windowed temple of the God of grace, from the loud wind to me a hiding place. Thee gird broad lands with genial motions rife, but in thee dwells high-throned the life of life. Thy test no stagnant moat half filled with mud, but living waters witnessing in flood. Thy priestess, beauty-clad and gospel-shod, a fellow-labourer in the earth with God. Goodwill art thou, and goodness all thy arts. Doves to their windows, and to thee fly hearts. Take of the corn in thy dear shelter grown, which else the storm had all too rudely blown. When to a higher temple thou shalt mount, thy earthly gifts in heavenly friends shall count. Let these first fruits enter thy lofty door, and lie golden upon thy golden floor. G.M.D. Portofino, December 1878. End of dedication. The Lane. The rector sat on the box of his carriage, driving his horses toward his church, the grand old abbey church of Glaston. His wife was inside, and an old woman, he had stopped on the road to take her up, sat with her basket on the footboard behind. His coachman sat beside him. He never took the reins when his master was there. Mr. Bevis drove like a gentleman, in an easy, informal, yet thoroughly business-like way. His horses were black, large, well-bred and well-fed, but neither young nor showy, and the harness was just the least bit shabby. Indeed, the entire turnout, including his own hat and the coachman's, offered the beholder that aspect of indifference to show, which, by the suggestion of a nodding acquaintance with poverty, gave it the right clerical air of being not of this world. Mrs. Bevis had her basket on the seat before her, containing, beneath an upper stratum of flowers, some of the first rhubarb of the season, and a pound or two of fresh butter for a poor relation in the town. The rector was a man about 60, with keen grey eyes, a good-humoured mouth, a nose whose enlargement had not of late gone in the direction of its original design, and a face more than inclining to the rubicund, suggestive of good living as well as open air. Altogether he had the look of a man who knew what he was about, and was on tolerable terms with himself, and on still better with his neighbour. The heart under his ribs was larger even than indicated by the benevolence of his countenance, and the humour hovering over his mouth. Upon the countenance of his wife rested a placidity sinking almost into fatuity. Its features were rather indications than completions, but there was a consciousness of comfort about the mouth, and the eyes were alive. They were passing at a good speed through a varying country, now a thicket of hazel, now great patches of firs upon open common, and anon well-kept farm hedges and clumps of pine, the remnants of ancient forest, when, half-way through a lane so narrow that the rector felt every yard toward the other end again, his horses started, threw up their heads, and looked for a moment wild as youth. Just in front of them, in the air, over a high hedge, scarce touching the topmost twigs with his hoofs, appeared a great red horse. Down he came into the road, bringing with him a rather tall, certainly handsome, and even at first sight attractive, rider. A dark brown moustache upon a somewhat smooth sunburned face, and a stern settling of the strong yet delicately finished features, gave him a military look, but the sparkle of his blue eyes contradicted his otherwise cold expression. He drew up close to the hedge to make room for the carriage, but as he neared him, Mr. Bevis slacked his speed, and during the following talk they were moving gently along with just room for the rider to keep clear of the off fore-wheel. "Hey, Faber," said the clergyman, "you'll break your neck some day. You should think of your patience, man. That wasn't a jump for any man in his senses to take." "It is but fair to give my patients a chance now and then," returned the surgeon, who never met the rector, but there was a merry passage between them. "Upon my word," said Mr. Bevis, "when you came over the hedge there, I took you for Death in the Revelations, that had tired out his own and changed horses would to other one." As he spoke, he glanced back with a queer look, for he found himself guilty of a little irreverence, and his conscience sat behind him in the person of his wife. But that conscience was a very easy one, being almost as incapable of seeing a joke as of refusing a request. "How many have you bagged this week?" concluded the rector. "I haven't counted up yet," answered the surgeon. "You've got one behind, I see," he added, signing with his whip over his shoulder. "Poor old thing," said the rector, as if excusing himself. "She's got a heavy basket, and we all need a lift sometimes, eh, doctor? Into the world and out again, at all events." There was more of the reflective in this utterance than the parson was in the habit of displaying, but he liked the doctor, and although, as well as everyone else, he knew him to be no friend to the church, or to Christianity, or even to religious belief of any sort, his liking, coupled with a vague sense of duty, had urged him to this most unassuming attempt to cast the friendly arm of faith around the unbeliever. "I plead guilty to the former," answered Faber, "but somehow I have never practiced the euthanasia. The instincts of my profession, I suppose, are against it. Besides, that ought to be your business." "Not altogether," said the rector, with a kindly look from his box, which, however, only fell on the top of the doctor's hat. Faber seemed to feel the influence of it notwithstanding, for he returned, "If all clergymen were as liberal as you, Mr. Bevis, there would be more danger of some of us giving in." The word liberal seemed to rouse the rector to the fact that his coachman sat on the box, yet another conscience, beside him. Sub divo, one must not be too liberal. There was a freedom that came out better over a bottle of wine than over the backs of horses. With a word he quickened the pace of his cleric steeds, and the doctor was dropped parallel with the carriage window. There, catching sight of Mrs. Bevis, of whose possible presence he had not thought once, he paid his compliments and made his apologies, then trotted his gaunt Ruber again beside the wheel, and resumed talk, but not the same talk, with the rector. For a few minutes it turned upon the state of this and that ailing parishioner, for while the rector left all the duties of public service to his curate, he ministered to the ailing and poor upon and immediately around his own little property, which was in that corner of his parish furthest from the town. But ere long, as all talk was sure to do between the parson and anybody who owned but a donkey, it veered around in a certain direction. "You don't seem to feed that horse of yours upon beans, Faber," he said. "I don't seem, I grant," returned the doctor, "but you should see him feed. He eats enough for two, but he can't make fat. All goes to muscle and pluck." "Well, I must allow the less fat he has to carry the better, if you're in the way of heaving him over such hedges on to the hard road. In my best days I should never have faced a jump like that in cold blood," said the rector. "I've got no little belongings of wife or child to make a prudent man of me, you see," returned the surgeon. "At worst it's but a knock on the head and a longish snooze." The rector fancied he felt his wife's shudder shake the carriage, but the sensation was of his own producing. The careless, defiant words wrought in him an unaccountable kind of terror. It seemed as if they had rushed of themselves from his own lips. "Take care, my dear sir," he said solemnly. "There may be something to believe, though you don't believe it." "I must take the chance," replied Faber. "I will do my best to make calamity of long life, by keeping the rheumatic and epileptic and phthisical alive, while I know how. Where nothing can be known, I prefer not to intrude." A pause followed. At length said the rector, "You are so good a fellow, Faber. I wish you were better. When will you come and dine with me?" "Soon, I hope," answered the surgeon, "but I am too busy at present. For all her sweet ways and looks, the spring is not friendly to man, and my work is to wage war with nature." A second pause followed. The rector would gladly have said something, but nothing would come. "By the by," he said at length, "I thought I saw you pass the gate. Let me see, on Monday. Why did you not look in?" "I hadn't a moment's time. I was sent for to a patient in the village." "Yes, I know. I heard of that. I wish you would give me your impression of the lady. She is a stranger here. John, that gate is swinging across the road. Get down and shut it. Who and what is she?" "That I should be glad to learn from you. All I know is that she is a lady. There cannot be two opinions as to that." "They tell me she is a beauty," said the parson. The doctor nodded his head emphatically. "Haven't you seen her?" he said. "Scarcely, only her back. She walks well. Do you know nothing about her? Who has she with her?" "Nobody." "Then Mrs. Bevis shall call upon her." "I think at present she had better not. Mrs. Puckeridge is a good old soul, and pays her every attention." "What is the matter with her? Nothing infectious?" "Oh, no. She has caught a chill. I was afraid of pneumonia yesterday." "Then she is better?" "I confess I am a little anxious about her. But I ought not to be dawdling like this, with half my patients to see. I must bid you good morning. Good morning, Mrs. Bevis." As he spoke, Faber drew rein and let the carriage pass, then turned his horse's head to the other side of the way, scrambled up the steep bank to the field above, and galloped toward Glaston, whose great church rose high in sight. Over hedge and ditch he rode, straight for its tower. "The young fool," said the rector, looking after him admiringly, and pulling up his horses that he might more conveniently see him ride. "Jolly old fellow," said the surgeon at his second jump. "I wonder how much he believes now of all the rot. Enough to humbug himself with, not a hair more. He has no passion for humbugging other people. There's that curate of his now, believes everything, and would humbug the whole world if he could. How any man can come to fool himself so thoroughly as that man does is a mystery to me. I wonder what the rector's driving into Glaston for on a Saturday." Paul Faber was a man who had espoused the cause of science with all the energy of a suppressed poetic nature. He had such a horror of all kinds of intellectual deception or mistake, that he would rather run the risk of rejecting any number of truths than of accepting one error. In this spirit he had concluded that, as no immediate communication had ever reached his eye or ear or hand from any creator of men, he had no ground for believing in the existence of such a creator, while 1,000 unfitnesses evident in the world rendered the existence of one perfectly wise and good and powerful absolutely impossible. If one said to him that he believed thousands of things he had never himself known, he answered he did so upon testimony. If one rejoined that here too we have testimony, he replied it was not credible testimony, but founded on such experiences as he was justified in considering imaginary, seeing they were like none he had ever had himself. When he was asked whether, while he yet believed there was such a being as his mother told him of, he had ever set himself to act upon that belief, he asserted himself fortunate in the omission of what might have riveted on him the fetters of a degrading faith. For years he had turned his face toward all speculation favouring the non-existence of a creating will, his back toward all tending to show that such a one might be. Argument on the latter side he set down as born of prejudice and appealing to weakness, on the other as springing from courage and appealing to honesty. He had never put it to himself, which would be the worst deception, to believe there was a God when there was none, or to believe there was no God when there was one. He had, however, a large share of the lower but equally indispensable half of religion, that, namely, which has respect to one's fellows. Not a man in Glaston was readier, by day or by night, to run to the help of another, and that not merely in his professional capacity, but as a neighbour, whatever the sort of help was needed. Thomas Wingfold, the curate, had a great respect for him. Having himself passed through many phases of serious and therefore painful doubt, he was not as much shocked by the surgeon's unbelief as some whose real faith was even less than Faber's. But he seldom laid himself out to answer his objections. He sought rather, but as yet apparently in vain, to cause the roots of those very objections to strike into, and thus disclose to the man himself, the deeper strata of his being. This might indeed at first only render him the more earnest in his denials, but at length it would probably rouse in him that spiritual nature to which alone such questions really belong, and which alone is capable of coping with them. The first notable result, however, of the surgeon's intercourse with the curate was that, whereas he had till then kept his opinions to himself in the presence of those who did not sympathize with them, he now uttered his disbelief with such plainness as I have shown him using toward the rector. This did not come of aggravated antagonism, but of admiration of the curate's openness in the presentment of truths which must be unacceptable to the majority of his congregation. There had arisen therefore betwixt the doctor and the curate a certain sort of intimacy, which had at length come to the rector's ears. He had, no doubt, before this, heard many complaints against the latter, but he had laughed them aside. No theologian himself, he had found the questions hitherto raised in respect of Wingfold's teaching altogether beyond the pale of his interest. He could not comprehend why people should not content themselves with being good Christians, minding their own affairs, going to church, and so feeling safe for the next world. What did opinion matter so long as they were good Christians? He did not exactly know what he believed himself, but he hoped he was none the less of a Christian for that. Was it not enough to hold fast whatever lay in the Apostles', the Nicene, and the Athanasian Creed, without splitting metaphysical hairs with your neighbour? But was it decent that his curate should be hand and glove with one who denied the existence of God? He did not for a moment doubt the faith of Wingfold, but a man must have some respect for appearances. Appearances were facts, as well as realities were facts. An honest man must not keep company with a thief, if he would escape the judgment of being of thievish kind. Something must be done. Probably something said would be enough, and the rector was now on his way to say it. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Hannah Mary at storytime.with.hannahmary.
Chapter 2 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Minister's Door. Everybody knew Mr. Faber, whether he rode Rhubarb or Niger. Rhubarb and Niger, his groom called them, and many were the greetings that met him as he passed along Pine Street, for, despite the brand of his atheism, he was popular. The few ladies out shopping bowed graciously, for both his manner and person were pleasing, and his professional attentions were unexceptionable. When he dropped into a quick walk to let Rhubarb cool a little air, he reached his stall. He was several times accosted and detained. The last who addressed him was Mr. Drew, the principal draper of the town. He had been standing for some time in his shop door, but as Faber was about to turn the corner, he stepped out on the pavement, and the doctor checked his horse in the gutter. "I wish you would look in upon Mr. Drake, sir," he said. "I am quite uneasy about him. Indeed, I am sure he must be in a bad way, though he won't allow it. He's not an easy man to do anything for, but just you let me know what can be done for him, and we'll contrive. A nod, you know, doctor, etc." "I don't well see how I can," returned Faber, "to call now without being sent for, when I've never called before. No, Mr. Drew, I don't think I could." It was a lovely spring noon. The rain that had fallen heavily during the night lay in flashing pools that filled the street with suns. Here and there were little gardens before the houses, and the bushes in them were hung with bright drops, so bright that the rain seemed to have fallen from the sun himself, not from the clouds. "Why, goodness gracious," cried the draper, "here's your excuse come direct." Under the very nose of the doctor's great horse stood a little woman-child, staring straight up at the huge red head above her. Now Rhubarb was not quite gentle, and it was with some dismay that his master, although the animal showed no offence at the glowering little thing, pulled him back a step or two with the curb, the thought darting through him how easy, with one pash of his mighty hoof, the horse could annihilate a mirrored universe. Where from? He asked, by what he would himself have called a half-conscious cerebration. From somewhere they say you don't believe in, Doctor, answered the draper. It's little Amanda, the minister's own darling, naughty little dear, he continued, his round good-humoured face wrinkled all over with smiles, as he caught up the truant. Whatever do you mean by splashing through every gutter between home and here, making a little drab of yourself? Why, your frock is as wet as a dish-clout. And your shoes, my gracious! The little one answered only by patting his cheeks, which in shape much resembled her own, with her little fat puds, as if she had been beating a drum, while Faber looked down, amused and interested. Here, Doctor, the draper went on, you take the little mischief on the saddle before you, and carry her home. That will be your excuse. As he spoke he held up the child to him. Faber took her, and sitting as far back in the saddle as he could, set her upon the pommel. She screwed up her eyes, and grinned with delight, spreading her mouth wide, and showing an incredible number of daintiest little teeth. When Ruber began to move, she shrieked in her ecstasy. Holding his horse to a walk, the doctor crossed the main street, and went down a side one toward the river, whence, again, he entered a narrow lane. There, with the handle of his whip, he managed to ring the doorbell of a little old-fashioned house, which rose immediately from the lane, without even a footpath between. The door was opened by a ladylike young woman, with smooth, soft brown hair, a white forehead, and serious, rather troubled eyes. "Auntie, auntie!" cried the child. "Ducky idding!" Miss Drake looked a little surprised. The doctor lifted his hat. She gravely returned his greeting, and stretched up her arms to take the child. But she drew back, nestling against Faber. "Amanda, come, dear," said Miss Drake. "How kind of Dr. Faber to bring you home. I'm afraid you've been a naughty child again, running out into the street." "Such a great idea!" cried Amanda, heedless of reproof. "A yell Aussie big, big!" She spread her arms wide, in indication of the vastness of the upbearing body whereon she sat, but still she leaned back against the doctor, and he awaited the result in amused silence. Again her aunt raised her hands to take her. "Mo yiddy!" cried the child, looking up backward to Faber's eyes. But her aunt caught her by the feet, and amid struggling and laughter drew her down, and held her in her arms. "I hope your father is pretty well, Miss Drake," said the doctor, wasting no time in needless explanation. "Ducky," said the girl, setting down the child, "go and tell Grandpa how kind Dr. Faber has been to you. Tell him he is at the door." Then turning to Faber, "I am sorry to say he does not seem at all well," she answered him. "He has a good deal of annoyance lately, and, at his age, that sort of thing tells." As she spoke she looked up at the doctor full in the face, but with a curious quaver in her eyes. Nor was it any wonder she should look at him strangely, for she felt toward him very strangely. To her he was as it were the apostle of a cag angel, the prophet of a doctrine that was evil, yet perhaps was a truth. Terrible doubts had for some time been assailing her, doubts which she could in part trace to him, and as he sat there on Ruber, he looked like a beautiful evil angel, who knew there was no God, an evil angel whom the curate, by his bold speech, had raised and could not banish. The surgeon had scarcely begun a reply, when the old minister made his appearance. He was a tall, well-built man, with strong features, rather handsome than otherwise. But his hat hung on his occiput, gave him a look of weakness and oddity that by nature did not belong to it, while baggy, ill-made clothes and big shoes manifested a reaction from the over-trimness of earlier years. He greeted the doctor with a severe smile. "I am much obliged to you, Mr. Faber," he said, "for bringing me home my little runaway. Where did you find her?" "Under my horse's head, like the temple between the paws of the Sphinx," answered Faber, speaking a parable without knowing it. "She is a fearless little damsel," said the minister, in a husky voice that had once rung clear as a bell over crowded congregations. "Too fearless at times, but the very ignorance of danger seems the panoply of childhood. And indeed who knows in the midst of what evils we all walk that never touch us? A Solon of platitudes," said the doctor to himself. "She has been in the river once, and almost twice," Mr. Drake went on. "I shall have to tie you with a string, pussy. Come away from the horse. What if he should take to stroking you? I'm afraid you would find his hands both hard and heavy. How do you stand this trying spring weather, Mr. Drake?" "I don't hear the best accounts of you," said the surgeon, drawing Ruber a pace back from the door. "I am as well as at my age I can perhaps expect to be," answered the minister. "I am getting old, and we all have our troubles, and I trust our God also to set them right for us," he added, with a suggesting look in the face of the doctor. "By Jove," said Faber to himself, "the spring weather has roused the worshipping instinct. The clergy are awake today. I had better look out, or it will soon be too hot for me." "I can't look you in the face, doctor," resumed the old man after a pause, "and believe what people say of you. It can't be that you don't even believe there is a God?" Faber would have rather have said nothing, but his integrity he must keep fast hold of, or perish in his own esteem. "If there be one," he replied, "I only state a fact when I say he has never given me grounds sufficient to think so. You say yourselves he has favourites to whom he reveals himself. I am not one of them, and must therefore of necessity be an unbeliever. But think, Mr. Faber, if there should be a God, what an insult it is to deny him existence." "I can't see it," returned the surgeon, suppressing a laugh. "If there be such a one, would he not have me speak the truth? Anyhow, what great matter can it be to him that one should say he has never seen him, and can't therefore believe he is to be seen? A God should be above that sort of pride." The minister was too much shocked to find any answer beyond a sad reproving shake of the head. But he felt almost as if the hearing of such irreverence without withering retort made him a party to the sin against the Holy Ghost. Was he not now conferring with one of the generals of the army of Antichrist? Ought he not turn his back upon him and walk into the house? But a surge of concern for the frank young fellow who sat so strong and alive upon the great horse broke over his heart, and he looked up at him pitifully. Faber mistook the cause and object of his evident emotion. "Come now, Mr. Drake, be frank with me," he said. "You are out of health. Let me know what is the matter. Though I'm not religious, I'm not a humbug, and only speak the truth when I say I should be glad to serve you. A man must be neighbourly, or what is there left of him? Even you will allow that our duty to our neighbour is half the law, and there is some help in medicine, though I confess it is no science yet, and we are but dabblers." "But," said Mr. Drake, "I don't choose to accept the help of one who looks upon all who think with me as a set of humbugs, and regards those who deny everything as the only honest men. By Jove, sir, I take you for an honest man, or I should never trouble my head about you. What I say of such as you is that, having inherited a lot of humbug, you don't know it for such, and do the best you can with it. If such is your opinion of me, I have no right to complain of it in my own person. I should just like to ask you one question about another, said Mr. Drake. Do you in your heart believe that Jesus Christ was an impostor? I believe, if the story about him be true, that he was a well-meaning man, enormously self-deceived. Your judgment seems to be enormously illogical. That any ordinary good man should so deceive himself appears to my mind altogether impossible and incredible. Ah, but he was an extraordinarily good man, therefore the more likely to think too much of himself? Why not? I see the same thing in his followers all about me. Doubtless the servant shall be as his master, said the minister, and closed his mouth, resolved to speak no more. But his conscience woke, and goaded him with the truth that had come from the mouth of its enemy, the reproach his disciples brought upon their master. For, in the judgment of the world, the master is as his disciples. You Christians, the doctor went on, seem to me to make yourselves most unnecessarily the slaves of a fancied ideal. I have no such ideal to contemplate, yet I am not aware that you do better by each other than I am ready to do for any man. I can't pretend to love everybody, but I do my best for those I can help. Mr. Drake, I would gladly serve you. The old man said nothing. His mood was stormy. Would he accept life itself from the hand of him who denied his master? Seek to the powers of darkness for cure? Kneel to Antichrist for favour, as if he and not Jesus were Lord of life and death? Would he pray a man to whom the Bible was no better than a book of ballads, to come betwixt him and the evils of growing age and disappointment, to lighten for him the grasshopper, and stay the mourners as they went about his streets? He had half turned, and was on the point of walking silent into the house, when he bethought himself of the impressions it would make on the unbeliever, if he were thus to meet the offer of his kindness. Half turned, he stood hesitating. I have a passion for therapeutics, presented the doctor, and if I can do anything to ease the yoke upon the shoulders of my fellows— Mr. Drake did not hear the end of the sentence. He heard instead, somewhere in his soul, a voice saying, "My yoke is easy, and my burden is light." He could not let Faber help him. "Doctor, you have the great gift of a kind heart," he began, still half turning from him. "My heart is like other people's," interrupted Faber. "If a man wants help, and I've got it, what more natural than that we should come together?" There was in the doctor an opposition to everything that had, if it were, but the odour of religion about it, which might well have suggested doubt of his own doubt, and weakness buttressing itself with assertion. But the case was not so. What untruth there was in him was of another and more subtle kind. Neither must it be supported that he was a propagandist, a proselytizer. Say nothing, and the doctor said nothing. Fire but a saloon pistol, however, and off went a great gun in answer, with no bravado, for the doctor was a gentleman. "Mr. Faber," said the minister, now turning toward him, and looking him full in the face, "if you had a friend whom you loved with all your heart, would you be under obligation to a man who counted your friendship as folly? The cases are not parallel. Say the man merely did not believe your friend was alive, and there could be no insult to either. If the denial of his being in life opened the door to the greatest wrongs that could be done to him, and if that denial seemed to me to have its source in some element of moral antagonism to him, could I accept, I put it to yourself, Mr. Faber, Could I accept assistance from that man? Do not take it ill. You prize honesty. So do I. 10 times rather would I cease to live than accept life at the hand of an enemy to my lord and master. I am very sorry, Mr. Drake, said the doctor, but from your point of view I suppose you are right. Good morning. He turned Ruber from the minister's door, went off quickly, and entered his own stable-yard, just as the rector's carriage appeared at the further end of the street. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 3. The Manor House. Mr. Bevis drove up to the inn, threw the reins to his coachman, got down, and helped his wife out of the carriage. Then they parted, she to take her gift of flowers and butter to her poor relation, he to call upon Mrs. Ramshorn. That lady, being, as everybody knew, the widow of a dean, considered herself the chief ecclesiastical authority in Glaston. Her acknowledged friends would, if pressed, have found themselves compelled to admit that her theology was both scanty and confused, that her influence was not of the most elevating nature, and that those who doubted her personal piety might have something to say in excuse of their uncharitableness. But she spoke in the might of the matrimonial nimbus around her head, and her claims were undisputed in Glaston. There was a propriety springing from quite another source, however, in the rector's turning his footsteps first toward the manor house where she resided. For his curate, whom his business in Glaston that Saturday concerned, had, some 9 or 10 months before, married Mrs. Ramshorn's niece, Helen Lingard by name, who for many years had lived with her aunt, adding, if not to the comforts of the housekeeping, for Mrs. Ramshorn was plentifully enough provided for the remnant of her abode on this world, yet considerably to the style of her menage. Therefore, when, all of a sudden, as it seemed, the girl calmly insisted on marrying the curate, a man obnoxious to every fibre of her aunt's ecclesiastical nature, and transferring to him, with a most unrighteous scorn of marriage settlements, the entire property inherited from her father and brother, the disappointment of Mrs. Ramshorn in her niece was equalled only by her disgust at the object of her choice. With a firm, dignified step, as if he measured the distance, the rector paced the pavement between the inn and the manor house. He knew of no cause for the veiling of an eyelash before human being. It was true he had closed his eyes to certain faults in the man of good estate and old name who had done him the honor of requesting the hand of his one child, and, leaving her to judge for herself, had not given her the knowledge which might have led to another conclusion. It had satisfied him that the man's wild oats were sown. After the crop he made no inquiry. It was also true that he had not mentioned a certain vice in the last horse he sold, but then he hoped the severe measures taken had cured him. He was aware that at times he took a few glasses of port more than he would have judged it proper to carry to the pulpit or the communion table. For those he counted the presence of his Maker, but there was a time for everything. He was conscious to himself, I repeat, of nothing to cause him shame. In the tramp of his boots there was certainly no self-abasement. It was true he performed next to none of the duties of the rectorship, but then neither did he turn any of its income to his own uses. Part he paid his curate, and the rest he laid out on the church, which might easily have consumed 6 times the amount in desirable if not absolutely needful repairs. What further question could be made of the matter? The church had her work done, and one of her most precious buildings preserved from ruin to the bargain. How indignant he would have been at the suggestion that he was, after all, only an idolater, worshipping what he called the church instead of the Lord Christ, the heart-inhabiting, world-ruling King of heaven. But he was a very good sort of idolater, and some of the Christian graces had filtered through the roofs of the temple upon him, eminently those of hospitality and general humanity, even uprightness as far as his light extended, so that he did less to obstruct the religion he thought he furthered than some men who preach it as on the housetops. It was from policy, not confidence in Mrs. Ramshorn, that he went to her first. He liked his curate, and everyone knew she hated him. If, of anything he did, 2 interpretations were possible, one good and one bad, there was no room for a doubt as to which she would adopt and publish. Not even to herself, however, did she allow that one chief cause of her hatred was that, having all her life been used to a pair of horses, she had now to put up with only a brougham. To the brass knocker on her door the rector applied himself, and sent a confident announcement of his presence through the house. Almost instantly, the long-faced butler, half undertaker, half parish clerk, opened the door, and seeing the rector, drew it wide to the wall, inviting him to step into the library, as he had no doubt Mrs. Ramshorn would be at home to him. Nor was it long ere she appeared, in rather youthful morning dress, and gave him a hearty welcome, after which, by no very wide spirals of descent, the talk swooped presently upon the curate. "The fact is," at length said the memorial shadow of the dean deceased, "Mr. Wingfold is not a gentleman. It grieves me to say so of the husband of my niece, who has been to me as my own child, but the truth must be spoken. It may be difficult to keep such men out of holy orders, but if ever the benefices of the Church come to be freely bestowed upon them, that moment the death bell of religion is rung in England. My late husband said so. While such men keep to barns and conventicles, we can despise them, but when they creep into the fold, then there is just cause for alarm. The longer I live, the better I see my poor husband was right." "I should scarcely have thought such a man as you describe could have captivated Helen," said the rector with a smile. "Depend on it she perceives her mistake well enough by this time," returned Mrs. Ramshorn. "A lady born and bred must make the discovery before a week is over. But poor Helen always was headstrong, and in this out-of-the-world place she saw so little of gentlemen." The rector could not help thinking birth and breeding must go for little indeed, if nothing less than marriage could reveal to a lady that a man was not a gentleman. "Nobody knows," continued Mrs. Ramshorn, "who or what his father, not to say his grandfather, was. But would you believe it? When I asked her who the man was, having a right to information concerning the person she was about to connect with the family, she told me she had never thought of inquiring. I pressed it upon her as a duty she owed to society. She told me she was content with the man himself, and was not going to ask him about his family. She would wait till they were married. Actually, on my word as a lady, she said so, Mr. Bevis. What could I do? She was of age and independent fortune. And as to gratitude, I know the ways of the world too well to look for that." "We old ones," Mrs. Ramshorn bridled a little. She was only 57. "Have had our turn, and theirs has come," said the rector rather inconsequently. "And a pretty mess they are like to make of it. What with infidelity and blasphemy? I must say it. Blasphemy! Really, you must do something, Mr. Bevis. Things have arrived at such a pass that, I give you my word, reflections not a few are made upon the rector for committing his flock to care for such a wolf. A fox, I call him." "Tomorrow I shall hear him preach," said the parson. "Then I sincerely trust no one will give him warning of your intention. He is so clever, he would throw dust in anybody's eyes." The rector laughed. He had no overweening estimate of his own abilities, but he did pride himself a little on his common sense. "But," the lady went on, "in a place like this where everybody talks, I fear the chance is small against his hearing of your arrival. Anyhow, I would not have you trust to one sermon. He will say just the opposite the next. He contradicts himself incredibly. Even in the same sermon, I have heard him say things diametrically opposite." "He cannot have gone so far as to advocate the real presence. A rumor of that has reached me," said the rector. "There it is!" cried Mrs. Ramshorn. "If you had asked me, I should have said he insisted the Holy Eucharist meant neither more nor less than any other meal to which some said a grace. The man has not an atom of consistency in his nature. He will say and unsay as fast as one sentence can follow the other, and if you tax him with it, he will support both sides. At least, that is my experience with him. I speak as I find him." "What then would you have me do?" said the rector. "The straightforward way would doubtless be to go to him." "You would, I fear, gain nothing by that. He is so specious. The only safe way is to dismiss him without giving a reason. Otherwise, he will certainly prove you in the wrong. Don't take my word. Get the opinion of your churchwardens. Everybody knows he has made an atheist of poor Faber. It is sadder than I have words to say. He was such a gentlemanly fellow." The rector took his departure, and made a series of calls upon those he judged the most influential of the congregation. He did not think to ask for what they were influential, or why he should go to them rather than the people of the almshouse. What he heard embarrassed him not a little. His friends spoke highly of Wingfold, his enemies otherwise. The character of his friends his judge did not attempt to weigh with that of his enemies. Neither did he attempt to discover why these were his enemies and those his friends. No more did he make the observation that, while his enemies differed in the things they said against him, his friends agreed in those they said for him, the fact being that those who did as he roused their conscience to see they ought more or less understood the man and his aims, while those who would not submit to the authority he brought to bear upon them and yet tried to measure and explain him after the standards of their own being and endeavors failed ludicrously. The churchwardens told him that, ever since he came, the curate had done nothing but set the congregation by the ears, and that he could not fail to receive as a weighty charge. But they told him also that some of the principal dissenters declared him to be a fountain of life in the place, and that seemed to him to involve the worst accusation of all. For, without going so far as to hold, or even say without meaning it, that dissenters ought to be burned, Mr. Bevis regarded it as one of the first of merits, that a man should be a good churchman. End of Chapter 3. Read by John De Silva, New Orleans, Louisiana, May 3rd, 2021.
Chapter 4 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 4, The Rectory. The curate had been in the study all the morning. 3 times had his wife softly turned the handle of his door, but finding it locked, had returned the handle yet more softly, and departed noiselessly. Next time she knocked, and he came to her pale-eyed, but his face almost luminous, and a smile hovering about his lips. She knew then that either a battle had been fought amongst the hills, and he had won, or a thought-storm had been raging, through which at length had descended the meek-eyed peace. She looked in his face for a moment with silent reverence, then offered her lips, took him by the hand, and, without a word, led him down the stair to their midday meal. When that was over, she made him lie down, and taking a novel, read him asleep. She woke him to an early tea, not, however, after it, to return to his study. In the drawing-room, beside his wife, he always got the germ of his discourse, his germon, he called it, ready for its growth in the pulpit. Now he lay on the couch, now rose and stood, now walked about the room, now threw himself again on the couch, while all the time his wife played softly on her piano, extemporizing and interweaving, with an invention, taste, and expression of which, before their marriage, she had been quite incapable. The text in his mind was, "Ye cannot serve God and mammon." But not once did he speak to his wife about it. He did not even tell her what his text was. Long ago he had given her to understand that he could not part with her as one of his congregation, could not therefore take her into his sermon before he met her in her hearing phase in church, with the rows of pews and faces betwixt him and her, making her once more one of his flock, the same into whose heart he had so often agonized, to pour the words of rousing, of strength, of consolation. On the Saturday, except his wife saw good reason, she would let no one trouble him, and almost the sole reason she counted good was trouble. If a person was troubled, then he might trouble. His friends knew this, and seldom came near him on a Saturday. But that evening Mr. Drew, the draper, who, although a dissenter, was one of the curate's warmest friends, called late, when he thought, in his way of looking at sermons, that for the morrow must be now finished, and laid aside like a parcel for delivery the next morning. Helen went to him. He told her the rector was in the town. had called upon not a few of his parishioners, and doubtless was going to church in the morning. "Thank you, Mr. Drew, I perfectly understand your kindness," said Mrs. Wingfold, "but I shall not tell my husband tonight." "Excuse the liberty, Mom, but do you think it well for a wife to hide things from her husband?" Helen laughed merrily. "Assuredly not, as a rule," she replied. "But suppose I knew he would be vexed with me if I told him some particular thing. Suppose I know now that when I tell him on Monday he will say to me, 'Thank you, wife, I am glad you kept that from me till I had done my work.' What then?" "All right, then," answered the draper. "You see, Mr. Drew, we think married people should be so sure of each other that each should not only be content, but should prefer not to know what the other thinks it better not to tell. If my husband overheard anyone calling me names, I don't think he would tell me. He knows as well as I do that I am not yet good enough to behave better to anyone for knowing she hates and reviles me. It would be but to propagate the evil, and for my part, too. I would rather not be told." "I quite understand you, Mom," answered the draper. "I know you do," returned Helen with emphasis. Mr. Drew blushed to the top of his white forehead, while the lower part of his face, which in its forms was insignificant, blossomed into a smile as radiant as that of an infant. He knew Mrs. Wingfold was aware of the fact, known only to 2 or 3 beside in the town, that the lady who for the last few months had been lodging in his house was his own wife, who had forsaken him 20 years before. The man who during that time had passed for her husband had been otherwise dishonest as well, and had fled the country. She and her daughter, brought to absolute want, were received into his house by her forsaken husband. There they occupied the same chamber. The mother ordered everything, and the daughter did not know that she paid for nothing. If the ways of transgressors are hard, those of a righteous man are not always easy. When Mr. Drew would now and then stop suddenly in the street, take off his hat and wipe his forehead, little people thought the round, smiling face had such a secret behind it. Had they surmised a skeleton in his house, they would as little have suspected it masked in the handsome, well-dressed woman of little over 40, who with her pretty daughter, so tossy and airy, occupied his first floor, and was supposed to pay him handsomely for it. The curate slept soundly, and woke in the morning eager to utter what he had. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Road to Owlkirk. Paul Faber fared otherwise. Hardly was he in bed before he was called out of it again. A messenger had come from Mrs. Puckridge to say that Miss Meredith was worse, and if the doctor did not start at once, she would be dead before he reached Owlkirk. He sent orders to his groom to saddle Niger, and brought him round instantly, and hurried on his clothes. Vexed that he had taken Arbor both in the morning and afternoon, and could not have him now. But Niger was a good horse also. If he was but 2/3 of Arbor's size, he was but 1/3 of his age, and saw better at night. On the other hand, he was less easily seen. But the midnight there was so still and deserted that was of small consequence. In a few minutes they were out together in a lane as dark as pitch, compelled now to keep to the roads, for there was not light enough to see the pocket compass by which the surgeon sometimes steered across country. Could we learn what waking dreams haunted the boyhood of a man, we should have a rare help toward understanding the character he has developed. Those of the young Faber were almost exclusively of playing the prince of help and deliverance among women and men. Like most boys that dream, he dreamed himself rich and powerful, but the wealth and power were for the good of his fellow creatures. If it must be confessed that he lingered most over the thanks and admiration he set to haunt his dream steps and hover about his dream person, it must be remembered that he was the only real person in the dreams, and that he regarded lovingly the mere shadows of his fellow men. His dreams were not of strength and destruction, but of influence and life. Even his revenges never reached further than the making of his enemies ashamed. It was the spirit of help, then, that had urged him into the profession he followed. He had found much dirt about the door of it, and had not been able to cross the threshold without some cleaving to his garments. He is a high-souled youth indeed, in whom the low regards and corrupt knowledge of his superiors will fail utterly of degrading influence. He must be one stronger than Faber, who can listen to scoffing materialism from the lips of authority and experience, and not come to look upon humanity and life with a less reverent regard. What man can learn to look upon the dying as so much matter about to be re-kneaded and remodeled into a fresh mass of feverish joys, futile aspirations, and stinging chagrins, without a self-contempt from which there is no shelter but the poor hope that we may be a little better than we appear to ourselves? But Faber escaped the worst. He did not learn to look on humanity without respect, or to meet the stare of appealing eyes from man or animal without genuine response, without sympathy. He never joined in any jest over suffering, nor to say betted on the chance of a man who lay panting under the terrors of an impending operation. Can one be capable of such things, and not have sunk deep, indeed, in the putrid pit of decomposing humanity? It is true that before he began to practice, Faber had come to regard man as a body, and not an embodiment, the highest in him as dependent on his physical organization, as indeed but the aroma, as it were, of its blossom, the brain, therefore subject to all the vicissitudes of the human plant, from which it rises. But he had been touched to issues too fine to be absolutely interpenetrated and enslaved by the reaction of accepted theories. His poetic nature, like the indwelling fire of the world, was ever ready to play havoc with induration and constriction, and the same moment when degrading influences ceased to operate, the delicacies of his feeling began to revive. Even at its lowest, this delicacy preserved him from much into which vulgar natures plunge. It kept alive the memory of a lovely mother, and fed the flame of that wondering, worshipping reverence for women, which is the Savior of men, until the truth himself saves both. A few years of worthy labor in his profession had done much to develop him, and his character for uprightness, benevolence, and skill, with the people of Glaston and its neighborhood, where he had been ministering only about a year, was already of the highest. Even now, when in a fever of honesty he declared there could be no God in such an ill-ordered world, So full was his heart of the human half of religion that he could not stand by the bedside of dying man or woman without lamenting that there was no consolation, that stern truth would allow him to cast no feeblest glamour of hope upon the departing shadow. His was a nobler nature than theirs, who, believing no more than he, are satisfied with the assurance that at the heart of the evils of the world lie laws unchangeable. The main point in him was that while he was indeed tender-hearted, and did no kindnesses to be seen of men, he did them to be seen of himself. He saw him who did them all the time. The boy was in the man. Doing his deeds he sought, not the approbation merely, but the admiration of his own consciousness. I am afraid to say that this was wrong, but it was poor and childish, crippled his walk, and obstructed his higher development. He liked to know himself a benefactor. Such a man may well be of noble nature, but he is a mere dabbler in nobility. Faber delighted in the thought that, having repudiated all motives of personal interest involved in religious belief, all that regard for the future, with its rewards and punishments, which in his ignorance, genuine or willful, of essential Christianity, he took for its main potence. He ministered to his neighbor, doing to him as he would have him do to himself, hopeless of any divine recognition, of any betterness beyond the grave, in a fashion at least as noble as that of the most devoted of Christians. It did not occur to him to ask if he loved him as well, if his care about him was equal to his satisfaction in himself. Neither did he reflect that the devotion he admired in himself had been brought to the birth in him through others, in whom it was first generated by a fast belief in an unselfish, loving, self-devoting God. Had he inquired, he might have discovered that this belief had carried some men immeasurably further in the help of their fellows than he had yet gone. Indeed, he might, I think, have found instances of men of faith spending their lives for their fellows, whose defective theology or diseased humility would not allow them to hope their own salvation. Inquiry might have given him ground for fearing that with the love of the imagined God, the love of the indubitable man would decay and vanish. But such as Faber was, he was both loved and honored by all whom he had ever attended, and with his fine tastes, his genial nature, his quiet conscience, his good health, his enjoyment of life, his knowledge and love of his profession, his activity, his tender heart, especially to women and children, his keen intellect, and his devising, though not embodying, imagination. If any man could get on without a God, Faber was that man. He was now trying it, and as yet the trial had cost him no effort. He seemed to himself to be doing very well indeed. And why should he not do as well as the thousands who, counting themselves religious people, get through the business of the hour, the day, the week, the year, without one reference in anything they do or abstain from doing to the will of God or the words of Christ? If he was more helpful to his fellows than they, he fared better. For actions in themselves good, however imperfect the motives that give rise to them, react blissfully upon character and nature. It is better to be an atheist who does the will of God than a so-called Christian who does not. The atheist will not be dismissed because he said, "Lord, Lord," and did not obey. The thing that God loves is the only lovely thing, and he who does it does well, and is upon the way to discover that he does it very badly. When he comes to do it as the will of the perfect good, then is he on the road to do it perfectly, that is, from love of his own inherent, self-constituted goodness, born in the heart of the perfect. The doing of things from duty is but a stage on the road to the kingdom of truth and love. Not the less must the stage be journeyed. Every path diverging from it is the flowery way that leads to the broad gate and the great fire. It was with more than his usual zeal of helpfulness that Faber was now riding toward Owlkirk to revisit his new patient. Could he have mistaken the symptoms of her attack? End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. The Cottage. Mrs. Puckridge was anxiously awaiting the doctor's arrival. She stood by the bedside of her lodger, miserable in her ignorance and consequent helplessness. The lady tossed and moaned, but for very pain could neither toss nor moan much, and panted rather, very quick. Her color was white more than pale, and now and then she shivered from head to foot, but her eyes burned. Mrs. Puckridge kept bringing her hot flannels, and stood talking between the changes. "I wish the doctor would come. Them doctors. I hope to goodness Dr. Faber wasn't out when the boy got to Glaston. Everybody in this mortal universe is out when he's wanted. That's my experience. You ain't as old as me, miss. And Dr. Faber, you see, miss, he be such a favorite as have to go out to his dinner not unfrequent. They may have to send Miles to fetch him." She talked in the vain hope of distracting the poor lady's attention from her suffering. It was a little upstairs cottage room, the corners betwixt the ceiling and the walls cut off by the slope of the roof. So dark was the night that, when Mrs. Puckridge carried the candle out of the room, the unshaded dormer window did not show itself even by a bluish glimmer. But light and dark were alike to her who lay in the little tent bed, in the midst of whose white curtains, white coverlid, and white pillows, her large eyes, black as human eyes could ever be, were like wells of darkness throwing out flashes of strange light. Her hair was too dark, brown-black of great plenty, and so fine that it seemed to go off in a mist on the whiteness. It had been her custom to throw it over the back of her bed, but in this old-fashioned one that was impossible, and it lay in loveliest confusion, scattered here and there over pillow and coverlid, as if the wind had been tossing it all a long night at his will. Some of it had strayed more than half-way to the foot of the bed. Her face, distorted almost though it was with distress, showed yet a regularity of feature rarely to be seen in combination with such evident power of expression. Suffering had not yet flattened the delicate roundness of her cheek or sharpened the angles of her chin. In her whiteness and her constrained, pang-thwarted motions from side to side, she looked like a form of marble in the agonies of coming to life at the prayer of some Pygmalion. In throwing out her arms, she had flung back the bedclothes, and her daintily embroidered nightgown revealed a rather large, grand throat of the same rare whiteness. Her hands were perfect, every finger and every nail. Those fine, nimble brethren small, armed with pearl shell helmets all. Footnote 1. Joshua Sylvester. I suspect the word ought to be 5, not fine, as in my copy, 1613, has it. When Mrs. Puckridge came into the room, she always set her candle on the sill of the storm window. It was there, happily, when the doctor drew near the village, and it guided him to the cottage gate. He fastened Niger to the gate, crossed the little garden, gently lifted the door latch, and ascended the stair. He found the door of the chamber open, signed to Mrs. Puckridge to be still, softly approached the bed, and stood gazing in the silence on the sufferer, who lay at the moment apparently unconscious. But suddenly, as if she had become aware of her presence, she flashed wide her great eyes, and the pitiful entreaty that came into them when she saw him went straight to his heart. Faber felt more for the sufferings of some of the lower animals than for the certain of his patients, but children and women he would serve like a slave. The dumb appeal of her eyes almost unmanned him. "I am sorry to see you so ill," he said as he took her wrist. "You're in pain." "Where?" Her other hand moved toward her side in reply. Everything indicated pleurisy, such that there was no longer room for gentle measures. She must be relieved at once. He must open a vein. In the changed practice of later days, it had seldom fallen to the lot of Faber to perform the very simple operation of venesection, but that had little to do with the trembling of the hands, which annoyed him with himself, when he proceeded to undo a sleeve of his patient's nightdress. Finding no button, he took a pair of scissors from his pocket, cut ruthlessly through linen and lace, and rolled back the sleeve. It disclosed an arm the sight of which would have made a sculptor rejoice as over some marbles of old Greece. I cannot describe it, and if I could, for very love and reverence, I would rather let it alone. Faber felt his heart rise in his throat at the necessity of breaking that exquisite surface, even with such an insignificant breach and blemish as the shining steel betwixt his forefinger and thumb must occasion. But a slight tremble of the hand he held acknowledged the intruding sharpness, and the red parabola rose from the golden bowl. He stroked the lovely arm to help with its flow, and soon the girl once more opened her eyes and looked at him. Already her breathing was easier, but presently her eyes began to glaze with approaching faintness, and he put his thumb on the wound. She smiled and closed them. He bound up her arm, laid it gently by her side, gave her something to drink, and sat down. He sat until he saw her sunk in a quiet, gentle sleep. Ease had dethroned pain, and order had begun to dawn out of threatened chaos. "Thank God," he said involuntarily, and stood up. What all that meant, God only knows. After various directions to Mrs. Puckridge, to which she seemed to attend, but which, being as simple as necessary, I fear she forgot the moment they were uttered, the doctor mounted and rode away. The darkness was gone, for the moon was rising, but when the road compelled him to face her, she blinded him nearly as much. Slowly she rose through a sky freckled with wavelets of cloud, and as she crept up amongst them, she brought them all out in bluish, pearly, and opaline gray. Then, suddenly almost, she left them and walked up aloft, drawing a thin veil around her as she ascended. All was so soft, so sleepy, so vague, it seemed to Paul as he rode slowly along, himself almost asleep, as if the night had lost the blood he had caused to flow, and the sweet exhaustion that followed had from the lady's brain wandered out over nature herself, as she sank, a lovelier catadiomony, into the hushed sea of pain-won repose. Was he in love with her? I do not know. I could tell if I knew what being in love is. I think no two loves were ever the same since the creation of the world. I know that something had passed from her eyes to his. But what? He may have been in love with her already, but ere long my reader may be more sure than I that he was not. The Maker of men alone understands his awful mystery between the man and the woman, but without it, frightful indeed as are some of its results, assuredly the world he has made would burst its binding rings and fly asunder in shards, leaving his spirit nothing to enter, no time to work his lovely will. It must be to any man a terrible thing to find himself in wild pain, with no God of whom to entreat that his soul may not faint within him. But to a man who can think as well as feel, it were a more terrible thing still to find himself afloat on the tide of a lovely passion, with no God to whom to cry, accountable to himself for that which he has made. Will any man who has ever cast more than a glance into the mysteries of his being dare think himself sufficient to the ruling of his nature? And if he rule it not, what shall he be but the sport of the demons that will ride its tempests, that will rouse and torment its ocean? What help then is there? What high-hearted man would consent to be possessed and sweetly ruled by the loveliest of angels? Truly, it were but a daintier madness. Come thou, holy love, father of my spirit, nearer to the unknown, deeper me than my consciousness is to its known self. Possess me utterly, for thou art more me than I am myself. Rule thou, then first I rule. Shadow me from the too radiant splendors of thine own creative thought. Folded in thy calm, I shall love and not die. And ye, women, be the daughters of him from whose heart came your mothers. Be the saviors of men, and neither their torment nor their prey. End of Chapter 6. Read by John De Silva, New Orleans, Louisiana, May 11th, 2021.
Chapter 7 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Pulpit. Before morning it rained hard again, but it cleared at sunrise, and the first day of the week found the world new-washed. Glaston slept longer than usual, however, for all the shine, and in the mounting sun looked dead and deserted. There were no gay shop windows to reflect his beams, or fill them with rainbow colours. There were no carriages or carts, and only, for a few moments, one rider. That was Paul Faber again, en Arbor now, aglow in the morning. There were no children playing yet about the streets or lanes, but the cries of some came at intervals from unseen chambers, as the Sunday soap stung their eyes, or the Sunday comb tore their matted locks. As Faber rode out of his stable-yard, Wingfold took his hat from its peg to walk through his churchyard. He lived almost in the churchyard, for, happily, since his marriage the rectory had lost its tenants, and Mr. Bevis had allowed him to occupy it, in lieu of part of his salary. It was not yet church time by hours, but he had a custom of going every Sunday morning, in the fine weather, quite early, to sit for an hour or two alone in the pulpit, amidst the absolute solitude and silence of the great church. It was a door, he said, through which a man who could not go to Horeb might enter and find the power that dwells on mountain-tops and in desert places. He went slowly through the churchyard, breathing deep breaths of the delicious spring morning air. Raindrops were sparkling all over the grassy graves, and in the hollows of the stones they had gathered in pools. The eyes of the death-heads were full of water, as if weeping at the defeat of their master. Every now and then a soft little wind awoke, like a throb of the spirit of life, and shook together the scattered drops upon the trees, and then down came diamond showers on the grass and daisies of the mounds, and fed the green moss and the letters of the epitaphs. Over all the sun was shining, as if everywhere and forever spring was the order of things. And is it not so? Is not the idea of the creation an eternal spring ever trembling on the verge of summer? It seemed so to the curate, who was not given to sad, still less to sentimental moralizing over the graves. From such moods his heart recoiled. To him they were weak and mawkish, and in him they would have been treacherous. No grave was to him the place where a friend was lying. It was but a cenotaph, the place where the Lord had lain. "Let those possessed with demons haunt the tombs," he said as he sat down in the pulpit. "For me, I will turn my back upon them with the risen Christ. Yes, friend, I hear you. I know what you say. You have more affection than I. You cannot forsake the last resting-place of the beloved. Well, you may have more feeling than I. There is no gauge by which I can tell, and if there were it would be useless. We are as God made us. No, I will not say that. I will say, rather, I am as God is making me, and I shall one day be as he has made me. Meantime I know that he will have me love my enemy tenfold more than now I love my friend. Thou believest that the malefactor— there was faith now! Of two men dying together in agony and shame, the one beseeches of the other the grace of a king. Thou believest, I say, at least thou professest to believe that the malefactor was that very day with Jesus in paradise. And yet thou broodest over thy friend's grave, gathering thy thoughts about the pitiful garment he left behind him, and letting himself drift away into the unknown, forsaken of all but thy vaguest, most shapeless thinkings. Tell me not thou fearest to enter there whence has issued no revealing. It is God who gives thee thy mirror of imagination, and if thou keep it clean, it will give thee back no shadow but of the truth. Never a cry of love went forth from human heart but it found some heavenly chord to fold it in. Be sure thy friend inhabits a day not out of harmony with this morning of earthly spring, with this sunlight, those raindrops, that sweet wind that flows so softly over his grave. It was the first sprouting of a German. He covered it up and left it. He had something else to talk to his people about this morning. While he sat thus in the pulpit, his wife was praying for him ere she rose. She had not learned to love him in the vestibule of society, that court of the Gentiles, but in the chamber of torture and the clouded adytum of her own spiritual temple, for there a dark vapour had hid the deity enthroned, until the words of his servant melted the gloom. Then she saw that what she had taken for her own innermost chamber of awful void was the dwelling place of the Most High, most lovely, only One, and through its windows she beheld a cosmos dawning out of chaos. Therefore the wife walked beside the husband in the strength of a common faith in absolute good, and not seldom did the fire which the torch of his prophecy had kindled upon her altar kindle again that torch, when some bitter wind of evil words, or mephitis of human perversity, or thunder rain of foiled charity, had extinguished it. She loved every hair upon his head, but loved his well-being infinitely more than his mortal life. A wrinkle on his forehead would cause her a pang, yet would she 1,000 times rather have seen him dead than known him guilty of one of many things done openly by not a few of his profession. And now, as one sometimes wonders what he shall dream tonight, she sat wondering what new thing, or what old thing fresher and more alive than the new, would this day flow from his heart into hers. The following is the substance of what, a few hours after, she did hear from him. His rector, sitting between Mrs. Bevis and Mrs. Ramshorn, heard it also. The radiance of truth shone from Wingfold's face as he spoke, and those of the congregation who turned away from his words were those whose lives ran counter to the spirit of them. Whatever he uttered grew out of a whole world of thought, but it grew before them. That is, he always thought afresh in the presence of the people, and spoke extempore. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Who said this? The Lord by whose name ye are called, in whose name this house was built, and who will at last judge every one of us. And yet how many of you are, and have been for years, trying your very hardest to do the thing your master tells you is impossible. Thou man, thou woman, I appeal to thine own conscience, whether thou art not striving to serve God and mammon. But stay, am I right? It cannot be. For surely if a man strove hard to serve God and mammon, he would presently discover the thing was impossible. It is not easy to serve God, and it is easy to serve mammon. If one strove to serve God, the hard thing, along with serving mammon, the easy thing, the incompatibility of the two endeavors must appear. The fact is there is no strife in you. With ease you serve mammon every day and hour of your lives, and for God you do not even ask yourselves the question whether you are serving him or no. Yet some of you are at this very moment indignant that I call you servers of mammon. Those of you who know that God knows you are his servants know also that I do not mean you. Therefore those who are indignant at being called the servants of mammon are so because they are indeed such. As I say these words I do not lift my eyes, not that I am afraid to look you in the face, as uttering an offensive thing, but that I would have your own souls your accusers. Let us consider for a moment the God you do not serve, and then for a moment the mammon you do serve. The God you do not serve is the Father of lights, the source of love, the maker of man and woman, the head of the great family, the father of fatherhood and motherhood, the life-giver who would die to preserve his children, but would rather slay them than that they should live the servants of evil, the God who can neither think nor do nor endure anything mean or unfair, the God of poetry and music and every marvel, the God of the mountain tops, and the rivers that run from the snows of death to make the earth joyous with life, the God of the valley and the wheat field, the God who has set love betwixt youth and maiden, the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the perfect, the God whom Christ knew, with whom Christ was satisfied, of whom he declared that to know him was eternal life. The mammon you do serve is not a mere negation, but a positive death. His temple is a darkness, a black hollow, ever hungry in the heart of man, who tumbles into it everything that should make life noble and lovely. To all who serve him he makes it seem that his alone is the reasonable service. His wages are death, but he calls them life, and they believe him. I will tell you some of the marks of his service, a few of the badges of his household, for he has no visible temple. No man bends the knee to him. It is only his soul, his manhood, that the worshipper casts in the dust before him. If a man talks of the main chance, meaning thereby that of making money, or of number one, meaning thereby self, except indeed he honestly jest, he is a servant of mammon. If, when thou makest a bargain, thou thinkest only of thyself and thy gain, thou art a servant of mammon. the eager looks of those that would get money, the troubled looks of those who have lost it, worst of all the gloating looks of them that have it, these are sure signs of the service of mammon. If in the church thou sayest to the rich man, Sit here in a good place, and to the poor man, Stand there, thou art a mammon server. If thou favourest the company of those whom men call well-to-do, when they are only well to eat, well to drink, or well to show, and declinest that of the simple and the meek, then in thy deepest consciousness know that thou servest mammon, not God. If thy hope of well-being in time to come rests upon thy houses, or lands, or business, or money in store, and not upon the living God, be thou friendly and kind with the overflowings of thy possessions, or a churl whom no man loves, thou art equally a server of mammon. If the loss of thy goods would take from thee the joy of thy life, if it would tear thy heart that the men thou hadst feasted should hold forth to thee the 2 fingers instead of the whole hand, nay, if thy thought of tomorrow makes thee quail before the duty of today, if thou broodest over the evil that is not come, and turnest from the God who is with thee in the life of the hour, thou servest mammon. He holds thee in his chain. Thou art his ape, whom he leads about the world for the mockery of his fellow devils. If with thy word, yea, even with thy judgment, thou confessest that God is the only good, yet livest as if he had sent thee into the world to make thyself rich before thou die, if it will add one feeblest pang to the pains of thy death to think that thou must leave thy fair house, thy ancestral trees, thy horses, thy shop, thy books behind thee, then art thou a servant of mammon, and far truer to thy master than he will prove to thee. Ah, slave! The moment the breath is out of the body, lo, he has already deserted thee, and of all in which thou didst rejoice, all that gave thee such power over thy fellows, there is not left so much as a spike of thistledown for the wind to waft from thy sight. For all thou hast had there is nothing to show. Where is the friendship in which thou mightst have invested thy money, in place of burying it in the maw of mammon? Troops of the dead might now be coming to greet thee with love and service, hadst thou made thee friends with thy money. But alas, to thee it was not money but mammon, for thou didst love it, not for the righteousness and salvation thou by its means mightst work in the earth, but for the honour it brought thee among men, for the pleasures and immunities it purchased. Some of you are saying in your hearts, Preach to thyself and practice thine own preaching. And you say well, and so I mean to do, lest having preached to others I should be myself a castaway, drowned with some of you in the same pond of filth. God has put money in my power through the gift of one whom you know. I shall endeavour to be a faithful steward of that which God through her has committed to me in trust. Hear me, friends. To none of you am I the less a friend that I tell you truths you would hide from your own souls. Money is not mammon. It is God's invention. It is good and the gift of God. But for money and the need of it, there would not be half the friendship in the world. It is powerful for good when divinely used. Give it plenty of air, and it is sweet as the hawthorn. Shut it up and it cankers and breeds worms. Like all the best gifts of God, like the air and the water, it must have motion and change and shakings asunder. Like the earth itself, like the heart and mind of man, it must be broken and turned, not heaped together and neglected. It is an angel of mercy, whose wings are full of balm and dews and refreshings. But when you lay hold of him, pluck his pinions, pen him in a yard, and fall down and worship him, then with the blessed vengeance of his master, he deals plague and confusion and terror to stay the idolatry. If I misuse, or waste, or hoard the divine thing, I pray my master to see to it, my God to punish me. Any fire rather than be given over to the mean idol. And now I will make an offer to my townsfolk in the face of this congregation, that whoever will, at the end of 3 years, bring me his books, to him also will I lay open mine, that he will see how I have sought to make friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. Of the mammon server I expect to be judged according to the light that is in him, and that light I know to be darkness. Friend, be not a slave. Be wary. Look not on the gold when it is yellow in thy purse. Hoard not. In God's name spend. Spend on. Take heed how thou spendest, but take heed that thou spend. Be thou as the sun in heaven. Let thy gold be thy rays, thy angels of love and life and deliverance. Be thou a candle of the Lord to spread his light through the world. If hitherto in any fashion of faithlessness thou hast radiated darkness into the universe, humble thyself, and arise, and shine. But if thou art poor, then look not on thy purse when it is empty. He who desires more than God wills him to have is also a servant of mammon, for he trusts in what God has made and not in God himself. He who laments what God has taken from him, he is a servant of mammon. He who for care cannot pray is a servant of mammon. There are men in this town who love and trust their horses more than the God that made them and their horses too. None the less confidently will they give judgment on the doctrine of God. But the opinion of no man who does not render back his soul to the living God and live in him is, in religion, worth the splinter of a straw. Friends, cast your idol into the furnace. Melt your mammon down. Coin him up. Make God's money of him and send him coursing. Make of him cups to carry the gift of God, the water of life, through the world, in lovely justice to the oppressed, in healthful labor to them whom no man hath hired, in rest to the weary who have borne the burden and heat of the day, in joy to the heavy-hearted, in laughter to the dull-spirited. Let them all be glad with reason, and merry without revel. Ah, what gifts in music, in drama, in the tale, in the picture, in the spectacle, in books and models, in flowers and friendly feasting, what true gifts might not the mammon of unrighteousness, changed back into the money of God, give to men and women, bone of our bone and flesh of our flesh? How would you not spend your money for the Lord if he needed it at your hand? He does need it, for he that spends it upon the least of his fellows spends it upon his Lord. To hold fast upon God with one hand, and open wide the other to your neighbor, that is religion, that is the law and the prophets, and the true way to all better things that are yet to come. Lord, defend us from mammon. Hold thy temple against his foul invasion. Purify our money with thy heir and thy son, that it may be our slave and thou our master. Amen. The moment his sermon was ended, the curate always set himself to forget it. This for 3 reasons. First, he was so dissatisfied with it that to think of it was painful, and the more that many things he might have said, and many better ways of saying what he had said would constantly present themselves. Second, it was useless to brood over what could not be bettered. And third, it was hurtful, inasmuch as it prevented the growth of new, hopeful, invigorating thought, and took from his strength, and the quality of his following endeavor. A man's labors must pass like the sunrises and sunsets of the world. The next thing, not the last, must be his care. When he reached home, he would therefore use means to this end of diversion, and not unfrequently would write verses. Here are those he wrote that afternoon. Let your light so shine. Sometimes, O Lord, thou lightest in my head a lamp that well might pharos all the land. Anon the light will neither burn nor spread. Shrouded in danger grey the beacon stands. A pharos, O dull brain! O poor quenched lamp under a bushel, with an earthy smell. Mouldering it lies, in rust and eating damp, while the slow oil keeps oozing from its cell. For me it were enough to be a flower, knowing its root in thee was somewhere hid, to blossom at the far appointed hour, and fold in sleep when thou, my nature, bid. But hear my brethren crying in the dark, light up my lamp that it may shine abroad. Fain would I cry, see, brothers, sisters, mark! This is the shining of light's Father, God. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Manor House Dining Room. The rector never took his eyes off the preacher, but the preacher never saw him. The reason was that he dared not let his eyes wander in the direction of Mrs. Ramshorn. He was not yet so near perfection, but that the sight of her supercilious, unbelieving face was a reviving cordial to the old Adam, whom he was so anxious to poison with love and prayer. Church over, the rector walked in silence between the 2 ladies to the manor house. He courted no greetings from the sheep of his neglected flock as he went, and returned those offered with a constrained solemnity. The moment they stood in the hall together, and before the servant who had opened the door to them had quite disappeared, Mrs. Ramshorn, to the indignant consternation of Mrs. Bevis, who was utterly forgotten by both in the colloquy that ensued, turned sharp on the rector and said, "There! What do you say to your curate now?" "He is enough to set the whole parish by the ears," he answered. "I told you so, Mr. Bevis." "Only it does not follow that therefore he is in the wrong. Our Lord himself came to send not peace on earth, but a sword." "Your reverence ill becomes a beneficed clergyman, Mr. Bevis," said Mrs. Ramshorn, who very consistently regarded any practical reference to our Lord as irrelevant, thence naturally as irreverent. "And by Jove," added the rector, heedless of her remark, and tumbling back into an old college habit, "I fear he is in the right, and if he is it will go hard with you and me at the last day, Mrs. Ramshorn." "Do you mean to say that you are going to let that man turn everything topsy-turvy, and the congregation out of the church, John Bevis?" "I never saw such a congregation in it before, Mrs. Ramshorn." "It's little better than a low-bred conventicle now, and what it will come to if things go on like this, God knows." "That ought to be a comfort," said the rector, "but I hardly know yet where I am. The fellow has knocked the wind out of me with his personalities, and I haven't got my breath yet. Have you a bottle of sherry open?" Mrs. Ramshorn led the way to the dining-room, where the early Sunday dinner was already laid, and the decanters stood on the sideboard. The rector poured himself out a large glass of sherry, and drank it off in 3 mouthfuls. "Such buffoonery! Such coarseness! Such vulgarity! Such indelicacy!" cried Mrs. Ramshorn, while the parson was still occupied with the sherry. "Not content with talking about himself in the pulpit, he must even talk about his wife. What's he or his wife in the house of God? When his gown is on, a clergyman is neither Mr. This nor Mr. That any longer, but a priest of the Church of England, as by law established. My poor Helen! She has thrown herself away upon a charlatan, and what will become of her money in the hands of a man with such levelling notions, I dread to think." "He said something about buying friends with it," said the rector. "Bribery and corruption must come natural to a fellow who could preach a sermon like that after marrying money." "Why, my good madam, would you have a man turn his back on a girl because she has a purse in her pocket?" "But to pretend to despise it! And then, worst of all, I don't know whether the indelicacy or the profanity was the greater. When I think of it now, I can scarcely believe I really heard it. To offer to show his books to every inquisitive fool itching to know my niece's fortune! Well, she shan't see a penny of mine, that I'm determined on." "You need not be uneasy about the books, Mrs. Ramshorn. You remember the condition annexed." "Stuff and hypocrisy! He's played his game well, but time will show." Mr. Bevis checked his answer. He was beginning to get disgusted with the old cat, as he called her to himself. He too had made a good speculation in the hymeneo money market. Otherwise he could hardly have afforded to give up the exercise of his profession. Mrs. Bevis had brought him the nice little property at Owlkirk where, if he worshipped Mammon, and after his curate's sermon he was not at all sure he did not, he worshipped him in a very moderate and gentlemanly fashion. Everybody liked the rector, and 2 or 3 loved him a little. If it would be a stretch of the truth to call a man a Christian, who never yet in his life had consciously done a thing because it was commanded by Christ, he was not therefore a godless man, while, through the age-long process of spiritual infiltration, he had received and retained much that was Christian. The ladies went to take off their bonnets, and their departure was a relief to the rector. He helped himself to another glass of sherry, and seated himself in the great easy-chair formerly approved of the dean, long promoted. But what are easy-chairs to uneasy men? Dinner, however, was at hand, and that would make a diversion in favour of less disquieting thought. Mrs. Ramshorn also was uncomfortable, too much so to be relieved by taking off her bonnet. She felt, with no little soreness, that the rector was not with her in her depreciation of Wingfold. She did her best to play the hostess, but the rector, while enjoying his dinner despite discomfort in the inward parts, was in a mood of silence altogether new both to himself and his companions. Mrs. Bevis, however, talked away in a soft, continuous murmur. She was a good-natured, gentle soul, without whose sort the world would be harder for many. She did not contribute much to its positive enjoyment, But for my part, I cannot help being grateful even to a cat that will condescend to purr to me." But she had not much mollifying influence on her hostess, who snarled and judged and condemned, nor seemed to enjoy her dinner the less. When it was over, the ladies went to the drawing-room, and the rector, finding his company unpleasant, drank but a weekday's allowance of wine, and went to have a look at his horses. They neighed a welcome the moment his boot struck the stones of the yard, for they loved their master with all the love their strong, timid, patient hearts were as yet capable of. Satisfied that they were comfortable, for he found them busy with a large feed of oats and chaff and Indian corn, he threw his arm over the back of his favourite, and stood leaning against her for minutes, half dreaming, half thinking. As long as they were busy, their munching and grinding soothed him, held him at least in quiescent mood. The moment it ceased, he seemed to himself to wake up out of a dream. In that dream, however, he had been more awake than any hour for long years, and had heard and seen many things. He patted his mare lovingly, then, with a faint sense of rebuked injustice, went into the horse's stall, and patted and stroked him as he had never done before. He went into the inn, and asked for a cup of tea. He would have had a sleep on Mrs. Pink's sofa, as was his custom in his study. Little study, alas, went on there. But he had a call to make, and must rouse himself, and that was partly why he had sought the inn. For Mrs. Ramshorn's household was so well ordered that nothing was to be had out of the usual routine. It was like an American country inn, where, if you arrive after supper, you will most likely have to starve till next morning. Her servants, in fact, were her masters, and she dared not go into her own kitchen for a jug of hot water. Possibly it was her dethronement in her own house that made her, with a futile clutching after lost respect, so anxious to rule in the Abbey church. As it was, although John Bevis and she had known each other long, and in some poor sense intimately, he would never in her house have dared ask for a cup of tea except it were on the table. But here was the ease of his inn, where the landlady herself was proud to get him what he wanted. She made the tea from her own caddy, and when he had drunk 3 cups of it, washed his red face, and retied his white neckcloth, he set out to make his call. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Rectory Drawing-Room. The call was upon his curate. It was years since he had entered the rectory. The people who last occupied it he had scarcely known, and even during its preparation for Wingfold he had not gone near the place. Yet of that house had been his dream as he stood in his mare's stall, and it was with a strange feeling he now approached it. Friends generally took the pleasanter way to the garden door, opening on the churchyard, but Mr. Bevis went round by the lane to the more public entrance. All his years with his first wife had been spent in that house. She was delicate when he married her, and soon grew sickly and suffering. One after another her children died as babies. At last came one who lived, and then the mother began to die. She was one of those lowly women who apply the severity born of their creed to themselves, and spend only the love born of the indwelling spirit upon their neighbours. She was rather melancholy, but hoped as much as she could, and when she could not hope did not stand still, but walked on in the dark. I think when the sun rises upon them, some people will be astonished to find how far they have got in the dark. Her husband, without verifying for himself one of the things it was his business to teach others, was yet held in some sort of communion with sacred things by his love for his suffering wife, and his admiration of her goodness and gentleness. He had looked up to her, though several years younger than himself, with something of the same reverence with which he had regarded his mother, a woman with an element of greatness in her. It was not possible he should ever have adopted her views, or in any active manner allied himself with the school whose doctrines she accepted as the logical embodiment of the gospel, but there was in him all the time a vague something that was not far from the kingdom of heaven. Some of his wife's friends looked upon him as a wolf in the sheepfold. He was no wolf. He was only a hireling. Any neighbourhood might have been the better for having such a man as he for the parson of the parish. Only, for one commissioned to be in the world as he was in the world, why, he knew more about the will of God as to a horse's legs than as to the heart of a man. As he drew near the house, the older and tenderer time came to meet him, and the spirit of his suffering, ministering wife seemed to overshadow him. 2 tears grew halfway into his eyes. They were a little bloodshot, but kind, true eyes. He was not sorry he had married again, for he and his wife were at peace with each other, but he had found that the same part of his mind would not serve to think of the two. They belonged to different zones of his unexplored world. For one thing, his present wife looked up to him with perfect admiration, and he, knowing his own poverty, rather looked down upon her in consequence, though in a loving, gentle, and gentlemanlike way. He was shown into the same room, looking out on the churchyard, where in the first months of his married life he sat and heard his wife sing her few songs, accompanying them on the little piano he had saved hard to buy for her, until she made him love them. It had lasted only through those few months. After her first baby died, she rarely sang. But all the colors and forms of the room were different, and that made it easier to check the lump rising in his throat. It was the faith of his curate that had thus set his wife before him, although the two would hardly have agreed in any confession narrower than the Apostles' Creed. When Wingfold entered the room, the rector rose, went halfway to meet him, and shook hands with him heartily. They seated themselves, and a short silence followed, but the rector knew it was his part to speak. "I was in church this morning," he said, with a half-humorous glance right into the clear grey eyes of his curate. "So my wife tells me," returned Wingfold with a smile. "You didn't know it then," rejoined the rector, with now an almost quizzical glance in which hovered a little doubt. "I thought you were preaching at me all the time." "God forbid," said the curate. "I was not aware of your presence. I did not even know you were in the town yesterday." "You must have had someone in your mind's eye. No man could speak as you did this morning who addressed mere abstract humanity." "I will not say that individuals did not come up before me. How can a man help it where he knows everybody in his congregation more or less? But I give you my word, sir, I never thought of you." "Then you might have done so with the greatest propriety," returned the rector. "My conscience sided with you all the time. You found me out. I've got a bit of the muscle they call a heart left in me yet, though it has got rather leathery. But what do they mean when they say you are setting the parish by the ears?" "I don't know, sir. I have heard of no quarrelling. I have made some enemies, but they are not very dangerous, and I hope not very bitter ones, and I have made many more friends, I am sure." "What they tell me is that your congregation is divided, that they take sides for you and against you, which is a most undesirable thing, surely." "It is indeed, and yet it may be a thing that for a time cannot be helped. Was there ever a man with the cure of souls, concerning whom there has not been more or less of such division? But if you will have patience with me, sir, I am bold to say, believing in the force and final victory of the truth, there will be more unity by and by." "I don't doubt it. But come now, you are a thoroughly good fellow, that a blind horse could see in the dimmets, and I'm accountable for the parish. Couldn't you draw it a little milder, you know? Couldn't you make it just a little less peculiar, only the way of putting it, I mean, so that it should look a little more like what they've been used to? I'm only suggesting the thing, you know, dictating nothing on my soul, Mr. Wingfold. I am sure that whatever you do, you will act according to your own conscience. Otherwise I should not venture to say a word, lest I should lead you wrong." "If you will allow me," said the curate, "I will tell you my whole story, and then, if you should wish it, I will resign my curacy, without saying a word more than that my rector thinks it better. Neither in private shall I make a single remark in a different spirit." "Let me hear," said the rector. "Then if you will please take this chair, that I may know that I am not worrying you bodily, at least." The rector did as he was requested, laid his head back, crossed his legs, and folded his hands over his worn waistcoat. He was not one of the neat order of parsons. He had a not unwholesome disregard of his outermost man, and did not know when he was shabby. Without an atom of pomposity or air rectorial, he settled himself to listen. Condensing as much as he could, Wingfold told him how through great doubt and dismal trouble of mind he had come to hope in God, and to see that there was no choice for a man but to give himself, heart and soul and body, to the love and will and care of the being who had made him. He could no longer, he said, regard his profession as anything less than a call to use every means and energy at his command for the rousing of men and women from that spiritual sleep and moral carelessness in which he had himself been so lately sunk. "I don't want to give up my curacy," he concluded. "Still less do I want to leave Glaston, for there are here some whom I teach and some who teach me. In all that has given ground for complaint I have seemed to myself to be but following the dictates of common sense. If you think me wrong, I have no justification to offer. We both love God." "How do you know that?" interrupted the rector. "I wish you could make me sure of that." "I do. I know I do," said the curate earnestly. "I can say no more." "My dear fellow, I haven't the merest shadow of a doubt of it," returned the rector, smiling. "What I wished was that you could make me sure I do." "Pardon me, my dear sir, but judging from sore experience, if I could I would rather make you doubt it. The doubt, even if an utter mistake, would in the end be so much more profitable than any present conviction." "You have your wish then, Wingfold. I doubt it very much," replied the rector. "I must go home and think about it all. You shall hear from me in a day or two." As he spoke, Mr. Bevis rose, and stood for a moment like a man greatly urged to stretch his arms and legs. An air of uneasiness pervaded his whole appearance. "Will you not stop and take tea with us?" said the curate. "My wife will be disappointed if you do not. You have been good to her for 20 years, she says." "She makes an old man of me," returned the rector musingly. "I remember her such a tiny thing in a white frock and curls. Tell her what we have been talking about, and beg her to excuse me. I must go home." He took his hat from the table, shook hands with Wingfold, and walked back to the inn. There he found his horses bedded, and the ostler away. His coachman was gone too, nobody knew whither. To sleep at the inn would have given pointed offence, but he would rather have done so than go back to the Manor House to hear his curate abused. With the help of the barmaid, he put the horses to the carriage himself, and to the astonishment of Mrs. Ramshorn and his wife, drew up at the door of the Manor House. Expostulation on the part of the former was vain. The latter made none. It was much the same to Mrs. Bevis where she was, so long as she was with her husband. Indeed, few things were more pleasant to her than sitting in the carriage alone, contemplating the back of Mr. Bevis on the box, and the motion of his elbows as he drove. Mrs. Ramshorn received their adieu very stiffly, and never after mentioned the rector without adding the epithet, "Poor man!" Mrs. Bevis enjoyed the drive. Mr. Bevis did not. The doubt was growing stronger and stronger all the way that he had not behaved like a gentleman in his relation to the head of the church. He had naturally, as I have already shown, a fine, honourable, boyish, if not childlike, nature, and the eyes of his mind were not so dim with good living as one might have feared from the look of those in his head. In the glass of loyalty he now saw himself a defaulter. In the scales of honour he weighed and found himself wanting. Of true discipleship was not now the question. He had not behaved like an honourable gentleman to Jesus Christ. It was only in a spasm of terror St. Peter had denied him. John Bevis had for nigh 40 years been taking his pay, and for the last 30 at least had done nothing in return. Either Jesus Christ did not care, and then what was the church, what the whole system of things called Christianity? Or he did care, and what then was John Bevis in the eyes of his master? When they reached home, he went neither to the stable nor the study, but, without even lighting a cigar, walked out on the neighbouring heath, where he found the universe rather grey about him. When he returned he tried to behave as usual, but his wife saw that he scarcely ate at supper, and left half of his brandy and water. She set it down to the annoyance the curate had caused him, and wisely forbore troubling him with questions. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 10, Mr. Drake's Arbor. While the curate was preaching that same Sunday morning, in the cool, cavernous church, with its great lights overhead, Walter Drake, the old minister, he was now called by his disloyal congregation, sat in a little arbor looking out on the river that flowed through the town to the sea. Green grass went down from where he sat to the very water's brink. It was a spot the old man loved. for there his best thoughts came to him. There was in him a good deal of the stuff of which poets are made, and since trouble overtook him, the river had more and more gathered to itself the aspect of that in the Pilgrim's Progress, and often, as he sat thus almost on its edge, he fancied himself waiting the welcome summons to go home. It was a tidal river, with many changes. Now it flowed with a full, calm current, conquering the tide, like life sweeping death with it down into the bosom of the eternal. Now it seemed to stand still, as if aghast at the inroad of the awful thing, and then the minister would bethink himself that it was the tide of the eternal, rising in the narrow earthly channel. Men, he said to himself, called it death, because they did not know what it was, or the loveliness of its quickening energy. It fails on their sense by the might of its grand excess, and they call it by the name of its opposite. A weary and rather disappointed pilgrim, he thus comforted himself as he sat. There a great salmon rose and fell, gleaming like a bolt of silver in the sun. There a little water beetle scurried along after some invisible prey. The blue smoke of his pipe melted in the Sabbath air. The softened sounds of a singing congregation came across gardens and hedges to his ear. They sang with more energy than grace, and not for the first time, he felt they did. Were they indeed singing to the Lord, he asked himself, or only to the idle custom? A silence came. The young man in the pulpit was giving out his text, and the faces that had turned themselves up to Walter Drake, as flowers to the sun, were now all turning to the face of him they had chosen in his stead, to minister to them in holy things. He took his pipe from his mouth and sat motionless, with his eyes fixed on the ground. But why was he not at chapel himself? Could it be that he yielded to temptation, actually preferring his clay pipe and the long glide of the river to the worship and the hymns and the sermon? Had there not been a time when he judged that man careless of the truth who did not go to the chapel, and that man little better who went to the church? Yet there he sat on a Sunday morning, the church on one side of him, and the chapel on the other, smoking his pipe. His daughter was at the chapel. She had taken Ducky with her. The dog lay in the porch waiting for them. The cat thought too much of herself to make friends with her master. He had forgotten his New Testament on the study table, and now he had let his pipe out. He was not well, it is true, but he was well enough to have gone. Was he too proud to be taught where he had been a teacher? Or was it that the youth in his place taught there doctrines which neither they nor their fathers had known? It could not surely be from resentment that they had superannuated him in the prime of his old age, with a pared third of his late salary, which nothing but honesty in respect to the small moneys he owed could have prevented him from refusing. In truth, it was impossible the old minister should have any great esteem for the flashy youth, proud of his small Latin and less Greek, a mere unit of the hundreds whom the devil of ambition drives to preaching, one who, whether the doctrines he taught were in the New Testament or not, certainly never found them there, being but the merest disciple of a disciple of a disciple, and fervid in words of which he perceived scarce a glimmer of the divine purport. At the same time, he might have seen points of resemblance between his own early history and that of the callow chirper of divinity, now holding forth from his pulpit, which might have tended to mollify his judgment with sympathy. His people had behaved ill to him, and he could not say he was free from resentment or pride, but he did make for them what excuse lay in the fact that the congregation had been dwindling ever since the curate at the Abbey church began to speak in such a strange, outspoken fashion. There now was a right sort of man, he said to himself. No attempted oratory with him, no prepared surprises, no playhouse tricks, no studied graces and wafture of hands and upheaved eyes. And yet at moments when he became possessed with his object rather than subject, every inch of him seemed alive. He was odd, very odd, perhaps he was crazy, but at least he was honest. He had heard him himself and judged him well worth helping to what was better. For alas, notwithstanding the vigor of his preaching, he did not appear to have himself discovered as yet the treasure hid in the field. He was, nevertheless, incomparably the superior of the young man whom, expecting him to draw, the deacons of his church, with the members behind them, had substituted for himself, who had for more than 15 years ministered to them the bread of life. Bread, yes, I think it might honestly be called bread, that Walter Drake had ministered. It had not been free from chalk or potatoes. Bits of shell and peel might have been found in it, with an occasional bit of dirt, and a hair or two. Yes, even a little alum, and that is bad, because it tends to destroy, not satisfy the hunger. There was sawdust in it, and parchment dust, and lumber dust. It was ill-salted, badly baked, sad. Sometimes it was blue mouldy, and sometimes even maggoty. But the mass of it was honest flour, and those who did not recoil from the look of it, or recognize the presence of the variety of foreign matter, could live upon it, in a sense, up to a certain pitch of life. But a great deal of it was not of his baking at all. He had been merely the distributor, crumbling down other bakers' loaves and making them up again in his own shapes. In his declining years, however, he had been really beginning to learn the business. Only in his congregation were many who not merely preferred bad bread of certain kinds, but were incapable of digesting any of high quality. He would have gone to chapel that morning had the young man been such as he could respect. Neither his doctrine nor the behavior of the church to himself would have kept him away. Had he followed his inclination, he would have gone to the church, only that would have looked spiteful. His late congregation would easily excuse his non-attendance with them. They would even pitifully explain to each other why he could not appear just yet, but to go to church would be in their eyes unpardonable, a declaration of a war of revenge. There was, however, a reason besides why Mr. Drake could not go to church that morning, and if not a more serious, it was a more painful one. Some short time before he had any ground to suspect that his congregation was faltering in its loyalty to him, his daughter had discovered that the chapel butcher, when he sent a piece of meat, invariably charged for a few ounces beyond the weight delivered. Now Mr. Drake was a man of such honesty that all kinds of cheating, down to the most respectable, were abominable to him. That the man was a professor of religion made his conduct unpardonable in his eyes, and that he was one of his own congregation rendered it insupportable. Having taken pains to satisfy himself of the fact, he declined to deal with him any further, and did not spare to tell him why. The man was far too dishonest to profit by the rebuke, save in circumspection and cunning, was revengeful in proportion to the justice of the accusation, and of course brought his influence, which was not small, to bear upon the votes of the church members in respect of the pastorate. Had there been another butcher in connection with the chapel, Mr. Drake would have turned to him, but as there was not, and they could not go without meat, he had to betake himself to the principal butcher in the place, who was a member of the Church of England. Soon after his troubles commenced, and before many weeks were over, he saw plainly enough that he must either resign altogether, or go out into the great world of dissent in search of some pastorless flock that might vote him their crook, to be guided by him whither they wanted to go, and whither most of them believed they knew the way as well as he, or accept the pittance offered him. This would be to retire from the forefront of the battle, and take an undistinguished place in the crowd of mere camp followers, but for the sake of honesty, as I have already explained, and with the hope that it might be only for a brief season, he had chosen the latter half of the alternative. And truly it was a great relief not to have to grind out of his poor, weary, groaning mill the 2 inevitable weekly sermons, labor sufficient to darken the face of nature to the conscientious man. For his people thought themselves intellectual, and certainly were critical. Mere edification in holiness was not enough for them. A large infusion of some polemic element was necessary to make the meat savory and such as their souls loved. Their ambition was not to grow in grace, but in social influence and regard, to glorify their descent, not the communion of saints. Upon the chief cornerstone they would build their stubble of paltry religionism. They would set up their ragged tent in the midst of the eternal temple, careless how it blocked up window and stair. Now last week Mr. Drake had requested his new butcher to send his bill, with some little anxiety, because of the sudden limitation of his income. But when he saw it he was filled with horror. Amounting only to a very few pounds, causes had come together to make it a large one in comparison with the figures he was accustomed to see. Always feeding some of his flock, he had at this time 2 sickly nursing mothers who drew their mortal life from his kitchen, and besides the doctor had, some time ago, ordered a larger amount of animal food for the little Amanda. In fine, the sum at the bottom of that long slip of paper, with the woodcut of a prize ox at the top of it, small as he would have thought it at one period of his history, was greater than he could imagine how to pay. And if he went to church, it would be to feel the eye of the butcher, and not that of the curate upon him all the time. It was a dismay, a horror to him, to have an account rendered which he could not settle, and especially from his new butcher, after he had so severely rebuked the old one. Where was the mighty difference in honesty between him and the offender? The one claimed for meat he had not sold, the other ordered that for which he could not pay. Would not Mr. Jones imagine he had left his fellow butcher and come to him because he had run up a large bill for which he was unable to write a cheque? This was that over which the spirit of the man now brooded by far the most painfully. This it was that made him leave his New Testament in the study, let his pipe out, and look almost lovingly upon the fast-flowing river, because it was a symbol of death. He had chosen preaching as a profession, just as so many take orders, with this difference from a large proportion of such, that he had striven powerfully to convince himself that he trusted in the merits of the Redeemer. Had he not in this met with tolerable success, he would not have yielded to the wish of his friends, and left his father's shop in his native country town for a dissenting college in the neighbourhood of London. There he worked well, and became a good scholar, learning to read in the true sense of the word, that is, to try the spirits as he read. His character, so called, was sound, and his conscience, if not sensitive, was firm and regnant. But he was injured both spiritually and morally by some of the instructions there given. For one of the objects held up as duties before him was to become capable of rendering himself acceptable to a congregation. Most of the students were but too ready to regard, or at least to treat this object as the first and foremost of duties. The master duty of devotion to Christ, and obedience to every word that proceeded out of his mouth, was very much treated as a thing understood, requiring little enforcement, while the main thing demanded of them, being sermons in some sense their own, honeycombed at least by their own bees, and not bought in jars. Much was said about the plan and composition of sermons, about style and elocution and action, all plainly and confessedly, with a view to pulpit success, the lowest of all low successes, and the most worldly. These instructions Walter Drake accepted as the wisdom of the Holy Serpent, devoted large attention to composition, labored to form his style on the best models, and before beginning to write a sermon, always heated the furnace of production with fuel from some exciting or suggestive author. It would be more correct to say, fed the mill of composition from some such source. One consequence of all which was, that when at last, after many years, he did begin to develop some individuality, he could not and never did shake himself free of those weary models. His thoughts appearing in clothes which were not made for them, wore always a certain stiffness and unreality which did not by nature belong to them. blunting the impressions which his earnestness and sincerity did notwithstanding make. Determined to succeed, he cultivated eloquence also, what he supposed eloquence, that is, being, of course, merely elocution, to attain the right gestures belonging to which he looked far more frequently into his landlady's mirror than for his spiritual action into the law of liberty. He had his reward in the success he sought. But I must make haste, for the story of worldly success is always a mean tale. In a few years, and for not a few after, he was a popular preacher in one of the suburbs of London, a good deal sought after, and greatly lauded. He lived in comfort, indulged, indeed, in some amount of show, married a widow with a large life annuity, which between them they spent entirely, and that not altogether in making friends with everlasting habitations. In a word, gazed out on the social landscape far oftener than lifted his eyes to the hills. After some 10 or 12 years, a change began. They had 3 children. The 2 boys, healthy and beautiful, took scarlatina and died. The poor, sickly girl wailed on. His wife, who had always been more devoted to her children than her husband, pined and died also. Her money went, if not with her, yet away from him. His spirits began to fail him, and his small, puny, peeking daughter did not comfort him much. He was capable of true, but not yet of pure love. At present his love was capricious. Little Dora, a small Dorothy indeed in his estimation, had always been a better child than either of her brothers, but he loved them the more that others admired them, and her the less that others pitied her. He did try to love her, for there was a large element of justice in his nature. This, but for his being so much occupied with making himself acceptable to his congregation, would have given him a leadership in the rising rebellion against a theology which crushed the hearts of men by attributing injustice to their God. As it was, he lay at anchor, and let the tide rush past him. Further change followed, gradual but rapid. His congregation began to discover that he was not the man he had been. They complained of lack of variety in his preaching, said he took it too easy, did not study his sermons sufficiently, often spoke extempore, which was a poor compliment to them, did not visit with impartiality, and indeed had all along favored the carriage people. There was a party in the church which had not been cordial to him from the first, partly from his fault, partly from theirs. He had always made them feel they were of the lower grade, and from an increase of shops in the neighborhood, this party was now gathering head. Their leaders went so far at length as to hint at a necessity for explanation in regard to the accounts of certain charities administered by the pastor. In these, unhappily, lacunae were patent. In his troubles the pastor had grown careless, but it was altogether to his own loss, for not merely had the money been spent with a rigidity of uprightness, such as few indeed of his accusers exercised in their business affairs, but he had in his disbursements exceeded the contribution committed to his charge. Confident, however, in his position, and much occupied with other thoughts, he had taken no care to set down the particulars of his expenditure, and his enemies did not fail to hint a connection between this fact and the loss of his wife's annuity. Worst of all, doubts of his orthodoxy began to be expressed by the more ignorant, and harbored without examination by the less ignorant. All at once he became aware of the general disloyalty of his flock, and immediately resigned. Scarcely had he done so, when he was invited to Glaston, and received with open arms. There he would heal his wounds, and spend the rest of his days in peace. He caught a slip or two in descending, but soon began to find the valley of humiliation that wholesome place which all true pilgrims have ever declared it. Comparative retirement, some sense of lost labor, some suspicion of the worth of the ends for which he had spent his strength, a waking desire after the God in whom he had vaguely believed, all the time he was letting the dust of paltry accident inflame his eyes, blistering and deadening his touch with the efflorescent crusts and agaric tumors upon the dry bones of theology, gilding the vane of his chapel instead of cleansing its porch and its floor. These all favored the birth in his mind of the question whether he had ever entered in at the strait gate himself, or had not merely been standing by its side, calling to others to enter in. Was it even as well as this with him? Had he not been more intent on gathering a wretched flock within the rough, wool-stealing, wind-sifting, beggarly hurdles of his church, than on housing true men and women safe in the fold of the true shepherd? Feeding troughs for the sheep there might be many in the fields, and they might or might not be presided over by servants of the true shepherd, but the fold they were not. He grew humble before the Master, and the Master began to lord it lovingly over him. He sought his presence and found him, began to think less of books and rabbis, yea, even for the time, of Paul and Apollos and Cephas, and to pore and ponder over the living tale of the new covenant, began to feel that the Lord meant what he said, and that his apostles also meant what he said, forgot Calvin a good deal, outgrew the influences of Jonathan Edwards, and began to understand Jesus Christ. Few sights can be lovelier than that of a man who, having rushed up the staircase of fame in his youth, what matter whether the fame of a paltry world, or a paltry sect of that world, comes slowly, gently, graciously down in his old age, content to lose that which he never had, and careful only to be honest at last. It had not been so with Walter Drake. He had to come down first to begin to get the good of it, but once down, it was not long ere he began to go up a very different stair indeed. A change took place in him which turned all aims, all efforts, all victories of the world, into the merest, most poverty-stricken trifling. He had been a tarer and smearer, a marker and shearer of sheep, rather than a pastor, but now he recognized the rod, and leaned on the staff of the true shepherd who feeds both shepherds and sheep. Hearty were the thanks he offered that he had been stayed in his worse-than-foolish career. Since then he had got into a hollow in the valley, and at this moment, as he sat in his summer house, was looking from a verge abrupt into what seemed a bottomless gulf of humiliation. For his handsome London house he had little better than a cottage, in which his study was not a quarter of the size of the one he had left. He had sold 2/3 of his books. For 3 men and 4 women servants, he had but 1 old woman and his own daughter to do the work of the house. For all quadrupedal meany, he had but a nondescript canine and a contemptuous feline foundling. From a devoted congregation of comparatively educated people, he had sunk to one in which there was not a person of higher standing than a tradesman, and that congregation had now rejected him as not up to their mark, turning him off to do his best with £50 a year. He had himself heard the cheating butcher remark in the open street that it was quite enough, and more than ever his master had. But all these things were as nothing in his eyes, beside his inability to pay Mr. Jones's bill. He had outgrown his former self, but this kind of misery it would be but deeper degradation to outgrow. All before this had been but humiliation. This was shame. Now first he knew what poverty was. Had God forgotten him? That could not be. That which could forget could not be God. Did he not care then that such things should befall his creatures? Were they but trifles in his eyes? He ceased thinking, gave way to the feeling that God dealt hardly with him, and sat stupidly indulging a sense of grievance, with self-pity, than which there is scarce one more childish or enfeebling in the whole circle of the emotions. Was this what God had brought him nearer to himself for? Was this the end of a ministry in which he had, in some measure at least, denied himself and served God and his fellow? He could bear anything but shame. That too could he have borne, had he not been a teacher of religion, one whose failure must brand him a hypocrite. How mean it would sound, what a reproach to the cause, that the congregational minister had run up a bill with the church butcher which he was unable to pay. It was the shame he could not bear. Ought he to have been subjected to it? A humbler and better mood slowly dawned with unconscious change, and he began to ponder with himself wherein he had been misusing the money given him. Either he had been misusing it, or God had not given him enough, seeing it would not reach the end of his needs. But he could think only of the poor he had fed, and the child he had adopted, and surely God would overlook those points of extravagance. Still, if he had not the means, he had not the right to do such things. It might not in itself be wrong, but in respect of him, it was as dishonest as if he had spent the money on himself. Not to mention that it was a thwarting of the counsel of God, who, if he had meant them to be so aided, would have sent him the money to spend upon them honestly. His one excuse was that he could not have foreseen how soon his income was going to shrink to a third. In future he would withhold his hand. But surely he might keep the child. Nay, having once taken her in charge, he must keep the child. It was a comfort, there could be no doubt about that. God had money enough, and certainly he would enable him to do that. Only why then did he bring him to such poverty? So round in his mill he went, round and round again, and back to the old evil mood. Either there was no God, or he was a hard-used man, whom his master did not mind bringing to shame before his enemies. He could not tell which would triumph the more, the church butcher over dissent, or the chapel butcher over the church butcher, and the pastor who had rebuked him for dishonesty. His very soul was disquieted within him. He rose at last with a tear trickling down his cheek, and walked to and fro in his garden. Things went on nevertheless, as if all was right with the world. The Lythe flowed to the sea, and the silver-mailed salmon leaped into the more limpid air. The sun shone gracious over all his kingdom, and his little praisers were loud in every bush. The primroses, earth-born sons, were shining about in every border. The sound of the great organ came from the grand old church, and the sound of many voices from the humble chapel. Only, where was the heart of it all? End of Chapter 10. Read by Mark Berube, Edmonton, Alberta, May 2021. Chapter 11 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 11, The Chamber at the Cottage. Meanwhile, Faber was making a round, with the village of Owlkirk for the end of it. Ere he was halfway thither, his groom was tearing after him upon Niger, with a message for Mrs. Puckridge, which, however, did not overtake him. He opened the cottage door, and walked upstairs, expecting to find his patient weak, but in the fairest of ways to recover speedily. What was his horror to see her landlady weeping and wringing her hands over the bed, and find the lady lying motionless, with bloodless lips and distended nostrils, to all appearance dead. Pillows, sheets, blankets, looked one mass of red. The bandage had shifted while she slept, and all night her blood had softly flowed. Hers was one of those peculiar organizations in which, from some cause, but dimly conjectured as yet, the blood, once set flowing, will flow on to death, and even the tiniest wound is hard to staunch. Was the lovely creature gone? In her wrists could discern no pulse. He folded back the bedclothes and laid his ear to her heart. His whole soul listened. Yes, there was certainly the faintest flutter. He watched a moment. Yes, he could see just the faintest tremor of the diaphragm. "Run," he cried. "For God's sake, run, and bring me a jug of hot water, and 2 or 3 basins. There is just a chance yet. If you make haste, we may save her. Bring me a syringe. If you haven't one, run from house to house till you get one, Her life depends on it. By this time he was shouting after the hurrying landlady. In a minute or two she returned. "Have you got the syringe?" he cried, the moment he heard her step. To his great relief she had. He told her to wash it out thoroughly with the hot water, unscrew the top, and take out the piston. While giving his instructions, he unbound the arm, enlarged the wound in the vein longitudinally, and rebound the arm tight below the elbow. Then quickly opened a vein of his own, and held the syringe to catch the spout that followed. When it was full, he replaced the piston, telling Mrs. Puckbridge to put her thumb on his wound, turned the point of the syringe up, and drove a little out to get rid of the air. Then, with the help of a probe, inserted the nozzle into the wound, and gently forced in the blood. That done, he placed his own thumbs on the two wounds, and made the woman wash out the syringe in clean hot water. Then he filled it as before, and again forced its contents into the lady's arm. This process he went through repeatedly. Then, listening, he found her heart beating quite perceptibly, though irregularly. Her breath was faintly coming and going. Several times more he repeated the strange dose, then ceased, and was occupied in binding up her arm, when she gave a great shuddering sigh. By the time he had finished, the pulse was perceptible at her wrist. Last of all he bound up his own wound, from which had escaped a good deal beyond what he had used. While thus occupied, he turned sick, and lay down on the floor. Presently, however, he grew able to crawl from the room, and got into the garden at the back of the house, where he walked softly to the little rude arbor at the end of it, and sat down as if in a dream. But in the dream his soul felt wondrously awake. He had been tasting death from the same cup with the beautiful woman who lay there, coming alive with his life. A terrible weight was heaved from his bosom. If she had died, he would have felt all his life long that he had sent one of the loveliest of nature's living dreams back to the darkness and the worm, long years before her time, and with the foam of the cup of life yet on her lips. Then a horror seized him at the presumptuousness of the liberty he had taken. What if the beautiful creature would rather have died than have the blood of a man, one she neither loved nor knew, in her veins, and coursing through her very heart? She must never know it. "I am very grateful," he said to himself, then smiled and wondered to whom he was grateful. "How the old stamped colours come out in the brain when one least expects it," he said. "What I meant was, how glad I am." Honest as he was, he did not feel called upon to examine whether glad was really the word to represent the feeling which the thought of what he had escaped, and of the creature he had saved from death, had sent up into his consciousness. Glad he was indeed. But was there not mingled with his gladness a touch of something else, very slight, yet potent enough to make him mean grateful when the word broke from him? And if there was such a something, where did it come from? Perhaps if he had caught and held the feeling, and submitted it to a searching scrutiny as he was capable of giving it, he might have doubted whether any mother-instilled superstition ever struck root so deep as the depth from which that seemed at least to come. I merely suggest it. The feeling was a faint and poor one. I do not care to reason from it. I would not willingly waste upon small arguments, when I see more and more clearly that our paltriest faults and dishonesties need one and the same enormous cure. But indeed, never had Faber less time to examine himself than now, had he been so inclined. With that big wound in it, he would as soon have left a shell in the lady's chamber with the fuse lighted, as her arm to itself. He did not leave the village all day. He went to see another patient in it, and one on its outskirts, but he had his dinner at the little inn where he put up rhubarb, and all night long he sat by the bedside of his patient. There the lovely white face, blind like a statue that never had eyes, and the perfect arm, which now and then with a restless, uneasy, feeble toss, she would fling over the counterpane. The arm he had to watch as the very gate of death grew into his heart. He dreaded the moment when she would open her eyes, and his might no longer wander at will over her countenance. Again and again in the night he put a hand under her head, and held a cooling draught to her lips. But not even when she drank did her eyes open. Like a child too weak to trust itself, therefore free of all anxiety and fear, she took whatever came, questioning nothing. He sat at the foot of the bed, where with the slightest movement he could, through the opening of the curtains, see her perfectly. By some change of position, he had unknowingly drawn one of them back a little from between her and him, as he sat thinking about her. The candle shone full upon his face, but the other curtain was between the candle and his patient. Suddenly she opened her eyes. A dream had been with her, and she did not yet know that it was gone. She could hardly be said to know anything. Fever from loss of blood, uneasiness, perhaps, from the presence in her system of elements elsewhere fashioned and strangely foreign to its economy, the remnants of sleep and of the dream, the bewilderment of sudden awakening, all had combined to paralyze her judgment and give her imagination full career. When she opened her eyes, she saw a beautiful face and nothing else, and it seemed to her itself the source of the light by which she saw it. Her dream had been one of great trouble, and when she beheld the shining countenance, she thought it was the face of the Saviour. He was looking down upon her heart, which he held in his hand, and reading all that was written there. The tears rushed to her eyes, and the next moment Faber saw two fountains of light and weeping in the face which had been but as of loveliest marble. The curtain fell between them, and the lady thought the vision had vanished. The doctor came softly through the dusk to her bedside. He felt her pulse, looked to the bandage on her arm, gave her something to drink, and left the room. Presently, Mrs. Puckridge brought her some beef tea. End of chapter 11. Read by Mark Berube, Edmonton, Alberta, May 2021.
Chapter 12 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Minister's Garden. Up and down the garden paced the pastor, stung by the gadfiles of doubt. If he were in London, he could sell his watch and seals. He had a ring somewhere, too, an antique, worth what now seemed a good deal, but his wife had given him both. Besides, it would cost so much to go to London, and he had no money. Mr. Drew, doubtless, would lend him what he wanted, but he could not bring himself to ask him. If he parted with them in Glaston, they would be put in the watchmaker's window, and that would be a scandal, with the Baptists making head in the very next street. For, notwithstanding the heartless way in which the Congregationalists had treated him, theirs was the cause of scriptural Christianity, and it made him shudder to think of bringing the smallest discredit upon the denomination. The church butcher was indeed a worse terror to him than Apollyon had been to Christian, for it seemed to his faithfulness that not even the weapon of all prayer was equal to his discomfiture. Nothing could render him harmless but the payment of his bill. He began to look back with something like horror upon the sermons he had preached on honesty, for how would his inability to pay his debts appear in the eyes of those who had heard them? Oh, why had he not paid for everything as they had it? Then when the time came that he could not pay, they would only have to go without, whereas now there was the bill lowering at the back of the want. When Miss Drake returned from the chapel, she found her father leaning on the sundial, where she had left him. To all appearances he had not moved. He knew her step, but did not stir. "Father," she said. "It is a hard thing, my child," he responded, still without moving, "when the valley of humiliation comes next to the river Death, and no land of Beulah between. I had my good things in my youth, and now I have my evil things." She laid her hand on his shoulder, lovingly, tenderly, worshipfully, but did not speak. "As you see me now, my Dorothy, my God's gift, you would hardly believe your father was once a young and popular preacher. Ha, ha! Fool that I was! I thought they prized my preaching, and loved me for what I taught them. I thought I was somebody. With shame I confess it. Who were they, or what was their judgment, to fool me in my own concerning myself? Their praise was indeed a fit rock for me to build my shame upon. But, father dear, what is even a sin when it is repented of? A shame forever, my child. Our Lord did not cast out even an apostle for his conceit and self-sufficiency, but he let him fall. He has not let you fall, father, said Dorothy, with tearful eyes. He is bringing my grey hairs with sorrow and shame to the grave, my child. Why, father, cried the girl, shocked, as she well might be, at his words. What have I done to make you say that? Done, my darling, you done? You have done nothing but righteousness ever since you could do anything. You have been like a mother to your old father. It is that bill, that horrid butcher's bill. Dorothy burst out laughing through her dismay, and wept and laughed together for more than a minute ere she could recover herself. Father, you dear father, you're too good to live. Why, there are forks and spoons enough in the house to pay the pantry bill, not to mention the cream jug, which is, and the teapot, which we thought was silver, because Lady Sykes gave it us. Why didn't you tell me what was troubling you, father dear? I can't bear, I never could bear to owe money. I asked the man for his bill some time ago. I could have paid it then, though it wouldn't have left me £1. The moment I looked at it, I felt as if the Lord had forsaken me. It is easy for you to bear. You are not the one accountable. I am. And if the pawnbroker or the silversmith does stand between me and absolute dishonesty, yet to find myself in such a miserable condition, with next to nothing between us and the workhouse, may well make me doubt whether I have been a true servant of the Lord, for surely such shall never be ashamed. During these last days the enemy has even dared to tempt me with the question, whether after all these unbelievers may not be right, and the God that ruleth in the earth a mere projection of what the conscience and heart bribe the imagination to construct for them. I wouldn't think that before I was driven to it, father, said Dorothy, scarcely knowing what she said, for his doubt shot a poisoned arrow of despair into the very heart of her heart. He never doubted the security of his child's faith, had no slightest suspicion into what a sore spot his words had carried torture. He did not know that the genius of doubt, shall I call him angel or demon, had knocked at her door, had called through her window, that words dropped by Faber, indicating that science was against all idea of a God, and the confidence of their tone had conjured up in her bosom hollow fears, faint dismay, and stinging questions. Ready to trust and incapable of arrogance, it was hard for her to imagine how a man like Mr. Faber, upright and kind and self-denying, could say such things if he did not know them true. The very word science appeared to carry an awful authority. She did not understand that it was only because science had never come closer to him than the mere sight of the fringe of the outmost folds of the tabernacle of his presence, that her worshippers dared assert there was no God. She did not perceive that nothing even science could find could possibly be the God of men. That science is only the human reflex of truth, and that truth itself cannot be measured by what of it is reflected from the mirror of the understanding. She did not see that no incapacity of science to find God even touched the matter of honest men's belief that he made his dwelling with the humble and contrite. Nothing she had learned from her father either provided her with reply or gave hope of finding argument of discomfiture. Nothing of all that went on at chapel or church seemed to have anything to do with the questions that presented themselves. Such a rough shaking of so-called faith has been of endless service to many, chiefly by exposing the insecurity of all foundations of belief, save that which is discovered in digging with the spade of obedience. Well, indeed, it is for all honest souls to be thus shaken, who has been building upon doctrines concerning Christ, upon faith, upon experiences, upon anything but Christ himself, as revealed by himself and his Spirit to all who obey him, and so revealing the Father, a doctrine just as foolish as the rest to men like Faber, but the power of God and wisdom of God to such who know themselves lifted out of darkness and an ever-present sense of something wrong, if it only be into twilight and hope. Dorothy was a gift of God, and the trouble that gnawed at her heart she would not let out to gnaw at her father's. "There's Ducky come to call us to dinner," she said, and rising, went to meet her. "Dinner," groaned Mr. Drake, and would have remained where he was, but for Dorothy's sake he rose and followed her, feeling almost like a repentant thief who had stolen the meal. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Heath at Nestley. On the Monday morning, Mr. Bevis's groom came to the rectory with a note for the curate, begging him and Mrs. Wingfold to dine at Nestley the same day if possible. "I know," the rector wrote, "Monday is or ought to be an idle day with you, and I write instead of my wife because I want to see you on business. I would have come to you had I not had reasons for wishing to see you here rather than at Glaston. The earlier you can come and the longer you can stay the better, but you shall go as soon after an early dinner as you please. You are a bee and I am a drone. God bless you. John Bevis." The curate took the note to his wife. Things were at once arranged, an answer of ready obedience committed to the groom, and Helen's pony-carriage ordered out. The curate called everything Helen's. He had a great contempt for the spirit of men who marry rich wives and then lord it over their money, as if they had done a fine thing in getting hold of it, and the wife had been but keeping it from its rightful owner. They do not know what a confession their whole bearing is that, but for their wives' money, they would be but the merest, poorest nobodies. So small are they that even that suffices to make them feel big. But Helen did not like it, especially when he would ask her if he might have this or that, or do so and so. Any common man who heard him would have thought him afraid of his wife, but a large-hearted woman would at once have understood, as did Helen, that it all came of his fine sense of truth, and reality, and obligation. Still Helen would have had him forget all such matters in connection with her. They were one beyond obligation. She had given him herself, and what were banknotes after that? But he thought of her always as an angel who had taken him in, to comfort and bless and cherish him with love, that he might the better do the work of his God and hers. Therefore his obligation to her was his glory. "Your ponies go splendidly today, Helen," he said, as admiringly he watched how her hands on the reins seemed to mold their movements. They were the tiniest, daintiest things, of the smallest ever seen in harness, but with all the ways of big horses, therefore amusing in their very grace. They were the delight of the children of Glaston and the villages round. "Why will you call them my ponies, Thomas?" returned his wife, just sufficiently vexed to find it easy to pretend to be cross. I don't see what good I have got by marrying you if everything is to be mine all the same." "Don't be unreasonable, my Helen," said the curate, looking into the lovely eyes whose colours seemed a little blown about in their rings. "Don't you see, it is my way of feeling to myself how much, and with what a halo about them, they are mine. If I had bought them with my own money, I should hardly care for them. Thank God, they are not mine that way, or in any way like that way. You are mine, my life, and they are yours. Mine, therefore, because they are about you like your clothes or your watch. They are mine as your handkerchief and your gloves are mine. Through worshipping love, listen to reason. If a thing is yours, it is 10 times more mine than if I had bought it, for just because it is yours, I am able to possess it as the meek and not the landowners inherit the earth. It makes having such a deep and high, indeed a perfect thing. I take pleasure without an atom of shame in every rich thing you have brought me. Do you think if you died and I carried your watch, I should ever cease to feel the watch was yours? Just so they are your ponies, and if you don't like me to say so, you can contradict me every time, you know, all the same." "I know people will think I am like the lady we heard of the other day, who told her husband the sideboard was hers, not his. Thomas, I hate to look like the rich one, when all that makes life worth living for, or fit to be lived, was and is given me by you." "No, no, no, my darling, don't say that. You terrify me. I was but the postman that brought you the good news." "Well, and what else with me and the ponies and the money and all that? Did I make the ponies? Or did I even earn the money that bought them? It is only the money my father and brother have done with. Don't make me look as if I did not behave like a lady to my own husband, Thomas." "Well, my beautiful, I'll make up for all my wrongs by ordering you about as if I were the Marquis of Saluzzo and you the patient Grisel." "I wish you would. You don't order me about half enough." "I'll try to do better. You shall see." Nestley was a lovely place, and the house was old enough to be quite respectable, one of those houses with a history and a growth which are getting rarer every day as the ugly temples of Mammon usurp their places. It was dusky, cool, and sombre, a little shabby, indeed, which fell in harmoniously with its peculiar charm, and indeed added to it. A lawn, not immaculate of the sweet fault of daisies, sank slowly to a babbling little tributary of the Lythe, and beyond were fern-covered slopes, and heather, and firs, and pine-woods. The rector was a sensible Englishman, who objected to have things done after the taste of his gardener instead of his own. He loved grass like a village poet, and would have no flower-beds cut in his lawn. Neither would he have any flowers planted in the summer to be taken up again before the winter. He would have no cockney gardening about his place, he said. Perhaps that was partly why he never employed any but his old cottagers about the grounds, and the result was that for half the show he had twice the loveliness. His ambition was to have every possible English garden flower. As soon as his visitors arrived, he and his curate went away together, and Mrs. Wingfold was shown into the drawing-room, where was Mrs. Bevis with her knitting. A greater contrast than that of the two ladies then seated together in the long, low, dusky room it were not easy to imagine. I am greatly puzzled to think what conscious good in life Mrs. Bevis enjoyed, just as I am puzzled to understand the eagerness with which horses, not hungry, and evidently in full enjoyment of the sun and air and easy exercise, will yet hurry to their stable the moment their heads are turned in the direction of them. Is it that they have no hope in the unknown, and then alone, in all the vicissitudes of their day, know their destination? Would but some good kind widow, of the same type with Mrs. Bevis, without children, tell me wherefore she is unwilling to die? She has no special friend to whom she unbosoms herself. Indeed, so far as anyone knows, she has never had anything of which to unbosom herself. She has no pet, dog, or cat, or monkey, or macaw, and has never been seen to hug a child. She never reads poetry. I doubt if she knows more than the first line of How Doth. She reads neither novels nor history, and looks at the newspaper as if the type were fly-spots. Yet there she sits smiling. Why? Oh, why? Probably she does not know. Never did question, not to say doubt, cause those soft, square-ended fingers to move one atom less measuredly in the construction of Mrs. Bevis's muffetee, the sole knittable thing her nature seemed capable of. Never was sock seen on her needles. The turning of the heel was too much for her. That she had her virtues, however, was plain from the fact that her servants stayed with her years and years, and I can, beside, from observation set down a few of them. She never asked her husband what he would have for dinner. When he was ready to go out with her, she was always ready too. She never gave one true reason and kept back a truer. Possibly there was not room for two thoughts at once in her brain. She never screwed down a dependent, never kept small tradespeople waiting for their money, never refused a reasonable request. In fact, she was a stuffed bag of virtues. The bag was of no great size, but neither were the virtues insignificant. There are dozens of sorts of people I should feel a far stronger objection to living with. But what puzzles me is how she contrives to live with herself, never questioning the comfort of the arrangement, or desiring that it should one day come to an end. Surely she must be deep and know some secret. For the other lady, Helen Lingard that was, she had since her marriage altered considerably in the right direction. She used to be a little dry, a little stiff, and a little stately. To the last I should be far from objecting, were it not that her stateliness was of the mechanical sort, belonging to the spine and not to a soul uplift. Now it had left her spine and settled in a soul that scorned the low and loved the lowly. Her step was lighter, her voice more flexible, her laugh much merrier and more frequent, for now her heart was gay. Her husband praised God when he heard her laugh. The laugh suggested the praise, for itself rang like praises. She would pull up her ponies in the middle of the street, and, at word or sign, the carriage would be full of children. Whoever could might scramble in till it was full. At the least rudeness, the offender would be ordered to the pavement, and would always obey, generally weeping. She would drive 2 or 3 times up and down the street with her load, then turn it out and take another and another, until as many as she judged fit had had a taste of the pleasure. This she had learned from seeing a costermonger fill his cart with children, and push behind, while the donkey in front pulled them along the street, to the praise and glory of God. She was overbearing in one thing, and that was submission. Once, when I was in her husband's study, she made a remark on something he had said or written, I forget what, for which her conscience of love immediately smote her. She threw herself on the floor, crept under the writing-table at which he sat, and clasped his knees. "I beg your pardon, husband," she said sorrowfully. "Helen," he cried, laughing rather oddly, "you will make a consummate idiot of me before you have done." "Forgive me," she pleaded. "I can't forgive you. How can I forgive when there is positively nothing to be forgiven?" "I don't care what you say. I know better. You must forgive me." "Nonsense." "Forgive me." "Do get up. Don't be silly." "Forgive me. I will lie here till you do." "But your remark was perfectly true." "It makes no difference. I ought not to have said it like that. Forgive me, or I will cry." "I will tell no more of it. Perhaps it is silly of me to tell any, but it moved me strangely. I have said enough to show there was a contrast between the two ladies. As to what passed in the way of talk, that, from pure incapacity, I dare not attempt to report. I did hear them talk once, and they laughed, too, but not one salient point could I lay hold of by which afterward to recall their conversation. Do I dislike Mrs. Bevis? Not in the smallest degree. I could read a book I loved in her presence. That would be impossible to me in the presence of Mrs. Ramshorn. Mrs. Wingfold had developed a great faculty for liking people. It was quite a fresh shoot of her nature, for she had before been rather of a repellent disposition. I wish there were more, and amongst them some of the best of people, similarly changed. Surely the latter would soon be, if once they had a glimpse of how much the coming of the kingdom is retarded by defect of courtesy. The people I mean are slow to like, and until they come to like, they seem to dislike. I have known such whose manner was fit to imply entire disapprobation of the very existence of those upon whom they looked for the first time. They might then have been saying to themselves, "I would never have created such people." Had I not known them, I could not have imagined them lovers of God or man, though they were of both. True courtesy, that is, courtesy born of a true heart, is a most lovely and absolutely indispensable grace, one that nobody but a Christian can thoroughly develop. God grant us a coming-on disposition, as Shakespeare calls it. Who shall tell whose angel stands nearer to the face of the Father? Should my brother stand lower in the social scale than I, shall I not be the more tender, and respectful, and self-refusing toward him, that God has placed him there who may all the time be greater than I? A year before, Helen could hardly endure doting Mrs. Bevis, but now she had found something to like in her, and there was confidence and faith between them. So there they sat, the elder lady meandering on, and Helen, who had taken care to bring some work with her, every now and then casting a bright glance in her face, or saying 2 or 3 words with a smile, or asking some simple question. Mrs. Bevis talked chiefly of the supposed affairs and undoubted illness of Miss Meredith, concerning both of which rather strange reports had reached her. Meantime the gentlemen were walking through the park in earnest conversation. They crossed the little brook and climbed to the heath on the other side. There the rector stood and, turning to his companion, said, "It's rather late in the day for a fellow to wake up, ain't it, Wingfold? You see, I was brought up to hate fanaticism, and that may have blinded me to something you have seen and got a hold of. I wish I could just see what it is, but I never was much of a theologian. Indeed, I suspect I am rather stupid in some things, but I would fain try to look my duty in the face. It's not for me to start up and teach the people, because I ought to have been doing it all this time. I've got nothing to teach them. God only knows whether I haven't been breaking every one of the commandments I used to read to them every Sunday." "But God does know, sir," said the curate, with even more than his usual respect in his tone, "and that is well, for otherwise we might go on breaking them forever." The rector gave him a sudden look full in the face, but said nothing, seemed to fall a-thinking, and for some time was silent. "There's one thing clear," he resumed. "I've been taking pay and doing no work. I used to think I was at least doing no harm, that I was merely using one of the privileges of my position. I not only paid curate, but all the repair the church ever got was from me. Now, however, for the first time, I reflect that the money was not given me for that. Doubtless it has been all the better for my congregation, but that is only an instance of the good God brings out of evil, and the evil is mine still. Then again, there's all this property my wife brought me. What have I done with that? The kingdom of heaven has not come a hair's breadth nearer for my being a parson of the Church of England. Neither are the people of England a shade the better that I am one of her landowners. It is surely time I did something, Wingfold, my boy." "I think it is, sir," answered the curate. "Then, in God's name, what am I to do?" returned the rector almost testily. "Nobody can answer that question but yourself, sir," replied Wingfold. "It's no use my trying to preach. I could not write a sermon if I took a month to it. If it were a paper on the management of a stable now, I think I could write that, respectably. I know what I am about there. I could even write one on some of the diseases of horses and bullocks. But that's not what the church pays me for. There's one thing, though. It comes over me strong that I should like to read prayers in the old place again. I want to pray, and I don't know how. And it seems as if I could shove in some of my own if I had them going through my head once again. I tell you what, we won't make any fuss about it. What's in a name? But from this day you shall be incumbent, and I will be curate. You shall preach, or what you please, and I shall read the prayers or not, just as you please. Try what you can make of me, Wingfold. Don't ask me to do what I can't, but help me to do what I can. Look here. Here's what I've been thinking. It came to me last night as I was walking about here after coming from Glaston. Here, in this corner of the parish, we are a long way from church. In the village there's no place of worship except a little Methodist one. There isn't one of their local preachers, I believe they call them, that don't preach a deal better than I could if I tried ever so much. It's vulgar enough sometimes, they tell me, but then they preach and mean it. Now, I might mean it, but I shouldn't preach. For what is it to people at work all the week to have a man read a sermon to them? You might as well drive a nail by pushing it in with the palm of your hand. Those men use the hammer. Ill-bred, conceited fellows, some of them I happen to know, but they know their business. Now, why shouldn't I build a little place here on my own ground, and get the bishop to consecrate it? I would read prayers for you in the Abbey church in the morning, and then you would not be too tired to come and preach here in the evening. I would read the prayers here too, if you liked." "I think your scheme delightful," answered the curate after a moment's pause. "I would only venture to suggest one improvement, that you should not have your chapel consecrated. You will find it ever so much more useful. It will then be dedicated to the God of the whole earth, instead of the God of the Church of England." "Why, ain't they the same?" cried the rector, half aghast, as he stopped and faced round on the curate. "Yes," answered Wingfold, "and all will be well when the Church of England really recognizes the fact. Meantime its idea of God is such as will not at all fit the God of the whole earth, and that is why she is in bondage. Except she burst the bonds of her own selfishness, she will burst her heart and go to pieces as her enemies would have her. Every piece will be alive, though, I trust, more or less." "I don't understand you," said the rector. "What has all that to do with the consecration of my chapel?" "If you don't consecrate it," answered Wingfold, "it will remain a portion of the universe, a thoroughfare for all divine influences, open as the heavens to every wind that blows. Consecration—" Here the curate checked himself. He was going to say, "is another word for congestion," but he bethought himself what a wicked thing it would be, for the satisfaction of speaking his mind, to disturb that of his rector brooding over a good work. "But," he concluded therefore, "there will be time enough to think about that. The scheme is a delightful one. Apart from it, however, altogether, if you would but read prayers in your own church, it would wonderfully strengthen my hands. Only I am afraid I should shock you sometimes." "I will take my chance of that. If you do, I will tell you of it. And if I do what you don't like, you must tell me of it. I trust neither of us will find the other incapable of understanding his neighbour's position." They walked to the spot which the rector had already in his mind as the most suitable for the projected chapel. It was a bit of gently rising ground, near one of the gates, whence they could see the whole of the little village of Owlkirk. One of the nearest cottages was that of Mrs. Puckridge. They saw the doctor ride in at the other end of the street, stop there, fasten his horse to the paling, and go in. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Garden at Owlkirk. No sooner had Faber left the cottage that same morning than the foolish Mrs. Puckridge proceeded to pour out to the patient, still agitated both with her dream and her waking vision, all the terrible danger she had been in, and the marvellous way in which the doctor had brought her back from the threshold of death. Every drop of the little blood in her body seemed to rush to her face, then back to her heart, leaving behind it a look of terror. She covered her face with the sheet, and lay so long without moving that her nurse was alarmed. When she drew the sheet back, she found her in a faint, and it was with great difficulty she brought her out of it. But not one word could she get from her. She did not seem even to hear what she said. Presently she grew restless, and soon her flushed cheek and bright eye indicated an increase of fever. When Faber saw her, he was much disappointed, perceived at once that something had excited her, and strongly suspected that, for all her promises, Mrs. Puckridge had betrayed the means by which he recovered her. He said to himself that he had had no choice, but then neither had the lady, and the thing might be hateful to her. She might be in love, and then how she must abominate the business and detest him. It was horrible to think of her knowing it. But for knowing it, she would never be a whit the worse, for he never had a day's illness in his life, and knew of no taint in his family. When she saw him approach her bedside, a look reminding him of the ripple of a sudden cold gust passing with the shadow of a cloud over still water swept across her face. She closed her eyes and turned a little from him. What colour she had came and went painfully. Cursing in his heart the faithlessness of Mrs. Puckridge, he assumed his coldest, hardest professional manner, felt her pulse with the gentlest yet most peremptory inquiry, gave her attendant some authoritative directions, and left her, saying he would call again in the afternoon. During 7 days he visited her twice a day. He had good cause to be anxious, and her recovery was very slow. Once and again appeared threatenings of the primary complaint, while from the tardiness with which her veins refilled he feared for her lungs. During all these visits, hardly a word beyond the most necessary passed between them. After that time they were reduced to once a day. Ever as the lady grew stronger, she seemed to become colder, and her manner grew more distant. After a fortnight he again reduced them to 1 in 2 days, very unwillingly, for by that time she had come to occupy nearly as much of his thoughts as all the rest of his patients together. She made him feel that his visits were less than welcome to her, except for the help they brought her, allowed him no insight into her character and ways of thinking, behaved to him indeed with such restraint that he could recall no expression of her face the memory of which drew him to dwell upon it. Yet her face and form possessed him with their mere perfection. He had to set himself sometimes to get rid of what seemed all but her very presence, for it threatened to unfit him for the right discharge of his duties. He was haunted with the form to which he had given a renewal of life, as a murderer is haunted with the form of the man he has killed. In those marvellous intervals betwixt sleep and waking, when the soul is like a camera obscura, into which throng shapes unbidden, hers had displaced all others and came constantly, now flashing with feverish radiance, now pale and bloodless as death itself. But ever and always her countenance wore a look of aversion. She seemed in these visions to regard him as a vile necromancer who first cast her into the sepulchre and then brought her back by some hellish art. She had fascinated him, but he would not allow that he was in love with her. A man may be fascinated and hate. A man is not necessarily in love with the woman whose form haunts him. So said Faber to himself, and I cannot yet tell whether he was in love with her or not. I do not know where the individuality of love commences, when love begins to be love. He must have been a good way toward that point, however, to have thus betaken himself to denial. He was the more interested to prove himself free, that he feared, almost believed, there was a lover concerned, and that was the reason she hated him so severely for what he had done. He had long come to the conclusion that circumstances had straightened themselves around her. Experience had given him a keen eye, and he had noted several things about her dress. For one thing, while he had observed that her underclothing was peculiarly dainty, he had once or twice caught a glimpse of such an incongruity as he was compelled to set down to poverty. Besides, what reason, in which poverty bore no part, could a lady have for being alone in a poor country lodging without even a maid? Indeed, might it not be the consciousness of the peculiarity of her position, and no dislike to him, that made her treat him with such impenetrable politeness? Might she not well dread being misunderstood? She would be wanting to pay him for his attendance, and what was he to do? He must let her pay something, or she would consider herself still more grievously wronged by him. But how was he to take the money from her hand? It was very hard that ephemeral creatures of the earth, born but to die, to gleam out upon the black curtain and vanish again, might not, for the brief time the poor yet glorious bubble swelled and throbbed, offer and accept from each other even a few sunbeams in which to dance. Would not the inevitable rain beat them down at night and mass them into the common clay? How then could they hurt each other? Why should they fear it, when they were all wandering home to the black, obliterative bosom of their grandmother Night? He well knew a certain reply to such reflection, but so he talked with himself. He would take his leave as if she were a duchess, but he would not until she made him feel another visit would be an intrusion. One day Mrs. Puckridge met him at the door, looking mysterious. She pointed with her thumb over her shoulder to indicate that the lady was in the garden, but at the same time nudged him with her elbow, confident that the impartment she had to make would justify the liberty, and led the way into the little parlour. "Please, sir, and tell me," she said, turning and closing the door, "what I be to do. She says she's got no money to pay neither me nor the doctor, so she give me this, and wants me to sell it. I daren't show it. They'd say I stole it. She declares that if I mention to a living soul where I got it, she'll never speak to me again. In course she didn't mean you, sir, seeing as doctors and clergymen ain't nobody, leastways nobody to speak on. And I'm sure I beg your pardon, sir, but my meaning is, as they ain't them as ain't to be told things. I declare I'm most terrified to set eyes on the thing." She handed the doctor a little morocco case. He opened it and saw a ring, which was plainly of value. It was old-fashioned, a round mass of small diamonds, with a good-sized central one. "You are quite right," he said. "The ring is far too valuable for you to dispose of. Bring it to my house at 4 o'clock, and I will get rid of it for you." Mrs. Puckridge was greatly relieved, and ended the interview by leading the way to the back door. When she opened it, he saw his patient sitting in the little arbour. She rose and came to meet him. "You see I am quite well now," she said, holding out her hand. Her tone was guarded, but surely the ice was melting a little. Was she taking courage at the near approach of her deliverance? She stooped to pick a double daisy from the border. Prompt as he generally was, he could say nothing. He knew what was coming next. She spoke while still she stooped. "When you come again," she said, "will you kindly let me know how much I am in your debt?" As she ended, she rose and stood before him. but she looked no higher than his shirt-studs. She was ashamed to speak of her indebtedness as an amount that could be reckoned. The whiteness of her cheek grew warm, which was all her complexion ever revealed of a blush. It showed plainer in the deepened darkness of her eyes, and the tremulous increase of light in them. "I will," he replied, without the smallest responsive confusion, for he had recovered himself. "You will be careful," he added. "Indeed you must, or you will never be strong." She answered only with a little sigh, as if weakness was such a weariness, and looked away across the garden hedge out into the infinite, into more of it at least, I think, than Faber recognized. "And of all things," he went on, "wear shoes, every time you have to step off a carpet, not mere foot-gloves like those." "Is this a healthy place, Dr. Faber?" she asked, looking haughtier, he thought, but plainly with a little trouble in her eyes. "Decidedly," he answered. "And when you are able to walk on the heath, you will find the air invigorating. Only please mind what I say about your shoes. May I ask if you intend remaining here any time?" "I have already remained so much longer than I intended that I am afraid to say. My plans are now uncertain." "Excuse me, I know I presume, but in our profession we must venture a little now and then. Could you not have some friend with you until you are perfectly strong again? After what you have come through, it may be years before you are quite what you were. I don't want to frighten you, only to make you careful." "There is no one," she answered in a low voice, which trembled a little. "No one?" repeated Faber, as if waiting for the end of the sentence, but his heart gave a great bound. "No one to come to me. I am alone in the world. My mother died when I was a child, and my father 2 years ago. He was an officer. I was his only child, and used to go about with him. I have no friends." Her voice faltered more and more. When it ceased, she seemed choking a cry. "Since then," she resumed, "I have been a governess. My last situation was in Yorkshire, in a cold part of the county, and my health began to fail me. I heard that Glaston was a warm place, and one where I should be likely to get employment, but I was taken ill on my way there, and forced to stop. A lady in the train told me this was such a sweet, quiet little place, and so when we got to the station I came on here." Again Faber could not speak. The thought of a lady like her travelling about alone looking for work was frightful. "And they talk of a God in the world," he said to himself, and felt as if he could never forgive him. "I have papers to show," she added quietly, as if bethinking herself that he might be taking her for an impostor. All the time she had never looked him in the face. She had fixed her gaze on the far horizon, but a smile, half pitiful, half proud, flickered about the wonderful curves of her upper lip. "I am glad you have told me," he said. "I may be of service to you if you will permit me. I know a great many families about here." "Oh, thank you," she cried, and with an expression of dawning hope which made her seem more beautiful than ever, she raised her eyes and looked him full in the face. It was the first time he had seen her eyes lighted up, except with fever. Then she turned from him, and, apparently lost in relief, walked toward the arbor a few steps distant. He followed her, a little behind, for the path was narrow, his eyes fixed on her exquisite cheek. It was but a moment, yet the very silence seemed to become conscious. All at once she grew paler, shuddered, put her hand to her head, and, entering the arbor, sat down. Faber was alarmed. Her hand was quite cold. She would have drawn it away, but he insisted on feeling her pulse. "You must come in at once," he said. She rose, visibly trembling. He supported her into the house, made her lie down, got a hot bottle for her feet, and covered her with shawls and blankets. "You are quite unfit for any exertion yet," he said, and seated himself near her. "You must consent to be an invalid for a while. Do not be anxious. There is no fear of your finding what you want by the time you are able for it. I pledge myself. Keep your mind perfectly easy." She answered him with a look that dazzled him. Her very eyelids seemed radiant with thankfulness. The beauty that had fixed his regard was now but a mask through which her soul was breaking, assimilating it. His eyes sank before the look, and he felt himself catching his breath like a drowning man. When he raised them again, he saw tears streaming down her face. He rose, and saying he would call again in the evening, left the room. During the rest of his round, he did not find it easy to give due attention to his other cases. His custom was to brood upon them as he rode, but now that look, and the tears that followed, seemed to bewilder him, taking from him all command of his thought. Ere long, the shadow that ever haunts the steps of the angel Love, the shadow whose name is Beneficence, began to reassume its earlier tyranny. Oh, the bliss of knowing one's self the source of well-being, the stay and protector, the comfort and life to such a woman, of wrapping her round in days of peace instead of anxiety and pain and labor. But ever the thought of her looking up to him as the source of her freedom was present through it all. What a glory to be the object of such looks as he had never in his dearest dreams imagined! It made his head swim, even in the very moment while his great Ruber, astonished at what his master required of him that day, rose to some high thorny hedge or stiff rail. He was perfectly honest. The consequence he sought was only in his own eyes, and in hers. There was nothing of vulgar patronage in the feeling, not an atom of low purpose for self in it. The whole mental condition was nothing worse than the blossom of the dream of his childhood, the dream of being the benefactor of his race, of being loved and worshipped for his kindness. But the poison of the dream had grown more active in its blossom. Since then the credit of goodness with himself had gathered sway over his spirit, and stoical pride in goodness is a far worse and lower thing than delight in the thanks of our fellows. He was a mere slave to his own ideal, and that ideal was not brother to the angel that beholds the face of the Father. Now he had taken a backward step in time, but a forward step in his real history, for again another than himself had a part in his dream. It would be long yet, however, ere he learned so to love goodness as to forget its beauty. To him who is good, goodness has ceased to be either object or abstraction. It is in him, a thirst to give, a solemn, quiet passion to bless, a delight in beholding well-being. Ah, how we dream and prate of love, until the holy fire of the true divine love, the love that God kindles in a man toward his fellows, burns the shadow of it out. In the afternoon Mrs. Puckridge appeared with the ring. He took it, told her to wait, and went out. In a few minutes he returned and, to the woman's astonishment, gave her £50 in notes. He did not tell her he had been to nobody but his own banker. The ring he laid carefully aside, with no definite resolve concerning it, but the great hope of somehow managing that it should return to her one day. The thought shot across his heaven, what a lovely wedding present it would make, and the meteor drew a long train of shining fancies after it. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Parlor at Owlkirk. When he called, as he said, in the evening, she looked much better, and there was even a touch of playfulness in her manner. He could not but hope some crisis had been passed. The money she had received for the ring had probably something to do with it. Perhaps she had not known how valuable the ring was. Thereupon, in his consciousness, he began to doubt whether he had given her its worth. In reality he had exceeded it by a few pounds, as he discovered upon inquiring afterward in London. Anyhow, it did not much matter, he said to himself. He was sure to find some way of restoring it to her. Suddenly she looked up, and said hurriedly, "I can never repay you, Dr. Faber. No one can do the impossible." "You can repay me," returned Faber. "How?" she said, looking startled. "By never again thinking of obliging to me." "You must not ask that of me," she rejoined. "It would not be right." The tinge of a rose, not absolutely white, floated over her face and forehead as she spoke. Then I shall be content, he replied, if you will say nothing about it until you are well settled. After that, I promise to send you a bill as long as a snipe's. She smiled, looked up brightly, and said, You promise? I do. If you don't keep your promise, I shall have to take severe measures. Don't fancy me without money. I could pay you now. At least I think so. It was a great good sign of her that she could talk about money plainly as she did. It wants a thoroughbred soul to talk just right about money. Most people treat money like a bosom sin. They follow it earnestly, but do not talk about it at all in society. I only pay 6 shillings a week for my lodgings, she said, with a merry laugh. What had become of her constraint and stateliness? Courtesy itself seemed gone, and simple trust in its place. Was she years younger than he had thought her? She was hemming something, which demanded her eyes. But every now and then she cast up a glance, and there were black suns unclouding over a white sea. Every look made a vintage in the doctor's heart. There could be no man in the case. Only again would £50, with the loss of a family ring, serve to account for such a change. Might she not have heard from somebody since he saw her yesterday? In her presence he dared not follow the thought. Some books were laying on the table which could not well be Mrs. Puckridge's. He took upon one. It was In Memoriam. Do you like Tennyson? She asked. That is a hard question to answer straight off, he replied. He had once liked Tennyson, else he would not have answered so. Had you asked me if I liked In Memoriam, he went on, I could more easily have answered you. Then, don't you like In Memoriam? No, it is weak and exaggerated. Ah, you don't understand it. I didn't until after my father died. Then I began to know what it meant. And now think it the most beautiful poem I ever read. You are fond of poetry, then? I don't read much, but I think there is more in some poetry than in all the prose in the world. That is a good deal to say. A good deal too much, when I think that I haven't read, I suppose, 20 books in my life, that is, books worth calling books. I don't mean novels and things of that kind, yet I cannot believe 20 years of good reading would make me change my mind about In Memoriam. You don't like poetry? I can't say I do, much. I like Pope and Crabbe, and let me see, well, I used to like Thomson. I like the men that give you things just as they are. I do not like the poets that mix themselves up with what they see, and then rave about nature. I confess myself a lover of the truth beyond all things. But you are sure, she returned, looking him gently but straight in the eyes, that in your anxiety not to make more of things than they are, you do not make less of them than they are? There is no fear of that, returned Faber sadly, with an unconscious shake of his head, so long as there is youth and imagination on that side to paint them. Excuse me, are you not begging the question? Do they paint, or do they see what they say? Some profess to believe that the child sees more truly than the grown man, that the latter is the one who paints out, that is, with a coarse brush. You mean Wordsworth? Not him only. True, no end of poets besides. They all say it nowadays. But surely, Mr. Faber, if there be a God— Ah, interrupted the doctor, there you beg the question. Suppose there should be no God, what then? Then, I grant you, there could be no poetry. Somebody says poetry is the speech of hope. And certainly if there were no God, there could be no hope. Faber was struck with what she said. not from any feeling that there was truth in it, but from its indication of a not illogical mind. He was on the point of replying that certain kinds of poetry, and in memoriam in particular, seemed to him more like the speech of a despair that had not the courage to confess itself and die. But he saw she had not a suspicion he spoke as he did for anything but argument, and feared to fray his bird by scattering his crumbs too roughly. He honestly believed deliverance from the superstition into which he granted a fine nature was readier to fall than a common one, the greatest gift one human being could offer to another. But at the same time he could not bear to think of her recoil from such utterance of his unfaith as he had now almost got into the habit of making. He bethought himself, too, that he had already misrepresented himself in giving her the impression that he was incapable of enjoying poetry of the more imaginative sort. He had indeed in his youth been passionately fond of such verse. Then came a time in which he turned from it with a sick dismay. Feelings and memories of agony, which a word, a line, would rouse in him afresh, had brought him to avoid it with an aversion seemingly deep-rooted as an instinct, and mounting even to loathing. And when at length he cast from him the semi-beliefs of his education, he persuaded himself that he disliked it for its falsehood. He read his philosophy by the troubled light of wrong and suffering, and that it was not the light of the morning, but of a burning house. Of all poems, naturally enough, he then disliked in memoriam the most, and now it made him almost angry that Juliet Meredith should like so much what he so much disliked. Not that he would have a lady indifferent to poetry. That would argue a lack of poetry in herself, and such a lady would be like a scentless rose. You could not expect, who indeed could wish a lady to be scientific in her ways of regarding things? Was she not the live concentration, the perfect outcome, of the vast poetic show of nature? In shape, in motion of body and brain, in tone and look, in colour and hair, in faithfulness to old dolls, and carelessness of hearts. Was she not sublimation, the essence of sunsets, and fading roses, and butterflies, and snows, and running waters, and changing clouds, and cold, shadowy moonlights? He argued thus more now in sorrow than in anger. For what was the woman but a bubble on the sand of the infinite soulless sea, a bubble of 100 lovely hues, that must shine because it could not help it, and for the same reason break? She was not to blame. Let her shine and glow, and sparkle, and vanish. For him, he cared for nothing but science, nothing that did not promise one day to yield up its kernel to the seeker. To him, science stood for truth. In the inward parts stood obedience to the laws of nature. If he was one of a poor race, he would rise above his fellows by being good to them in their misery, while for himself he would confess to no misery. Let the laws of nature work, eyeless and heartless as the whirlwind. He would live his life, be himself, be nature, and depart without a murmur. No scratch on the face of time, insignificant even as the pressure of a fern leaf upon coal, should tell that he ever thought his fate hard. He would do his endeavour, and die and return to nothing, not then more dumb of complaint than now. Such had been for years his stern philosophy, and why should it now trouble him that a woman thought differently? Did the sound of faith from such lips, the look of hope in such eyes, stir anything out of sight in his heart? Was it for a moment as if the corner of a veil were lifted, the lower edge of a mist, and he saw something fair beyond. Came there a little glow and flutter out of the old time? All forget, he said to himself. I too have forgotten. Why should not nature forget? Why should I be fooled any more? Is it not enough? Yet as he sat gazing in the broad light of day, through the cottage window, across whose panes waved the little red bells of the common fuchsia, something that had nothing to do with science and yet seemed to linger and hover over the little garden, something from the very depths of loveliest folly. Was it the refrain of an old song? Or the smell of withered rose leaves? Or was there indeed a kind of light, such as never was on sea or shore? Whatever it was out of the midst of it the voice of the lady seemed to come, a clear musical voice in common speech, but now veiled and trembling, as if it brooded hearkening over the words it uttered. I wrong the grave with fears untrue. Shall love be blamed for want of faith? There must be wisdom with great death. The death shall look me through and through. Be near us when we climb or fall. Ye watch, like God, the rolling hours, with larger other eyes than ours, to make allowance for us all. She ceased, and the silence was like that which follows sweet music. Ah, you think of your father, he hazarded, and hoped, indeed, it was her father of whom she was thinking. She made no answer. He turned toward her in anxiety. She was struggling with emotion. The next instant the tears gushed into her eyes, while a smile seemed to struggle from her lips and spread a little way over her face. It was inexpressibly touching. He was my friend, she said. I shall never have such love again. All is not lost when much is lost, said the doctor, with a sad comfort. There are spring days in winter. And you don't like poetry? She said, a sweet playful scorn shining through her tears. I spoke but a sober truth, he returned, so sober that it seems but the sadder for its truth. The struggle of life is to make the best of things that might be worse. She looked at him pitifully. For a moment her lips parted, then a strange look as of sudden bodily pain crossed her face. Her lips closed, and her mouth looked as if it were locked. She shut the book which lay upon her knee, and resumed her needlework. A shadow settled upon her face. What a pity such a woman should be wasted in believing lies, thought the doctor. How much better it would be if she would look things in the face, and resolve to live as she can, doing her best and enduring her worst, and waiting for the end. And yet, seeing colour is not the thing itself, and only in the brain whose eyes looks upon it. Why should I think it better? Why should she not shine in the colour of her fancy? Why should she grow grey because the colour is only in herself? We are but bubbles flying from the round of nature's mill-wheel. Our joys and griefs are the colours that play upon the bubbles. Their throb and ripples and changes are our music and poetry, and their bursting is our endless repose. Let us wave and float and shine in the sun. Let us bear pitifully and be kind, for the night cometh, and there an end. But in the sad silence, he and the lady were perhaps drifting further and further apart. I did not mean, he said, plunging into what came first, that I could not enjoy verse of the kind you prefer. As verse, I took the matter by the more serious handle, because, evidently, you accept the tone and the scope of it. I have a weakness for honesty. There is something not right about you, though, Mr. Faber. If I could find it out, said Miss Meredith. You cannot mean you enjoy anything you do not believe in? Surely there are many things one can enjoy without believing in them? On the contrary, it seems to me that enjoying a thing is only another word for believing in it. If I thought the sweetest air on the violin had no truth in it, I could not listen to it a moment longer. Of course the air has all the truth it pretends to, the truth, that is, of the relations of sounds and of intervals. Also, of course, the truth of its relation, as a whole, to the creative something in the human mind which gave birth to it. That is not all it pretends. It pretends that the something it gives birth to in the human mind is also a true thing. Is there not then another way also, in which the violin may be said to be true? Its tone throughout is of suffering. Does it not mourn that neither what gives rise to it, nor what it gives rise to, is anything but a lovely vapour, the phantom of an existence not to be lived, only to be dreamed? Does it not mourn that a man, though necessarily in harmony with the laws under which he lives, yet cannot be sufficiently conscious of that harmony to keep him from straining after his dream? Ah, said Miss Meredith, then there is strife in the kingdom, and it cannot stand. There is strife in the kingdom, and it cannot stand, said the doctor, with mingled assent and assertion. Hence it is forever falling. But it is forever renewed, she objected. With what renewal? Rejoined Faber. What return is there from the jaws of death? The individual is gone. A new consciousness is not a renewal of consciousness. She looked at him keenly. It is hard, is it not? She said. I will not deny that in certain moods it looks so, he answered. She did not perceive his drift, and was feeling after it. Surely, she said, the thing that ought to be is a thing that must be. How can we tell that? He returned. What do we see like it in nature? Whatever lives and thrives, animal or vegetable or human, it is all one. Everything that lives and thrives is forever living and thriving on the loss, the defeat, the death of another. There is no unity save absolutely by means of destruction. Destruction is indeed the very centre and framework of the sole existing unity. I will not, therefore, as some do, call nature cruel. What right have I to complain? Nature cannot help it. She is no more to blame for bringing me forth than I am to blame for being brought forth. Aught is merely the reflex of like. We call ourselves the highest in nature, and probably we are, being the apparent result of the whole, whence, naturally, having risen, we seek to rise. We feel after something we fancy higher. For as to the system in which we live, we are so ignorant that we can but blunderingly feel our way in it. And if we know all its laws, we could neither order nor control, save by a poor subservience. We are the slaves of our circumstance. Therefore betake ourselves to dreams of what ought to be. Miss Meredith was silent for a time. I cannot see how to answer you, she said at length, but you do not disturb my hope of seeing my father again. We have a sure word of prophecy. Faber suppressed the smile of courteous contempt that was ready to break forth, and she went on. It would ill become me to doubt today, as you will grant when I tell you a wonderful fact. This morning I had not money enough to buy myself the pair of strong shoes you told me I must wear. I had nothing left but a few trinkets of my mother's, one of them a ring I thought worth about £10. I gave it to my landlady to sell for me, hoping she would get 5 for it. She brought me 50, and I am rich. Her last words trembled with triumph. He had himself been building her up in her foolish faith, but he took consolation in thinking how easily, with a word, he could any moment destroy that buttress of her phantom house. It was he, the unbeliever, and no God in or out of her Bible that had helped her. It did not occur to him that she might after all see in him only a reed blown of a divine wind. "I am glad to hear of your good fortune," he answered. "I cannot say I see how it bears on the argument. You had in your possession more than you knew." "Does the length of its roots alter the kind of plant?" she asked. "Do we not know in all nature and history that God likes to see things grow? That must be the best way. It may be the only right way. If that ring was given to my mother against a time when the last child of her race should find herself otherwise helpless, would the fact that the provision was made so early turn the result into a mere chance meeting of necessity and subsidy? Am I bound to call every good thing I receive a chance, except an angel come down visibly out of the blue sky and give it to me? That would be to believe in a God who could not work his will by his own laws. Here I am, free and hopeful. All I needed. Everything was dark and troubled yesterday. The sun is up today. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune," said the doctor. "I begin to fear you mean what you say, Mr. Faber." "I hope it was only for argument's sake," returned Miss Meredith. She did not raise her eyes from her work this time. Faber saw that she was distressed, if not hurt, and that her soul had closed its lips to him. He sprang to his feet and stood bending before her. "Miss Meredith," he said, "forgive me. I have offended you." "You have not offended me," she said quietly. "Hurt you, then? Which is worse?" "How should I have got through?" she said, as if to herself, and dropped her hands with her work on her knees. "If I had not believed there was one caring for me all the time, even when I was most alone." "Do you not lose faith?" asked the doctor. "Yes, many and many a time, but it always comes back." "Comes and goes with your health?" "No, it's strongest sometimes when I'm furthest from well." "When you are most feverish," said the doctor. "What a fool I am to go on contradicting her," he added to himself. "I think I know you better than you imagine, Mr. Faber," said Miss Meredith, after just a moment's pause. "You are one of those men who like to represent themselves worse than they are. I, at least, am bound to think better of you than you would have me. One who lives as you do for other people cannot be so far from the truth as your words." Faber honestly repudiated the praise, for he felt it more than he deserved. He did try to do well by his neighbour, but was aware of no such devotion as it implied. Of late he had found his work bore him not a little, especially when riding away from Owlkirk. The praise, notwithstanding, sounded sweet from her lips, was sweeter still from her eyes, and from the warming white of her cheek, which had begun to resume its soft roundness. "Ah," thought the doctor as he rode slowly home, "were it not for sickness, age, and death, this world of ours would be no bad place to live in. Surely mine is the most needful and the noblest of callings, to fight for youth and health and love, against age and sickness and decay, to fight death to the last, even knowing he must have the best of it in the end, to set law against law, and do what poor thing may be done to reconcile the inexorable with the desirable. Who knows if law be blind, and I am a man that can see? For at the last, and only at the last, do eyes come in the head of nature. Who knows but I may find out amongst the blind laws to which I am the eyes, that blind law which lies nearest the root of life? Ah, what a dreamer I should have been, had I lived in the time when great dreams were possible. Beyond a doubt I should have sat brooding over the elixir of life, cooking and mixing, heating and cooling, watching for the flash in the goblet. We know so much now that the range of hope is sadly limited. 1,000 dark ways of what seemed blissfully possibility are now closed to us, because there the light now shines, and shows naught but despair. Yet why should the thing be absurd? Can anyone tell why this organism we call man should not go on working forever? Why should it not, since its law is change and renewal, go on changing and renewing forever? Why should it get tired? Why should its law work more feeble, its relations hold less firmly, after 100 years than after 10? Why should it grow and grow, then sink and sink? No one knows a reason. Then why should it be absurd to seek what shall encounter the unknown cause, and encountering reveal it? Might science be brought to the pitch that such a woman should live to all the ages, how many common lives might not well be spared to such an end? How many noble ones would not willingly cease for such a consummation, dying that life should be lord, and death no longer king? Plainly Faber's materialism sprang from no defect in the region of the imagination, but I find myself unable to determine how much honesty and how much pride and the desire to be satisfied with himself had relatively to do with it. I would not be understood to imply that he had an unusual amount of pride, and I am sure he was less easily satisfied with himself than most are. Most people will make excuses for themselves, which they would neither make nor accept for their neighbour. Their own failures and follies trouble them little. Faber was of another sort, as ready as any other man to discover what could be said on his side. He was not so ready to adopt it. He required a good deal of himself, but then he unconsciously compared himself with his acquaintances, and made what he knew of them the gauge, if not the measure, of what he required of himself. It were unintelligible how a man should prefer being the slave of blind helpless law to being the child of living wisdom, should believe in the absolute nothing rather than in the perfect will. Were it not that he does not, cannot see the wisdom or the will, except he draw nigh thereto, I shall be answered. We do not prefer, we mourn the change which yet we cannot resist. We would gladly have the God of our former faith, were it possible any longer to believe in him. I answer again, are you sure of what you say? Do you in reality mourn over your lost faith? For my part, I would rather disbelieve with you than have what you have lost. For I would rather have no God than the God whom you suppose me to believe in, and whom therefore I take to be the God in whom you imagine you believed in the days of your ignorance. That those were days of ignorance, I do not doubt. But are these the days of your knowledge? The time will come when you will see deeper into your own hearts than now, and will be humbled, like not a few other men, by what you behold. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Butcher's Shop. About 4 years previous to the time of which I am now writing, and while yet Mr. Drake was in high repute among the people of Cow Lane Chapel, he went to London to visit an old friend, a woman of great practical benevolence, exercised chiefly toward orphans. Just then her thoughts and feelings were largely occupied with a lovely little girl, the chain of whose history had been severed at the last link and lost utterly. A poor woman in Southwark had her own motion, partly from love to children and compassion for both them and their mothers, partly to earn her own bread with pleasure, established a sort of crèche in her 2 rooms, where mothers who had work from home could bring their children in the morning and leave them till night. The child had been committed to her charge day after day for some weeks. One morning, when she brought her, the mother seemed out of health, and did not appear at night to take her home. The next day the woman heard she was in the smallpox hospital. For a week or so the money to pay for the child came almost regularly in postage stamps, then ceased altogether, and the woman heard nothing either from or of the mother. After a fortnight she contrived to go to the hospital to inquire after her. No one corresponding to her description was in the place. The name was a common one, and several patients bearing it had lately died and been buried, while others had recovered and were gone. Her inquiries in the neighbourhood had no better success. No one knew her, and she did not even discover where she had lived. She could not bear the thought of taking the child to the workhouse, and kept her for 6 or 8 weeks. But she had a sickly son, a grown lad, to support, and in dread lest she should be compelled to give her up to the parish, had applied for counsel to the lady I have mentioned. When Mr. Drake arrived, she had for some time been searching about in vain to find a nest for her. Since his boys had been taken from him, and the unprized girl left behind had grown so precious, Mr. Drake had learned to love children as the little ones of God. He had no doubt, like many people, a dread of children with unknown antecedents. Who could tell what root of bitterness beyond the common inheritance might spring up in them? But all that was known of this one's mother was unusually favourable, and when his friend took him to see the child, his heart yearned after her. He took her home to Dorothy, and she had grown up such as we have seen her, a wild, roguish, sweet, forgetful, but not disobedient child, very dear to both the Drakes, who called her their duckling. As we have seen, however, Mr. Drake had in his adversity grown fearful and faint-hearted, and had begun to doubt whether he had a right to keep her. And of course he had not, if it was to be at the expense of his tradespeople. But he was of an impetuous nature, and would not give even God time to do the thing that needed time to be done well. He saw a crisis was at hand. Perhaps, however, God saw a spiritual, where he saw a temporal crisis. Dorothy had a small sum, saved by her mother, so invested as to bring her about £20 a year, and of the last payment she had £2 in hand. Her father had nothing, and quarter-day was 2 months off. This was the common knowledge of their affairs at which they arrived, as they sat at breakfast on the Monday morning, after the saddest Sunday either of them had ever spent. They had just risen from the table, and the old woman was removing the cloth, when a knock came to the lane door, and she went to open it, leaving the room door ajar, whereby the minister caught a glimpse of a blue apron, and feeling himself turning sick, sat down again. Lisbeth re-entered with a rather greasy-looking note, which was of course from the butcher, and Mr. Drake's hand trembled as he opened it. Mr. Jones wrote that he would not have troubled him, had he not asked for his bill, but if it was quite convenient, he would be glad to have the amount by the end of the week, as he had a heavy payment to make the following Monday. Mr. Drake handed the note to his daughter, rose hastily, and left the room. Dorothy threw it down half-read, and followed him. He was opening the door, his hat in hand. "Where are you going in such a hurry, father, dear?" she said. "Wait a moment, and I'll go with you." "My child, there is not a moment to lose," he replied excitedly. "I did not read all the letter," she returned, "but I think he does not want the money till the end of the week." "And what better shall we be then?" he rejoined, almost angrily. "The man looks to me, and where will he find himself on Monday? Let us be honest, at least as we can. But we may be able to borrow it, or who knows what might happen? There it is, my dear. Who knows what? We can be sure of nothing in this world." "And what in the next, father?" The minister was silent. If God was anywhere, he was here as much as there. That was not the matter in hand, however. He owed the money, and was bound to let the man know that he could not pay it by the end of the week. Without another word to Dorothy, he walked from the house, and, like a man afraid of cowardice, went straight at the object of his dismay. He was out of the lane and well into Pine Street before he thought to put on his hat. From afar he saw the butcher standing in front of his shop, a tall, thin man in blue. His steel glittered by his side, and a red nightcap hung its tassel among the curls on his grey hair. He was discussing, over a small joint of mutton, some point of economic interest with a country customer in a check shawl. To the minister's annoyance, the woman was one of his late congregation, and he would gladly have passed the shop, had he had the courage. When he came near, the butcher turned from the woman and said, taking his nightcap by the tassel in rudimentary obeisance, "At your service, sir." His courtesy added to Mr. Drake's confusion. It was plain that the man imagined he had brought him his money. Times were indeed changed since his wife used to drive out in her brougham to pay the bills. Was this what a man had for working in the vineyard the better part of a lifetime? The property he did not heed. That had been the portion of the messengers of heaven from the first. But the shame, what was he to do with that? Who ever heard of St. Paul not being able to pay a butcher's bill? No doubt St. Paul was a mighty general, and he but a poor subaltern. But in the service there was no respect of persons. On the other hand, who ever heard of St. Paul having any bills to pay? Or for that matter, indeed, of marrying a rich wife, and getting into expensive habits through popularity? Who ever heard of his being dependent on a congregation? He accepted help sometimes, but had always his goat hair and his tent-making to fall back upon. Only, after all, was the Lord never a hard master? Had he not let it come to this? Much more of the sort went through his mind in a flash. The countrywoman had again drawn the attention of the butcher with a parting word. "You don't want a chicken today, do you, Mr. Drake?" she said, as she turned to go. "No, thank you, Mrs. Thompson." "How is your husband?" "Better, I thank you, sir. Good morning, sir." "Mr. Jones," said the minister, and as he spoke he stepped inside the shop, removed his hat, and wiped his forehead. "I come to you with shame. I have not money enough to pay your bill. Indeed, I cannot even pay a portion of it till next quarter day." "Don't mention it, Mr. Drake, sir." "But your bill on Monday, Mr. Jones." "Oh, never mind that. I shall do very well, I dare say. I have a many as owes me a good deal more than you do, sir, and I am much obliged to you for letting me know at once. You see, sir, if you hadn't—" "Yes, I know. I asked for it. I am the sorrier I can't pay it after all. It is quite disgraceful, but I simply can't help it." "Disgraceful, sir?" exclaimed Mr. Jones, almost as if hurt. "I wish they thought as you do, as has 10 times the reason, sir." "But I have a request to make," the pastor went on, heedless of the butcher's remark, and pulling out a large and handsome gold watch. "Would you oblige me by taking this watch in security until I do pay you? It is worth a great deal more than your bill. It would add much to the obligation if you would put it out of sight somewhere and say nothing about it. If I should die before paying your bill, you will be at liberty to sell it, and what is over, after deducting interest, you will kindly hand to my daughter." Mr. Jones stared with open mouth. He thought the minister had lost his senses. "What do you make of me, sir?" he said at last. "You go for to trust me with a watch like that, and fancy I wouldn't trust you with a little bill that ain't been owing 3 months yet? You make me that I don't know myself, sir. Never you mention the bill to me again, sir. I'll ask for it, all in good time. Can I serve you with anything today, sir?" "No, I thank you. I must at least avoid adding to my debt. I hope what you do have, you'll have of me, sir. I don't mind waiting a goodish bit for my money. But what cuts me to the heart is to see any one as owes me money a-going over the way, as if he ain't a-found my meat good enough to serve his turn, and that was why he do it. That does rile me. Take my word for it, Mr. Jones. All the meat we have, we shall have of you. But we must be careful. You see, I am not quite so. He stopped with a sickly smile. Look ye here, Mr. Drake, broke in the butcher. You parsons ain't proper brought up. You ain't learned to take care of yourselves. Now us tradespeople, we're learnt from the first to look after number one, and not on no account to forget which is number one. But you parsons, now, you'll excuse me, sir, I don't mean no offence, you ain't brought up to it, and it ain't to be expected of you. But it's a great neglect in your education, sir, and the consequence is as how us as knows better, as to take care on you as don't know no better. I can't say I think much o' them centres. They don't stick by their own. But you're an honest man, sir, if ever there was an honest man, as was again the church, and ask you for that money. I never will. O' course I know when you can pay, it's pay you will. Keep your mind easy, sir. I shan't come to grief for lack o' what you owe me. Only don't you go a-starving of yourself, Mr. Drake. I don't hold with that nohow. Have a bit of meat when you want it, and don't think over it twice, there. The minister was just able to thank his new friend, and no more. He held out his hand to him, forgetful of the grease that had so often driven him from the pavement to the street. The butcher gave it a squeeze that nearly shot it out of his lubricated grasp, and they parted, both better men for the interview. When Mr. Drake reached home, he met his daughter coming out to find him. He took her hand, led her into the house, and up to his study, and closed the door. Dorothy, he said, it is sweet to be humbled. The spirit can bring water from the rock, and grace from a hard heart. I mean mine, not the butcher's. He has behaved to me as I don't see how any but a Christian could, and that although his principles are scarcely those of one who had given up all for the truth, he is like the son in the parable who said, I go not, but went, while much I fear me, am like the other who said, I go, sir, but went not. Alas, I have always found it hard to be graceful. There is something in it unpalatable to the old Adam. But from the bottom of my heart I thank Mr. Jones, and I will pray God for him ere I open a book. Dorothy, I begin to doubt our way of church membership. It may make the good better, but if a bad one gets in, it certainly makes him worse. I begin to think, too, that every minister ought to be independent of his flock. I do not mean by the pay of the state, God forbid, but by having some trade or profession, if no fortune. Still, if I had had the money to pay that bill, I should now be where I am glad not to be, up on my castle top, instead of down at the gate. He has made me poor, that he might send me humility, and that I find unspeakably precious. Perhaps he will send me the money next, but may it not be intended also to make us live more simply, on vegetables perhaps? Do you not remember how it fared with Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, when they refused the meat and the wine, and ate pulse instead? At the end of 10 days their countenance appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Pulse, you know, means peas and beans, and everything of that kind, which is now proved to be almost as full of nourishment as meat itself, and to many constitutions more wholesome. Let us have a dinner of beans. You can buy haricot beans at the grocer's, can you not? If Ducky does not thrive on them, or they don't agree with you, my Dorothy, you will have only to drop them. I am sure they will agree with me. But let us try, and then the money I owe Mr. Jones will not any longer hang like a millstone about my neck. "We will begin this very day," said Dorothy, delighted to see her father restored to equanimity. "I will go and see after a dinner of herbs. We shall have love with it anyhow, father," she added, kissing him. That day the minister, who in his earlier days had been allowed by his best friends to be a little particular about his food, and had been no mean connoisseur in wines, found more pleasure at his table from lightness of heart and the joy of a new independence than he had had for many a day. It added much also to his satisfaction with the experiment that, instead of sleeping, as his custom was, after dinner he was able to read without drowsiness even. Perhaps Dorothy's experience was not quite so satisfactory, for she looked weary when they sat down to tea. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Parlor Again. Faber had never made any effort to believe in a divine order of things. Indeed, he had never made strenuous effort to believe in anything. It had never at all occurred to him that it might be a duty to believe. He was a kindly and not a repellent man. But when he doubted another, he doubted him. It never occurred to him that perhaps he ought to believe in that man. There must be a lack of something. Where a man's sense of duty urges him mainly to denial. His existence is a positive thing. His main utterance ought to be positive. I would not forget that the nature of a denial may be such as to involve a strong positive. To Faber it seemed the true and therefore right thing to deny the existence of any such being as men call God. I heartily admit that such denial may argue a nobler condition than that of the man who will reason for the existence of what he calls a deity, but omits to order his way after what he professes to believe his will. At the same time, his conclusion that he was not bound to believe in any God seemed to lift a certain weight off the heart of the doctor. The weight, namely, that gathered partly from the knowledge of having done wrong things, partly from the consciousness of not being altogether right. It would be very unfair, however, to leave the impression that this was the origin of all the relief the doctor derived from the conclusion, for thereby he got rid, in a great measure at least, of the notion, horrible in proportion to the degree in which it is actually present to the mind, although, I suspect, it is not, in a true sense, credible to any mind, of a cruel, careless, unjust being at the head of affairs. That such a notion should exist at all is mainly the fault of the mass of so-called religious people, for they seem to believe in and certainly proclaim such a God. In their excuse it may be urged they tell the tale as it was told to them, but the fault lies in this, that, with the gospel in their hands, they have yet lived in such disregard of its precepts that they have never discovered their representation of the God of truth to be such, that the more honest a man is, the less can he accept it. That the honest man, however, should not thereupon set himself to see whether there might not be a true God, notwithstanding, whether such a God was not conceivable consistently with things as they are, whether the believers had not distorted the revelation they professed to follow, especially that he should prefer to believe in some sort of vitalic machine, equally void of beneficence and malevolence, existing because it cannot help it, and giving birth to all sorts of creatures, men and women included, because it cannot help it, must arise from a condition of being, call it spiritual, moral, or mental. I cannot be obliging enough to add cerebral, because so I should nullify my conclusion, seeing there would be no substance left wherein it could be wrought out, for which the man, I cannot but think, will one day discover that he was to blame, for which a living God sees that he is to blame, makes all the excuse he can, and will give the needful punishment to the utmost lash. There are some again to whom the idea of a God perfect as they could imagine him in love and devotion and truth seems, they say, too good to be true. Such have not yet perceived that no God any less than absolutely glorious in loveliness would be worth believing in, or such as the human soul could believe in. But Faber did not belong to this class, still less to that portion of it whose inconsolable grief over the lack of such a God may any day blossom into hope of finding him. He was in practice at one with that portion of it who, accepting things at their worst, find alleviation for their sorrows in the strenuous effort to make the best of them. But he sought to content himself with the order of things which, blind and deaf and non-willing, he said had existed for evermore. Most likely, the thing was hardly worth discussing. Blind, for we cannot see that it sees. Deaf, for we cannot hear that it hears. And without will, for we see no strife, purpose, or change in its going. There was no God, then, and people would be more comfortable to know it. In any case, as there was none, they ought to know it. As to his certainty of there being none, Faber felt no desire to find one, had met with no proof that there was one, and had reasons for supporting that there was none. He had not searched very long or very wide, or with any eager desire to discover him, if indeed there should be a God that hid himself. His genial nature delighted in sympathy, and he sought it even in that whose perfect operation is the destruction of all sympathy. Who does not know the pleasure of that moment of nascent communion, when argument or expostulation has begun to tell, conviction begins to dawn, and the first faint thrill of response is felt? But the joy may be either of two very different kinds, delight in victory and the personal success of persuasion, or the ecstasy of the shared vision of truth, in which contact souls come nearer to each other than any closest familiarity can effect. Such a nearness can be brought about by no negotiation, however genuine, or however evil may be the thing denied. Sympathy, then, such as he desired, Faber was now bent on finding, or bringing about, in Juliet Meredith. He would fain get nearer to her. Something pushed, something drew him toward the lovely phenomenon into which had flowered invisible nature's bud of shapeless protoplasm. He would have her trust him, believe him, love him. If he succeeded, so much the greater would be the value and the pleasure of the conquest, that it had been gained in spite of all her prejudices of education and conscience. And if, in the process of finding truth a home in her bosom, he should cause her pain even to agony, would not the tenderness born of their lonely need for each other be far more consoling than any mere aspiration after a visionary comforter? Juliet had been, so far as her father was concerned in her education, religiously brought up. No doubt Captain Meredith was more fervid than he was reasonable, but he was a true man, and in his regiment, on which he brought all his influence to bear, had been regarded with respect, even where not heartily loved. But her mother was one of those weakest of women who can never forget the beauty they once possessed, or quite believe they have lost it, remaining, even after the very traces of it have vanished, as greedy as ever of admiration. Her maxims and principles, if she could be said to have any of the latter, were not a little opposed to her husband's, but she died when Juliet was only 5 years old, and the child grew to be almost the companion of her father. Hence it came that she heard much religious conversation, often partaking not a little of the character of discussion and even of dispute. She thus became familiar with the forms of a religious belief as narrow as its partisans are numerous. Her heart did not remain uninterested, but she was never in earnest sufficiently to discover what a thing of Virgale elements the system was, and how incapable of satisfying any childhood soul. She never questioned the truth of what she heard, and became skilled in its idioms and arguments and forms of thought. But the more familiar one becomes with any religious system, while yet the conscience and will are unawakened and obedience has not begun, the harder is it to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Such familiarity is a soul-killing experience, and great will be the excuse for some of those sons of religious parents who have gone further toward hell than many born and bred thieves and sinners. When Juliet came to understand clearly that her new friend did mean thorough-going unbelief, the rejection of all the doctrines she had been taught by him whose memory she revered, she was altogether shocked, and for a day and a night regarded him as a monster of wickedness. But her horror was mainly the reflex of that with which her father would have regarded him, and all that was needed to moderate horror to disapproval was familiarity with his doctrines in the light of his agreeable presence and undeniable good qualities. Thoroughly acquainted as she believed herself with the plan of salvation, Jesus of Nazareth was to her but the vague shadow of something that was more than a man, yet no man at all. I had nearly said that what he came to reveal had become to her yet more vague from her nebulous notion of him who was its revelation. Her religion was, as a matter of course, as dusky and uncertain as the object centre of it was obscure and unrealized. Since her father's death and her comparative isolation, she had read and thought a good deal. Some of my readers may even think she had read and thought to tolerable purposes, judging from her answers to Faber in the first serious conversation they had. But her religion had lain, as before, in a state of dull quiescence, until her late experience, realizing to her the idea of the special care of which she stood so much in need, awoke in her a keen sense of delight, and if not a sense of gratitude as well, yet a dull desire to be grateful. The next day, as she sat pondering what had passed between them, altogether unaware of her own weakness, she was suddenly seized with the ambition, in its inward relations the same as his, of converting him to her belief. The purpose justified an interest in him beyond what gratitude obligated, and was in part the cause why she neither shrank from his society, nor grew alarmed at the rapid growth of her intimacy. But they only who love the truth simply and altogether can really know what they are about. I do not care to follow the intellectual duel between them. Argument, save that of a man with himself, when counsel is held between heart, will, imagination, conscience, vision, and intellect, is of little avail or worth. Nothing, however, could have suited Faber's desires better. Under the shadow of such difficulties as the wise man ponders and the fool flaunts, difficulties which have been difficulties from the dawn of human thought, and will in new shapes keep returning so long as the human understanding yearns to infold its origin. Faber brought up an array of arguments, utterly destructive of the wretched theories of forms of religion, which were all she had to bring into the field. So wretched and false were they, feeblest she found them, just where she had regarded them as invincible, that in destroying them, Faber did even a poor part of the work of a soldier of God. Mephistopheles describes himself as ein Teil from jener Kraft, die stets das Böse will und stets das Gute schafft, die Geist der stets verneint. For the nature of Juliet's argument, I must be content to refer any curious reader to the false defences made and lies spoken for God in many a pulpit and many a volume by the worshippers of letter and system, who for their sakes accept his person and plead unrighteously for him. Before the common sense of Faber, they went down like toys, and Juliet, without consciously yielding at first, soon came to perceive that they were worse than worthless weapons, whose handles were sharper than their blades. She had no others nor metal of which to make any, and what with the persuasive influence of the man, and the pleasure in the mere exercise of her understanding, became more and more interested as she saw the drift of his argument, and apprehended the weight of what truth lay upon his side. For even the falsest argument is sustained in virtue of some show of truth, or perhaps some crumb of reality belonging to it. The absolute lie, if such be frameable by lips of men, can look only the blackness of darkness it is. The lie that can hurt, hurts in the strength of the second lie in which it is folded, a likeness to the truth. It would have mattered little that she was driven from line after line of her defence, had she not, while she seemed to be herself, to be its champion, actually lost sight of that for which she thought she was striving. It added much to Faber's influence on Juliet that a tone of pathos and an element of poetry generally pervaded the forms of his denial. The tone was the more penetrating that it veiled the pride behind it all. The pride, namely, of an unhealthy conscious individuality, the pride of self as self, which makes a man the centre of his own universe, and a mockery to all the demons of the real universe. That man only who rises above the small yet mighty predilection, who sets the self of his own consciousness behind his back, and cherishes only the self of the Father's thought, the angel that beholds the eternal face. That man only is a free and noble being. He only breathes the air of the infinite. Another may well deny the existence of any such Father, any such infinite, for he knows nothing of the nature of either, and his testimony for it would be as worthless as that is which he gives against it. The nature of Juliet Meredith was true and trusting, but in respect of her mother she had been sown in weakness, and she was not yet raised in strength. Because of his wife, Captain Meredith had more than once had to exchange regiments, but from his Juliet had inherited a certain strength of honest purpose, which had stood him in the better stead than the whole sum of his gifts and acquirements, which was by no means despicable. Late one lovely evening in the early summer, they sat together in the dusky parlour of the cottage, with the window to the garden open. The sweetest of western airs came in, with a faint scent chiefly of damp earth, moss, and primroses, in which, to the pensive imagination, the faded yellow of the sunset seemed to bear a part. "I am sorry to say we must shut the window, Miss Meredith," said the doctor, rising. "You must always be jealous of the night air. It will never be friendly to you." "What enemies we have all about us," she returned, with a slight shiver, which Faber attributed to the enemy in question, and feared his care had not amounted to precaution. "It is strange," she went on, "that all things should conspire, or at least rise, against the roof and crown of things, as Tennyson calls us. Are they jealous of us? Clearly, at all events, we are not at home amidst them, not genuinely so, admitted the doctor. And yet you say we are sprung of them, said Juliet. We have lifted ourselves above them, rejoined the doctor, and must conquer them next. And until we conquer them, suggested Juliet, our lifting above them is in vain? For we return to them, asserted Faber, and silence fell. Yes, he resumed, it is sad, the upper air is sweet, and the heart of man loves the sun. Then, interrupted Juliet, why would you have me willing to go down to the darkness? I would not have you willing. I would have you love the light as you do. We cannot but love the light, for it is good, and the sorrow that we must leave it. And that so soon only makes it dearer. The sense of coming loss is, or ought to be, the strongest of all bonds between the creatures of a day. The sweetest, saddest, most entrancing songs that love can sing must be but variations on this one theme. The morning is clear. The dew mounts heavenward. The odour spreads. The sun looks over the hill. The world breaks into laughter. Let us love one another. The sun grows hot. The shadow lies deep. Let us sit in it, and remember, the sea lies flashing in green, dulled with purple. The peacock spreads his glories, a living garden of flowers. All is mute but the rush of the stream. Let us love one another. The soft evening draws nigh. The dew is coming down again. The air is cool, dusky, and thin. It is sweeter than the morning. Other words of death gleam out of the deepening sky. The birds close their wings and hide their heads, for death is near. Let us love one another. The night is come, and there is no morrow. It is dark. The end is nigh. It grows cold. In the darkness and the cold we tremble, we sink. A moment and we are no more. Ah, ah, beloved, let us love. Let us cleave to one another, for we die. But it seems to me that the pitifulness with which we ought to regard each other in the horror of being the offspring of a love we do not love, in the danger of wandering ever, the child of the light, in the midst of darkness, immeasurably surpasses the pitifulness demanded by the fancy that we are the creatures of but a day. Moved in his soul by the sound of his own words, but himself the harp upon which the fingers of a mightier nature than he knew were playing a prelude to a grander fantasy than he could comprehend. Faber caught the hand of Juliet where it gleamed white in the gathering gloom, but she withdrew it, saying in a tone which through the darkness seemed to him to come from afar, tinged with mockery, "You ought to have been a poet, not a doctor, Mr. Faber." The jar of her apparent coolness brought him back with a shock to the commonplace. He almost shuddered. It was like a gust of icy wind piercing a summer night. "I trust the doctor can rule the poet," he said, recovering his self-possession with an effort, and rising. "The doctor ought at least to keep the poet from falsehood. Is false poetry any better than false religion?" returned Juliet. "I don't quite see. Your day is not a true picture of life such as you would make it. Let me see. I will give you one. Sit down. Give me time. This morning is dark. The mist hangs and will not rise. The sodden leaves sink under the foot. Overhead, the boughs are bare. The cold creeps into the bone and marrow. Let us love one another. The sun is buried in miles of vapour. The birds sit mute on the damp twigs. The gathered drizzle slowly drips from the eaves. The wood will not burn in the grate. There is a crust in the larder, no wine in the cellar. Let us love one another." "Yes," cried Faber, again squeezing her hand. "Let us but love, and I am content." Again she withdrew it. Nay, but hear my song out, she said, turning her face towards the window. In the fading light he saw a wild look of pain, which vanished in a strange, bitter smile as she resumed. The ashes of life's volcano are falling. They bepower my hair. Its fires have withered the rose of my lips. My forehead is wrinkled. My cheeks are furrowed. My brows are sullen. I am weary and discontented and unloved. Ah, let us love one another. The wheels of time grind on. My heart is sick and cares not for thee. I cannot for myself, and thou art no longer lovely to me, I can no more recall wherefore I desire thee once. I long only for the endless sleep. Death alone hath charms. To say, let us love one another, were now a mockery too bitter to be felt. Even sadness is withered. No more can it make me sorrowful to brood over the days that are gone, or to remember the song that once would have made my heart a fountain of tears. Ah, the folly to think we could love to the end. But I care not. The fancy served its turn, and there is a grave for thee and me. Apart or together I care not. So I cease. Thou needest not love me any more. I care not for thy love. I hardly care for the blessed darkness itself. Give me no sweet oblivious antidote, no precious poison such as I once prayed for when I feared the loss of love, that it might open to me the gate of forgetfulness. Take me softly in unseen arms, and sink with me into the during dark. No, I will not calmly, but in utter indifference await the end. I do not love thee, but I can eat, and I enjoy my wine, and my rubber of whist. She broke into a dreadful laugh. It was all horribly unnatural. She rose, and in the deepening twilight seemed to draw herself up far beyond her height, then turned and looked out on the shadowy last of the sunset. Faber rose also. He felt her shudder, though she was not within 2 arms' length of him. He sprang to her side. Miss Meredith, Juliet, you have suffered. The world has been too hard for you. Let me do all I can to make up for it. I too know what suffering is, and my heart is bleeding for you. What, are you not part of the world? Are you not her last born, the perfection of her heartlessness? And will you act the farce of consolation? Is it the last stroke of the eternal mockery? Juliet, he said, and once more took her hand. I love you. As a man may, she rejoined with scorn, and pulled her hand from his grasp. No, such love as you can give is too poor even for me. Love you I will not. If you speak to me so again, you will drive me away. Talk to me as you will of your void idol. Tell me of the darkness of his dwelling, and the sanctuary it affords to poor, tormented, spectre-haunted humanity. But do not talk to me of love also, for where your idol is, love cannot be. Faber made a gentle apology, and withdrew abashed and hurt, vexed with himself, and annoyed with his failure. The moment he was gone, she cast herself on the sofa with a choked scream, and sobbed, and ground her teeth, but shed no tear. Life had long been poor, arid, vague. Now there was not left even the luxury of grief. Where all was lost, no loss was worth a tear. It were good for me that I had never been born, she cried. But the doctor came again and again, and looked devotion, though he never spoke of love. He avoided also for a time any further pressing of his opinions, talked of poetry, of science, of nature. All he said tinged with the same sad glow. Then by degrees direct denial came up again, and Juliet scarcely attempted opposition. Gradually she got quite used to his doctrine, and as she got used to it, It seemed less dreadful, and rather less sad. What wickedness could there be in denying a God whom the very works attributed to him declared not to exist? Mr. Faber was a man of science, and knew it. She could see for herself that it must draw closer the bonds between human beings, to learn that there was no such power to hurt them or aid them, or to claim lordship over them and enslave them to his will. For Juliet had never had a glimpse of the idea that in oneness with the love-creating will alone lies freedom for the love created. When Faber perceived that his words had begun and continued to influence her, he, on his part, grew more kindly disposed toward her superstitions. Let me here remark that, until we see God as he is, and are changed in his likeness, all our beliefs must partake more or less of superstition. But if there be a God, the greatest superstition of all will be found to have consisted in denying him. "Do not think me incapable," he said one day, after they had a length slide back into their former freedom with each other, "of seeing much that is lovely and gracious in the orthodox fancies of religion. Much depends, of course, upon the nature of the person who holds them. No belief could be beautiful in a mind that is unlovely. A sonnet of Shakespeare can be no better than a burnt cinder in such a mind as Mrs. Ramshorn's. But there is Mr. Wingfold, the curate of the Abbey Church, a true honest man, who will give even an infidel like me fair play. Nothing that finds acceptance with him can be other than noble, whether it be true or not. I fear he expects me to come over to him one day. I am sorry he will be disappointed, for he is a fellow quite free from the flummery of his profession. For my part, I do not see why two friends should not consent to respect each other's opinions, letting the one do his best without a God to hinder him, and the other his best with his belief in one to aid him. Such a pair might be the most emulous of rivals in good works." Juliet returned no satisfactory response to this tentative remark, but it was from no objection any longer in her mind to such a relation in the abstract. She had not yet at all consented with herself to abandon the faith of her father, but she did not see, and indeed it were hard for anyone in her condition to see, why a man and a woman, the one denying after Faber's fashion, the other believing after hers, should not live together, and love and help each other. Of all valueless things, a merely speculative theology is one of the most valueless. To her, God had never been much more than a name, it is true, that always occurred to her in any vivid moment of her life. But the being, whose was the name, was vague to her as a storm of sand, hardly so much her father as was the first forgotten ancestor of her line. And now it was sad for her chat, at such a time of peculiar emotion, when the heart is ready to turn on itself toward its unseen origin, feeling after the fountain of its love, the very occasion of the tide Godward should be an influence destructive of the same. Under the growing fascination of the handsome, noble-minded doctor, she was fast losing what little shadow of faith she had possessed. The theology she had attempted to defend was so faulty, so unfair to God, that Faber's atheism had an advantage over it as easy as it was great. His unbelief was less selfish than Juliet's faith. Consequently, her faith sank, as her conscience rose meeting what was true in Faber's utterances. How could it be otherwise when she opposed lies uttered for the truth, to truth uttered for the lie? The truth itself she had never been true enough to look in the face. As her arguments, yea, the very things she argued for, went down before him, her faith, which, to be faith, should have been in the living source of all true argument, found no object, was swept away like the uprooted weed it was, and whelmed in returning chaos. If such is your God, he said, I do him a favour in denying his existence, for his very being would be a disgrace to himself. At times, as I go my rounds and think of the horrors of misery and suffering before me, I feel as if I were out on a campaign against an evil supreme, the author of them all. But when I reflect that he must then actually create from very joy in the infliction and sight of agony, I am ashamed of my foolish and cruel thought but momentary imagination, and there can be no such being. I say, I but labour in a region of inexorable law, blind as justice herself, law that works for good in the main, and whose carelessness of individual suffering it is for me, and all who know in any way how to supplement with the individual care of man for his fellow men, who either from nature's own necessity or by neglect or violation of her laws, find themselves in a sea of troubles. For nature herself, to the man who will work in harmony with her, affords the means of alleviation, of restoration even, who knows if not of something better still, the means, that is, of encountering the ills that result from the breach of her own laws. And the best the man who would help his fellows can do is to search after and find such other laws, whose applied operation will restore the general conduction, and render life after all an endurable, if not a desirable thing. But you can do nothing with death, said Juliet. Nothing yet, alas. Is death a law, or a breach of law, then? She asked. That is a question I cannot answer. In any case, were it not better to let the race die out, instead of laboriously piercing and patching at a too old garment, and so leave room for a new race to come up, which the fruits of experience, both sweet and bitter, left behind in books, might enable to avoid like ruin? Ages before they were able to read our books, they would have broken the same laws, found the same evils, and be as far as we are now beyond the help of foregone experiences. They would have the experience itself, of whose essence it is, that it is still too late. Then would not the kindest thing to be to poison the race, as men on the prairies meet fire with fire, and so with death foil death and have done with dying? It seems to me better to live on in the hope that someone may yet, in some far-off age it may only be, but what a thing it should be, discover the law of death, learn how to meet it, and, with its forerunners, disease and decay, banish it from the world. Would you crush the dragonfly, the moth, or the bee, because its days are so few? Rather would you not pitifully rescue them, that they might enjoy to their natural end the wild intoxication of being? Ah, but they are happy while they live. So also are men, all men for parts of their time. How many, do you think, would thank me for the offered poison? Talk after talk of this kind, which the scope of my history forbids me to follow, took place between them, until at length Juliet, generally silenced, came to be silenced not unwillingly. All the time their common humanity, each perceiving that the other had suffered, was urging to mutual consolation, and all the time the mysterious force, inscrutable as creation itself, which draws the individual man and woman together, was mightily at work between them, a force which, terrible as is the array of its attendant shadows, will at length appear to have been one of the most powerful in the redemption of the world. But Juliet did nothing, said nothing, to attract Faber. He would have cast himself before her as a slave, begging an owner, but for something in her carriage which constantly prevented him. At one time he read it as an unforgotten grief, at another as a cherished affection, and trembled at the thought of the agonies that might be in store for him. Weeks passed, and he had not made one inquiry after a situation for her. It was not because he would gladly have prolonged the present arrangement of things, but that he found it almost impossible to bring himself to talk about her. If she would but accept him, he thought, then there would be no need. But he dared not urge her, mainly for fear of failure, not at all from excess of modesty, seeing her soberly believe such love and devotion as his worth the acceptance of any woman, even while he believed also that to be loved of a true woman was the one only thing which could make up for the enormous swindle of life, in which man must ever be a sorrow to himself, as ever lagging behind his own child, his ideal. Even for this, the worm that must forever lie gnawing in the heart of humanity, it would be consolation enough to pluck together the roses of youth. They had it in their own power to die while their odour was yet red. Why did she repel him? Doubtless, he concluded over and over again, because, with her lofty idea of love, a love for this world only seemed to her a love not worth the stooping to take. If he could but persuade her that the love offered in the agony of the fire must be a nobler love than the whispered from a bed of roses, then perhaps, dissolved in confluent sadness and sweetness, she would hold out to him the chalice of her heart, and the one pearl of the world would yet be his, a woman all his own, pure as a flower, sad as the night, and deep as nature unfathomable. He had a grand idea of woman. He had been built with a goodness niche in his soul, and thought how he would worship the woman that could fill it. There was a time when she must, beyond question, be one whose radiant mirror had never reflected form of man but his. Now he would be content if for him she would abjure and obliterate her past. To make the woman who had love forgot utterly was a greater victory, he said, than to wake love in the heart of a girl, and would yield him a finer treasure, a richer conquest. Only pure as snow she must be, pure as the sun himself. Paul Faber was absolutely tyrannous in his notions as to feminine purity. Like the diamond shield of Prince Arthur, knight of magnificence, must be the purity that would satisfy this lord of the race who could live without a god. Was he then such a master of purity himself, one so immaculate that in him such aspiration was no presumption? Was what he knew himself to be an idea to mate with his unspotted ideal? The notion men have of their own worth, and of claims founded thereon, is amazing. Most amazing of all is what a man will set up to himself as the standard of the woman he will marry. What the woman may have a right to claim never enters his thought. He never doubts the right or righteousness of aspiring to wed a woman between whose nature and his lies a gulf, wide as between an angel praising God and a devil taking refuge from him in a swine. Never a shadow of compunction crosses the leprous soul as he stretches forth his arms to unfold the clean woman. Ah, white dove, thou must lie for a while among the pots, if only thy mother be not more to blame than the wretch that acts but after his kind. He does not die of self-loathing. How then could he imagine the horror of disgust with which a glimpse of him such as his would blame the soul of the woman? Yet has he. What is it? the virtue, the pride, or the cruel insolence, to shrink with rudest abhorrence from one who is, in nature and history and ruin, his fitting and proper mate? To see only how a man will be content to be himself the thing which he scorns another for being, might well be enough to send any one crying to the God there may be, to come between him and himself. Lord, what a turning of things upside down there will be one day! What a setting of lasts first, and firsts last. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Paul Faber Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber Surgeon by George MacDonald. The Park at Nestley. Just inside the park, on a mossy knoll, a little way from the ancient wrought iron gate that opened almost upon the one street of Owlkirk, the rector dug the foundation of his chapel, an oblong Gothic hall of 2 squares and a half, capable of seating all in the parish nearer to it than to the abbey church. In his wife's eyes, Mr. Bevis was now an absolute saint, for not only had he begun to build a chapel in his own grounds, but to read prayers in his own church. She was not the only one, however, who remarked how devoutly he read them, and his presence was a great comfort to Wingfold. He often objected to what his curate preached, but only to his face, and seldom when they were not alone. There was policy in this restraint. He had come to see that in all probability he would have to give in, that his curate would most likely satisfy him that he was right. The relation between them was marvellous and lovely. The rector's was a quiet awakening, a gentle second birth, almost in old age. But then he had been but a boy all the time, and a very good sort of boy. He had acted in no small measure, according to the light he had, and time was of course given him to grow. It is not the world alone that requires the fullness of its time to come, ere it can receive a revelation. The individual also has to pass through his various stages of pagan, Gebro, Muslim, Jew, Essene, God knows what all, before he can begin to see and understand the living Christ. The child has to pass through all the phases of lower animal life. When change is arrested, he is born a monster, and in many a Christian the rudiments of former stages are far from extinct, not seldom revive, and for the time seem to reabsorb the development, making indeed a monstrous show. For myself, I give passage from Wingfold's notebook, written for his wife's reading. I feel sometimes as if I were yet a pagan, struggling hard to break through where I see a glimmer of something better, called Christianity. In any case, what I have can be but a foretaste of what I have yet to be, and if so, then indeed there is a glory laid up for them that will have God, the eye of their eye, to throne it in the temple he has built, to pervade the life he has life out of himself. My soul is now as a chaos, with a hungry heart of order buried beneath its slime, that longs and longs for the moving of the breath of God over its water and mud. The foundation stone of the chapel was to be laid with a short and simple ceremony, at which no clergy but themselves were to be present. The rector had not consented, and the curate had not urged that it should remain unconsecrated. It was therefore uncertain, so as far, at least, as Wingfold knew, whether it was to be a chapel or lecture hall. In either case, it was for the use and benefit of the villagers, and they were all invited to be present. A few of the neighbours, who were friends of the rector and his wife, were also invited, and among them was Miss Meredith. Mr. and Mrs. Bevis had long ere now called upon her, and found her, as Mrs. Bevis said, fit for any society. She had lunched several times with them, and her health being now greatly restored, was the readier to accept the present invitation, that she was growing again anxious about employment. Almost everyone was taken with her sweet manner, shaded with sadness. At one time, self-dissatisfaction had made her too anxious to please. In the mirror of other minds, she sought a less unfavourable reflection of herself, but trouble had greatly modified this tendency, and taken the too much out of her courtesy. She and Mrs. Puckridge went together, and Faber, calling soon after, found the door locked. He saw the gathering in the park, however, had heard something about the ceremony, concluded they were assisting, and, after a little questioning with himself, led his horse to the gate, made fast the reins to it, went in, and approached the little assembly. Ere he reached it, he saw them kneel, whereupon he made a circuit and got behind a tree, for he would not willingly seem rude, and he dared not be hypocritical. Thence he descried Juliet kneeling with the rest, and could not help being rather annoyed. Neither could he help being a little struck with the unusual kind of prayer the curate was making, for he spoke as to the God of workmen, the God of invention and creation, who made the hearts of his creatures so like his own, that they must build and make. When the observance was over, and people were scattering in groups, till they should be summoned to the repast prepared for them, the rector caught sight of the doctor, and went to him. "Ah, Faber!" he cried, holding out his hand. "This is kind of you. I should hardly expected you to be present on such an occasion." "I hope my presence would not offend you," answered the doctor. "I did not presume to come closer than just within earshot of your devotions. Neither must you think me unfriendly for keeping aloof." "Certainly not. I would not have you guilty of irreverence." "That could hardly be, if I recognised no presence." "There was, at least," rejoined Mr. Bevis, "the presence of a good many of your neighbours, to whom you never failed to recognise your duty, and that is the second half of religion. Would it not have showed want of reverence toward them to bring an unsympathetic presence into the midst of their devotion?" "That I grant," said the doctor. "But it may be," said the curate, who had come up while they talked, "that what you, perhaps justifiably, refuse to recognise as irreverence has its root in some fault of which you are not yet aware." "Then I am not to blame for it," said Faber quietly. "But you might be terribly the loser by it." "That is, you mean, if there should be one to whom reverence is due?" "Yes." "Would that be fair, then, in an all-wise, that is, toward an ignorant being?" "I think not. Therefore I look for something to reveal it to you. But although I dare not say you are to blame, because that would be to take upon myself the office of a judge, which is God's alone, he only being able to give fair play, I would yet have you search yourself, and see whether you may not come upon something which keeps you from giving full and honest attention to what some people, as honest as yourself, think they see true. I am speaking only from my knowledge of myself, and the conviction that we are all very much alike. What if you should discover that you do not really and absolutely disbelieve in a God, that the human nature is not capable of such a disbelief, that your unbelief has been only indifference and irreverence, and that to a being grander and nobler and fairer than human heart can conceive? If it be so, let him punish me, said the doctor gravely. If it be so, he will, said the curate solemnly, and you will thank him for it after a while. The God of my beliefs is too good not to make himself known to a man who loves what is fair and honest, as you do. The doctor was silent. While they were talking thus, two ladies had left the others, and now approached them, Mrs. Wingfold and Miss Meredith. They had heard the last few sentences, and seeing two clergymen against one infidel, hastened, with the generosity of women, to render him what aid they might. I am sure Mr. Faber is honest, said Helen. That is much to say for any man, returned the curate. If any man is, then, ejected Juliet. That is a great if, rejoined Wingfold. Are you honest, Helen? He added, turning to his wife. No, she answered, but I am honester than I was a year ago. So am I, said her husband, and I hope to be honester yet before another is over. It's a big thing to say, I am honest. Juliet was silent, and Helen, who was much interested in her, turned to see how she was taking it. Her lips were as white as her face. Helen attributed the change to anger, and was silent also. The same moment the rector moved toward the place where the luncheon tables were, and they all accompanied him, Helen still walking in a little anxiety by Juliet's side. It was some minutes before the colour came back to her lips, but when Helen next addressed her, she answered as gently and sweetly as if the silence had been nothing but an ordinary one. "You will stay and lunch with us, Mr. Faber," said the rector. "There can be no hypocrisy in that, eh?" "Thank you," returned the doctor heartily, "but my work is waiting me, and we all agree that must be done, whatever our opinions as to the ground of the obligation." "And no man can say you don't do it," rejoined the curate kindly. "That's one thing we do agree in. As you say, let us hold by it, Faber, and keep as good friends as we can, till we grow better ones." Faber could not quite match the curate in plain speaking. The pupil was not up with his master yet. "Thank you, Wingfold," he returned, and his voice was not free of emotion, though Juliet alone felt the tremble of the one vibrating thread in it. "Miss Meredith," he went on, turning to her, "I have heard of something that perhaps may suit you. Will you allow me to call in the evening and talk it over with you?" "Please do," responded Juliet eagerly. "Come before post time if you can. It may be necessary to write." "I will. Good morning." He made a general bow to the company and walked away, cutting off the heads of the dandelions with his whip as he went. All followed with their eyes his firm, graceful figure as he strode over the grass in his riding boots and spurs. "He's a fine fellow, that," said the rector. "But bless me," he added, turning to his curate, "but how things change! If you had told me a year ago the day would come when I should call an atheist a fine fellow, I should almost have thought you must be one yourself. Yet here I am saying it, and never in my life so much in earnest to be a Christian. How is it, Wingfold, my boy?" "He who has the spirit of his master will speak the truth, even of his master's enemies," answered the curate. "To this he is driven if he does not go willingly, for he knows his master loves his enemies. If you see Faber a fine fellow, you say so, just as the Lord would, and try the more to save him. A man who loves and serves his neighbour, let him speak ever so many words against the Son of Man, is not sinning against the Holy Ghost. He is still open to the sacred influence, the virtue which is ever going forth from God to heal. It is the man who in the name of religion opposes that which he sees to be good, who is in danger of eternal sin." "Come, come, Wingfold, whatever you do, don't misquote," said the rector. "I don't say it as the right reading," returned the curate, "but I can hardly be convicted of misquoting, so as long as it is that of the two oldest manuscripts we have." "You always have the better of me," answered the rector. "But tell me, are not the atheists of the present day a better sort of fellows than those we used to hear of when we were young?" "I do think so, but as one who believes with his whole soul, and strives with his whole being, I attribute their betterness to the growing influences of God upon the race, through them that have believed. And I am certain of this, that whatever they are, it needs but time and continued unbelief to bring them down to any level, from whatever the height. They will either repent or fall back into the worst things, believing no more in their fellow man, and the duty they owe him, of which they now rightly make so much, and yet not half enough, than they do in God and his Christ. But I do not believe half the bad things Christians have said and written of atheists. Indeed, I do not believe the great number of those who have called such were atheists at all. I suspect that worse dishonesty and greater injustice are to be found among the champions, lay and cleric, of religious opinion than in any other class. If God were such a one as many of those would fancy themselves his apostles, the universe would be but a huge hell. Look at certain of the so-called religious newspapers, for instance. Religious! Their tongue is set on fire of hell. It may be said that they are mere money speculations, but what makes them pay? Who buys them? to please whom do they write? Do not many buy them who are now and then themselves disgusted with them? Why do they not refuse to touch the unclean things, instead of keeping the commandment, that he who loveth God love his brother also? These, the prime channels of satanic influence in the church, powerfully teach that he that loveth God must abuse his brother, or he shall himself be abused. I fancy, said the rector, they would withhold the name of brother from those they abuse. No, not always. They would from an unbeliever. Yes, but let them then call him an enemy and behave to him as such. That is, love him, or at least try to give him the fair play to which the most wicked of devils has the same right as the holiest of saints. It is the vile falsehood and miserable unreality of Christians, their faithlessness to their Master, their love of their own wretched sex, their worldliness and unchristianity, their talking and not doing, that has to answer, I suspect, for the greater part of our present atheism. I have seen a good deal of Mr. Faber of late, Juliet said, with a slight tremor in her voice, and he seems to me incapable of falling into those vile conditions I used to hear attributed to atheists. The atheism of some men, said the curate, is a nobler thing than the Christianity of some of the foremost of so-called and so-believed Christians, and I may not doubt they will fare better at the last. The rector looked a little blank at this, but said nothing. He had so often found, upon reflection, that what seemed extravagant in his curate was yet the spirit of Scripture, that he had learned to suspend judgment. Miss Meredith's face glowed with the pleasure of hearing justice rendered to the man in whom she was so much interested, and she looked the more beautiful. She went soon after luncheon was over, leaving a favourable impression behind her. Some of the ladies said she was much too fond of the doctor, but the gentlemen admired her spirit in standing up for him. Some objected to her paleness. Others said it was not paleness, but fairness, for her eyes and hair were as dark as the night. But all agreed that whatever it was to be called, her complexion was peculiar. Some for that very reason, judging it the more admirable, and others the contrary. Some said she was too stately, and attributed her carriage to a pride to which, in her position, she had no right, they said. Others judged that she needed such a bearing the more for self-defence, especially if she had come down to the world. Her dress, it was generally allowed, was a little too severe, some thought in its defiance of the fashion, assumingly. No one disputed that she had been accustomed to good society, and none could say that she had made the slightest intrusive movement toward their circle. Still, why was it that nobody knew anything about her? End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Paul Faber Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paul Faber Surgeon by George MacDonald. The Rectory. The curate and his wife had a good deal of talk about Juliet as they drove home from Nestley. Much pleased with herself, they heard from their hostess what she had learned of her history, and were the more interested. They must find her a situation, they agreed, where she would feel at home, and in the meantime would let her understand that, if she took up her abode in Glaston, and were so inclined, the town was large enough to give a good hope of finding a few daily engagements. Before they left Nestley, Helen had said to Mrs. Bevis that she would like to ask Miss Meredith to visit them for a few days. No one knows much about her, remarked Mrs. Bevis, feeling responsible. She can't be poison, returned Helen, and if she were, she couldn't hurt us. That's the good of being husband and wife. So long as you are of one mind, you can do almost anything. When Faber called upon Juliet in the evening, Nothing passed between them concerning the situation at which he had hinted. When he entered, she was seated as usual in the corner of the dingy little couch, under the small window, looking into the garden, in the shadow. She did not rise, but held out her hand to him. He went hastily up to her, took the hand she offered, sat down beside her, and at once broke into a full declaration of his love. Now voluble, now hesitating, now submissive, now persuasive, but humblest when most passionate, whatever the man's conceit or his estimate of the thing he would have her accept, it was in all honesty and modesty that he offered her the surrender of the very citadel of his being. Alas, too empty, swept, and garnished. Juliet kept her head turned from him. He felt the hand he held tremble, and every now and then make a faint struggle to escape from his. But he could not see that her emotion was such as hardly to be accounted for, either by pleasure at the hearing of welcome words, or sorrow that her reply must cause pain. He ceased at length, and with eyes of longing sought a glimpse of her face, and caught one. Its wild waste expression frightened him. It was pallid like an old sunset, and her breath came and went stormily. 3 times, in a growing agony of effort, her lips failed of speech. She gave a sudden despairing cast of her head sideways. Her mouth opened a little, as if with mere helplessness. She threw a pitiful glance in his face, burst into a turmoil of sobs, and fell back on the couch. Not a tear came to her eyes, but such was her trouble, that she did not even care to lift her hand to her face to hide the movements of its rebellious muscles. Faber, bewildered, but, from the habits of his profession, master of himself, instantly prepared her something, which she took obediently, and as soon as she was quieted a little, mounted and rode away. 2 things were clear. 1, that she could not be indifferent to him. The other, that, whatever the cause of her emotion, she would, for the present, be better without him. He was both too kind and too proud to persist in presenting himself. The next morning, Helen drew up her ponies at Mrs. Puckridge's door, and Wingfold got out and stood by their heads while she went in to call on Miss Meredith. Juliet had passed a sleepless night, and greatly dreaded the next interview with Faber. Helen's invitation, therefore, to pay them a few days' visit, came to her like a redemption. In their house she would have protection, both from Faber and from herself. Heartily, with tears in her eyes, she accepted it, and her cordial and grateful readiness placed her yet a step higher in the regard of her new friends. The acceptance of a favour may be the conferring of a greater. Quickly, hurriedly, she put up her bag of needments, and with a sad, sweet smile of gentle apology, took the curate's place beside his wife, while he got into the seat behind. Juliet, having been of late so much confined to the house, could not keep back the tears called forth by the pleasure of rapid motion through the air, the constant change of scene, and that sense of human story which haunts the mind in passing unknown houses and farms and villages. An old thatched barn works as directly on the social feeling as the ancient castle or venerable manor set. Many a simple house will move one's heart like a poem, many a cottage like a melody. When at last she caught sight of the great church tower, she clapped her hands with delight. There was a place in which to wander and hide, she thought, in which to find refuge and rest, and coolness and shadow. Even for Faber's own sake, she would not believe that faith a mere folly, which had built such a pile as that. Surely there was some way of meeting the terrible things, he said, if only she could find it. "Are you fastidious, Miss Meredith, or willing to do anything that is honest?" the curate asked rather abruptly, leaning forward from the back seat. "If ever I was fastidious," she answered, "I think I am pretty nearly cured. I should certainly like my work to be so far within my capacity, to be pleasant to me." "Then there is no fear," answered the curate. "The people who don't get on are those that pick and choose upon false principles. They generally attempt what they are unfit for, and deserve their failures. Are you willing to teach little puds and little tongues? Certainly. Tell me what you are able to do. I would rather not. You might think differently when you came to know me. But you can ask me any questions you please. I shan't hide my knowledge, and I can't hide my ignorance. Thank you, said the curate, and leaned back again in his seat. After luncheon, Helen found to her delight that, although Juliet was deficient enough in the mechanics belonging to both voice and instrument, she could yet sing and play with expression and facility, while her voice was one of the loveliest she had ever heard. When the curate came home from his afternoon attentions to the ailing of his flock, he was delighted to hear his wife's report of her gifts. "Would you mind reading a page or two aloud?" he said to their visitor after they had had a cup of tea. "I often get my wife to read to me." She consented at once. He put a volume of Carlyle into her hand. She had never even tasted a book of his before, yet presently caught the spirit of the passage and read charmingly. In the course of a day or two, they discovered that she was sadly defective in spelling, a paltry poverty, no doubt, yet awkward for one who would teach children. In grammar and arithmetic also the curate found her lacking. Going from place to place with her father, she had never been much at school, she said, and no one had ever compelled her to attend to the dry things. But nothing could be more satisfactory than the way in which she now, with the help of the curate and his wife, set herself to learn, and until she should have gained such proficiency as would enable them to speak of her requirements with confidence, they persuaded her, with no great difficulty, to continue their guest. Wingfold, who had been a tutor in his day, was well qualified to assist her, and she learned with wonderful rapidity. The point that most perplexed Wingfold with her was that, while very capable of perceiving and admiring the good, she was yet capable of admiring things of altogether inferior quality. What did it mean? Could it arise from the excess of productive faculty, not yet sufficiently differenced from the receptive? One could imagine such an excess ready to seize the poorest moulds, flow into them, and endow them for itself with attributed life and power. He found also that she was familiar with the modes of thought and expression, peculiar to a certain school of theology, embodiments from which, having done their good, and long commenced doing their evil, truth had begun to withdraw itself, consuming as it withdrew. For the moment the fire ceases to be the life of the bush in which it appears, the bush will begin to be consumed. At the same time, he could perfectly recognise the influence of Faber upon her, for not unfrequently the talk between the curate and his wife would turn upon some point connected with the unbelief of the land, so much more active, though, but seemingly more extensive than heretofore, when she would now make a remark, now ask a question, in which the curate heard the doctor as plainly as if the words had come direct from his lips. Those he did not believe might answer so and so, might refuse the evidence, might explain the thing differently, but she listened well, and seemed to understand what they said. The best of her undoubtedly appeared in her music, in which she was fundamentally far superior to Helen, though by no means so well trained, taught, or practised in it, whence Helen had the unspeakable delight, one which only a humble, large, and lofty mind can ever have, of consciously ministering to the growth of another in the very thing wherein the other is naturally the superior. The way to the blessedness that is in music, as to all other blessednesses, lies through weary labours, and the master must suffer with the disciple. Helen took Juliet like a child, set her to scales and exercises, and made her practice hours a day. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. At the piano, When Faber called on Juliet, the morning after the last interview recorded, and found where she was gone, he did not doubt she had taken refuge with her new friends from his importunity, and was at once confirmed in the idea he had cherished through the whole wakeful night, that the cause of her agitation was nothing else than the conflict between her heart and a false sense of duty, born of prejudice and superstition. She was not willing to send him away, and yet she dared not accept him. Her behaviour had certainly revealed anything but indifference, and therefore must not make him miserable. At the same time, if it was her pleasure to avoid him, what chance had he of seeing her alone at the rectory? The thought made him so savage that for a moment he almost imagined his friend had been playing him false. I suppose he thinks everything fair in religion, as well as in love and war, he said to himself. It's a mighty stake, no doubt, a soul like Juliet's. He laughed scornfully. It was but a momentary yield to the temptation of injustice, however, for his conscience told him at once that the curate was incapable of anything either overbearing or underhand. He would call on her as his patient, and satisfy himself at once how things were between them. At best they had taken a bad turn. He judged it better, however, to let a day or two pass. When he did call, he was shown into the drawing-room, where he found Helen at the piano, and Juliet having a singing lesson from her. Till then he had never heard Juliet's song voice. A few notes of it dimly reached him as he approached the room, and perhaps prepared him for the impression he was about to receive. When the door opened, like a wind on a more mobile sea, it raised sudden tumult in his soul. Not once in his life had he ever been agitated in such fashion. He knew himself as he had never known himself. It was as if some potent element, undreamed of before, came rushing into the ordered sphere of his world, and shouldered its elements from the rhythm of their going. It was a full contralto, with pathos in the very heart of it, and it seemed to wrap itself round his heart like a serpent of saddest splendour, and press the blood from it up into his eyes. The ladies were too much occupied to hear him announced, or note his entrance, as he stood by the door, absorbed, entranced. Presently he began to feel annoyed, and proceeded thereupon to take precautions with himself, for Juliet was having a lesson of the severest kind, in which she accepted every lightest hint with the most heedful attention, and conformed thereto with the sweetest obedience. Whence it came that Faber, the next moment after fancying he had screwed his temper to stoic pitch, found himself passing from displeasure to indignation, and thence almost to fury, as again and again some exquisite tone that went thrilling through all his being, discovering to his depths and recesses hitherto unimagined, was unceremoniously, or with briefest apology, cut short for the sake of some suggestion from Helen. Whether such suggestion was right or wrong was to Faber not of the smallest consequence. It was in itself a sacrilege, a breaking into the house of life, a causing of that to cease whose very being was its justification. Mrs. Wingfold, she was not fit to sing in the same chorus with her. Juliet was altogether out of sight of her. He had heard Mrs. Wingfold sing many a time, and she could no more bring out a note, like one of those she was daring to criticize, than a cat could emulate a thrush. "Ah, Mr. Faber, I did not know you were there," said Helen at length, and rose. "We were so busy we never heard you." If she had looked at Juliet, she would have said I instead of we. Her kind manner brought Faber to himself a little. "Pray, do not apologize," he said. "I could have listened forever." "I don't wonder. It is not often one hears notes like those. Were you aware what a voice you had saved to the world?" "Not in the least. Miss Meredith leaves her gifts to be discovered. All good things wait the seeker, said Helen, who had taken to preaching since she married the curate. Some of her half-friends said, the fact being that life had grown to her so gracious, so happy, so serious, that she would not unfrequently say a thing worth saying. In the interstices of this little talk, Juliet and Faber had shaken hands, and murmured a conversational word or two. I suppose this is a professional visit, said Helen. Shall I leave you with your patient? As she put the question, however, she turned to Juliet. There is not the least occasion, Juliet replied, a little eagerly, and with a rather wan smile. I am quite well, and have dismissed my doctor. Faber was in the mood to imagine more than met the ear, and the words seemed to him of cruel significance. A flush of anger rose to his forehead, and battled with the paleness of chagrin. He said nothing, but Juliet saw and understood. Instantly she held out her hand to him again, and supplemented the offending speech with the words, "But, I hope, retain my friend." The light rushed again into Faber's eyes, and Juliet repented afresh, for the words had wrought too far in the other direction. That is, she amended, if Mr. Faber will condescend to friendship, after having played the tyrant so long. I can only aspire to it, said the doctor. It sounded mere common compliment, the silliest thing between man and woman, and Mrs. Wingfold divined nothing more. She was not quick in such matters. Had she suspected, she might, not knowing the mind of the lady, have been a little perplexed. As it was, she did not leave the room, and presently the curate entered, with a newspaper in his hand. They're still at it, Faber, he said, with their heated liquids and animal life. I need not ask which side you take, said the doctor, not much inclined to enter upon any discussion. I take neither, answered the curate. Where is the use, or indeed possibility, so long as the men of science themselves are disputing about the facts of experiment? It will be time enough to try to understand them, when they are agreed, and we know what the facts really are. Whatever they may turn out to be, it is but a truism to say they must be consistent with all other truth, although they may entirely upset some of our notations of it. To which side, then, do you lean, as to the weight of the evidence? Asked Faber, rather listlessly. He had been making some experiments of his own in the direction referred to. They were not so complete as he would have liked, for he found a large country practice unfriendly to investigation. But, such as they were, they favoured the conclusion that no form of life appeared where protection from the air was thorough. I take the evidence, answered the curate, to be in favour of what they absurdly call spontaneous generation. I am surprised to hear you say so, returned Faber. The conclusions necessary thereupon are opposed to all your theology. Must I then, because I believe in a living truth, be myself an unjust judge? Said the curate. But indeed the conclusions are opposed to no theology I have any acquaintances with, and if they were, it would give me no concern. Theology is not my origin, but God, nor do I acknowledge any theology but what Christ has taught, and has to teach me. When, and under what circumstances, life comes first into human ken, cannot affect his lessons of truth and fairness. If I were to play tricks with the truth, shirk an argument, refuse to look at a fact in the face, I should be ashamed to look him in the face. What he requires of his friends is pure, open-eyed truth. But how, said the doctor, can you grant spontaneous generation and believe in a creator? I said the term was an absurd one, rejoined the curate. Never mind the term, then. You admit the fact? Said Faber. What fact? Asked Wingfold. That in a certain liquid, where all life has been destroyed, and where no contact with life is admitted, life of itself appears, defined the doctor. No, I admit nothing of the sort, cried Wingfold. I only admit that the evidence seems in favour of believing that in some liquids that have been heated to a high point and kept from the air, life has yet appeared. How can I tell whether all life already there was first destroyed? Whether a yet higher temperature would not have destroyed yet more life? What if the heat presumed to destroy all known germs of life in them should be the means of developing other germs further removed? Then as to spontaneity, as to life appearing of itself, that question involves something beyond physics. Absolute life can exist only of and by itself, else were it no perfect thing. But will you say that a mass of protoplasm, that proto, by the way, is a begged question, exists by its own power, appears by its own will? Is it not rather there because it cannot help it? It is there in virtue of the life that is in it, said Faber. Of course, that is a mere truism, returned Wingfold. Equivalent to, it lives in virtue of life. There is nothing spontaneous in that. Its life must in some way spring from the true, the original, the self-existent life. There you are, begging the whole question, objected the doctor. No, not the whole, persisted the curate, for I fancy you will yourself admit there is some blind driving law behind the phenomenon. But now I will beg the whole question, if you like to say so, for the sake of a bit of purely metaphysical argument, the law of life behind, if it be spontaneously existent, cannot be a blind, deaf, unconscious law. If it be unconscious of itself, it cannot be spontaneous. Whatever is of itself must be God, and the source of all non-spontaneous, that is, all other existence. Then it has only been a dispute about word, said Faber. Yes, but a word involving a tremendous question, answered Wingfold. Which I give up altogether, said the doctor, asserting that there is nothing spontaneous in the sense you give the word. The original sense I admit. For all eternity, a blind, unconscious law has been at work, producing, I say, an awful living love and truth and right, creating children of its own, said the curate, and there is our difference. Yes, asserted Faber. Anyhow, then, said Wingfold, so far as regards the matter in hand, all we can say is that under such and such circumstances life appears, whence we believe differently, how, neither of us can tell, perhaps will ever be able to tell. I can't talk in scientific phrase like you, Faber, but truth is not tied to any form of words. It is well disputed, said the doctor, and I am inclined to grant that the question with which we started does not immediately concern the great differences between us. It was rather hard upon Faber to have to argue when out of condition, and with a lady beside to whom he was longing to pour out his soul. His antagonist, a man who never counted a sufficing victory gained, unless his adversary had had light and wind both in his back. Trifling as was the occasion of the present skirmish, he had taken his stand on the lower ground. Faber imagined he read both triumph and pity in Juliet's regard, and could scarcely endure his position a moment longer. "Shall we have some music?" said Wingfold. "I see the piano open. Or are you one of those worshippers of work who put music in the morning in the same category with looking on the wine when it is read?" "Theoretically, no, but practically, yes," answered Faber. "At least for today. I shouldn't like poor Widow Mullins to lie listening to the sound of that old water-wheel, till it took up its parable against the faithlessness of men in general, and the doctor in particular. I can't do her much good, poor old soul, but I can at least make her fancy herself of consequence enough not to be forgotten. The curate frowned a little thoughtfully, but said nothing, and followed his visitor to the door. When he returned, he said, I wonder what it is in that man that won't let him believe. Perhaps he will yet, some day, said Juliet softly. He will, he must, answered the curate. He always reminds me of the young man who had kept the law, and whom our Lord loved. Surely he must have been one of the first that came and laid his wealth at the apostles' feet. May not even that half of the law which Faber tries to keep be schoolmaster enough to lead him to Christ? But come, Miss Meredith, now for our mathematics. Every 2 or 3 days the doctor called to see his late patient. She wanted looking after, he said, but not once did he see her alone. He could not tell from their behaviour whether she or her hostess was to blame for his reoccurring disappointment, but the fact was that his ring at the doorbell was the signal to Juliet not to be alone. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Pastor's Study. Happening at length to hear visitors were expected, Juliet, notwithstanding the assurances of her hostess that there was plenty of room for her, insisted on finding lodgings, and for taking more direct measures for obtaining employment. But the curate had not been idle in her affairs, and had already arranged for her with some of his own people who had small children. Only he had meant she should not begin just yet. He wanted her both to be a little stronger and to have got a little further with 1 or 2 of her studies. And now, consulting with Helen, he broached a new idea on the matter of her lodgment. A day or 2 before Jones, the butcher, had been talking to him about Mr. Drake, saying how badly his congregation had behaved to him, and in what trouble he had come to him, because he could not pay his bill. The good fellow had all this time never mentioned the matter, and it was from growing concern about the minister that he now spoke of it to the curate. We don't know all the circumstances, however, Mr. Jones, the curate replied, and perhaps Mr. Drake himself does not think so badly of it as you do. He is a most worthy man. Mind you, let him have whatever he wants. I'll see to you. Don't mention it to a soul. Bless your heart and liver, sir, exclaimed the butcher. He's 10 times too much of a gentleman to do a kindness to. I couldn't take no liberty with that man, no, not if he was most dead of hunger. He'd eat the rats out of his own cellar, I do believe, before he'd accept what you may call charity. And for buying when he knows he can't pay, why he'd beg outright before he'd do that. What he do live on now I can't know how make out. And that's what does make me angry with him, as if an honest tradesman didn't know how to behave to a gentleman. Why, they tell me, sir, he did used to drive his carriage and pair in London, and now he's doing of his best to live on nothing at all. Leastways, so they tell me seems as how he'd have 'em believe he was turned a, what's is they call it, a vegetarian? That's what he do, sir. But I know better. He may be eating grass like a ox, as did that same old king of Israel, as groaned the feathers and claws in consequence, and I don't say he ain't. But one thing I'm sure of, and that is, that if he be, it's by cause he can't help it. Why, sir, I put it to you, no gentleman would if he could help it. Why don't he come to me for a bit o' wholesome meat? he went on in a sorely injured tone. "He knows I'm ready for anything in reason. Them peas and beans and cabbages and porridges and carrots and turnips, why, sir, they ain't nothing at all but water and wind. I don't say as they mayn't keep a body alive for a year or two, but, bless you, there's nothing in them, and the man'll be a skeleton long before he's dead and buried. And I'd shed just like to know where's the good alive on sich terms as them." Thus Jones, the butcher, a man who never sold bad meat, never charged for an ounce more than he delivered, and when he sold to the poor, considered them. In buying and selling he had a weakness for giving the fair play he demanded. He had a little spare money somewhere, but he did not make a fortune out of hunger, retire early, and build churches. A local preacher once asked him if he knew what was the plan of salvation. He answered with the utmost innocence, cutting him off a great lump of leg of beef for a family he had just told him was starving. That he hadn't an idea, but no Christian could doubt it was all right. The curate then, pondering over what Mr. Jones had told him, had an idea, and now he and his wife were speedily of one mind as to attempting an arrangement for Juliet with Miss Drake. What she would be able to pay would, they thought, ease them a little, while she would have the advantage of a better protection than a lodging with more humble people would afford her. Juliet was willing for anything they thought best. Wingfold therefore called on the minister to make the proposal to him, and was shown up to his study, a mere box where there was just room for a chair on each side of the little writing table. The walls, from top to bottom, were entirely hidden with books. Mr. Drake received him with a touching mixture of sadness and cordiality, and heard in silence what he had to say. "It is very kind of you to think of us, Mr. Wingfold," he replied, after a moment's pause, "but I fear the thing is impossible. Indeed, it is out of the question. Circumstances are changed with us. Things are not as they once were." There had always been a certain negative virtue in Mr. Drake, which only his friends were able to see, and only the wisest of them to set over against his display. This, namely, that he never attempted to gain credit for what he knew he had not. As he was not above show, I cannot say he was safely above false show, for he who is capable of this one is still in danger of the other, but he was altogether above deception, that he scorned. If, in his time of plenty, he liked men to be aware of his worldly facilities, he now, in the time of his poverty, preferred that men should be aware of the bonds in which he lived. His nature was simple, and loved to let in the daylight. Concealment was altogether alien to him. From morning to night, anxious, he could not bear to be supposed of easy heart. Some men think poverty such a shame that they would rather be judged absolutely mean than confess it. Mr. Drake's openness may have sprung from too great a desire for sympathy, or from a diseased honesty. I cannot tell. I will freely allow that if his faith had been as a grain of mustard seed, he would not have been so haunted with a sense of his poverty as to be morbidly anxious to confess it. He would have known that his affairs were in high charge, and that, in the full flow of the fountain of prosperity, as well as in the scanty, gravely driblets from the hard-wrought pump of poverty, the supply came all the same from under the throne of God. And he would not have felt poor. A man ought never to feel rich for riches, nor poor for poverty. The perfect man must always feel rich, because God is rich. The fact is, Mr. Drake went on, we are very poor, absolutely poor, Mr. Wingfold. So poor that I may not even refuse the trifling annuity my late congregation will dole out to me. I'm sorry to know it, said the curate. But I must take heed of injustice, the pastor resumed. I do not think they would have treated me so hard. They not imagine me possessed of private means. The pity now is that the necessity which would make me glad to fall in with your kind proposal itself renders the thing impracticable. Even with what your friend would contribute to the housekeeping, we could not provide a table fit for her. But Dorothy ought to have the pleasure of hearing your kind proposition. If you will allow me, I will call her. Dorothy was in the kitchen, making pastry for the rare treat of a chicken pudding. They had had a present of a couple of chickens from Mrs. Thompson, when she heard her father's voice calling her from the top of the little stair. When Elizabeth opened the door to the curate, she was on her way out, and had not yet returned. So she did not know anyone was with him, and hurried up with her arms bare. She recoiled half a step when she saw Mr. Wingfold, then went frankly forward to welcome him, her hands in her white pinafore. "It's only flour," she said, smiling. "It is a rare pleasure nowadays to catch a lady at work," said Wingfold. "My wife always dusts my study for me. I told her I would not have it done except she did it, just to have the pleasure of seeing her at it. My conviction is that only a lady can become a thorough servant." "Why don't you have lady helps then?" said Dorothy. "Because I don't know where to find them. Ladies are scarce, and anything almost would be better than a house full of half-ladies." "I think I understand," said Dorothy thoughtfully. Her father now stated Mr. Wingfold's proposal in the tone of one sorry to be unable to entertain it. "I see perfectly why you think we could not manage it, Papa," said Dorothy. "But why should not Miss Meredith lodge with us in the same way as Mrs. Puckridge? She could have the drawing-room and my bedroom, and her meals by herself. Lisbeth is wretched for want of dinners to cook. Miss Meredith would hardly relish the idea of turning you out of your drawing-room," said Wingfold. "Tell her it may save us from being turned out of the house. Tell her she will be a great help to us," returned Dorothy eagerly. "My child," said her father, the tears standing in his eyes, "your reproach sinks into my very soul." "My reproach, father?" repeated Dorothy aghast. "How do you mistake me? I can't say with you that the will of God is everything, but I can say that far less than your will, your ability, will always be enough for me." "My child," returned her father, "you go on to rebuke me. You are immeasurably truer to me than I am to my God. Mr. Wingfold, you love the Lord, else I would not confess my sin to you. Of late I have often thought, or at least felt, as if he was dealing hardly with me. Ah, my dear sir, you are a young man. For the peace of your soul serve God so, that, by the time you are my age, you may be sure of him. I try hard to put my trust in him, but my faith is weak. It ought by this time to have been strong. I always want to see the way he is leading me to understand something of what he is doing with me or teaching me, before I can accept his will, or get my heart to consent not to complain. It makes me very unhappy. I begin to fear that I have never even known the beginning of confidence, and that faith has been with me but a thing of the understanding and the lips." He bowed his head on his hands. Dorothy went up to him and laid a hand on his shoulder, looking unspeakingly sad. A sudden impulse moved the curate. "Let us pray," he said, rising, and kneeled down. It was a strange, unlikely thing to do, but he was an unlikely man, and did it. The others made haste to kneel also. "God of justice," he said, "thou knowest how hard it is for us, and thou wilt be fair to us. We have seen no visions. We have never heard the voice of thy Son, of whom those tales so dear to us have come down the ages. We have to fight on in much darkness of spirit and of mind, both from the ignorance we cannot help, and from the fault we could have helped. We inherit blindness from the errors of our fathers, and when fear, or the dread of shame, or the pains of death come upon us, we are ready to despair, and cry out that there is no God, or, if there be, he has forgotten his children. There are times when the darkness closes about us like a wall, and thou appearest nowhere, either in our hearts or in the outer universe. We cannot tell whether the things we seem to do in thy name were not merely hypocrisies, and our very life is but a gulf of darkness. We cry aloud, and our despair is as a fire in our bones, to make us cry. But to all our crying and listening there seems neither hearing nor answer in the boundless waste. Thou who knowest thyself God, who knowest thyself, that for which we groan, thou who Jesus called Father, we appeal to thee, not as we imagine thee, but as thou seest thyself, as Jesus knows thee. To thy very self we cry, help us, O cause of us, O thou from whom alone we are this weakness, through whom alone we can become strength. Help us, be our Father. We ask for nothing beyond what thy Son has told us to ask. We beg for no signs or wonders, but for thy breath upon our souls, thy spirit in our hearts. We pray for no cloven tongues of fire, for no mighty rousing of brain or imagination. But we do, with all our power of prayer, pray for thy Spirit. We do not even pray to know that it is given to us. Let us, if so it pleaseth thee, remain in doubt of the gift for years to come, but lead us thereby, knowing ourselves only as poor and feeble, aware only of ordinary and common movements of mind and soul. May we yet be possessed by the Spirit of God, led by his will in ours. For all things in a man, even those that seem to him the commonest and least uplifted, are the creation of thy heart, and by the lowly doors of our wavering judgment, dull imagination, lukewarm love, and palsied will, thou canst enter and glorify all. Give us patience, because our hope is in thee, not in ourselves. Work thy will in us, and our prayers are ended. Amen. They rose. The curate said he would call again in the evening, bade them good-bye, and went. Mr. Drake turned to his daughter and said, Dorothy, that's not the way I have been used to pray, or hear people pray. Nevertheless, the young man seemed to speak very straight up to God. It appears to me there was another spirit there with his. I will humble myself before the Lord. Who knows, but he may lift me up. What can my father mean by saying that perhaps God will lift him up? Said Dorothy to herself, when she was alone. It seems to me, if I only knew God was anywhere, I should want no other lifting up. I should then be lifted above everything forever. Had she said so to the curate, he would have told her that the only way to be absolutely certain of God is to see him as he is, and for that we must first become absolutely pure in heart. For this he is working in us, and perfection and vision will flash together. Were conviction possibly without that purity and that vision, I imagine it would work evil in us, fix in their imperfections our ideas, notions, feelings concerning God. Give us for his glory the warped reflection of our cracked and spotted and rippled glass, and so turn our worship into an idolatry. Dorothy was a rather little woman, with lightish auburn hair, a large and somewhat heavy forehead, fine grey eyes, small well-fashioned features, a fair complexion on a thin skin, and a mouth that would have been better in the shape if it had not so often been informed of trouble. With this trouble their poverty had nothing to do. That did not weigh upon her a straw. She was proud to share her father's lot, and could have lived on as little as many labouring women with 7 children. She was indeed a trifle happier since her father's displacement, and would have been happier still had he found it within the barest possibility to decline the annuity allotted him. For, as far back as she could remember, she had been aware of a dislike to his position, partly from pride it may be, but partly also from a sense of imperfection of the relation between him and his people. one in which love must be altogether predominant, else it is hateful, and chiefly because of a certain sordid element in the community, a vile way of looking at sacred things, through the spectacles of mammon, more evident, I only say more evident, in dissenting than in Church of England communities, because of the pressure of expenses upon them. Perhaps the impossibility of regarding her father's church with reverence laid her mind more open to the cause of her trouble. Such doubts, namely, as an active intellect, nourished on some of the best books, and discussed with the weak fervour of others rated high in her hearing, had been suggesting for years before any word of Faber's reached her. The more her devout nature longed to worship, the more she found it impossible to worship that which was presented for her love and adoration. She believed entirely in her father, but she knew he could not meet her doubts, for many things made it plain that he had never had such himself. An ordinary mind that had doubts, and has encountered and overcome them, or verified and found them the porters of the gates of truth, may be profoundly useful to any mind similarly assailed. But no knowledge of books, no amount of logic, no degree of acquaintance with the wisest conclusions of others can enable a man who has not encountered skepticism in his own mind to afford any essential help to those caught in the net. For one thing, such a man will be incapable of conceiving the possibility that the net may be the net of the fisher of men. Dorothy, therefore, was sorely oppressed. For a long time her life had seemed withering from her, and now her father was fainting on the steep path, and she had no water to offer him. She was ready to cry aloud in bitterness of spirit. She had never heard the curate preach, had heard talk of his oddity on all sides, from men and women no more capable of judging him than the caterpillar of judging the butterfly, which yet it must become. The draper, who understood him, naturally shrunk from praising to her the teaching for which he not unfrequently deserted that of her father, and she never looked into the direction of him with any hope. Yet now, the very first time she had heard him speak out of the abundance of his heart, he had left behind him a faint brown ray of hope in hers. It was very peculiar of him to break out in prayer after such an absurd fashion, in the presence of an older minister than himself, and praying for him too. But there was such an appearance of reality about the man, such a simplicity in his look, such a directness in his petitions, such an active fervour of hope in his tone, without an atom of what she had heard called unction. His thought and speech appeared to arise from no separated sacred mood that might be assumed and laid aside, but from present faith and feeling, from the absolute point of life at that moment being lived by him. It was an immediate appeal to a hearing, and understanding, and caring God, whose breath was the very air his creatures breathed, the element of their life, an utter acknowledgment of his will as the bliss of his sons and daughters. Such was the shining of the curate's light, and it awoke hope in Dorothy. In the evening he came again as he had said, and brought Juliet. Each in the other, Dorothy and she recognized suffering, and in a very few moments everything was arranged between them. Juliet was charmed with the simplicity and intentness of Dorothy, in Juliet's manner and carriage. Dorothy at once recognized a breeding superior to her own, and at once laid hold of the excellence by acknowledging it. In a moment she made Juliet understand how things were, and Juliet saw as quickly that she must assent to the arrangement proposed. But she had not been with them 2 days when Dorothy found the drawing-room as open to her as before she came, and far more pleasant. While the girls were talking below, the 2 clergymen sat again in the study. "I have taken the liberty," said the curate, "of bringing an old book I should like you to look at, if you don't mind, chiefly for the sake of some verses that pleased me much when I read them first, and now please me more when I read them for the 10th time. If you will allow me, I will read them to you." Mr. Drake liked good poetry, but did not much relish being called upon to admire, as he imagined he was now. He assented, of course, graciously enough, and soon found his mistake. This is the poem Wingfold read. Consider the ravens. Lord, according to thy words, I have considered thy birds, and I find their life good, and better the better understood, sowing neither corn nor wheat. They have all they can eat, reaping no more than they sow. They have all they can stow, having neither barn nor store. Hungry, again, they eat more, considering I see to that they have a busy life and plenty of play. In the earth they dig their bills deep, and work well though they do not heap. Then to play in the air they are not loath, and their nests between are better than both. But this is when there blow no storms, when berries are plenty in winter and worms, when their feathers are thick and oil is enough to keep the cold out and the rain off. If there should come along a hard frost, then it looks as thy birds were lost. But I consider further, and find a hungry bird has a free mind. He is hungry today, not tomorrow, steals no comfort, no grief doth borrow. This moment is his, thy will hath said it. The next is nothing till thou hast made it. The bird has pain, but has no fear, which is the worst of any gear. When cold and hunger and harm betide him, he gathers them not to stuff inside him. Content with the day's ill he has got, he waits just, nor haggles with his lot, neither jumbles God will, with driblets from his own still. But next I see, in my endeavour, thy birds here do not live forever, that cold or hunger, sickness or age, finishes their earthly stage. The rock drops without a stroke, and never gives another croak. Birds lie here, and the birds lie there, with little feathers all astare. And in thy own sermon thou, that the sparrow false dost allow. It shall not cause me any alarm, for neither so comes the bird to harm. Seeing our Father, thou hast said, is by the sparrow's dying bed. Therefore it is a blessed place, and the sparrow in high grace. It cometh therefore to this, Lord, I have considered thy word, and henceforth will be thy bird. By the time Wingfold ceased, the tears were running down the old man's face. When he saw that, the curate rose at once, laid the book on the table, shook hands with him, and went away. The minister laid his head on the table and wept. Juliet had soon almost as much teaching as she could manage. People liked her, and children came to love her a little. A good report on her spread. The work was hard, chiefly because it included more walking than she had been accustomed to, but Dorothy generally walked with her, and to the places furthest off. Helen frequently took her with her ponies, and she got through the day's work pretty well. The fees were small, but they sufficed, and made life a little easier to her host and his family. Amanda got very fond of her, and without pretending to teach her, Juliet taught her a good deal. On Sundays she went to church, and Dorothy, although it cost her a struggle to face the imputation of resentment by which the chapel people would necessarily interpret the change, went regularly with her, in the growing hope of receiving light from the curate. Her father also not unfrequently accompanied her. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Two Minds. All this time poor Faber, to his offer of himself to Juliet, had received no answer but a swoon, or something very near it. Every attempt he made to see her alone at the rectory had been foiled, and he almost came to the conclusion that the curate and his wife had set themselves to prejudice against himself a mind already prejudiced against his principles. It added to his uneasiness that, as he soon discovered, she went regularly to church. He knew the power and persuasion of Wingfold, and looked upon his influence as antagonist to his hopes. Pride, anger, and fear were all at work in him, but he went on calling, and did his best to preserve an untroubled demeanour. Juliet imagined no change in his feelings, and her behaviour to him was not such as to prevent them from deepening still. Every time he went it was with a desperate resolution of laying his hand on the veil in which she had wrapped herself, but every time he found it impossible, for one reason or another, to make a single movement toward withdrawing it. Again and again he tried to write to her, but the haunting suspicion that she would lay his epistle before her new friends always made him throw down his pen in a smothering indignation. He found himself compelled to wait what opportunity chance or change might afford him. When he learned that she had gone to live with the Drakes, it was a relief to him, for although he knew the minister was far more personal in his hostility than Wingfold, he was confident his influence over her would not be so great. And now he would have a better chance, he thought, of seeing her alone. Meantime, he took satisfaction in knowing that he did not neglect a single patient, and that in no case had he been less successful either as to diagnosis or treatment because of his trouble. He pitied himself just a little as a martyr to the truth, a martyr the more meritorious that the truth to which he sacrificed himself gave him no hope for the future, and for the present no shadow of compensation beyond the satisfaction of not being deceived. It remains a question, however, which there was no one to put to Faber, whether he had not some amends in relief from the notion, vaguely it may be, yet unpleasantly haunting many minds, of a supreme being, a deity, putting forth claims to the obedience, an uncomfortable sort of phantom, however imaginary, for one to have brooded over him, and continually coming between him and the freedom of an else empty universe. To the human soul, as I have learned to know it, an empty universe would be as an exhausted receiver to the lungs that thirst for air. But Faber liked the idea. How he would have liked the reality remains another thing. I suspect that what we call damnation is something as near as it can be made. Itself it cannot be, for even the damned must live by God's life. Was it, I repeat, no compensation for his martyrdom to his precious truth, to know that to none had he rendered an account? Was he relieved from no misty sense of a moral consciousness judging his, and ready to enforce its rebuke? A belief which seems to me to involve the highest idea, the noblest pledge, the richest promise of our nature? There may be men in whose turning from implicit to explicit denial no such element of relief is concerned. I cannot tell. But although the structure of Paul Faber's life had in its material of noble sort, I doubt if he was one of such. The summer at length reigned lordly in the land. The roses were in bloom, from the black purple to the warm white. Ah, those roses! He must indeed be a god who invented the roses. They sank into the red hearts of men and women, caused old men to sigh, young men to long, and women to weep with strange, ecstatic sadness. But their scent made Faber lonely and poor, for the rose heart would not open its leaves to him. The winds were soft and odour-laden. The wide meadows through which flowed the river seemed to smite the eye with their greenness, and the black and the red and the white keen bent down their sleek necks among the marsh marigolds, and the meadow sweet, and the 100 lovely things that bordered the level water courses, and fed on the blessed grass. Along the banks, here with nets, there were rods and line. They caught the gleaming salmon, and his silver armour flashed useless in the sun. The old pastor sat much in his little summer house, and paced his green walk on the border of the life, but in all the gold of the sunshine, in all the glow and the plenty around him, his heart was oppressed with the sense of his poverty. It was not that he could not do the thing he would, but that he could not meet and rectify the thing he had done. He could behave, he said to himself, neither as a gentleman nor a Christian, for the lack of money, and, worst of all, he could not get rid of a sense of wrong, of rebellious heavings of heart, of resentments, of doubts that came thick upon him, not of the existence of God, nor of his goodness towards men in general, but of his kindness to himself. Logically, no doubt, they were all bound in one, and the being that could be unfair to a beetle could not be God, could not make a beetle, but our feelings, especially where a wretched self is concerned, are notably illogical. The morning of a glorious day came in with saffron, gold, and crimson. The colour sobered, but the glory grew. The fleeting dyes passed, but the azure sky, the white clouds, and the yellow fire remained. The larks dropped down to their breakfast. The kine had long been busy at theirs, for they had slept their short night in the midst of their food. Everything that could move was in motion, and what could not move was shining, and what could not shine was feeling warm. But the pastor was tossing restless. He had a troubled night. The rent of his house fell due with the miserable pittance allowed him by the church. But the hard thing was not that he had to pay nearly the whole of the latter to meet the former, but that he must first take it. The thought of that burned in his veins like poison. But he had no choice. To refuse it would be dishonest. It would be to spare or perhaps indulge his feelings at the expense of the guiltless. He must not kill himself, he said, because he had insured his life, and the act would leave his daughter nearly destitute. Yet how was the insurance longer to be paid? It was hard, with all his faults, to be brought to this. It was hard that he, who all his life had been urging people to have faith, should have his own turned into a mockery. Her heart and conscience together smote him. Well might his faith be mocked, for what better was it than a mockery itself? Where was this thing he called his faith? Was he not cherishing, talking flat unbelief, as much as telling God he did not trust in him? Where was the faithlessness of which his faithlessness complained? A phantom of its own. Yea, let God be true, and every man a liar. Had the hour come, and not the money? A fine faith it was that depended on the very presence of the help, that required for its existence that the supply should come before the need. A fine faith in truth, which still would follow in the rear of sight. But why then did God leave him thus without faith? Why did not God make him able to trust? He had prayed quite as much for the faith as for money. His conscience replied, "That is your part, the thing you will not do. If God put faith into your heart without your stirring up your heart to believe, the faith would be God's and not yours. It is true, all is God's. He made this you call me, and made it able to believe, and gave you himself to believe in. And if after that he were to make you believe without you doing your utmost part, he would be making you down again into a sort of holy dog, not making you grow a man like Jesus Christ his Son. But I have tried hard to trust him," said the little self. "Yes, and then fainted and ceased," said the great self, the conscience. Thus it went on in the poor man's soul. Ever and anon he said to himself, Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him? And ever and anon his heart sickened afresh, and he said to himself, I shall go down to the grave with shame, and my memorial will be debts unpaid, for the Lord hath forsaken me. All the night he had lain wrestling with fear and doubt. Fear was hard upon him, but doubt was much harder. If I could but trust, he said, I could endure anything. In the splendour of the dawn he fell into a troubled sleep, and a more troubled dream, which woke him again to misery. Outside his chamber the world was rich in light, in song, in warmth, in odour, in growth, in colour, in space. Inside, all was to him gloomy, groanful, cold, musty, ungenial, dingy, confined. Yet there was he, more at ease, shrunk from the light, and in the glorious morning that shone through the chinks of his shutters, saw but an alien common day, not the coach of his father, come to carry him yet another stage toward his home. He was in want of nothing at the moment. There were no holes in the well-polished shoes that seemed to keep ghostly guard outside his chamber door. The clothes that lay by his bedside were indeed a little threadbare, but sound and spotless. The hat that hung in the passage below might have been much shabbier, without necessarily indicating poverty. His walking-stick had a gold knob, like an earl's. If he did choose to smoke a church warden, he had a great silver-mounted meerschaum on his mantel-shelf. True, the butcher's shop had for some time contributed nothing to his dinners, but his vegetable diet agreed with him. He would himself have given any man time, would as soon have taken his child by the throat as his debtor, had worshipped God after a bettering fashion for 40 years at least, and yet would not give God time to do his best for him, the best that perfect love and power limited only by the lack of full consent in the man himself could do. His daughter always came into his room the first thing in the morning. It was plain to her that he had been more restless than usual, and at sight of his glazy red-rimmed eyes and grey face, her heart sank within her. For a moment she was half angry with him, thinking in herself that if she believed as he did, she would never trouble her heart about anything. Her head should do all the business, but with his faith she would have done just the same as he. It is one thing to be so used to certain statements and moods of thought that you take all for true, and quite another so to believe the heart of it all, that you are in the essential and impenetrable peace and gladness because of it. But oh, how the poor girl sighed for the freedom of a God to trust in. She could content herself with the husk the swine ate, if she only knew that a Father sat at the home heart of the universe, wanting to have her, faithful in her faithlessness. She did her best to comfort her believing Father. Beyond the love that offered it, she had but cold comfort to give. He did not listen to a word she said, and she left him at last with a sigh, and went to get him his breakfast. When she returned, she brought him his letters, with his tea and toast. He told her to take them away. She might open them herself if she liked. They could be nothing but bills. She might take the tray too. He did not want any breakfast. What right had he to eat what he had no money to pay for? There would be a long bill at the baker's next. What right had anyone to live on other people? Dorothy told him she paid for every loaf as it came, and that there was no bill at the baker's, though indeed he had done his best to begin one. He stretched out his arms, drew her down to his bosom, said she was his only comfort, then pushed her away, turned his face to the wall, and wept. She saw it would be better to leave him, and, knowing in this mood he would eat nothing, she carried the tray with her. A few moments after, she came rushing up the stair like a wind and entered his room swiftly, her face white with whiteness of what is dead. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Minister's Bedroom. The next day, in the afternoon, old Lisbeth appeared at the rectory with a hurried note in which Dorothy begged Mr. Wingfold to come and see her father. The curate rose at once and went. When he reached the house, Dorothy, who had evidently been watching for his arrival, herself opened the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing alarming, I hope." "I hope not," she answered. There was a strange light on her face, like that of a sunless sky on a deep, shadowed well. "But I am a little alarmed about him. He has suffered much of late. Mr. Wingfold, you don't know how good he is. Of course, being no friend to the church." "I don't wonder at that. The church is so little of a friend to herself," interrupted the curate, relieved to find her so composed, for as he came along he had dreaded something terrible. "He wants very much to see you. He thinks perhaps you may be able to help him. I am sure if you can't, nobody can. But please don't heed much what he says about himself. He is feverish and excited. There is such a thing, is there not, as a morbid humility? I don't mean a false humility, but one that passes over into a kind of self-disgust." "I know what you mean," answered the curate, laying down his hat. He never took his hat into a sick room. Dorothy led the way up the narrow, creaking stairs. It was a lowly little chamber in which the once popular preacher lay, not so good as that he had occupied when a boy, 2 stories above his father's shop. That shop had been a thorn in his spirit in the days of his worldly success, but again and again this morning he had been remembering it as a very haven of comfort and peace. He almost forgot himself into a dream of it once. For one blessed moment, through the upper half of the window he saw the snow falling in the street, while he sat inside and half under the counter, reading Robinson Crusoe. Could anything short of heaven be so comfortable? As the curate stepped in, a grizzled head turned toward him a haggard face with dry, bloodshot eyes, and a long hand came from the bed to greet him. "Ah, Mr. Wingfold," cried the minister, "God has forsaken me. If he had only forgotten me, I could have borne that, I think. For, as Job says, the time would have come when he would have had a desire to the work of his hands. But he has turned his back upon me, and taken his free spirit from me. He has ceased to take his own way, to do his will with me, and has given me my way and my will. Sit down, Mr. Wingfold. You cannot comfort me, but you are a true servant of God, and I will tell you my sorrow. I am no friend to the church, as you know, but—" "So long as you are a friend of its head, that goes for little with me," said the curate. "But if you will allow me, I should like to say just one word on the matter." He wished to try what a diversion of thought might do. Not that he foolishly desired to make him forget his trouble, but that he knew from experience any gap might let in comfort. "Say on, Mr. Wingfold. I am a worm and no man." "It seems, then, to me a mistake for any community to spend precious energy upon even a just finding of fault with another. The thing is to trim the lamp and clean the glass of our own, that it may be a light to the world. It is just the same with communities as with individuals. The community which casts, if it be but the mote out of its own eye, does the best thing it can for the beam in its neighbours. For my part, I confess that so far as the clergy form and represent the Church of England, it is and has for a long time been doing its best, not its worst, thank God, to serve God and Mammon." "Ah, that's my beam," cried the minister. "I have been serving Mammon assiduously. I served him not a little in the time of my prosperity with confidence and show, and then in my adversity with fears and complaints. Our Lord tells us expressly that we are to take no thought for the morrow, because we cannot serve God and mammon. I have been taking thought for 100 morrows, and that not patiently, but grumbling in my heart at his dealings with me. Therefore now he has cast me off." "How do you know that he has cast you off?" asked the curate. "Because he has given me my own way with such a vengeance. I have been pulling my hand out of his, and he has let me go, and I lie in the dirt." "But you have not told me your grounds for concluding so." "Suppose a child had been crying and fretting after his mother for a spoonful of jam," said the minister quite gravely, "and at last she set him down to a whole pot. What would you say to that?" "I should say she meant to give him a sharp lesson, perhaps a reproof as well. Certainly not that she meant to cast him off," answered Wingfold, laughing. "But still I do not understand." "Have you not heard, then? Didn't Dorothy tell you?" "She has told me nothing." "Not that my old uncle has left me 100,000 pounds and more?" The curate was on the point of saying, "I am very glad to hear it," when the warning Dorothy had given him returned to his mind, and with it the fear that the pastor was under a delusion, that as a rich man is sometimes not unnaturally seized with the mania of imagined poverty, so this poor man's mental barometer had, from excess of poverty, turned its index right round again to riches. "Oh," he returned lightly and soothingly, "perhaps it is not so bad as that. You may have been misinformed. There may be some mistake." "No, no," returned the minister. "It is true, every word of it. You shall see the lawyer's letter. Dorothy has it, I think. My uncle was an ironmonger in a country town, got on, and bought a little bit of land in which he found iron. I knew he was flourishing, but he was a churchman and a terrible Tory, and I never dreamed he would remember me. There had been no communication between our family and his for many years. He must have fancied me still a flourishing London minister with a rich wife. If he had a suspicion of how sorely I needed a few pounds, I cannot believe he would have left me a farthing. He did not save his money to waste it on bread and cheese, I can fancy him saying." Although a look almost of despair kept coming and going upon his face, he lay so still, and spoke so quietly and collectedly, that Wingfold began to wonder whether there might not be some fact in his statement. He did not well know what to say. "When I heard the news from Dorothy, she read the letter first," Mr. Drake went on. "Old fool that I was filled with such delight that, although I could not have said whether I believed or not, the very idea of the thing made me weep. Alas! Mr. Wingfold, I have had visions of God in which the whole world would not have seemed worth a salt tear, and now I jumped out of bed and hurried on my clothes. But by the time I came to kneel at my bedside, God was away. I could not speak a word to him. I had lost all the trouble that kept me crying after him like a little child at his mother's heels. The bond was broken and he was out of sight. I tried to be thankful, but my heart was so full of the money it lay like a stuffed bag. But I dared not go even to my study till I had prayed. I tramped up and down this little room, thinking more about paying my butcher's bill than anything else. I would give him a silver snuff-box, but as to God and his goodness my heart felt like a stone. I could not lift it up. All at once I saw how it was. He had heard my prayers in anger. Mr. Wingfold, the Lord has sent me this money as he sent the quails to the Israelites. While it was yet, as it were, between my teeth, he smote me with hardness of heart. Oh, my God! How shall I live in the world with 100,000 pounds instead of my Father in heaven? If it were only that he had hidden his face, I should be able to pray somehow. He has given me over to the mammon I was worshipping. Hypocrite that I am! How often have I not pointed out to my people, while yet I dwelt in the land of Goshen, that to fear poverty was the same thing as to love money, for that both came of lack of faith in the living God. Therefore has he taken from me the light of his countenance, which yet, Mr. Wingfold, with all my sins and shortcomings, yea, and my hypocrisy, is the all in all to me." He looked the curate in the face with such wild eyes as convinced him that, even if perfectly sane at present, he was in no small danger of losing his reason. "Then you would willingly give up this large fortune," he said, "and return to your former condition?" "Rather than not be able to pray, I would, he cried, then paused and added, "If only he would give me enough to pay my debts and not have to beg of other people." Then, with a tone suddenly changed to one of agonized effort, with clenched hands and eyes shut tight, he cried vehemently, as if in the face of a lingering unwillingness to encounter again the miseries through which he had been passing. "No, no, Lord, forgive me, I will not think of conditions. Thy will be done. Take the money and let me be a debtor and a beggar if thou wilt. Only let me pray to thee, and do thou make it up to my creditors." Wingfold's spirit was greatly moved. Here was victory. Whether the fortune was a fact or a fancy made no feature of difference. He thanked God and took courage. The same instant the door opened, and Dorothy came in hesitating and looking strangely anxious. He threw her a face question. She gently bowed her head, and gave him a letter with a broad black border which she held in her hand. He read it. No room for rational doubt was left. He folded it softly, gave it back to her, and, rising, kneeled down by the bedside near the foot, and said, "Father, whose is the fullness of the earth, I thank thee that thou hast set my brother's heel on the neck of his enemy. But the suddenness of thy relief from holy poverty and evil care has so shaken his heart and brain, or rather perhaps has made him think so keenly of his lack of faith in his Father in heaven, that he fears thou hast thrown him the gift in disdain, as to a dog under the table, though never didst thou disdain a dog, and not given it as to a child, from thy hand into his. Father, let thy Spirit come with the gift, or take it again, and make him poor and able to pray." Here came an "Amen," groaned out as from the bottom of a dungeon. "Pardon him, Father," the curate prayed on, "all his past discontent and the smallness of his faith. Thou art our Father, and thou knowest us tenfold better than we know ourselves. We pray thee not only to pardon us, but to make all righteous excuse for us, when we dare not make any for ourselves, for thou art the truth. We will try to be better children. We will go on climbing the mount of God through all the cloudy darkness that swathes it, yea, even in the face of the worst terrors, that when we reach the top we shall find no one there." Here Dorothy burst into sobs. "Father," thus the curate ended his prayer, "take pity on thy children. Thou wilt not give them a piece of bread in place of a stone to poison them. The egg thou givest will not be a serpent's. We are thine, and thou art ours. In us be thy will done. Amen." As he rose from his knees, he saw that the minister had turned his face to the wall, and lay perfectly still. Rightly judging that he was renewing the vain effort to rouse, by force of the will, feelings which had been stunned by the strange shock, he ventured to try a more authoritative mode of address. "And now, Mr. Drake, you have got to spend this money," he said, "and the sooner you set about it, the better. Whatever may be your ideas about the principal, you are bound to spend at least every penny of the income." The sad-hearted man stared at the curate. "How is a man to do anything whom God has forsaken?" he said. "If he had forsaken you, for as dreary work as it would be, you would have to try to do your duty notwithstanding. But he has not forsaken you. He has given you a very sharp lesson, I grant, and as such you must take it, but that is the very opposite of forsaking you. He has let you know what it is not to trust in him, and what it would be to have money that did not come from his hand. You did not conquer in the fight with Mammon when you were poor, and God has given you another chance. He expects you to get the better of him now you are rich. If God had forsaken you, I should have found you strutting about and glorying over imagined enemies." "Do you really think that is the mind of God toward me?" cried the poor man, starting half up in bed. "Do you think so?" he repeated, staring at the curate almost as wildly as at first, but with a different expression. "I do," said Wingfold, "and it will be a bad job indeed if you fail in both trials, but that I am sure you will not. It is your business now to get this money into your hands as soon as possible, and proceed to spend it." "Would there be any harm in ordering a few things from the tradespeople?" asked Dorothy. How should there be? Returned Wingfold. Because, you see, answered Dorothy, we can't be sure of a bird in the bush. Can you be sure of it in your hands? It may spread its wings when you least expect it, but Helen will be delighted to take the risk, up to a few hundreds, he added, laughing. Somebody may dispute the will. They do sometimes, said Dorothy. They do very often, answered Wingfold. It does not look likely in the present case, but our trust must be neither in the will nor in the fortune, but in the living God. You have to get all the good out of this money you can. If you will walk over to the rectory with me now while your father gets up, we will carry the good news to my wife, and she will lend you what money you like, so that you need order nothing without paying for it. Please ask her not to tell anybody, said Mr. Drake. I shouldn't like it talked about before I understand it myself. You are quite right. If I were you, I would tell nobody yet but Mr. Drew. He is a right man and will help you to bear your good fortune. I have always found good fortune harder to bear than bad. Dorothy ran to put her bonnet on. The curate went back to the bedside. Mr. Drake had again turned his face to the wall. 60 years of age, he was murmuring to himself. Mr. Drake, said Wingfold, so long as you bury yourself with the centipedes in your own cellar instead of going out into God's world, you are tempting Satan and Mammon together to come and tempt you. Worship the God who made the heaven and the earth and the sea, and the mines of iron and gold, by doing his will in the heart of them. Don't worship the poor picture of him you have got hanging up in your closet. Worship the living power beyond your ken. Be strong in him whose is your strength and all strength. Help him in his work with his own. Give life to his gold. Rub the canker off it by sending it from hand to hand. You must rise and bestir yourself. I will come and see you again tomorrow. Goodbye for the present. He turned away and walked from the room, but his hand had scarcely left the lock when he heard the minister alight from his bed upon the floor. He'll do, said the curate to himself, and walked down the stair. When he got home, he left Dorothy with his wife and, going to his study, wrote the following verses, which had grown in his mind as he walked silent beside her. What man is there of you? The homely words, how often read, how seldom fully known. Which father of you asked for bread would give his son a stone? How oft has bitter tear been shed and heaved how many a groan, because thou wouldst not give for bread the thing that was a stone. How oft the child thou wouldst have fed, thy gift away has thrown. He prayed, thou heardst and gavest the bread. He cried, it is a stone. Lord, if I ask in doubt or dread, lest I be left to moan, I am the man who, asked for bread, would give his son a stone. As Dorothy returned from the rectory, where Helen had made her happier than all the money by the kind words she said to her, she stopped at Mr. Jones's shop, and bought of him a bit of loin of mutton. Shan't I put it down, miss? He suggested, seeing her take out her purse. Helen had just given her the purse. They had had great fun, with both tears and laughter over it. I would rather not, thank you very much, she replied with a smile. He gave her a kind, searching glance, and took the money. That day Juliet dined with them. When the joint appeared, Amanda, who had been in the kitchen the greater part of the morning, clapped her hands as at sight of an old acquaintance. There it comes! There it comes! She cried. But the minister's grace was a little longer than she liked, for he was trying hard to feel grateful. I think some people mistake pleasure and satisfaction for thankfulness. Mr. Drake was not so to be taken in. Ere long, however, he found them a good soil for thankfulness to grow in. So Amanda fidgeted not a little, and the moment the grace was over, Now in! She almost screamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is dinner! You don't have dinner every day, Miss Meredith. Be quiet, Ducky, said her aunt as she called her. You mustn't make any remarks. Ducky ain't making no marks, returned the child, looking anxiously at the tablecloth, and was quiet, but not for long. Lisbeth say surely Papa Sip come home with a nice dinner, she said next. No, my ducky, said Mr. Drake. It was God's ship that came with it. What ship? Said the child. It will come one day and another and carry us all home, said the minister.
"Where duckies ye alone, Papa, and Mamma live in a big house, Papa?"
asked Amanda more seriously. "I will tell you more about it when you are older," said Mr. Drake. "Now let us eat the dinner God has sent us." He was evidently far happier already, though his daughter could see that every now and then his thoughts were away. She hoped they were thanking God. Before dinner was over he was talking quite cheerfully, drawing largely from his stores both of reading and experience. After the child was gone, they told Juliet of their good fortune. She congratulated them heartily, then looked a little grave and said, "Perhaps you would like me to go."
"What?"
said Mr. Drake.
"Does your friendship go no further than that? Having helped us so much in adversity, will you forsake us the moment prosperity looks in at the window?"
Juliet gave one glance at Dorothy, smiled, and said no more. For Dorothy, she was already building a castle for Juliet, busily. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Juliet's Chamber. After tea, Mr. Drake and Dorothy went out for a walk together, a thing they had not once done since the church meeting of acrid memory in which had been decreed the close of the minister's activity, at least in Glaston. It was a lovely June twilight. The bats were flitting about, like the children of the gloaming, and the lamps of the laburnum and lilac hung dusky among the trees of the Osterfield Park. Juliet, left all but alone in the house, sat at her window, reading. Her room was on the first floor, but the dining-room beneath it was of low pitch, and at the lane door there were 2 steps down into the house, so that her window was at no great height above the lane. It was open, but there was little to be seen from it, for immediately opposite rose a high old garden wall, hiding everything with its grey bulk, lovelily blotted with lichen and moss, brown and green and gold, except the wallflowers and the stone crop that grew on its coping, and a running plant that hung down over it, like a long fringe worn thin. Had she put her head out of the window, she would have seen in the one direction a cow-house, and in the other the tall narrow iron gate of the garden, and that was all. The twilight deepened as she read, until the words before her began to play hide-and-seek. They got worse and worse, until she was tired of catching at them. And when at last she stopped for a moment, they were all gone like a troop of fairies, and her reading was ended. She closed the book, and was soon dreaming awake. And the twilight world was the globe in which the dream fishes came and went, now swelling up strange and near, now sinking away into the curious distance. Her mood was broken by the sound of hoofs, which she almost immediately recognized as those of the doctor's red horse, great hoofs falling at the end of long straight-flung steps. Her heart began to beat violently, and confident in the protection of the gathering night, she rose and looked cautiously out toward the side on which was the approach. In a few moments, round the furthest visible corner, and past the gate in the garden wall, swung a huge, shadowy form, gigantic in the dusk. She drew back her head, but ere she could shape her mind to retreat from the window, the solid gloom hurled itself thundering past, and she stood trembling and lonely, with the ebb of Ruber's paces in her ears, and in her hand a letter. In a minute she came to herself, closed her window, drew down the blind, lighted a candle, set it on the window-sill, and opened the letter. It contained these verses, and nothing more. My morning rose in laughter, a gold and azure day. Dull clouds came trooping after, livid and sullen grey. At noon the rain did batter, and it thundered like a hell. I sighed, it is no matter, at night I shall sleep as well. But I longed with a madness tender for an evening like the morn, that my day might die in splendour, not folded in mist forlorn. Die like a tone Elysium, like a bee in a cactus flower, like a day surprised vision, like a wind in a summer shower. Through the vaulted clouds above me broke trembling an azure space. Was it a dream to flout me, or was it a perfect face? The sky and the face together are gone, and the wind blows fell. But what matters a dream or the weather? At night it will all be well. For the day of life and labour, of ecstasy and pain, is only a beaten tabor, and I shall not dream again. But as the old night steals o'er me, deepening till all is dead, I shall see thee still before me, stand with averted head, and I shall think, O sorrow, the might that never was May, the night that has no morrow, and the sunset all in grey. Juliet laid her head on her hands and wept. Why should I not let him have his rosy sunset, she thought. It is all he hopes for, cares for. I think, poor fellow, am I not good enough to give him that? What does it matter about me, if it is all about but a vision that flits between heaven and earth, and makes a passing shadow on human brain and nerves? A tale that is telling, then a tale that is told. Much the good people make out of their better faith. Should I be troubled to learn that it was indeed a lasting sleep? If I were dead and found myself waking, should I want to rise or go to sleep again? Why should not I too dare to hope for an endless rest? Where would be the wrong to any? If there be a God, he will have but to wake me to punish me hard enough. Why should I not hope at least for such a lovely thing? Can anyone help desiring peace? Oh, to sleep, and wake no more forever and ever. I would not hasten to sleep. The end will surely come. And why should we not enjoy the dream a little longer, at least while it is a good dream? And tossing has not begun? There would always be a time. Why wake before our time out of the day into the dark nothing? I should always want to see what tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow would bring, that is, so long as he loved me. He is noble and sad and beautiful and gracious. But could he love me to the end, even if? Why should we not make the best of what we have? Why should we not make life as happy to ourselves and to others as we can, however worthless, however arrant a cheat it may be? Even if there be no such thing as love, if it be all but a lovely vanity, a bubble play of colour, why not let the bubble globe swell, and the tide of its ocean of colour flow and rush and mingle and change? Will it not break at last? And the last come soon enough, when of all the glory is left but a tear on the grass? When we dream a pleasant dream, and know it is but a dream, we will to dream on, and quiet our minds, that it may not be scared and flee. Why should we not yield to the stronger dream, that it may last yet another sweet, beguiling moment? Why should he not love me, kiss me? Why should we not be sad together? That we are not and cannot be the real man and woman we would, that we are but the forms of a dream, the fleeting shadows of the night of nature? Mourn together that the meddlesome hand of fate should have roused us to the consciousness and aspiration so long before the maturity of our powers, that we are but a laughter, no, a scorn, and a weeping to ourselves? We could at least sympathize with each other in our common misery, bear with its weakness, comfort its regrets, hide its mortifications, cherish its poor joys, and smooth the way down the steepening slope to the grave. Then, if in the decrees of blind fate there should be a slow, dull procession towards perfection, if indeed some human god be on the way to be born, it would be grand, although we should know nothing of it, to have done our part fearless and hopeless, to have lived and died, that the triumphant sorrow might sit throned on the ever-dying heart of the universe. But never, never would I have chosen to live for that. Yes, one might choose to be born. If there were suffering, one might live or die to soften, to cure. That would be to be like Paul Faber. To will to be born for that would be grand indeed. In paths of thought like these her mind wandered, her head lying upon her arms on the old-fashioned, widespread window-sill. At length, weary with emotion and weeping, she fell fast asleep and slept for some time. The house was very still. Mr. Drake and Dorothy were in no haste to return. Amanda was asleep, and Lisbeth was in the kitchen, perhaps also asleep. Juliet woke with a great start. Arms were around her from behind, lifting her from her half-prone position of sorrowful rest. With a terrified cry, she strove to free herself. "Juliet, my love, my heart, be still, and let me speak," said Faber. His voice trembled as if full of tears. "I can bear this no longer. You are my fate. I never lived till I knew you. I shall cease to live when I know for certain that you turned from me." Juliet was like one half drowned, just lifted from the water, struggling to beat it away from eyes and ears and mouth. "Pray leave me, Mr. Faber," she cried, half terrified, half bewildered, as she rose and turned toward him. But while she pushed him away with one hand, she unconsciously clasped his arm tight with the other. "You have no right to come into my room and surprise me, startle me so. Do go away. I will come to you." "Pardon, pardon, my angel. Do not speak so loud," he said, falling on his knees and clasping hers. "Do go away," persisted Juliet, trying to remove his grasp. "What will they think if they find us, you here? They know I am perfectly well. You drive me to liberties that make me tremble, Juliet. Everywhere you avoid me. You are never to be seen without some hateful protector. Ages ago I put up a prayer to you, one of life or death to me, and, like the God you believe in, you have left it unanswered. You have no pity on the sufferings you cause me. If God be cruel, why should you be cruel too? Is not one tormentor enough in your universe? If there be a future, let us go on together to find it. If there be not, let us yet enjoy what of life may be enjoyed. My past is a sad one." Juliet shuddered. "Ah, my beautiful, you too have suffered," he went on. "Let us be angels of mercy to each other, each helping the other to forget. My griefs I should count worthless, if I might but erase yours." "I would I could say the same," said Juliet, but only in her heart. "Whatever they may have been," he continued, "my highest ambition shall be to make you forget them. We will love like beings whose only eternity is the moment. Come with me, Juliet. We will go down into the last darkness together, loving each other, and then peace. At least there is no eternal hate in my poor, ice-cold religion, as there is in yours. I am not suffering alone, Juliet. all whom it is my work to relieve, are suffering from your unkindness. For a time I prided myself that I gave every one of them as full attention as before, but I cannot keep it up. I am defeated. My brain seems deserting me. I mistake symptoms, forget cases, confound medicines, fall into incredible blunders. My hand trembles, my judgment wavers, my will is undecided. Juliet, you are ruining me. He saved my life, said Juliet to herself, and that it is which has brought him to this. He has a claim to me. I am his property. He found me a castaway on the shore of death, and gave me his life to live with. He must not suffer where I can prevent it. She was on the point of yielding. The same moment she heard a step in the lane approaching the door. If you love me, do go now, dear Mr. Faber, she said. I will see you again. Do not urge me further tonight. Ah, I wish, she added, with a deep sigh, and ceased. The steps came up to the door. There came a knock at it. They heard Elizabeth go to open it. Faber rose. Go into the drawing-room, said Juliet. Elizabeth may be coming to fetch me. She must not see you here. He obeyed. Without a word he left the chamber, and went into the drawing-room. He had been hardly a moment there when Wingfold entered. It was almost dark, but the doctor stood against the window, and the curate knew him. Ah, Faber, he said, it is long since I saw you, but each has been about his work, I suppose, and there could not be a better reason. Under different masters, then, returned Faber, a little out of temper. I don't exactly think so. All good work is done under the same master. Pooh, pooh. Who is your master, then? My conscience. Who is yours? The author of my conscience. A legendary personage? One who is every day making my conscience harder upon me. Until I believe in him, my conscience was dull and stupid, not half awake, indeed. Oh, I see you mean my conscience is dull and stupid. I do not. But if you were once lighted up with the light of the world, you would pass just such a judgment on yourself. I can't think you so different from myself as that shouldn't be the case, though most heartily I grant you do work 10 times better than I did, and all the time I thought myself an honest man. I wasn't. A man may honestly think himself honest, and a fresh week's experience may make him doubt it altogether. I sorely want a God to make me honest. Here Juliet entered the room, greeted Mr. Wingfold, and then shook hands with Faber. He was glad the room was dark. What do you think, Miss Meredith? Is a man's conscience enough for his guidance? Said the curate. I don't know anything about a man's conscience, answered Juliet. A woman's, then, said the curate. What else has she got? Returned Juliet. The doctor was inwardly cursing the curate for talking shop. Only, if a man knows nothing so good, so beautiful, so necessary as the things in his shop, what else ought he to talk, especially if he is ready to give them without money and without price? The doctor would have done better to talk shop too. Of course he has nothing else, answered the curate, and if he had, he must follow his conscience all the same. There you are, Wingfold, always talking paradoxes, said Faber. Why, man, you may only have a blundering boy to guide you, but if he is your only guide, you must follow him. You don't therefore call him a sufficient guide. What a logomachist you are! If it is a horn lantern you've got, you needn't go mocking at it. The lantern is not the light. Perhaps you cannot change your horn for glass. But what if you could do better the light? Suppose the boy's father knew all about the country, but you never thought it worth while to send the lad to him for instructions? Suppose I didn't believe he had a father? Suppose he told me he hadn't? Some men would call out to know if there was anybody in the house to give the boy a useful hint. Oh, brother, I'm quite content with my fellow. Well, for my part, I should count my conscience, where it is 10 times better than it is poor company on any journey. Nothing less than the living truth, ever with me, can make existence a peace to me. That's the joy of the Holy Ghost, Miss Meredith. What if you should find one day, Faber, that, of all facts, the thing you have been so coolly refusing was the most precious and awful? Faber had had more than enough of it. There was but one thing precious to him. Juliet was the perfect flower of nature, the apex of law, the last presentment of evolution, the final reason of things. The very soul of the world stood there in the dusk, and there also stood the foolish curate, whirling his little vortex of dust and ashes between him and her. It comes to this, said Faber. What you say moves nothing in me. I am aware of no need, no want of that being of whom you speak. Surely, if in him I did live and move and have my being, as some old heathen taught your Saul of Tarsus, I should be in one mode or another be aware of him. While he spoke, Mr. Drake and Dorothy had come into the room. They stood silent. That is a weighty word, said Wingfold. But what if you feel his presence every moment, only do not recognize it as such? Where would be the good of it to me then? The good of it to you might lie in the blinding. What if any further revelation to one who did not seek it would but obstruct the knowledge of him? Truly revealed, the word would be read untruly, even as the word has been read by many in all ages. Only the pure in heart, we are told, shall see him. The man who, made by him, does not desire him, how should he know him? Why don't I desire him then? I don't. That is for you to find out. I do what I know to be right. Even on your theory I ought to get on, said Faber, turning from him with a laugh. I think so too, replied Wingfold. Go on and prosper. Only, if there be untruth in you alongside of the truth, it might be, and you are not awake to it. It is marvellous what things can coexist in a human mind. In that case, why should not your God help me? Why not? I think he will, but it may have to be in a way you will not like. Well, good night. Talk is but talk, whatever be the subject of it. I beg your pardon, he added, shaking hands with the minister and his daughter. I did not see you come in. Good night. I won't allow that talk is only talk, Faber, Wingfold called after him with a friendly laugh, then turned to Mr. Drake. Pardon me, he said, for treating you with so much confidence. I saw you come in, but believed you would rather have us end our talk than break it off. Certainly, but I can't help thinking you grant him too much, Mr. Wingfold, said the minister seriously. I never find I lose by giving, even in argument, said the curate. Faber rides his hobby well, but the brute is a sorry jade. He will find one day she has not a sound joint in her whole body. The man who is anxious to hold every point will speedily bring a question to a mere dispute about trifles, leaving the real matter, whose elements may appear to be godlike in every man, out in the cold. Such a man, having gained his paltry point, will crow like the bantam he is, while the other, who may be the greater, perhaps the better man, although in the wrong, is embittered by his smallness, and turns away with increased prejudice. Human nature can hardly be blamed for its readiness to impute to the case the shallowness of its pleader. Few men do more harm than those who, taking the right side, dispute for personal victory, and argue, as they are sure then to do, ungenerously. But even genuine argument for the truth is not preaching the gospel. Neither is he whose unbelief is thus assailed, likely to be brought thereby into any mood, but one unfit for receiving it. Arguments should be kept to the books. Preachers ought to have nothing to do with it, at all events in the pulpit. There let them hold forth light, and let him who will receive it, and him who will not forbear. God alone can convince, and till the full time is come for the birth of the truth in a soul, the words of even the Lord himself are not there potent. The man irritates me, I confess, said Mr. Drake. I do not say he is self-satisfied, but he is very self-sufficient. He is such a good fellow, said Wingfold, that I think God will not let him go on like this very long. I think we shall live to see a change upon him, but much as I esteem and love the man, I cannot help a suspicion that he has a great lump of pride somewhere about him, which has not a little to do with his denials. Juliet's blood seemed seething in her veins as she heard her lover thus weighed and talked over, and therewith came the first rift of a threatening breach betwixt her heart and the friends who had been so good to her. He had done far more for her than any of them, and mere loyalty seemed to call upon her to defend him. But she did not know how, and, dissatisfied with herself as well as indignant with them, she maintained an angry silence. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald, Osterfield Park. It was a long time since Mr. Drake and Dorothy had had such a talk together, or had spent such a pleasant evening as that on which they went into Osterfield Park to be alone with the knowledge of their changed fortunes. The anxiety of each, differing so greatly from that of the other, had tended to shut up each in loneliness beyond the hearing of the other, so that, while there was no breach in their love, it was yet in danger of having long to endure. An expansion, like gold to airy thinness beat. But this evening their souls rushed together. The father's anxiety was chiefly elevated. The daughter's remained much what it was before, yet these anxieties no longer avail to keep them apart. Each relation of life has its peculiar beauty of holiness, but that beauty is the expression of its essential truth, and the essence itself is so strong that it bestows upon its embodiment even the power of partial metamorphosis with all other vital relations. How many daughters have in their devotion of their tenderness become a mother to their own fathers? Who has not known some sister more of a wife to a man than she for whose sake her neglected her? But it will take the loves of all the relations of life gathered in one to shadow the love which, in the kingdom of heaven, is recognized as due to each from each human being per se. It is for the sake of the essential human that all human relations and all forms of them exist, that we may learn what it is and become capable of loving it aright. Dorothy would now have been as a mother to her father had she had but a good hope, if no more, of finding her father in heaven. She was not at peace enough to mother anybody. She had indeed a grasp of the skirt of his robe, only she could not be sure it was not the mere fringe of a cloud she held. Not the less was her father all her care and pride and joy. Of his faults she saw none. There was enough of the noble and generous in him to hide them from a less particular beholder than a daughter. They had never been serious in comparison with his virtues. I do not mean that every fault is not so serious that a man must be willing to die 20 deaths to get rid of it, but that, relatively to the getting rid of it, a fault is serious or not in proportion to the depth of its root, rather than the amount of its foliage. Neither can that be the worst conditioned fault, the man's own suspicion of which would make him hang his head in shame. Those are his worst faults, which a man will start up to defend. Those are the most dangerous moral diseases whose symptoms are regarded as the signs of health. Like lovers, they walked out together, with eyes only for each other, for the good news had made them shy through the lane, into the cross street, and out into Pine Street, along which they went westward, meeting the gaze of the low sun, which wrapped them round in a veil of light and dark, for the light made their eyes dark, so that they seemed feeling their way out of the light into the shadow. "This is like life," said the pastor, looking down at the precious face beside him. "Our eyes can best see from under the shadow of afflictions." "I would rather it were from under the shadow of God's wing," replied Dorothy timidly. "So it is, so it is. Afflictions are but the shadow of his wings," said her father eagerly. "Keep there, my child, and you will never need the afflictions I have needed. I have been a hard one to save." But the child thought within herself, "Alas, father, you have never had any afflictions which you or I either could not bear tenfold better than what I have to bear." She was perhaps right, only she did not know that when she got through, all would be transfigured with the light of her resurrection, just as her father's poverty now was in the light of his plenty. Little more passed between them in the street. All the way to the entrance of the park they were silent. There they exchanged a few words with a sweet-faced little dwarf woman that opened the gate, and those few words set the currents of their thoughts singing yet more sweetly as they flowed. They entered the great park, through the trees that bordered it, still in silence, but when they reached the wide expanse of grass, with its clumps of trees and thickets, simultaneously they breathed a deep breath of the sweet wind, and the fountains of their deeps were broken up. The evening was lovely. They wandered about long in delight, and much was the trustful converse they held. It was getting dark before they thought of returning. The father had been telling the daughter how he had mourned and wept when his boys were taken from him, never thinking at all of the girl who was left him. "And now," he said, "I would not part with my Dorothy to have them back, the finest boys in the world. What would my old age be without you, my darling?" Dorothy's heart beat high. Surely there must be a Father in heaven too. They walked a while in a great silence, for the heart of each was full, and all the time scarce an allusion had been made to the money. As they returned, they passed the new house at some distance, on the highest point in the park. It stood unfinished, with all its windows boarded up. "The walls of that house," said Mr. Drake, "were scarcely above ground when I came to Glaston." So they had been for 20 years, and so they remain until, as you remember, the building was recommenced some 3 or 4 years ago. Now, again, it is forsaken, and only the wind is at home in it. "They tell me the estate is for sale," said Dorothy. "Those building lots, just where the lane leads into Pine Street, I fancy belong to it." "I wish," returned her father, "they would sell me that tumble-down place in the hollow they call the old house of Glaston. I shouldn't mind paying a good sum for it. What a place it would be to live in, and what a pleasure there would be in the making of it once more habitable, and watching order dawn out of neglect. It would be delightful, responded Dorothy. When I was a child, it was one of my dreams that that house was my papa's, with the wild garden and all the fruit, and the terrible lake, and the ghost of the lady that goes about in the sack she was drowned in. But would you really buy it, father, if you could get it? I think I should, Dorothy, answered Mr. Drake. Would it not be damp so much in the hollow? Is it not the lowest spot in the park? In the park, yes, for the park drains into it, but the park lies high, and you must note that the lake, deep as it is, very deep, yet drains into the life. For all they say of no bottom to it, I am nearly sure the deepest part of the lake is higher than the surface of the river. If I am right, then we could, if we pleased, empty the lake altogether. Not that I should like the place nearly so well without it. The situation is charming, and so sheltered. Looking full south, just the place to keep open house in. That is just like you, father, cried Dorothy, clapping her hands once and holding them together as she looked up at him. The very day you are out of prison, you want to begin to keep an open house. Dear father, don't mistake me, my darling. There was a time, long ago, after your mother was good enough to marry me, when, I am ashamed to confess it even to you, my child, I did enjoy making a show. I wanted people to see that, although I was a minister of a sect looked down upon by the wealthy priests of a worldly establishment, I knew how to live after the world's fashion as well as they. That time you will scarcely recall, Dorothy. I remember the coachman's button, answered Dorothy. Well, I suppose it will be the same with not a few times and circumstances we may try to recall in the other world. Some insignificant thing will be all, and fittingly too, by which we shall be able to identify them. I like to give nice dinner parties, and we returned every invitation we accepted. I took much pains to have good wines, and the right wines with the right dishes, and all that kind of thing, though I dare say I made more blunders than I knew. Your mother had been used to that way of living, and it was no show in her as it was in me. Then I was proud of my library, and the rare books in it. I delighted in showing them, and talking over the rarity of this edition, the tallness of that copy, the binding, and such like follies. And where was the wonder, seeing I served religion so much in the same way, descanting upon the needlework that clothed the king's daughter, instead of her inward glory? I do not say always, for I had my better times. But how often have I not insisted on the mint and anise and cummin, and forgotten the judgment, mercy, and faith? How many sermons have I not preached about the latchets of Christ's shoes, when I might have been talking about Christ himself? But now I do not want a good house to make a show with any more. I want to be hospitable. I don't call giving dinner being hospitable. I would have my house a hiding place from the wind, a covert from the tempest. That would be to be hospitable. Ah, if your mother were with us, my child! But you will be a little wife, as you have been so many years now. God keeps open house. I should like to keep open house. I wonder, does anybody ever preach hospitality as a Christian duty? I hope you won't keep a butler and set up for grandfather, said Dorothy. Indeed I will not, my child. I would not run the risk of postponing the pleasure of the Lord to that of inhospitable servants. I will look to you to keep a warm, comfortable, welcoming house, and such servants only as shall be hospitable in heart and behaviour, and make no difference between the poor and the rich. I can't feel that anybody is poor, said Dorothy after a pause, except those that can't be sure of God. They are so poor, she added. You are right, my child, returned her father. It was not my poverty, it was not being sure of God, that crushed me. How long is it since I was poor, Dorothy? 2 days, father, not 2 till tomorrow morning. It looks to me 2 centuries. My mind is at ease, and I have not paid a debt yet. How vile of me to want the money in my own hand, and not be content it should be in God's pocket, to come out just as it was wanted. Alas, I have more faith in my uncle's leavings than in my father's generosity. But I must not forget gratitude in shame. Come, my child, no one can see us. Let us kneel down here on the grass and pray to God, who is in yon star, just twinkling through the grey, and in my heart and in yours, my child. I will not give the words of the minister's prayer. The words are not the prayer. Mr. Drake's words were commonplace, with much of the conventionality and platitude of prayer meetings. He had always objected to the formality of the prayer book, but the words of his own prayers without book were far more formal. The prayer itself was in the heart, not on the lips, and was far better than the words. But poor Dorothy heard only the words, and they did not help her. They seemed rather to freeze than revive her faith, making her feel as if she never could believe in the God of her father. She was too unhappy to reason well, or she might have seen that she was not bound to measure God by the way her father talked to him, that the form of the prayer had to do with her father, not immediately with God, that God might be altogether adorable, notwithstanding the prayers of all heathens and of all saints. Their talk turned again upon the old house of Glaston. If it be true, as I have heard ever since I came, said Mr. Drake, that Lord de Barry means to pull down the house and plough up the garden, and if he be so short of money, as they say, he might perhaps take a few thousand for it. The life bounds the estate, and there makes a great loop, so that a portion might be cut off by a straight line from one arm of the curve to the other, which would be quite outside the park. I will set some inquiry on foot. I have wished for a long time to leave the river, only we had a lease. The old house is nothing like so low as the one we are now in. Besides, as I propose, we should have space to build, if we found it desirable, on the level of the park. When they reached the gate on their return, a second dwarfish figure, a man, pigeon-chested, short-necked, and asthmatic, a strange, gnome-like figure, came from the lodge to open it. Everybody in Glaston knew Polwarth, the gatekeeper. "How is the asthma tonight, Mr. Polwarth?" said the pastor. He had not yet got rid of the tone in which in his young days he had been accustomed to address the poor of his flock, a tone half familiar, half condescending. 2 big ship barnacles will stick, and may add weeks to the length of a voyage too. "Not very bad, thank you, Mr. Drake. But, bad or not, it is always a friendly devil," answered the little man. "I am asked a little surprised to hear you use such express yourself so, Mr. Polwarth," said the minister. The little man laughed a quiet, huskily melodious, gentle, merry laugh. "I am not original in the idea, and scarcely so in my way of expressing it. I am sorry you don't like it, Mr. Drake," he said. "I found it in the second epistle to the Corinthians last night, and my heart has been full of it ever since. It is surely no very bad sign if the truth should make us merry at a time. It ought to do so, I think, seeing merriment is one of the lower forms of bliss." "I am at a loss to understand you, Mr. Polwarth," said the minister. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Drake. I will come to the point. In the passage I refer to, St. Paul says, 'There was given to me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan to buffet me.' lest I should be exalted above measure. Am I not right in speaking of such a demon as a friendly one? He was a gift from God. I had not observed, that is, I had not taken particular notice of the unusual combination of phrases in the passage, answered Mr. Drake. It is a very remarkable one, certainly. I remember no other in which a messenger of Satan is spoken of as being given by God. Clearly, sir, St. Paul accepted him as something to be grateful for, so soon as his mission was explained to him, and after that, who is to say what may not be a gift of God? It won't do to grumble about anything, will it, sir, when it may so unexpectedly turn out to be given to us by God? I begin to suspect that never, until we see a thing plainly, a gift of God, can we be sure that we see it right. I am quite certain the most unpleasant things may be such gifts. I should be glad enough to part with this asthma of mine. If it pleased God, it should depart from me. But would I yield a fraction of what it has brought me for the best lungs in England? I trow not. You are a happy man, Mr. Polwarth, if you can say that and abide by it. I am a happy man, sir. I don't know what would come of me sometimes, for very gladness, if I hadn't my good friend, the asthma devil, to keep me down a bit. Good night, sir, he added, for Mr. Drake was already moving away. He felt superior to this man, set him down as forward, did not quite approve of him. Always ready to judge involuntarily from externals, he would have been shocked to discover how much the deformity of the man which caused his discomfort prejudiced him also against him. Then Polwarth seldom went to a place of worship, and when he did, went to church. A cranky, visionary, talkative man, he was in Mr. Drake's eyes. He set him down as one of those mystical interpreters of the word, who are always searching it for strange things, whose very insight leads them to vagary, blinding them to the relative value of things. It is amazing from what a mere fraction of fact concerning him a man will dare judge the whole of another man. In reality, little Polwarth could have carried big Drake to the top of any hill difficulty, up which, in his spiritual pilgrimage, he had yet to go panting and groaning, and to the top of many another besides, within sight even of which the minister would never come in this world. He is too ready with his spiritual experience, that little man, too fond of airing it, said the minister to his daughter. I don't quite know what to make of him. He is a favourite of Mr. Wingfold, but my experience makes me doubtful. I suspect prodigies. Now Polwarth was not in the habit of airing his religious experiences, but all Glaston could see that the minister was in trouble, and he caught at the first opportunity he had of showing his sympathy with him, offering him a share of the comfort he had just been receiving himself. He smiled at his apparent rejection, and closed the gate softly, saying to himself that the good man would think of it yet, he was sure. Dorothy took little interest in Polwarth, little therefore in her father's judgment of him, but, better even than Wingfold himself, that poor physical failure of a man could have helped her from under every gravestone that was now crushing the life out of her, not so much from superiority of intellect, certainly not from superiority of learning, but mainly because he was alive all through, because the life eternal pervaded every atom of his life, every thought, every action, door nor window of his being had a lock to it. All of them were always on the swing to the wind that bloweth where it listeth. Upon occasions when most would seek refuge from the dark sky and gusty weather of trouble, by hiding from the messengers of Satan in the deepest cellar of their hearts, there to sit grumbling, Polwarth always went out into the open air, If the wind was rough, there was none less life in it. The breath of God. It was rough to blow the faults from him, genial to put fresh energy in him. If the rain fell, it was the water of cleansing and growth. Misfortune he would not know by that name. There was no miss but in himself, and that the messenger of Satan was there to buffet. So long as God was, all was right. No wonder the minister then was incapable of measuring the gatekeeper. But Polwarth was right about him. As he went home, he pondered the passage to which he had referred him, wondering whether he was to regard the fortune sent him as a messenger of Satan given to buffet him. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Surgery Door. That Juliet loved Faber, as she had at one time resolved never to love man, she no longer attempted to conceal from herself. But she was far from being prepared to confess the discovery to him. His atheism she satisfactorily justified herself in being more ready to pity than to blame. There were difficulties. There were more than difficulties. Not a few of them she did not herself see how to get over. If her father had been alive, then indeed children must not break their parents' hearts. But if, as appeared the most likely thing, that father, tenderly as she had loved him, was gone from her forever, if life was but a flash across from birth to the grave, why should not those who loved make the best of it for each other during that one moment, brief as the lightning in the college night? They must try to be the more to one another. And the time was so short. All that Faber had ever pleaded was now blossoming at once in her thought. She had not a doubt that he loved her as would have been enough once at all events. A man of men he was, noble, unselfish, independent, a ruler of himself, a benefactor of his race. What right had those believers to speak of him as they did? In any personal question he was far their superior. That they undervalued him came all of their narrow prejudices. He was not of their kind, therefore he must be below them. But there were first that should be last, and last first. She felt herself no whit worthy of him. She believed herself not for a moment comparable to him. But his infinite chivalry, gentleness, compassion, would be her refuge. Such a man would bear with her weaknesses, love her love, and forgive her sins. If he took her God from her, he must take his place and be a godlike man to her. Then, if there should be any further truth discoverable, why indeed, as himself said, should they not discover it together? Could they be likely to discover it apart and distracted with longing? She must think about it a little longer, though. She could not make up her mind the one way, and would not the other. She would wait and see. She dared not yet. Something might turn up to decide her, if she could but see into his heart for a moment. All this later time she had been going to the church every Sunday, and listening to sermons in which the curate poured out the energy of a faith growing stronger day by day. But not a word, he said, had as yet laid hold of one root fibre of her being. She judged, she accepted, she admired, she refused, she condemned, but she never did. To many souls hell itself seems a less frightful alternative than the agony of resolve, of turning, of being born again. But Juliet had never got so far as that. She had never yet looked the thing required of her in the face. She came herself to wonder that she had made any stand at all against the arguments of Faber. But how is it that anyone who has been educated in Christianity, yet does not become the disciple of Jesus Christ, avoids becoming an atheist? To such the whole thing must look so unlike what it really is. Does he prefer to keep half believing the revelation in order to attribute to it elements altogether unlovely, and so justify himself in refusing it? Were it not better to reject it altogether, if it be not fit to be believed in? If he be unable to do that, if he dare not proclaim an intellectual unbelief, if some reverence for father or mother, some inward drawing toward the good thing, some desire to keep an open door of escape, prevent what a hideous folly is a moral disregard. This thing is true, but I don't mind it. What is this acknowledged heedlessness, this apologetic arrogance? Is it a timid mockery, or the putting forth of a finger in the very face of the life of the world? I know well how foolish words like these must seem to such as Faber. But for such they are not written. They are written for men and women who close the lids of but half-blinded eyes, and think they do God service by not denying that there is not a sun in the heavens. There may be some denying Christ who shall fare better than they, when he comes to judge the world with a judgment which even those whom he sends from him shall confess to be absolutely fair, a judgment whose very righteousness may be a consolation to some upon whom it falls heavily. That night Juliet hardly knew what she had said to Faber, and longed to see him again. She slept little, and in the morning was weary and exhausted, but he had set her the grand example of placing work before everything else, and she would do as he taught her. So, in the name of her lover, and in spite of her headache, she rose to her day's duty. Love delights to put on the livery of the loved. After breakfast, as was their custom, Dorothy walked with her to the place where she gave her first lesson. The nearest way led past the house of the doctor, but hitherto, as often as she could frame fitting reason, generally on the ground that they were too early, and must make a little longer walk of it, Juliet had contrived to avoid turning the corner of Mr. Drew's shop. This day, however, she sought no excuse, and they went the natural road. She wanted to pass his house, to get a glimpse of him if she might. As they approached it, they were startled by a sudden noise of strife. The next instant the door of the surgery, which was a small building connected with the house by a passage, flew open, and a young man was shot out. Half jumped, half fell down the 6 or 8 steps, turned at once, and ran up again. He had a rather refined look, notwithstanding the annoyance and the resentment that discomposed his features. The mat had caught the door, and he was just in time to prevent it from being shot in his face. "I will not submit to such treatment, Mr. Faber," cried the youth. "It is not part of a gentleman to forget that another is one." "To the devil with your gentleman!" they heard the doctor shout in a rage from behind the half-closed door. "The less said about the gentleman the better, when the man is nowhere." "Mr. Faber, I will allow no man to insult me," said the youth, and made a fierce attempt to push the door open. "You are a wretch below insult," returned the doctor, and the next moment the youth staggered again down the steps, this time to fall, in awkward and ignominious fashion, half on the pavement, half in the road. Then out on the top step came Paul Faber, white with wrath, too full of indignation to see person or thing except the object of it. "You damned rascal," he cried, "if you set foot on my premises again, it will be at the risk of your contemptible life." "Come, come, Mr. Faber, this won't do," returned the youth, defiantly, as he gathered himself up. "I don't want to make a row, but—" "You don't want to make a row, you puppy? Then I do. You don't come into my house again. I'll have your traps turned out to you, Jenkins. You had better leave the town as fast as you can, too, for this won't be a secret. You'll allow me to call on Mr. Crispin first? Do. Tell him the truth, and see whether he'll take the thing up. If I were God, I'd damn you." "Big words from you, Faber," said the youth with a sneer, struggling hard to keep the advantage he had in temper. "Everybody knows you don't believe there is any God." "Then there ought to be, so long as such as you ain't got your deserts. You set up for a doctor. I would sooner lose all the practice I ever made than send you to visit women or children, you heartless miscreant." The epithet the doctor really used here was stronger and more contemptuous, but it is better to take the liberty of substituting this. "What have I done to let loose all this Billingsgate?" cried the young man indignantly. "I have done nothing the most distinguished in the profession haven't done 20 times over. I don't care a damn. What's a profession to humanity? For a wonder the public is in the right on this question, and I side with the public. The profession may go to Turkey." Probably Turkey was not the place he had intended to specify, but at the moment he caught sight of Juliet and her companion. "There," he concluded, pointing to the door behind him. "You go in and put your things up and be off." Without another word, the young man ascended the steps and entered the house. Juliet stood staring, motionless and white. Again and again, Dorothy, who had turned back, but Juliet grasped her by the arm, stood as if frozen to the spot, and would not let her move. She must know what it meant. And all the time a little crowd had been gathering, as it well might, even in a town no bigger than Glaston, at such uproar in its usually so quiet streets. At first it was all women, who showed their interest by a fixed regard of each speaker in the quarrel in turn, and a confused staring from one to the other of themselves. No handle was yet visible by which to lay hold of the affair, but the moment the young man re-entered the surgery, and just as Faber was turning to go after him, out, like a bolt, shot from the open door a long-legged, gaunt, mongrel dog, in such a pitiful state as I will not horrify my readers by attempting to describe. It is enough to say that the knife had been used upon him with a ghastly freedom. In an agony of soundless terror, the poor animal, who could never recover the usage he had had, and seemed likely to tear from himself a part of his body at every bound, rushed through the spectators, who scattered horror-stricken from his path. Ah, what a wild-waste look the creature had, as if his spirit within him were wan with dismay at the lawless invasion of his humble house of life. A cry, almost a shriek, rose from the little crowd, to which a few men had now added themselves. The doctor came dashing down the steps in pursuit of him. The same instant, having just escaped collision with the dog, up came Mr. Drew. His round face flamed like the sun in a fog with anger and pity and indignation. He rushed straight at the doctor, and would have collared him. Faber flung him from him without a word, and ran on. The draper reeled, but recovered himself, and was starting to follow, when Juliet, hurrying up, with white face and flashing eyes, laid her hand on his arm, and said in a voice of whose authoritative tone she was herself unconscious, "Stop, Mr. Drew." The draper obeyed, but stood speechless with anger, not yet doubting it was the doctor who had so misused the dog. "I have been here from the first," she went on. "Mr. Faber is as angry as you are. Please, Dorothy, will you come? It is that assistant of his, Mr. Drew. He hasn't been with him more than 3 days." With Dorothy beside her, Juliet now told him, loud enough for all to hear, what they had heard and seen. "I must go and beg his pardon," said the draper. "I had no right to come to such a hasty conclusion. I hope he will not find it hard to forgive me." You did no more than he would have done in your place, replied Juliet. But, she added, where is the God of that poor animal, Mr. Drew? I expect he's taken him by this time, answered the draper, but I must go and find the doctor. So saying, he turned and left them. The ladies went also, and the crowd dispersed. But already rumours, as evil as discordant, were abroad in Glaston to the prejudice of Faber, and at the door of his godlessness was from all sides laid the charge of cruelty. How difficult is it to make prevalent the right notion of anything, but only a little reflection is required to explain the fact. The cause is that so few people give themselves the smallest trouble to understand what is told them. The first thing suggested by the word spoken is taken instead of the fact itself, and to that, as a ground plan, all that follows is fitted. People listen so badly, even when not sleepily, that the wonder is anything of consequence should ever be approximately understood. How appalling it would be to one anxious to convey a meaning, to see the shapes his words assumed in the mind of his listening friend. For, in place of falling upon the table of his perception, kept steady by will and judgment, he would see them tumble upon the sounding board of his imagination, every vibration, and there be danced like sand into all manner of shapes, according to the tune played by the capricious instrument. Thus, in Glaston, the strangest stories of barbarity and cruelty were now attributed to a man entirely incapable of them. He was not one of the foul seekers after knowledge, and if he had had a presentiment of natural tendency of his opinions, he would have trembled at the vision, and set himself to discover whether there might not be truth in another way of things. As he went about in the afternoon amongst his sick and needy, the curate heard several of these ill reports. Some communicated them to ease their own horror, others in the notion of pleasing the believer by revolting news of the unbeliever. In one house he was told that the poor young man whom Dr. Faber had enticed to be his assistant had behaved in the most gentlemanly fashion, had thrown up his situation, consenting to the loss of his salary, rather than connive at the horrors of cruelty in which the doctor claimed his help. Great moan was made over the pity that such a nice man should be given to such abominations. But where was the wonder, some said, seeing he was the enemy of God, that he should be the enemy of the beasts God had made? Much truth and many wise reflections were uttered, only they were not as level as the cannon to his blank, for they were pointed at the wrong man. There was one thing in which Wingfold differed from most of his parishioners. He could hear with his judgment, and make his imagination lie still. At the same time, in order to arrive the more certainly at the truth, in any matter presented to him, he would, in general, listen to the end of what anybody had to say. So doing, he let eagerness exhaust itself, and did not by opposition in the first heat of narration excite partisan interest, or wake malevolent caution. If the communication was worthy, he thus got all the worth of it. If it was evil, he saw to the bottom of it, and discovered, if such were there, the filthy reptile in the mud beneath, which was setting the whole ugly pool in commotion. By this deliberateness, he also gave the greater weight to what answer he saw fit to give at last, sometimes with the result of considerable confusion of face to the narrator. In the present instance, he contented himself with the strongest assurance that the whole story was a mistake so far as it applied to Mr. Faber, who had, in fact, dismissed his assistant for the very crime of which they accused himself. The next afternoon he walked the whole length of Pine Street with the doctor, conversing all the way. Nor did he fail to turn the thing to advantage. He had for some time been awaiting a fit opportunity for instructing his people upon a point which he thought greatly neglected. Here was the opportunity, and he made haste to avail himself of it. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Groans of the Inarticulate. The rest of the week was rainy, but Sunday rose a day of perfect summer. As the curate went up the pulpit stair, he felt as if the pulse of all creation were beating in unison with his own. For today he was the speaker for the speechless, the interpreter of groans to the creation of God. He read, "Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father, and said, My friends, doth God care for sparrows? Or saith he it altogether for our sakes, and not at all for the sparrows? No, truly, for indeed it would be nothing to us if it were not everything to the sparrows. The word cannot reach our door except through the sparrow's nest. For see, what comfort would it be to us to be told we were of more value than ever so many sparrows? If their value was nothing, if God only knew and did not care for them, the saying would but import that we were of more value than just nothing. Oh, how skilful is unbelief to take all the colour and all the sweetness and all the power out of the words of the Word himself. How many Christians are there not who take the passage to mean that not a sparrow can fall to the ground without the knowledge of its Creator? A mighty thing that for the sparrow. If such a Christian seemed to the sparrow the lawful interpreter of the sparrow's Creator, he would make an infidel of the sparrow. What Christ-like heart, what heart of loving man, could be content to take all the comfort to itself, and leave none for the sparrows? Not that of our mighty brother Paul. In his ears sounded, in the heart echoed, the cries of all the creation of God. Their groanings that could not be uttered roused the response of his great compassion. When Christ was born in the heart of Paul, the whole creation of God was born with him. Nothing that could feel could he help loving. In the trouble of the creature's troubles sprang to life in his heart the hope that all that could groan should yet rejoice, that on the lowest servant in the house should yet descend the fringe of the robe that was cast about the redeemed body of the Son. He was no pedophagging priest, standing up for the rights of the superior. An exclusive is a self-excluded Christian. They that shut the door will find themselves on the wrong side of the door they have shut. They that push with the horn and stamp with the hoof cannot be admitted to the fold. St. Paul would acknowledge no distinctions. He saw every wall of the seclusion, of exclusion, of partition, broken down. Jew and Greek, barbarian, Scythian, bond and free, all must come into his heart. Mankind was not enough to fill that divine space, enlarged to the infinitude by the presence of the Christ. Angels, principalities, and powers must share in its conscious splendor. Not yet filled, yet unsatisfied with beings to love, Paul spread forth his arms to the whole groaning and troubled race of animals. Whatever could send forth a sigh of discomfort, or heave a helpless limb in pain, he took to the bosom of his hope and affection, yea, of his love and faith. On them, too, he saw the cup of Christ's heart overflow. For Paul had heard, if not from his own, yet from the lips of them that heard him speak the words, Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 farthings, and not one of them is forgotten before God? What if the little half-farthing things bear their share, and always have borne, in that which is behind of the sufferings of Christ? In any case, not one of them, not one so young that it topples from the edge of its nest, unable to fly, is forgotten by the Father of men. It shall not have a lonely deathbed, for the Father of Jesus will be with it. It must be true. It is indeed a daring word, but less would not be enough for the hearts of men, for the glory of God, for the need of the sparrow. I do not close my eyes to one of the 1,000 seemingly contradictory facts. I missed out my reading of the small print notes, and appeal to the text, yea, beyond the text, even to the God of the sparrows himself. I count it as a belonging to the smallest of our faith, to the poorness of our religion, to the rudimentary condition of our nature, that our sympathy with God's creatures is so small. Whatever the narrowest of our poverty-stricken, threadbare theories concerning them, whatever the inhospitable and exclusiveness of our mean pride toward them, we cannot escape admitting that to them pain is pain, and comfort is comfort, that they hunger and thirst, that sleep restores and death delivers them. Surely these are ground enough to the true heart, wherefore it should love and cherish them, the heart at least that believes with St. Paul, that they need and have the salvation of Christ, as well as we. Right grievously, though blindly, do they groan after it. The ignorance and pride which is forever sinking us toward them are the very elements in us which mislead us in our judgment concerning them, causing us to imagine them not upon a lower merely, but upon an altogether different footing in creation from our own. The same thing we call by one name is us, and by another in them. How jealous have not men been as to allowing them any share worthy the name of reason? But you may see a greater difference in this respect between the lowest and the highest at a common school than you will between them and us. A pony that has taught itself without hands to pump water for its thirst, an elephant that puts forth its mighty lip to lift the moving wheel of the heavy wagon over the body of its fallen driver, has rather more to plead on the score of intellect than many a schoolboy. Not a few of them shed tears. A bishop, one of the foremost of our scholars, assured me that once he saw a certain animal laugh while playing off a practical joke on another of a different kind from himself. I do not mention the kind of animal, because it would give occasion for a silly articulate joke, far inferior to his practical one. I go further and say that I more than suspect a rudimentary conscience in every animal. I care not how remotely rudimentary. There must be in the moral world absolute and right potent genial facts, which lie infinitudes beyond the reach of any moral microscope, as in the natural world beyond the most powerful of lenses. Yet surely, in this respect also, one may see betwixt boys at the same school greater differences than there are betwixt the highest of animals and the lowest of the humans. If you plead for the time for the boy to develop his poor rudimentary mollusk of a conscience, take it and heartily welcome, but grant it to the animals also. With some of them it may need millions of years, for anything I know. Certainly, in many human beings, it never comes plainly into our ken all the time they walk the earth. Who shall say how far the vision of the apostles reached? But surely the hope in which he says God himself subjected the creatures to vanity must have been an infinite hope. I will hope infinitely that the Bible gives any ground for the general fancy that at death an animal ceases to exist is but the merest dullest assumption. Neither is there a single scientific argument, so far as I know, against the continued existence of the animals, which would not tell equally against human immortality. My hope is that, in some way concerning which I do not now choose to speculate, there may be progress, growth, for them also. While I believe for myself, I must hope for them. This much, at least, seems clear, and I could press the argument further. If not one of them is forgotten before God, and one of them yet passes out of being, then is God the God of the dead, and not of the living? But we praise thee, we bless thee, we worship thee, we glorify thee, we give thanks to thee for thy great glory, O Lord God, heavenly King, God the Father Almighty. Thy universe is life, life and not death, even the death which awoke in the bosom of sin, thy Son opposing himself to its hate, and letting it spread its fury upon him, hath abolished. I know nothing, therefore care little, as to whether or not it may have pleased God to bring man up to the hill of humanity, through the swamps and thickets of the lower animal nature. But I do care that I should not now any more approach that level, whether once rightly my own or not. For what is honour in the animals would be dishonour in me. Not the less may such be the punishment, perhaps redemption, in store for some men and women. For aught I know, or see unworthy, in the thought, the self-suffering exquisite, for instance, may one day find himself chattering amongst fellow apes in some monkey village of Africa or Burma. Nor is the supposition absurd, though at first sight it may well so appear. Let us remember that we carry in us the characteristics of each and every animal. There is not one versus passion, one movement of affection, one trait of animal economy, one quality either for praise or blame, existing in them that does not exist in us. The relationship cannot be so very distant, and if theirs be so freely in us, why deny them so much we call ours? Hear how one of the ablest doctors of the English Church, John Donne, Dean of St. Paul's, in the reign of St. James I, writes, "Man is a lump where all beasts needed be. Wisdom makes him an ark where all agree. The fool, in whom these beasts do live at jar, is sport to others, and a theatre. Nor scapes he so, but is himself their prey. All which was man in him is eat away. And now his beasts on another feed, yet couple in anger, and new monsters breed. How happy's he which hath due place assigned to his beasts, and disafforested his mind, impaled himself to keep them out, not in, can sow, and dares truth corn where they have been, can use his horse, goat, wolf, and every beast, and is not ass himself to all the rest. Else man not only is the head of swine, but he's those devils too, which did incline then to an headlong rage, and made them worse. For man can add weight to heaven's heaviest curse. It astonishes me, friends, that we are not more terrified at ourselves, except the living Father have brought order, harmony, a world out of his chaos. And man is but a cage of unclean beasts, with no one to rule them, however fine a gentleman he may think himself. Even in this fair, well-ordered England of ours, at Kirkdale, in Yorkshire, was discovered some 50 years ago a great cavern that had once been a nest of gigantic hyenas, evidenced by their own broken bones, and the crushed bones of tigers, elephants, bears, and many other creatures. See to what a lovely peace the creating hand has even now brought our England, far as she is yet from being a province in the kingdom of heaven. But see also in her former condition a type of the horror to which our souls may festeringly sink, if we shut out his free spirit, and have it no more moving upon the face of our waters. And when I say a type, let us be assured there is no type worth the name which is not poor to express the glory or the horror it represents. To return to the animals, they are a care to God. They occupy part of his thoughts. We have duties toward them, owe them friendliness, tenderness. That God should see us use them as we do is a terrible fact, a severe difficulty to faith, for to such a pass has the worship of knowledge, an idol vile, even as Mammon himself, and more cruel arrived, that its priests, men kind as other men to their own children, kind to the animals of their household, kind even to some of the wild animals, men who will scatter crumbs to the robins in the winter, and set water for the sparrows on their housetop in summer, will yet, in the worship of this their idol, in their greed after the hidden things of the life of the flesh, without scruple, confessedly, without compunction, will, I say, dead to the natural motions of the divine element in them, the inherited pity of God, subject innocent, helpless, appealing, dumb souls to such tortures whose bare description would justly set me forth to the blame of cruelty toward those who sat listening to the same. Have these living, moving, seeing, hearing, feeling creatures, who could not be but by the will and presence of another any more than ourselves, have they no rights in their own compelled existence? Does the most earnest worship of an idol excuse robbery with violence extreme to obtain the sacrifices he loves? Does the value of the thing that may be found there justify me in breaking into the house of another's life? Does his ignorance of the existence of that which I seek alter the case? Can it be right to water the tree of knowledge with blood, and stir its boughs with the gusts of bitter agony, that we may force its flowers into blossom before their time? Sweetly human must be the delights of knowledge so gained, grand in themselves, and ennobling in their tendencies. Will it justify the same as a noble, a laudable, a worshipful endeavour to cover it with the reason of pretext? God knows which of such love for my own humankind as strengthens me to the most ruthless torture of their poorer relations, whose little treasure I would tear from them, that it may teach me how to add to their wealth. May my God give me grace to prefer 100 deaths to a life gained by the suffering of one simplest creature. He holds his life as I hold mine, by finding himself there where I find myself. Shall I quiet my heart with the throbs of another heart? Soothe my nerves with the agonized tension of a system? Live a few days longer by a century of shrieking deaths? It were a hellish wrong, a selfish, hateful, violent injustice, an evil life it were that I gained or held by such foul means. How could I even attempt to justify the injury, save on the plea that I am already better and more valuable than he, that I am the stronger, that the possession of all the pleasures of human intelligence gives me the right to turn the poor innocent joys of his senses into pains, before which, threatening my own person, my very soul would grow grey with fear? Or let me grant what many professional men deny utterly, that some knowledge of what is called practical value to the race has been thus attained. What can be its results at best but the adding of a cubit to the life? Grant that it gives us an immortal earthly existence, one so happy that the most sensual would never wish for death. What would it be by such means to live forever? God in heaven, what is the man who would dare live a life wrung from the agonies of tortured innocence? Against the will of my Maker, live by means that are an abhorrence to his soul, Such a life must be all in the flesh. The spirit could have little share therein. Could it be even a life of the flesh that came of treason committed against essential animality? It could be but an abnormal monstrous existence that sprang, toadstool-like, from the blood-mash of cruelty, a life neither spiritual nor fleshy, but devilish. It is true we are above the creatures, but not to keep them down. They are for our use and service, but neither to be trodden under the foot of pride, nor misused as ministers, at their worst cost of suffering, to our inordinate desires of ease. After no such fashion did God give them to our helpers in living, to be tortured that we might gather ease. None but a devil could have made them for that. When I see a man who professes to believe not only in a God, but such a God as holds his court in the person of Jesus Christ, assailed with miserable cruelty the scanty, lovely, timorous lives of the helpers about him, it sets my soul aflame with such indignant wrath, with such a sense of horrible incongruity and wrong to every harmony of nature, human and divine, that I have to make haste and rush to the feet of the Master, lest I should scorn and hate where he has told me to love. Such a wretch, not content that Christ should have died to save men, will tear Christ's living things into palpitating shreds, that he may discover from them how better to save the same men. Is this to be in the world as he was in the world? Picture to yourselves one of these Christian inquirers erect before his class of students. Knife in hand, he is demonstrating to them from the live animal, so fixed and screwed and wired, that he cannot find for his agony even the poor relief of a yelp, how this or that writhing nerve or twitching muscle operates in the business of a life which his demonstration has turned from the gift of love into a poisoned curse. Picture to yourself such as one so busied, suddenly raising his eyes and seeing the eyes that see him, the eyes of him who, when he hung upon the cross, knew that he suffered for the whole creation of his Father, to lift it out of darkness into light, out of wallowing chaos into order and peace. Those eyes watching him, that pierced hand soothing his victim. Would not the knife fall from his hand in the divine paralysis that shoots from the heart and conscience? Ah, me, to have those eyes upon me in any wrongdoing. One thing only could be worse, not to have them upon me, to be left with my devils. You all know the immediate cause of the turning of our thoughts in this direction, the sad case of cruelty that so unexpectedly rushed to light in Glaston. So shocked was the man in whose house it took place that, as he drove from the door the unhappy youth who was guilty of the crime, this testimony, in the righteous indignation of his soul, believing, as you are aware, in no God and Father of all, broke from him with curses. There ought to be a God to punish such cruelty. Begone, he said. Never would I commit woman or child into the hands of a wilful author of suffering. We are to rule over the animals. The opposite of rule is torture, the final culmination of anarchy. We slay them, and if with reason, then with right. Therein we do them no wrong. Yourselves will bear me witness, however, and always in this place, I have protested that death is no evil, save as the element of injustice may be mingled therein. The sting of death is sin. Death, righteously inflicted, I repeat, is the reverse of an injury. What if there is too much lavishment of human affection upon objects less than human? It hurts less than if there were none. I confess that it moves with strange discomfort one who has looked upon swarms of motherless children, to see in a childless house a ruined dog, overfed, and snarling with discomfort, even on the blessed throne of childhood, the lap of a woman. But even that is better than that the woman should love no creature at all. Infinitely better. It may be she loves as she can. Her heart may not yet be equal to the love of a child, may be able only to cherish a creature whose oppositions are merely amusing, and whose presence, as doubtless it seems to her, gives rise to no responsibilities. Let her love her dog, even although her foolish treatment of him should delay the poor animal in its slow trot towards canine perfection. She may come to love him better. She may herself through him advance to love and the saving of a child. Who can tell? But do not mistake me. There are women with hearts so divinely insatiable in loving that in their mere gaps of their untiring ministration of humanity, they will fondle any living thing capable of receiving the overflow of their affection. Let such love as they will, they can hardly err. It is not of such that I have spoken. Again, to how many a lonely woman is not life made endurable, even pleasant, by the possession of the love of a devoted dog? The man who would focus the burning glass of science upon the animal may well mock at such a mission, and speak words contemptuous of the yellow old maid, with her yellow ribbons and her yellow dog. Nor would it change his countenance or soften his heart to be assured that that withered husk of womanhood was lovely once, and the heart in it is lovely still, that she was reduced to all but misery by the self-indulgence of a brother, to whom the desolation of a sister was but a pebble to pave the way to his pleasures, that there is no one left here now to love, or to be grateful for his love, but the creatures which he regards merely as a box of nature's secrets, worthy only of being rudely ransacked for what it may contain, and thrown aside when shattered in the search. A box he is indeed, in which lies enclosed a shiny secret, a truth too radiant for the eyes of such a man as he. The love of a living God is in him and his fellows, raging the world in broken incarnation, ministering to the forlorn humanity in dumb yet divine service. Who knows, in their great silence, how germane with ours may not be their share in the groanings that cannot be uttered? Friends, there must be a hell. If we leave Scripture and human belief aside, science reveals to us that nature has her catastrophes, that there is just so much of the failed cycle, of the undiscovered, the unbalanced, the incomplete, the fallen short in her motions, that the result must be collision, shattering resumption, the rage of unspeakable fire. Our world and all the worlds of the system are, I suppose, doomed to fall back at length into their parent fairness. Then will come one end and another beginning. There is many an end and many a beginning. At one of these ends, and that not the furthest, must surely lie a hell, in which, of all sins, the sin of cruelty, under whatever pretext committed, will receive its meed from him with whom there is no respect of persons, but who giveth to every man according to his works. Nor will it avail him to plead that in life he never believed in such retribution, for a cruelty that would have been restrained by a fear of hell was none the less hell-worthy. But I will not follow this track. The general conviction of humanity will be found right against any conclusions calling themselves scientific, that go beyond the scope or the reach of science. Neither will I presume to suggest the operation of any lex talionis in respect of cruelty. I know little concerning the salvation by fire of which St. Paul writes in his first epistle to the Corinthians, but I say this, that if the difficulty of curing cruelty be commensurate with the horror of its nature, Then verily for the cruel must be the furnace of wrath be 7 times heated. Ah, for them, poor injured ones, the wrong passes away. Friendly, lovely death, the midwife of heaven, comes to their relief, and their pain sinks in precious peace. But what is to be done for our brother's soul, bespattered with the gore of innocence? Shall the cries and moans of the torture he inflicted haunt him like an evil smell? Shall the phantoms of exquisite and sickening pains float lambent about the fingers, and pass and repass through the heart and brain, that sends their realities quivering and burning into the souls of the speechless ones? It has been said somewhere that the hell for the cruel man would be to have the faces of all the creatures he had wronged come staring round him with sad, weary eyes. But must not the divine nature, the pitiful heart of the universe, have already begun to reassert itself in him before that would hurt him? Upon such a man the justice in my heart desires this retribution. To desire more would be to be more vile than he. To desire less would not be to love my brother. That the soul capable of such deeds shall be compelled to know the nature of its deeds, in the light of the absolute truth, that the eternal fact shall flame out from the divine region of its own conscience until it writhe in the shame of being itself, loathe as absolute horror the deeds in which would now justify, and long for deliverance from that which he has made of itself. The moment of discipline begins to blossom, the moment the man begins to thirst after confession and reparation. Then is he once more my brother. Then from an object of disgust, in spite of pity, he becomes a being for all tender, honest hearts in the universe of God to love, cherish, revere. Meantime, you who behold with aching hearts the wrongs done to the lower brethren that ought to be cherished as those to whom less has been given, having done all, stand comforted in the thought that not one of them suffers without the loving, caring, sustaining presence of the great Father of the universe, the Father of men, the God and Father of Jesus Christ, the God of the sparrows, and the ravens, and the oxen, yea, of the lilies of the field. As might be expected, Mrs. Ramshorn was indignant. What right had he to desecrate a pulpit of the Church of England by misusing it for the publication of his foolish fancies about creatures that had not reason? Of course nobody would think of being cruel to them, poor things, but there was that silly man talking about them as if they were better Christians than any of them. He was intruding into things he had not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshy mind. The last portion of these remarks she made in the hearing of her niece, who carried it home for the amusement of her husband. He said he could laugh with a good conscience, for the reading of the passage, according to the oldest manuscripts we have, was not the things he hath not seen, but the things he hath seen, and he thought it meant haunting the visible, the sensuous, the fleshy. So, for the satisfaction of an earthly imagination, in love with embodiment for its own sake, worshipping angels, and not keeping hold of the invisible, the real, the true, the mind, namely, and spirit of the living Christ, the head. Poor auntie, replied Helen, would hold herself quite above the manuscripts. With her it is the merest sectarianism and radicalism to meddle with the text as appointed to be read in churches. What was good enough for the dean must be far more than good enough for an unbeneficed curate. But the rector, who loved dogs and horses, was delighted with the sermon. Faber's whole carriage and conduct in regard to the painful matter was such as to add to Juliet's confidence in him. Somehow she grew more at ease in his company, and no longer took pains to avoid him. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Cow Lane Chapel. By degrees, Mr. Drake's mind grew quiet and accommodated itself to the condition of the new atmosphere, in which at first it was so hard for him to draw spiritual breath. He found himself again able to pray, and while he bowed his head lower before God, he lifted up his hat higher toward him. His uncle's bequest presented no appropriative difficulties. He had once set himself to be a faithful and wise steward of the grace of God, to which holy activity the return of his peace was mainly owing. Now and then the fear would return that God had sent him the money in displeasure, that he had handed him over all his principles and refused to be his banker any more, and the light-winged, haunting dread took from him a little even of the blameless pleasure that naturally belonged to the paying of his debts. Also, he now became plainly aware of a sore fact which he had all his life dimly suspected, namely, that there was in his nature a spot of the leprosy of avarice, the desire to accumulate. Hence he grew almost afraid of his money, and his anxiety to spend it freely and right, to keep it flowing lest it should pile up its waves and drown his heart, went on steadily increasing. That he could hoard now, if he pleased, gave him just the opportunity of burning the very possibility out of his soul. It is those who are unaware of their proclivities and never pray against them that must be led into temptation, lest they should forever continue capable of evil. When a man could do a thing, then first can he abstain from doing it. Now, with his experience of both poverty and riches, the minister knew that he must make them both follow, like hounds, at his heel. If he were not to love money, if even in the free use of it he were to regard it with honour, fear its loss, forget that it came from God, and must return to God through holy channels, he must sink into a purely contemptible slave. Where would be the room for any further repentance? He would have had every chance, and failed in every trial the most opposed. He must be lord of his wealth. Mammon must be the slave, not Walter Drake. Mammon must be more than his brownie, more than his Robin Goodfellow. He must be the subject gin of a holy spell, holier than Solomon's wisdom, more potent than the stamp of his seal. At present he almost feared him as a Caliban to whom he might not be able to play Prospero, and Euphrates half escaped from his jar, a demon he had raised, for whom he must find work, or to be torn by him into fragments. The slave must have drudgery, and the master must take heed that he never send him alone to do lovers dear service. I am 60, he said to himself, and I have learned to begin to learn. Behind him, his public life looked a mere tale that is told. His faith in the things he had taught had been little better than that which hangs about an ancient legend. He had been, in a measure, truthful. He had endeavoured to act upon what he taught, but alas, the accidents of faith had so often been uppermost with him, instead of its eternal fundamental truths. How unlike the affairs of the kingdom did all that church business look to him now. The rich men ruling, the poor men grumbling. in the whole assembly, including himself, could he honestly say he knew more than one man that sought the kingdom of heavens first? And yet he had been tolerably content until they began to turn against himself. What better could they have done than get rid of him? The whole history of their relation appeared now as a mess of untruth shot through with threads of light. Now, he would strive to enter in at the strait gate. The question was not of pushing others in. He would mortify the spirit of worldly judgments and ambitions. He would be humble as the servant of Christ. Dorothy's heart was relieved a little. She could read her father's feelings better than most wives those of their husbands, and she knew he was happier, but she was not herself happier. She would gladly have parted with all the money for a word from any quarter that could have assured her there was a God in heaven who loved. But the teaching of the curate had begun to tell upon her. She had begun to have a faint perception that if the story of Jesus Christ was true, there might be a Father to be loved, and being might be a bliss. The poorest glimmer of his loveliness gives a dawn to our belief in a God, and a small amount indeed of a genuine knowledge of him will serve to neutralize the most confident declaration that science is against the idea of a God, an utterance absolutely false. Scientific men may be unbelievers, but it is not from the teaching of science. Science teaches that a man must not say he knows what he does not know, not that what a man does not know he may say does not exist. I will grant, however, and willingly, that true science is against Faber's idea of other people's idea of a God. I will grant also that the tendency of one who exclusively studies science is certainly to deny what no one has proved, and he is uninterested in proving. But that is the fault of the man and his lack of science, not of the science he has. If people understood better the arrogance of which they are themselves guilty, they would be less ready to imagine that a strong assertion necessarily implies knowledge. Nothing can be known except what is true. A negative may be fact, but cannot be known except by the knowledge of its opposite. I believe also that nothing can be really believed, except it be true. But people think they believe many things, which they do not and cannot in the real sense. When, however, Dorothy came to concern herself about the will of God in trying to help her father to do the best with their money, she began to reap a little genuine comfort, for then she found things begin to explain themselves a little. The more a man occupies himself in doing the works of the Father, the sort of thing the Father does, the easier will he find it to believe that such a Father is at work in the world. In the curate, Mr. Drake had found not only a man he could trust, but one to whom, young as he was, he could look up, and it was a trait in the minister nothing short of noble, that he did look up to the curate, perhaps without knowing it. He had by this time all but lost sight of the fact, once so monstrous, so unchristian in his eyes, that he was the paid agent of a government church. The sight of the man's own house, built on a rock, in which was a well of the water of life, had made him nearly forget it. In his turn, he could give the curate much. The latter soon discovered that he knew a great deal more about Old Testament criticism, church history, and theology, understanding by the last the records of what men had believed and argued about God than he did. They often disagreed, and not seldom disputed, but while each held the will and law of Christ as the very foundation of the world, and obedience to him as the way to possess it, after its idea. How could they fail to know that they were brothers? They were gentle with each other for the love of him, whom in eager obedience they called Lord. The moment his property was his availably, the minister betook himself to the curate. Now, he said, he too had the gift of going pretty straight, though not quite so straight as the curate. Now, Mr. Wingfold, tell me plainly what you think the first thing I ought to do with this money toward making it a true gift of God. I mean, what can I do with it for somebody else, some person or persons to whom money in my hands, not in theirs, may become a small saviour? You want, in respect of your money, rejoined the curate, to be in the world as Christ was in the world, setting right what is wrong in ways possible to you, and not counteracting his? You want to do the gospel as well as preach it? That is what I mean, or rather, what I wish to mean. You have said it. What do you count the first thing I should try to set right? I should say injustice. My very soul revolts against the talk about kindness to the poor, when such a great part of their misery comes from the injustice and greed of the rich. I well understand, returned Mr. Drake, that a man's first business is to be just to his neighbour, but I do not so clearly see when he is to interfere to make others just. Our Lord would not settle the division of the inheritance between the two brothers. No, but he gave them a lesson concerning avarice, and left that to work. I don't suppose anybody is unjust for love of injustice. I don't understand the pure devilish very well, though I have glimpsed into it. Your way must be different from our Lord's in form, that it may be the same in spirit. You have to work with money. His father had given him none. In his mission, he was not to use all means, only the best. But even he did not attack individuals to make them do right. And if you employ your money in doing justice to the oppressed and afflicted, to those shorn of the commonest rights of humanity, it will be the most powerful influence of all to wake the sleeping justice in the dull hearts of other men. It is the business of anybody who can to set right what anybody has set wrong. I will give you a special instance, which has been in my mind all the time. Last spring, and it was the same the spring before, my first in Glaston, the floods brought misery upon every family in what they call the pottery here. How some of them get through any wet season I cannot think, but Faber will tell you what a multitude of sore throats, cases of croup, scarlet fever, and diphtheria he has to attend in those houses every spring and autumn. They are crowded with labourers and their families, who, since the railway came, have no choice but to live there and pay a much heavier rent in proportion to their accommodation that you or I do, in proportion to the value of the property, immensely heavier. Is it not hard? Men are their brothers' keepers indeed, but it is in chains of wretchedness they keep them. Then again, I am told that the owner of these cottages, who draws a large yearly sum from them, and to the entreaties of his tenants for really needful repairs, gives nothing but promises, is one of the most influential attendants of a chapel you know, where, Sunday after Sunday, the gospel is preached. If this be true, here again is a sad wrong. What can those people think of religion so represented? I am a sinful man, exclaimed the pastor. That Bowerwood is one of the deacons. He is the owner of the chapel as well as the cottages. I ought to have spoken to him years ago, but, he cried, starting to his feet, the property is for sale. I saw it in the paper this very morning. Thank God. He caught up his hat. I shall have no choice but buy the chapel too, he added, with a queer, humorous smile. It is part of the property. Come with me, my dear sir. We must see to it directly. You will speak. I would rather not appear in the affair until the property is my own. But I will buy those houses, please God, and make them such as his poor sons and daughters may live in without fear or shame. The curate was not one to give a cold bath to enthusiasm. They went out together, got all needful information, and within a month the title deeds were in Mr. Drake's possession. When the rumour reached the members of his late congregation that he had come in for a large property, many called to congratulate him, and such congratulations are pretty sure to be sincere. But he was both annoyed and amused when, it was in the morning during business hours, Dorothy came and told him, not without some show of disgust, that a deputation from the church in Cow Lane was below. We've taken the liberty of calling in the name of the church to congratulate you, Mr. Drake, said their leader, rising with the rest as the minister entered the dining-room. Thank you, returned the minister quietly. I fancy, said the other, who was Barwood himself, with a smile such as heralds the facetious, you will hardly condescend to receive a little gratuity now? I shall not require it, gentlemen. Of course we should never have offered you such a small sum, if we hadn't known you were independent of us. Why then did you offer it at all? Asked the minister. As a token of our regard. The regard could not be very lively that made no inquiry as to our circumstances. My daughter had £20 a year. I had nothing. We were in no small peril of simple starvation. Bless my soul, we hadn't an idea of such a thing, sir. Why didn't you tell us? Mr. Drake smiled, and made no other reply. Well, sir, resumed Barwood, after a very brief pause, for he was a man of magnificent assurance, as it's all turned out so well, you'll let bygones be bygones, and give us a hand? I am obliged to you for calling, said Mr. Drake, especially to you, Mr. Barwood, because it gives me an opportunity of confessing a fault of omission on my part toward you. Here the pastor was wrong. Not having done his duty when he ought, he should have said nothing now. It was needless for the wronged, and likely only to irritate the wrong-doer. Don't mention it, pray, said Mr. Barwood. This is a time to forget everything. I ought to have pointed out to you, Mr. Barwood, pursued the minister, both for your own sake and that of those poor families, your tenants, that your property in this lower part of the town was quite unfit for the habitation of human beings. Don't let your conscience trouble you on the score of that neglect, answered the deacon. His face flushed with anger, while he tried to force a smile. I shouldn't have paid the least attention to it if you had. My firm opinion has always been that a minister's duty is to preach the gospel, not meddle in the private affairs of the members of his church. And if you knew all, Mr. Drake, you would not have gone out of your way to make the remark. But that's neither here nor there, for it's not the business as we've come upon. Mr. Drake, it's a clear thing to everyone as looks into it, that the cause will never prosper so long as that's the chapel we've got. We did think as perhaps a younger man might do something to counteract church influences, but there don't seem any sign of betterment yet. In fact, things looks worse. No, sir, it's the chapel as is the stumbling block. What has religion got to do with what's ugly and dirty? A place that any lady or gentleman, let he or she be so much of a Christian, might turn up the nose and refrain the foot from. No, I say, what we want is a new place of worship. Cow Lane is behind the age, and that musty. Ooh. With the words of truth left sticking on the walls, suggested Mr. Drake. Ha, ha, ha. Good that, exclaimed several. But the pastor's face looked stern, and the voices dropped into rebuked silence. At least you will allow, sir, persisted Bowwood, that the house of God ought to be as good as the houses of his people. It stands to reason. Depend upon it, he won't give us no success till we give him a decent house. What, are we to dwell in the houses of cedar, and the ark of the Lord in a tent? That's what it comes to, sir. The pastor's spiritual gorge rose at this paganism in Jew clothing. You think God loves newness and finery better than the old walls where generations have worshipped? He said. I make no doubt of it, sir, answered Bowwood. What's generations to him? He wants the people drawn to his house, and what there is in Cow Lane to draw is more than I know. I understand you wish to sell the chapel, said Mr. Drake. Is it not rather impudent to bring down the value of your property before you have got rid of it? Bowwood smiled a superior smile. He considered the bag and safe, and thought the purchaser a man who was certain to pull the chapel down. I know who the intended purchaser is, said Mr. Drake, and— Bowwood's countenance changed. He bethought himself that the conveyance was not completed, and half started from his chair. You would never go to such an unneighbourly act, he cried, as conspire to bring down the value of a property the moment it had passed out of my hands? I would not, Mr. Bowwood. And this very day the intending purchaser shall know of your project. Bowwood locked his teeth together and grinned with rage. He jumped from his seat, knocked it over in getting his hat from under it, and rushed out of the house. Mr. Drake smiled, and looked calmly round on the rest of the deacons, held his peace. It was a very awkward moment for them. At length one of them, a small tradesman, ventured to speak. He dared make no allusion to the catastrophe that had occurred. It would take much reflection to get hold of the true weight and bearing of what they had just heard and seen, for Bowwood was a mighty man among them. What we were thinking, sir, he said, and you will please to remember, Mr. Drake, that I was always on your side, and it's better to come to the point. There's a strong part of us in the church, sir, that would like to have you back, and we was thinking if you would condescend to help us. Now, as you're so well able to, sir, toward a new chapel, now as you have the means, as well as the will, to do God's service, sir, what with the Chapel Building Society, and every man jack of us, setting our shoulders to the wheel. And we should all do our very best. We should get a nice, new, I want to say showy, but attractive, that's the word, attractive place, not gaudy, you know. I never would give in to that, but ornamental too, and in a word, attractive, that's it, a place to which people would be drawn by the look of it outside, and kept by the look of it inside, a place as would make the people of Glaston say, Come and let us go up to the house of the Lord. If, with your help, sir, we had such a place, then perhaps you would condescend to take the reins again, sir. And we should then pay Mr. Rudd as your assistant, leaving the whole management in your hands, to preach when you pleased, and leave it alone when you didn't. There, sir. I think that's much the whole thing in a nutshell. And now will you tell me what result you would look for under such an arrangement? We should look for the blessing of a little success. It's a many years since we was favoured with any. And by success you mean? A large attendance of regular hearers in the morning, not a seat to let, and the people of Glaston crowding to hear the word in the evening, and going away because they can't get a foot inside the place. That's a success I should like to see. What? Would you have all Glaston such as yourselves? Exclaimed the pastor indignantly. Gentlemen, this is the crowning humiliation of my life, yet I am glad of it, because I deserve it, and it will help to make and keep me humble. I see in you the wood and hay and stubble, with which, alas, I have been building all these years. I have been preaching dissent instead of Christ, and there you are, dissenters indeed. But can I call you Christians? Assuredly do I believe the form of your church, that ordained by the apostles, but woe is me for the material whereof it is built. Were I to aid your plans with a single penny in the hope of withdrawing one inhabitant of Glaston from the preaching of Mr. Wingfold, a man who speaks the truth and fears nobody, as I, alas, have feared you, because of your dullness of heart and slowness of understanding, I should be doing the body of Christ a grievous wrong. I have been as one beating the air in talking to you against episcopacy, when I ought to have been preaching against dishonesty, eulogizing congregationalism, when I ought to have been training you in the 3 abiding graces, and chiefly in the greatest of them, charity. I have taken the pieces and put together for you the plan of salvation, when I ought to have spoken only of him, who is the way and the life. I have been losing my life, and helping you to lose yours. But go to the Abbey Church, and there a man will stir you up to lay hold upon God, will teach you to know Christ, each man for himself, and not for another. Shut up your chapel. Put off your scheme for a new one. Go to the Abbey Church, and be filled with the finest of the wheat. Then should this man depart, and one of the common episcopal train, whose God is the Church, and whose neighbour is the order of the priesthood, come to take his place, and preach against dissent, as I have so foolishly preached against the Church then, and not until then will the time be to gather together your savings and build yourselves a house to pray in. Then, if I am alive, as I hope I shall not be, come, and I will aid your purpose liberally. Do not mistake me. I believe as strongly as ever I did that the constitution of the Church of England is all wrong, that the arrogance and assumption of her priesthood is essentially opposed to the very idea of the kingdom of heaven, that the atheism creed is unintelligible, and where intelligible, cruel, but where I find my Lord preached as only one who understands him can preach him, and as I never could preach him, and never heard him preached before, even faults great as those shall be to me as merest accidents. Gentlemen, everything is pure loss, chapels and creeds and churches, all is loss that comes between us and Christ, individually, masterfully, and of unchristian things. One of the most unchristian is to dispute and separate in the name of him whose one object was, and whose one victory will be unity. Gentlemen, if you should ever ask me to preach to you, I will do so with pleasure. They rose as one man. bade him an embarrassed good morning, and walked from the room, some with their heads thrown back, others hanging them forward in worshipful shame. The former spread the rumour that the old minister had gone crazy. The latter began to go now and then to church. I may here mention, as I shall have no other opportunity, that a new chapel was not built, that the young pastor soon left the old one, that the deacons declared themselves unable to pay the rent, that Mr. Drake took the place into his own hands, and preached there every Sunday evening, but went always in the morning to hear Mr. Wingfold. There was kindly human work of many sorts done by them in concert, and each felt the other a true support. When the pastor and the parson chanced to meet in some lowly cottage, it was never with embarrassment or apology, as if they served two masters, but always with hearty and glad greeting, and they always went away together. I doubt if wickedness does half as much harm as sectarianism, whether it be the sectarianism of the church or of dissent, the sectarianism whose virtue is condescension, or the sectarianism whose vice is pride. Division has done more to hide Christ from the view of men than all the infidelity that has ever been spoken. It is the half-Christian clergy of every denomination that are the main cause of the so-called failure of the Church of Christ. Thank God, it has not failed so miserably as to succeed in the estimation or to the satisfaction of any party in it. But it was not merely in relation to forms of church government that the heart of the pastor, now in his old age, began to widen. Is it foolish to say that after a certain age a man cannot alter, that some men cannot or will not? God only can draw the line between those two knots, I allow, but the cause is not age, and it is not universal. The man who does not care and ceases to grow becomes torpid, stiffens, is in a sense dead. But he who has been growing all the time needs never stop, and where growth is, there is always capability of change. Growth itself is a succession of slow, melodious, ascending changes. The very next Sunday after the visit of their deputation to him, the church in Cow Lane asked their old minister to preach to them. Dorothy, as a matter of course, went with her father, although, dearly as she loved him, she would have much preferred hearing what the curate had to say. The pastor's text was, "Ye pay tithe of mint and anise and cummin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith." In his sermon he enforced certain of the dogmas of a theology which once expressed more truth than falsehood, but now at least conveys more falsehood than truth because of the changed conditions of those who teach and those who hear it. For even where his faith had been vital enough to burst the verbally rigid, formal, and indeed spiritually vulgar theology he had been taught, his intellect had not been strong enough to cast off the husks. His expressions, assertions, and arguments, tying up in a bundle of mighty truth, with cords taken from the lumber room and the ash pit, grazed severely the tenderer nature of his daughter. When they reached the house, and she found herself alone with her father in his study, she broke suddenly into passionate complaint, not that he should so represent God, seeing, for what she knew, he might indeed be such, but that, so representing God, he should expect men to love him. It was not often that her sea, however troubled in its depths, rose into such visible storm. She threw herself upon the floor with a loud cry, and lay sobbing and weeping. Her father was terribly startled, and stood for a moment as if stunned. Then a faint, slow light began to break in upon him, and he stood silent, sad, and thoughtful. He knew that he loved God, yet in what he said concerning him, in the impression he gave of him, there was that in which prevented the best daughter in the world from loving her Father in heaven. He began to see that he had never really thought about these things. He had been taught them, but had never turned them over in the light, never perceived the fact that, however much truth might be there also was what at least looked like a fearful lie against God. For a moment he gazed with keen compassion on his daughter as she lay, actually writhing in her agony, then kneeled beside her, and laying his hand upon her, said gently, "Well, my dear, if those things are not true, my saying them will not make them so." She sprung to her feet, threw her arms about his neck, kissed him, and left the room. The minister remained upon his knees. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Doctor's House. The holidays came, and Juliet took advantage of them to escape from what had begun to be a bondage to her, the daily intercourse with people who disapproved of the man she loved. In her thoughts, even she took no intellectual position against them, with regard to what she called doctrine, and Faber superstition. Her father had believed as they did. She clung to his memory. Perhaps she believed as he did. She could not tell. There was time yet wherein to make up her mind. She had certainly believed so once, she said to herself, and she might so believe again. She would have been, at first highly offended, but the next moment a little pleased at being told that in reality she had never believed one whit more than Faber, that she was at present indeed incapable of believing. Probably she would have replied, "Then wherein am I to blame?" But although a woman who sits with her child in her arms in the midst of her burning house, half asleep and half stifled and dazed with the fierce smoke, may not be to blame, certainly the moment she is able to excuse herself, she is bound to make for the door. So long as men do not feel that they are in a bad condition and in danger of worse, the message of deliverance will sound to them as a threat. Yea, the offer of absolute well-being upon the only possible conditions of the well-being itself must, if heard at all, rouse in them a discomfort whose cause they attribute to the message, not to themselves, and immediately they will endeavour to justify themselves in disregarding it. There are those doing all they can to strengthen themselves in unbelief, who, if the Lord were to appear plainly before their eyes, would tell him they could not help it, for he had not until then given them ground enough for faith, and when he left them would go on just as before, except that they would speculate and pride themselves on the vision. If men say, "We want no such deliverance," then the maker of them must either destroy them as vile things, for whose existence he is to himself accountable, or compel them to change. If they say, "We choose to be destroyed," he, as their maker, has a choice in the matter too. Is he not free to say, "You cannot even slay yourselves, and I choose that you shall know the death of living without me"? you shall learn to choose to live indeed. I choose that you shall know what I know to be good. And however much any individual consciousness may rebel, surely the individual consciousness, which called the other into being, and is the father of that being, fit to be such because of himself, he is such, has a right to object that by rebellion his creature should destroy the very power by which it rebels, and from a being capable of a divine freedom, by partaking of the divine nature, should make of itself the merest slave, incapable of will of any sort. Is it a wrong to compel his creature to soar aloft into the ether of its origin, and find its deepest, its only true self? It is God's knowing choice of life against man's ignorant choice of death. But Juliet knew nothing of such a region of strife in the human soul. She had no suspicion what an awful swamp lay around the prison of her self-content, no, self-discontent, in which she lay chained. To her, the one good and desirable thing was the love and company of Paul Faber. He was her saviour. She said to herself, and the woman who could not love and trust and lean upon such a heart of devotion and unselfishness as his, was unworthy of the smallest of his thoughts. He was nobility, generosity, justice itself. If she sought to lay her faults bare to him, he would but fold her to his bosom to shut them out from her own vision. He would but lay his hand on the lips of confession and silence them as unbelievers in his perfect affection. He was better than the God the Wingfolds and Drakes believed in, with whom humiliation was a condition of acceptance. She told the Drakes that, for the heir of Owlkirk, she was going to occupy her old quarters with Mrs. Puckridge during the holidays. They were not much surprised, for they had remarked a change in her manner, and it was not long unexplained, for, walking from the old house together one evening rather late, they met her with the doctor in a little frequented part of the park. When she left them, they knew she would not return, and her tears betrayed that she knew it also. Meantime, the negotiation for the purchase of the old house of Glaston was advancing with slow legal sinuosity. Mr. Drake had offered the full value of the property, and the tender seemed to be regarded not unfavourably. But his heart and mind were far more occupied with the humbler property he had already secured in the town, that was now to be forfeited against the incursions of the river, with its attendant fevers and agues. A survey of the ground had satisfied him that a wall at a certain point would divert a great portion of the water, and this wall he proceeded at once to build. He hoped in the end to enclose the ground altogether, or at least to defend it at every assailable point. But there were many other changes imperative, with difficulties such that they could not all be coped with at once. The worst of the cottages must be pulled down, and as they were all even over full, he must contrive to build first. Nor until that was done could he effect much toward rendering the best of them fit for human habitation. Some of the householders in the lower part of the adjoining street shook their heads when they saw what the bricklayers were about. They had reason to fear they were turning the water more upon them, and it seemed a wrong that the wretched cottages, which had for time immemorial been accustomed to the water, should be now protected from it at the cost of respectable houses. It did not occur to them that it might be time for Lady Fortune to give her wheel a few inches of a turn. To common minds, custom is always right so long as it is on their side. In the meantime, the chapel in the park at Nestley had been advancing, for the rector, who was by nature no dawdler where he was interested, had been pushing it on. And at length, on a certain Sunday evening in the autumn, the people of the neighbourhood having been invited to attend, the rector read prayers in it, and the curate preached a sermon. At the close of the service, the congregation was informed that prayers would be read there every Sunday evening, and that was all. Mrs. Bevis, honest soul, the green mantle pool of whose being might well desire a wind, if only from a pair of bellows, to disturb its repose, for not a fish moved to the end in its sunless deeps. I say deeps, for such there must have been, although neither she nor her friends were acquainted with anything there but shallows, was the only one inclined to grumble at the total absence of ceremonial pomp. She did want her husband to have the credit of the great deed. About the same time it was that Juliet again sought the cottage at Owlkirk, with the full consciousness that she went there to meet her fate. Faber came to see her every day, and both Ruber and Niger began to grow skinny. But I have already said enough to show the nature and course of the stream, and am not bound to linger longer over its noise among the pebbles. Some things are interesting rather for their results than their process, and of such, I confess, it is to me the love-making of these two. What? Were they not human? Yes, but with a truncated humanity, even shorn of its flower buds, and full only of variegated leaves. It shall suffice therefore to say that, in a will-less sort of a way, Juliet let the matter drift, that, although she withheld explicit consent, she yet at length allowed Faber to speak as if she had given it, that they had long ceased to talk about God or no God, about life and death, about truth and superstition, and spoke only of love, and the days at hand, and how they would spend them, that they poured out their hearts in praising and worshipping each other, and that, at last, Juliet found herself as firmly engaged to be Paul Faber's wife, as if she had granted every one of the promises he had sought to draw from her, but which she had avoided giving in the weak fancy that thus she was holding herself free. It was perfectly understood in all the neighbourhood that the doctor and Miss Meredith were engaged. Both Helen and Dorothy felt a little hurt at her keeping an absolute silence toward them concerning what the country seemed to know, but when they spoke of it to her, she pointedly denied any engagement, and indeed, although helplessly drifting toward marriage, had not yet given absolute consent, even in her own mind. She dared not even then regard it as inevitable. Her two friends came to the conclusion that she could not find the courage to face disapproval, and perhaps feared expostulation. She may well be ashamed of such an unequal yoking, said Helen to her husband. There is no unequal yoking in it that I see, he returned. In the matter of faith, what is there to choose between them? I see nothing. They may carry the yoke straight enough, if there be one of them further from the truth than the other. It must be the one who says, I go, sir, and goes not. Between don't believe and don't care. I don't care to choose. Let them marry, and God bless them. It will be good for them. For one thing, if for no other, it is sure to bring trouble to both. Indeed, Mr. Wingfold, returned Helen playfully. So that is how you regard marriage, sure to bring trouble. She laid her head on his shoulder. Trouble to everyone, my Helen, like the gospel itself, more trouble to you than to me, but none to either that will not serve to bring us closer to each other, he answered. But about those two, well, I am both doubtful and hopeful. At all events, I cannot wish them not to marry. I think it will be for both of them a step nearer to the truth. The trouble will, perhaps, drive them to find God. That anyone who had seen and loved our Lord should consent to marry one, whatever that one was besides, who did not, at least, revere and try to obey him, seems to me impossible. But again, I say there is no such matter involved between them. Shall I confess to you that, with all her frankness, all her charming ways, all the fullness of the gaze with which her black eyes look into yours, there is something about Juliet that puzzles me. At times I have thought she must be in some trouble, out of which she was on the point of asking me to help her. At others I have fancied she was trying to be agreeable against her inclination, and did not more than half approve of me. Sometimes, I confess, the shadow of a doubt crosses me. Is she altogether a true woman? But that vanishes the moment she smiles. I wish she could have been open with me. I could have helped her, I am pretty sure. As it is, I have not got one step nearer the real woman than when I first saw her at the rector's. I know, said Helen, but don't you think it may be that she has never yet come to know anything about herself, to perceive either fact or mystery of her own nature? If she is a stranger to herself, she cannot reveal herself, at least of her own will, to those about her. She is just what I was, Thomas, before I knew you. A dull, sleepy-hearted thing that sat on her dignity. But sure she has not an idea of the divine truth you have taught me to see underlying creation itself, namely, that everything possessed owes its very value as possession to the power which that possession gives of parting with it. You are a pupil worth having, Helen, even if I had had to mourn all my days that you would not love me. And now you have said your mind about Juliet, Helen went on. Allow me to say that I trust her more than I do Faber. I do not for a moment imagine him consciously dishonest, but he makes too much show of his honesty for me. I cannot help feeling that he is selfish. And can a selfish man be honest? Not thoroughly. I know that only too well, for I at all events am selfish, Helen. I don't see it. But if you are, you know it, and hate it, and strive against it. I do not think he knows it, even when he says that everybody is selfish. Only what better way to get rid of it than to love and marry? Or to confirm it, said Wingfold thoughtfully. I shouldn't wonder a bit if they're married already, said Helen. She was not far from wrong, although not quite right. Already Faber had more than hinted at a hurried marriage, as private as could be compassed. It was impossible, of course, to be married at church. That would be to cast mockery on the marriage itself, as well as on what Faber called his beliefs. The objection was entirely on Faber's side, but Juliet did not hint at the least difference of feeling in the matter. She let everything take its way now. At length having, in a neighbouring town, arranged all the necessary preliminaries, Faber got one of the other doctors in Glaston to attend to his practice for 3 weeks, and went to take a holiday. Juliet left Owlkirk the same day. They met, were lawfully married, and at the close of the 3 weeks returned together to the doctor's house. The sort of thing did not please Glaston society, and although Faber was too popular as a doctor to lose position by it, Glaston was slow in acknowledging that it knew there was a lady at the head of his house. Mrs. Wingfold and Miss Drake, however, set their neighbours a good example, and by degrees there came about a dribbling sort of recognition. Their social superiors stood the longest aloof, chiefly because the lady had been a governess, and yet had behaved so like one of themselves. They thought it well to give her a lesson. Most of them, however, not willing to offend the leading doctor in the place, yield and called. 2 elderly spinsters and Mrs. Ramshorn did not. The latter declared she did not believe they were married. Most agreed they were the handsomest couple ever seen in that quarter, and looked all right. Juliet returned the calls made upon her at the proper retaliatory intervals, and gradually her mood of existence fell into routine. The doctor went out every day, and was out most of the day, while she sat at home and worked or read. She had to amuse herself, and sometimes found life duller than when she had to earn her bread. When, as she went from place to place, she might at any turn meet Paul upon Ruber or Niger. Already the weary weed of the commonplace had begun to show itself in the marriage garden, a weed which, like all weeds, requires only neglect for perfect development, when it will drive the lazy Eve, who has never made her life worth living, to ask whether life be worth having. She was not a great reader. No book had ever yet been to her a wellspring of life, and such books as she liked best. It was perhaps just as well that she could not easily procure in Glaston, for, always ready to appreciate the noble, she had not moral discernment sufficient to protect her from the influence of such books as paint poor action in noble colour. For a time also she was stinted in her natural nourishment. Her husband had ordered a grand piano from London for her, but it had not yet arrived, and the first touch she laid on the tall spinster-looking one that had stood in the drawing-room for 50 years, with red silk wrinkles radiating from a gilt centre, had made her shriek. If only Paul would buy a yellow gig, like his friend Dr. May of Brohill, and take her with him on his rounds, or if she had a friend or two to go and see when he was out, friends like what Helen or even Dorothy might have been. She was not going to be hand in glove with anybody that didn't like her Paul. She missed church too. Not the prayers much, but she did like hearing what she counted a good sermon, that is, a lively one. Her husband wanted her to take up some science. But if he had considered that, with all her gift in music, she expressed an utter indifference to thorough bass, he would hardly have been so foolish. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Pony-Carriage. On Saturday morning, the doctor was called to a place a good many miles distant, and Juliet was left with the prospect of being longer alone than usual. She felt it almost sultry, although so late in the season, and could not rest in the house. She pretended to herself she had some shopping to do in Pine Street, but it was rather a longing for air and motion that sent her out. Also, certain thoughts, which she did not like, had of late been coming more frequently, and she found it easier to avoid them in the street. They were not such as troubled her from being hard to think out. Properly speaking, she thought less now than ever. She often said nice things, but they were mostly the mere gracious movements of a nature sweet, playful, trusting, fond of all beautiful things, and quick to see artistic relation where her perception reached. As she turned the corner of Mr. Drew's shop, the house door opened, and a lady came out, It was Mr. Drew's lodger. Juliet knew nothing about her, and was not aware that she had ever seen her, but the lady started as if she recognized her. To that kind of thing Juliet was accustomed, for her style of beauty was anything but common. The lady's regard, however, was so fixed that it drew hers, and as their eyes met, Juliet felt something, almost a physical pain, shoot through her heart. She could not understand it, but presently began to suspect, and by degrees became quite certain that she had seen her before, though she could not tell where. The effect the sight of her had had indicated some painful association, which she must recall before she could be at rest. She turned in the other direction, and walked straight from the town, that she might think without eyes upon her. Scene after scene of her life came back as she searched to find some circumstance associated with that face. Once and again she seemed on the point of laying hold of something, when the face itself vanished, and she had that to recall, and the search to resume from the beginning. In the process, many painful memories arose, some connected with her mother, unhappy in themselves, others connected with her father, grown unhappy from her marriage, for thereby she had built a wall between her thoughts and her memories of him, and, if there should be a life beyond this, had hollowed a gulf between them forever. Gradually her thoughts took another direction. Could it be that already the glamour had begun to disperse, the roses of love to wither, the magic to lose its force, the common look of things to return? Paul was as kind, as courteous, as considerate as ever, and yet there was a difference. Her heart did not grow wild. Her blood did not rush to her face when she heard the sound of his horse's hoofs in the street, though she knew them instantly. Sadder and sadder grew her thoughts as she walked along, careless whither. Had she begun to cease loving? No, she loved better than she knew, but she must love infinitely better yet. The first glow was gone already. She had thought it would not go, and was miserable. She recalled that even her honeymoon had a little disappointed her. I would not be mistaken as implying that any of these her reflections had their origin in what was peculiar in the character, outlook, or speculation of herself or her husband. The passion of the love is but the vestibule, the pylon, to the temple of love. A garden lies between the pylon and the adytum. They that will enter the sanctuary must walk through the garden. But some start to see the roses already withering, sit down and weep and watch their decay, until at length the aged flowers hang drooping all around them, and lo, their hearts are withered also. And when they rise, they turn their backs on the Holy of Holies, and their feet toward the gate. Juliet was proud of her Paul, and loved him as much as she was yet capable of loving, but she had thought they were enough for each other. And already, although she was far from acknowledging it to herself, she had, in the twilight of her thinking, begun to doubt it. Nor can she be blamed for the doubt. Never man and woman yet succeeded in being all in all to each other. It were presumption to say that a lonely God would be enough for himself, seeing that we can know nothing of God but as he is our Father. What if the Creator himself is sufficient to himself in virtue of his self-existent creatorship? Let my reader think it out. The lower we go into the scale of creation, the more independent is the individual. The richer and more perfect each of a married pair is in the other relations of life, the more is each to the other. For us, the children of the eternal love, the very air our spirits breathe, and without which they cannot live, is the eternal life. For us, the brothers and sisters of a countless family, the very space in which our souls can exist, is the love of each and every soul of our kind. Such were not Juliet's thoughts. To her such would have seemed as unreal as unintelligible. To her they would have looked just what some of my readers will pronounce them, not in the least knowing what they are. She was suddenly roused from her painful reverie by the pulling up of Helen's ponies. With much clatter and wriggling recoil, close beside her, making more fuss with their toy carriage than the mightiest of tractive steeds with the chariot of pomp. "Jump in, Juliet," cried their driver, addressing her with a greater abandon that she was resolved no stiffness on her part should deposit a grain to the silting up on the channel of former affection. She was one of the few who understand that no being can afford to let the smallest love germ die. Juliet hesitated. She was not a little bewildered with a sudden recall from the moony plains of memory and the demand for immediate action. She answered uncertainly, trying to think what was involved. "I know your husband is not waiting you at home," pursued Helen. "I saw him on Arbor, 3 fields off, riding away from Glaston. Jump in, dear. You can make up that mind of yours in the carriage as well as upon the road. I will set you down wherever you please. My husband is out too, so the slaves can take their pleasure." Juliet could not resist, had little inclination to do so, yielded without another word, and took her place beside Helen. A little shy of being alone with her, yet glad of her company, away went the ponies, and as soon as she had got them settled to their work, Helen turned her face toward Juliet. "I am so glad to see you," she said. Juliet's heart spoke too loud for her throat. It was a relief to her that Helen had kept her eyes on her charge, the quickness of whose every motion rendered watchfulness right needful. "Have you returned Mrs. Bevs's call yet?" asked Helen. "No," murmured Juliet. "I haven't been able yet." "Well, here is a good chance. Sit where you are, and you will be at Nestley in half an hour, and I shall be the more welcome. You are a great favourite there." "How kind you are," said Juliet, the tears beginning to rise. "Indeed, Mrs. Wingfold—" "You used to call me Helen," said that lady, pulling up her ponies with sudden energy, as they shied at a bit of paper on the road, and nearly had themselves and all they drew in the ditch. "May I call you so still?" "Surely, what else?" "You are too good to me," said Juliet, and wept outright. "My dear Juliet," returned Helen, "I will be quite plain with you, and that will put things straight in a moment. Your friends understand perfectly why you have avoided them of late, and are quite sure it is from no unkindness to any of them. But neither must you imagine we think hardly of you for marrying Mr. Faber. We detest his opinions so much that we feel sure if you saw a little further into them, neither of you would hold them. But I don't. That is, You don't know whether you hold them or not. I understand quite well. My husband says in your case it does not matter much, for if you had ever really believed in Jesus Christ, you could not have done it. At all events, now the thing is done. There is no question about it left. Dear Juliet, think of us as your friends still, who will always be glad to see you, and ready to help you where we can." Juliet was weeping for genuine gladness now. But even as she wept, by one of those strange movements of our being which those who have been quickest to question them wonder at the most, it flashed upon her where she had seen the lady that came from Mr. Drew's house, and her heart sunk within her, for the place was associated with that portion of her history which of all she would most gladly hide from herself. During the rest of the drive she was so silent that Helen at last gave up trying to talk to her. Then first she observed how the clouds had risen on all sides and were meeting above, and that the air was more still and sultry than ever. Just as they got within Nestley Gate, a flash of lightning, scarcely followed by a loud thunderclap, shot from overhead. The ponies plunged, reared, swayed asunder from the pole, nearly fell, and recovered themselves only to dart off in wild terror. Juliet screamed. "Don't be frightened, child," said Helen. "There is no danger here. The road is straight, and there is nothing on it. I shall soon pull them up. Only don't cry out. That will be as little to their taste as the lightning." Juliet caught at the reins. "For God's sake, don't do that," cried Helen, balking her clutch. "You will kill us both." Juliet sunk back in her seat. The ponies went at full speed along the road. The danger was small, for the pack was upon both sides, level with the drive, in which there was a straight ascent. Helen was perfectly quiet, and went on gradually tightening her pull upon the reins. Before they reached the house, she had entirely regained her command of them. When she drew up to the door, they stood quite steady, but panting as if their little sides would fly asunder. By this time Helen was red as a rose. Her eyes were flashing, and a smile was playing about her mouth. But Juliet was like a lily on which the rain had been falling all night. Her very lips were bloodless. When Helen turned and saw her, she was far more frightened than the ponies could make her. "Why, Juliet, my dear," she said, "I had no thought you were so terrified. What would your husband say to me for frightening you so? But you are safe now." A servant came to take the ponies. Helen got out first, and gave her hand to Juliet. "Don't think me a coward, Helen," she said. "It was the thunder. I never could bear thunder." "I should be far more of a coward than you are, Juliet," answered Helen, "if I believed, or even feared, that just a false step of little Zephyr there, or one plunge more from Zoe, might wipe out the world, and I should never more see the face of my husband." She spoke eagerly, lovingly, believingly. Juliet shivered, stopped, and laid hold of the baluster rail. Things had been too much for her that day. She looked so ill that Helen was again alarmed, but she soon came to herself a little, and they went on to Mrs. Bevis's room. She received them most kindly, made Mrs. Faber lie on the sofa, covered her over, for she was still trembling, and got her a glass of wine, but she could not drink it, and lay sobbing in vain endeavour to control herself. Meantime the clouds gathered thicker and thicker. The thunder peal that frightened the ponies had been but the herald of the storm, and now it came on in earnest. The rain rushed suddenly on the earth, and as soon as she heard it, Juliet ceased to sob. At every flash, however, although she lay with her eyes shut, and her face pressed into the pillow, she shivered and moaned. Why should one, thought Helen, who is merely and only the child of nature, find herself so little at home with her? Presently Mr. Bevis came running in from the stable. drenched in crossing to the house. As he passed to his room, he opened the door of his wife's and looked in. "I'm glad to see you safely housed, ladies," he said. "You must make up your minds to stay where you are. It will not clear before the moon rises, and that will be about midnight. I will send John to tell your husbands that you are not cowering under a hedge, and will not be home tonight." He was a good weather prophet. The rain went on. In the evening the two husbands appeared, dripping. They had come on horseback together, and would ride home again after dinner. The doctor would have to be out the greater part of the Sunday, and would gladly leave his wife in such good quarters. The curate would walk out to his preaching in the evening, and drive home with Helen after it, taking Juliet, if she should be able to accompany them. After dinner, when the ladies had left them, between the two clergymen and the doctor arose the conversation of which I would now give the substance, leaving the commencement and taking it up at an advanced point. "Now tell me," said Faber, in the tone of one satisfied he must be allowed in the right, "which is the nobler, to serve your neighbour in the hope of a future, believing in a God who will reward you, or to serve him in the dark, obeying your conscience, with no other hope than that those who come after you will be the better for you?" "I allow most heartily," answered Wingfold, "and with all admiration, that it is indeed grand in one hopeless for himself to live well for the sake of generations to come, which he will never see, and which will never hear of him. But I will not allow that there is anything grand in being hopeless for one's self, or in serving the unseen rather than those about you, seeing it is easier to work for those who cannot oppose you than to endure the contradiction of sinners. But I know you agree with me that the best way to assist posterity is to be true to your contemporaries. So there I need say no more, except that the hopeless man can do the least for his fellows, being unable to give them anything that should render them other than hopeless themselves. And if, for the grandeur of it, a man were to cast away his purse in order to have the praise of parting with the 2 mites left in his pocket, you would simply say the man was a fool. This much seems to me clear, that if there be no God, it may be nobler to be able to live without one. But if there be a God, it must be nobler not to be able to live without him. The moment, however, that nobility becomes the object in any action, that moment the nobleness of the action vanishes. The man who serves his fellow, that he may himself be noble, misses the mark. He alone who follows the truth, not he who follows nobility, shall attain the noble. A man's nobility will, in the end, prove just commensurate with his humanity, with the love he bears his neighbour, not the amount of work he may have done for him. A man might throw a lordly gift to his fellow, like a bone to a dog, and damn himself in the deed. You may insult a dog by the way you give him his bone. "I dispute nothing of all that," said Faber, while good Mr. Bevis sat listening hard, not quite able to follow the discussion. "But I know you will admit that to do right from respect to any reward whatever hardly amounts to doing right at all. I doubt if any man did or could do a thing worthy of passing as in itself good for the sake of a reward," rejoined Wingfold. "Certainly, to do good for something else than good is not good at all, but perhaps a reward may so influence a low nature as to bring it a little into contact with what is good, whence the better part of it may make some acquaintance with good. Also, the desire of the appropriation of the perfect might nobly help a man who was finding his duty hard, for it would humble as well as strengthen him, and is but another form of love of the good. The praise of God will always humble a man, I think. There you are out of my depth, said Faber. I know nothing about that. I go on then to say, continued the curate, that a man may well be strengthened and encouraged by the hope of being made a better and truer man, and capable of greater self-forgetfulness and devotion. There is nothing low in having respect to such a reward as that, is there? It seems to me better, persisted the doctor, to do right for the sake of duty than for the sake of any goodness, even that will come thereby to yourself. Assuredly, if self in the goodness, and not the goodness itself be the object, asserted Wingfold, when a duty lies before one, self ought to have no part in the gaze we fix upon it. But when thought reverts upon himself, who would avoid the wish to be a better man? The man who will not do a thing for duty will never get so far as to derive any help from the hope of goodness. But duty itself is only a stage towards something better. It is but the impulse, God-given, I believe, toward a far more vital contact with the truth. We shall one day forget all about duty, and do everything from the love of the loveliness of it, the satisfaction of the rightness of it. What would you say to a man who ministered to the wants of his wife and family only from duty? Of course you will wish heartily that the man who neglects them would do it from any cause, even were it fear of the whip. But the strongest and most operative sense of duty would not satisfy you in such a relation. There are depths within depths of righteousness. Duty is the only path to freedom, but that freedom is the love that is beyond and prevents duty. But, said Faber, I have heard you say that to take from your belief in a God would be to render you incapable of action. Now, the man, I don't mean myself, but the sort of a man for whom I stand up, does act, does his duty, without the strength of that belief. Is he not then the stronger? Let us drop the word noble. In the case supposed, he would be the stronger, for a time at least, replied the curate. But you must remember that to take from me the joy and glory of my life, namely the belief that I am the child of God, and heir of the infinite, with the hope of being made perfectly righteous, loving like God himself, would be something more than merely reducing me to the level of a man who had never loved God, or seen in the possibility of him anything to draw him. I should have lost the mighty dream of the universe. He would be what and where he chose to be, and might well be the more capable. Were I to be convinced there is no God, and to recover by the mere force of animal life from the prostration into which the conviction cast me, I should, I hope, try to do what duty was left me, for I too should be filled, for a time at least, with an endless pity for my fellows, but all would be so dreary that I should be almost paralyzed for serving them, and should long for death to do them and myself the only good service. The thought of the generations doomed to be born into a sunless present would almost make me join any conspiracy to put a stop to the race. I should agree with Hamlet that the whole thing had better come to an end. Would it necessarily indicate a lower nature or condition or habit of thought that, having cherished such hopes, I should, when I lost them, be more troubled than one who'd never had them? Still, said Faber, I ask you to allow that a nature which can do without help is greater than a nature which cannot. If the thing done were the same, I should allow it, answered the curate. But the things done will prove altogether different. And another thing to be noted is that while the need of help might indicate a lower nature, the capacity for receiving it must indicate a higher. The mere fact of being able to live and act in a more meagre spiritual circumstances in itself proves nothing. It is not the highest nature that has the fewest needs. The highest nature is the one that has the most necessities, but the fewest of its own making. He is not the greatest man who is the most independent, but he who thirsts most after a conscious harmony with every element and portion of the mighty whole, demands from every region thereof its influences to perfect his individuality, regards that individuality as his kingdom, his treasure, not to behold, but to give, sees in his self the one thing he can devote, the one precious means of freedom by its sacrifice, and that in no contempt or scorn, but in love to God and his children, the multitudes of his kind, by dying ever thus losing his soul. He lives like God, and God knows him, and he knows God. This is too good to be grasped, but not too good to be true. The highest is that which needs the highest, the largest that which needs the most, the finest and strongest that which to live must breathe essential life, self-willed life, God himself. It follows that it is not the largest or the strongest nature that will feel a loss the least. An ant will not gather a grain of corn the less that his mother is dead, while a boy will turn from his books and his play and his dinner because his bird is dead. Is the ant, therefore, the stronger nature? Is it not weak to be miserable? Said the doctor. Yes, without good cause, answered the curate. But you do not know what it would be to me to lose my faith in my God. My misery would be a misery to which no assurance of immortality or of happiness could bring anything but tenfold misery. The conviction that I should never be good myself, never have anything to love absolutely, never be able to make amends for the wrongs I have done. Call such a feeling selfish if you will. I cannot help it. I cannot count one fit for existence to whom such things would be no grief. The worthy existence must hunger after good. The largest nature must have the mightiest hunger. Who calls a man selfish because he is hungry? He is selfish if he broods on the pleasures of eating, and would not go without his dinner for the sake of another. But if he had no hunger, where would be the room for his self-denial? Besides, in spiritual things, the only way to give them to your neighbours is to hunger after them yourself. There each man is a mouth to the body of the whole creation. It cannot be selfishness to hunger and thirst after righteousness, which righteousness is just your duty to your God and your neighbour. If there be any selfishness in it, the very answer to your prayer will destroy it. There you are again out of my region, said Faber. But answer me one thing. Is it not weak to desire happiness? Yes, if the happiness is poor and low, rejoined Wingfold. But the man who would choose even the grandeur of duty before the bliss of the truth must be a lover of himself. Such a man must be travelling the road to death. If there be a God, truth must be joy. If there be not, truth may be misery. But honestly, I know not one advanced Christian who tries to obey for the hope of heaven or the fear of hell. Such ideas have long vanished from such a man. He loves God, he loves truth, he loves his fellow, and knows he must love him more. You judge of Christianity either by those who are not true representatives of it, and are indeed less of Christians than yourself, or by others who, being intellectually inferior, perhaps even stupid, belie Christ with their dull theories concerning him. Yet the latter may have in them a noble seed, edging them up heights to you at present unconceived and unconceivable, while, in the meantime, some of them serve their generation well, and do as much for those that are to come after as you do yourself. There is always weight as well as force in what you urge, Wingfold, returned Faber. Still, it looks to me just a cunning devised fable. I will not say of the priests, but of the human mind deceiving itself with its own hopes and desires. It may well look such to those who are outside of it, and it must at length appear such to all who, feeling in it any claim upon them, yet do not put it to the test of their obedience. Well, you have had your turn, and now we are having ours, you of the legends, we of the facts. No, said Wingfold, we have not had our turn, and you have been having yours for a far longer time than we. But if, as you profess, you are doing the truth you see, it belongs to my belief that you will come to see the truth you do not see. Christianity is not a failure, for to it mainly is the fact owing that here is a class of men which, believing in no God, yet believes in duty toward men. Look here, if Christianity be the outcome of human aspiration, the natural growth of the human soil, is it not strange it should be as such an utter failure as it seems to you? And as such a natural growth, it must be a failure, for if it were a success, must not you be the very one to see it? If it is false, it is worthless, or an evil. Where then is your law of development? If the highest result of that development is an evil to the nature and the race? I do not grant it the highest result, said Faber. It is a failure, a false blossom, with a truer to follow. To produce a superior architecture, poetry, music? Perhaps not, but a better science. Are the architecture and poetry and music parts of the failure? Yes, but they are not altogether a failure, for they lay some truth at the root of them all. Now we shall see what will come of turning away from everything we do not know. That is not exactly what you mean, for that would be never to know anything more. But the highest you have in view is immeasurably below what Christianity has always demanded of its followers, but has never got from them and never will. Look at the wars, the hatreds, to which your gospel has given rise. Look at Calvin and poor Servetus. Look at the strifes and divisions of our own day. Look at the religious newspapers. All granted, it is a chaos, the motions of whose organization must be strife. The spirit of life is at war with the spasmodical body of death. If Christianity be not still in the process of development, it is the saddest of all failures. The fact is, Wingfold, your prophet, would have been king of the race if he had not believed in a God? I dare not speak the answer that rises to my lips, said Wingfold. But there is more truth in what you say than you think, and more of essential lie also. My answer is that the faith of Jesus in his God and Father is, even now, saving me, setting me free from my one horror, selfishness, making my life an unspeakable boon to me, letting me know its roots in the eternal and perfect, giving me such love to my fellow, that I trust at last to love him as Christ has loved me. But I do not expect you to understand me. He in whom I believe said that a man must be born again to enter into the kingdom of heaven. The doctor laughed. You are then one of the double-born, Wingfold? He said. I believe, I think, I hope so, replied the curate very gravely. And you, Mr. Bevis? I don't know. I wish, I doubt, answered the rector with equal solemnity. Oh, never fear, said Faber, with a quiet smile, and rising, left the clergyman together. But what a morning it was that came up after the storm! All night the lightning had been flashing itself into peace, and gliding further and further away. Bellowing and growling the thunder had crept with it, but longer after it could no more be heard, the lightning kept gleaming up, as if from a sea of flame behind the horizon. The sun brought a glorious day, and looked larger and mightier than before. To Helen, as she gazed eastward from her window, he seemed ascending his lofty pulpit to preach the story of the day named after him, the story of the Sunday, the rising again in splendour of the darkened and buried Son of the universe, with whom all the worlds and all their hearts and suns arose. A light stream was floating up from the grass, and the raindrops were sparkling everywhere. The day had arisen from the bosom of the night, peace and graciousness from the bosom of the storm, she herself from the grave of her sleep, over which had lain the turf of the darkness, and all was fresh life and new hope. And through it all, reviving afresh with every sign of nature's universal law of birth, was a consciousness that her life, her own self, was rising from the dead, was being new-born also. She had not far to look back to the time when all was dull and dead in her being, when the earthquake came, and the storm, and the fire, and after them the still small voice, breathing rebuke and hope and strength. Her whole world was now radiant with expectation. It was through her husband the change had come to her, but he was not the rock on which she built. For his sake she could go to hell, yea, cease to exist. But there was one whom she loved more than him, the one whose love was the self-willed cause of all love, who from the love had sent forth her husband and herself to love one another, whose heart was the nest of their birth, the cradle of their growth, the rest of their being. Yea, more than her husband she loved him, her elder brother, by whom the Father had done it all, the man who lived and died and rose again so many 100 years ago. In him, the perfect one, she hoped for a perfect love to her husband, a perfect nature in herself. She knew how Faber would have mocked at such a love, the very existence of whose object she could not prove, how mocked at the notion that his life even now was influencing hers. She knew how he would say it was merely love and marriage that had wrought the change, but as she recognized them as forces altogether divine, she knew that not only was the Son of Man behind them, but that it was her obedience to him and her confidence in him that had wrought the red heart of the change in her. She knew that she would rather break with her husband altogether than to do one action contrary to the known mind and will of that man. Faber would call her faith a mighty, perhaps a lovely illusion. Her life was an active waiting for the revelation of its object in splendour before the universe. The world seemed to her a grand march of resurrections, out of the every sorrow springing the joy at its heart, without which it could not have been a sorrow, out of the troubles and evils and sufferings and cruelties that clouded its history, ever arising the human race, the sons of God, redeemed in him who had been made subject to death, that he might conquer death for them and for his Father. A succession of mighty facts, whose meanings only God can evolve, only the obedient heart behold. On such a morning, so full of resurrection, Helen was only a little troubled not to be one of her husband's congregation. She would take her New Testament and spend the sunny day in the open air. In the evening he was coming and would preach in the little chapel. If only Juliet might hear him too, but she would not ask her to go. Juliet was better, for fatigue had compelled sleep. The morning had brought her little hope, however. No sense of resurrection. A certain dead thing had begun to move in its coffin. She was utterly alone with it, and it made the world feel a tomb around her. Not all resurrections are the resurrection of life, though in the end they will be found, even to the lowest birth of the power of the enemy, to have contributed thereto. She did not get up to breakfast. Helen persuaded her to rest, and herself carried it to her, but she rose soon after, and declared herself quite well. The rector drove to Glaston in his dog-cart to read prayers. Helen went out into the park with her New Testament and George Herbert. Poor Juliet was left with Mrs. Bevis, who happily could not be duller than usual, although it was Sunday. By the time the rector returned, bringing his curate with him, she was bored almost beyond endurance. She had not yet such a love of wisdom as to be able to bear with folly. The foolish and weak are the most easily disgusted with folly and weakness, which is not of their own sort, and are the last to make allowances for them. To spend also the evening with a softly smiled old woman, who would not go across the grass after such a rain the night before, was a thing not to be contemplated. Juliet borrowed a pair of goloshes, and insisted on going to the chapel. In vain the rector and his wife dissuaded her. Neither Helen nor her husband said a word. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zach Hoyt. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. A Conscience. The chapel in the park at Nestley, having as yet received no colour, and having no organ or choir, was a cold, uninteresting little place. It was neat, but had small beauty and no history. Yet even already had begun to gather in the hearts of 2 or 3 of the congregation a feeling of quiet sacredness about it. Some soft airs of the spirit wind had been wandering through their souls as they sat there and listened. And a gentle awe, from old associations with lay worship, stole like a soft twilight over Juliet as she entered. Even the intral dusk of an old reverence may help to form the fitting mood through which shall slide unhindered the still small voice that makes appeal to what of God is yet awake in the soul. There were present about a score of villagers, and the party from the house. Clad in no vestments of office, but holding in his hand the New Testament, which was always held either there or in his pocket, Wingfold rose to speak. He read, "Beware ye of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known." Then at once he began to show them, in the simplest interpretation, that the hypocrite was one who pretended to be what he was not, who tried or consented to look other and better than he was. That a man, from unwillingness to look at the truth concerning himself, might be but half-consciously assenting to the false appearance, would, he said, no wise serve to save him from whatever of doom was involved in this utterance of our Lord concerning the crime. These words of explanation and caution premised, he began at the practical beginning, and spoke a few forceful things on the necessity of absolute truth as to fact in every communication between man and man, telling them that, so far as he could understand his words recorded, our Lord's objection to swearing lay chiefly in this, that it encouraged untruthfulness, tending to make a man's yea less than yea, his nay other than nay. He said that many people who told lies every day would be shocked when they discovered that they were liars, and that their lying must be discovered, for the Lord said so. Every untruthfulness was a pesting hypocrisy, and if they would not come to be hypocrites out and out, they must begin to avoid it by speaking every man the truth to his neighbour. If they did not begin at once to speak the truth, they must grow worse and worse liars. The Lord called hypocrisy leaven, because of its irresistible, perhaps as well as its unseen, growth and spread. He called it the leaven of the Pharisees, because it was the all-pervading quality of their being, and from them was working moral dissolution in the nation, eating like a canker into it, by infecting with like hypocrisy all who looked up to them. "Is it not a strange drift, this of men," said the curate, "to hide what is under the veil of what is not? To seek refuge in lies, as if that which is not could be an armour of adamant? To run from the daylight for safety deeper into the cave? In the cave house the creatures of the night, the tigers and hyenas, the serpent and the old dragon of the dark. In the light are true men and women, and the clear-eyed angels. But the reason is only too plain. It is, alas, that they are themselves of the darkness and not of the light. They do not fear their own. They are more comfortable with the beasts of darkness than with the angels of light. They dread the peering of holy eyes into their hearts. They feel themselves naked and fear to be ashamed, therefore cast the garment of hypocrisy about them. They have that in them so strange to the light that they feel it must be hidden from the eye of day, as a thing hideous, that is, a thing to be hidden. But the hypocrisy is worse than all it would hide. That they have to hide again, as a more hideous thing still. God hides nothing. His very work from the beginning is revelation, a casting aside of veil after veil, a showing unto men of truth after truth. On and on, from fact to fact divine he advances, until at length in his Son Jesus he unveils his very face. Then begins a fresh unveiling, for the very work of the Father is the work the Son himself has to do, to reveal. His life was the unveiling of himself, and the unveiling of the Son is still going on, and is that for the sake of which the world exists. When he is unveiled, that is, when we know the Son, we shall know the Father also. The whole of creation, its growth, its history, the gathering total of human existence, is an unveiling of the Father. He is the life, the eternal life, the only. I see it, believe me, I see it as I cannot say it. From month to month it grows upon me. The lovely home light, the one essence of peaceful being, is God himself. He loves light and not darkness, therefore shines, therefore reveals. True, there are infinite gulfs in him, into which our small vision cannot pierce, but they are gulfs of light, and the truths there are invisible only through excess of their own clarity. There is a darkness that comes of effulgence, and the most veiling of all veils is the light. That for which the eye exists is light, but through light no human eye can pierce. I find myself beyond my depth. I am ever beyond my depth, afloat in an infinite sea, but the depth of the sea knows me, for the ocean of my being is God. What I would say is this, that the light is not blinding because God would hide, but because the truth is too glorious for our vision. The effulgence of himself God veiled that he might unveil it in his Son. Interuniversal spaces, eons, eternities, what word of vastness you can find or choose, take unfathomable darkness itself, if you will, to express the infinitude of God, that original splendor existing only to the consciousness of God himself. I say he hides it not, but is revealing it ever, forever, at all cost of labour, yea, of pain to himself. His whole creation is a sacrificing of himself to the being and well-being of his little ones, that, being wrought out at last into partakers of his divine nature, that nature may be revealed in them to their divinest bliss. He brings hidden things out of the light of his own being into the light of ours. But see how different we are, until we learn of him. See the tendency of man to conceal his treasures, to claim even truth as his own by discovery, to hide it and be proud of it, gloating over that which he thinks he has in himself, instead of groaning after the infinite of God. We would be forever heaping together possessions, dragging things into the cave of our finitude, our individual self, not perceiving that the things which pass that dreariest of doors, whatever they may have been, are thenceforth but straws, small sticks, and dust of the floor. When a man would have a truth in thither as if it were of private interpretation, he drags in only the bag which the truth, remaining outside, has burst and left. Nowhere are such children of darkness born as in the caves of hypocrisy. Nowhere else can a man revel with such misshapen hybrids of religion and sin. But, as one day will be found, I believe, a strength of physical light before which even solid gold of blackest marble becomes transparent, so there is a spiritual light before which all veils of falsehood shall shrivel up, and perish and cease to hide, so that, in individual character, in the facts of being, in the densest of pharisaical hypocrisy, there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, nothing hid that shall not be known. If then, brother or sister, thou hast that which would be hidden, make haste and drag the thing from its covert into the presence of thy God, thy light, thy Saviour, that, if it be in itself good, it may be cleansed, if evil, it may be stung through and through with the burning arrows of truth, and perish in glad relief. For the one bliss of an evil thing is to perish and pass. The evil thing, and that alone, is the natural food of death. Nothing else will agree with the monster. If we have such foul things, I say, within the circumference of our known selves, we must confess the charnel fact to ourselves and to God, and if there be anyone else who has a claim to know it, to that one also must we confess, casting out the vile thing that we may be clean. Let us make haste to open the doors of our lips and the windows of our humility, to let out the demon of darkness, and in the angels of light, so abjuring the evil. Be sure that concealment is utterly, absolutely hopeless. If we do not thus ourselves open our house, the day will come when a roaring blast of his wind, or the flame of his keen lightning, will destroy every defence of darkness, and set us shivering before the universe in our naked vileness, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Ah, well for man that he cannot hide. What vaults of uncleanness, what sinks of dreadful horrors, would not the souls of some of us grow? But for every one of them, as for the universe, comes the day of cleansing. Happy they who hasten it, who open wide the doors, take the broom in hand, and begin to sweep. The dust may rise in clouds, the offence may be great, the sweeper may pant and choke, and weep, yea, grow faint and sick with self-disgust, but the end will be a clean house, and the light and wind of heaven shining and blowing clear and fresh and sweet through all its chambers. Better so than have a hurricane from God burst in doors and windows, and sweep from his temple with the besom of destruction everything that loveth and maketh a lie. Brothers, sisters, let us be clean. The light and the air around us are God's vast purifying furnace. Out into it let us cast all hypocrisy. Let us be open-hearted, and speak every man the truth to his neighbour. Amen. The faces of the little congregation had been staring all the time at the speakers, as the flowers of a little garden stare at the sun. Like a white lily that had begun to fade, that of Juliet had drawn the eyes of the curate, as the whitest spot all was will. But it had drawn his heart also. Had her troubles already begun, poor girl? He thought. Had the sweet book of marriage already begun to give out its bitterness? It was not just so. Marriage was good to her still. Not yet, though, but a thing of this world, as she and her husband were agreed, had it begun to grow stale and wearisome. She was troubled. It was with no reaction against the opinions to which she had practically yielded, but not less had the serpent of truth bitten her, for it can bite through the gauze of whatever opinions or theories. Conscious persistent wrong may harden and thicken the gauze to a quilted armour, but even through that the sound of its teeth may wake up Dawn Worm, the conscience, and then is the baser nature between the fell incensed points of mighty opposites. It avails a man little to say he does not believe this or that, if the while he cannot rest because of some word spoken. True speech, as well as true scripture, is given by inspiration of God. It goes forth on the wind of the Spirit, with the ministry of fire. The sun will shine, and the wind will blow, the floods will beat, and the fire will burn, until the yielding soul, reborn into childhood, spreads forth its hands and rushes to the Father. It was dark, and Juliet took the offered arm of the rector and walked with him toward the house. Both were silent, for both had been touched. The rector was busy tumbling over the contents now of this, now of that old chest and cabinet in the lumber room of his memory, seeking for things to get rid of by holy confession ere the hour of proclamation should arrive. He was finding little get beyond boyish escapades, and faults and sins which he had abjured ages ago had almost forgotten. His great sin, of which he had already repented, and was studying more and more to repent, that of undertaking holy service for the sake of the loaves and the fishes, then, in natural sequence, only taking the loaves and the fishes, and doing no service in return, did not come under the name of hypocrisy, being indeed a crime patent to the universe, even when hidden from himself. When at length the heavy lids of his honest, sleepy-eyed nature arose, and he saw the truth of his condition, his dull, sturdy soul had gathered itself like an old wrestler to the struggle, and hardly knew what was required of it, or what it had to overthrow, till it stood panting over its adversary. Juliet also was occupied, with no such search as the rector's, hardly even with what could be called thought, but with something that must either soon cause the keenest thought, or at length a spiritual callosity. Somewhere in her was a motion, a something turned and twisted, ceased and began again, boring like an auger, or was it a creature that tried to sleep, but ever and anon started awake, and with fretful claws pulled at its nest in the fibres of her heart? The curate and his wife talked softly all the way back to the house. "Do you really think," said Helen, "that every fault one has ever committed will one day be trumpeted out to the universe?" "That were hardly worth the while of the universe," answered her husband. "Such an age-long howling of evil stupidities would be enough to turn its brain with ennui and disgust. Nevertheless, the hypocrite will certainly know himself discovered and shamed, and unable any longer to hide himself from his neighbour. His past deeds also will be made plain to all who, for further ends of rectification, require to know them. Shame will then, I trust, be the first approach of his redemption." Juliet, for she was close behind them, heard his words and shuddered. "You are feeling it cold, Mrs. Faber," said the rector, and with the fatherly familiarity of an old man, drew her cloak better around her. "It is not cold," she faltered, "but somehow the night air almost makes me shiver." The rector pulled a muffler from his coat pocket and laid it like a scarf on her shoulders. "How kind you are," she murmured. "I don't deserve it." "Who deserves anything?" said the rector. "I less, I am sure, than anyone I know. Only if you will believe my curate, you have but to ask, and have what you need." "I wasn't the first to say that, sir," Wingfold struck in, turning his head over his shoulder. "I know that, my boy," answered Mr. Bevis, "but you were the first to make me want to find it true. I say, Mrs. Faber, what if it should turn out after all that there was a grand treasure hid in your field and mine that we never got the good of because we didn't believe it was there and dig for it? What if this scatter-brained curate of mine should be right when he talks so strangely about our living in the midst of calling voices, cleansing fires, baptizing dews, and won't hearken, won't be clean, won't give up our sleep and our dreams for the very bliss for which we cry out in them?" The old man had stopped, taken off his hat, and turned toward her. He spoke with such a strange solemnity of voice that it could hardly have been believed his by those who knew him as a judge of horses, and not as a reader of prayers. The other pair had stopped also. "I should call it very hard," returned Juliet, "to come so near it and yet miss it." "Especially to be driven so near it against one's will, and yet succeed in getting past without touching it," said the curate, with a flavour of asperity. His wife gently pinched his arm, and he was ashamed. When they reached home, Juliet went straight to bed, or at least to her room for the night. "I say, Wingfold," remarked the rector, as they sat alone after supper, "that sermon of yours was above your congregation." "I am afraid you are right, sir. I am sorry, but if you had seen their faces as I did, perhaps you would have modified the conclusion." "I am very glad I heard it, though," said the rector. They had more talk, and when Wingfold went upstairs he found Helen asleep. Annoyed with himself for having spoken harshly to Mrs. Faber, and more than usually harassed by a sense of failure in his sermon, he threw himself into a chair, and sat brooding and praying till the light began to appear. Out of the reeds shaken all night in the wind, rose with the morning this bird. The smoke. "Lord, I have laid my heart upon the altar, but cannot get the wood to burn. It hardly flares ere it begins to falter, and to the dark return. Old sap, or night-fallen dew, has damped the fuel. In vain my breath would flame provoke. Yet see, at every poor attempt's renewal to thee ascends the smoke. 'Tis all I have, smoke, failure, foiled endeavour, coldness and doubt and palsied lack. Such as I have I send thee, perfect giver. Send thou thy lightning back." In the morning, as soon as breakfast was over, Helen's ponies were brought to the door. She and Juliet got into the carriage. Wingfold jumped up behind, and they returned to Glaston. Little was said on the way, and Juliet seemed strangely depressed. They left her at her own door. "What did that look mean?" said Wingfold to his wife, the moment they were round the corner of Mr. Drew's shop. "You saw it, then?" returned Helen. "I did not think you had been so quick." "I saw what I could not help taking for relief," said the curate, when the maid told her that her husband was not at home. They said no more till they reached the rectory, where Helen followed her husband to his study. "He can't have turned tyrant already," she said, resuming the subject of Juliet's look, "but she's afraid of him." "It did look like it," rejoined her husband. "Oh, Helen, what a hideous thing fear of her husband must be for a woman who has to spend not her days only in his presence, but her nights by his side. I do wonder so many women dare to be married. They would need all to have clean consciences." "Or no end of faith in their husbands," said Helen. "If ever I come to be afraid of you, it will be because I have done something very wrong indeed." "Don't be too sure of that, Helen," returned Wingfold. "There are very decent husbands, as husbands go, who are yet unjust, exacting, selfish. The most devoted of wives are sometimes afraid of the men they yet consider the very models of husbands. It is a brutal shame that woman should feel afraid, or even uneasy, instead of safe, beside her husband." "You are always on the side of the women, Thomas," said his wife, "and I love you for it somehow. I can't tell why." "You made a mistake to begin with, my dear. You don't love me because I am on the side of the woman, but because I am on the side of the wronged. If the man happened to be the injured party, and I took the side of the woman, you would be down on me like an avalanche." "I dare say, but there is something more in it. I don't think I am altogether mistaken. You don't talk like most men. They have such an ugly way of asserting superiority and sneering at women. That you never do, and as a woman I am grateful for it." The same afternoon Dorothy Drake paid a visit to Mrs. Faber, and was hardly seated before the feeling that something was wrong arose in her. Plainly Juliet was suffering, from some cause she wished to conceal. Several times she seemed to turn faint, hurriedly fanned herself, and drew a deep breath. Once she rose hastily and went to the window, as if struggling with some oppression, and returned looking very pale. Dorothy was frightened. "What is the matter, dear?" she said. "Nothing," answered Juliet, trying to smile. "Perhaps I took a little cold last night," she added with a shiver. "Have you told your husband?" asked Dorothy. "I haven't seen him since Saturday," she answered quietly, but pallor almost deathly overspread her face. "I hope he will soon be home," said Dorothy. "Mind you tell him how you feel the instant he comes in." Juliet answered with a smile, but that smile Dorothy never forgot. It haunted her all the way home. When she entered her chamber, her eyes fell upon the petal of a monthly rose, which had dropped from the little tree in her window, and lay streaked and crumpled in the black earth of the flower-pot. By one of those queer mental vagaries in which the imagination and the logical faculty seem to combine to make sport of the reason, "How is it that that smile has got here before me?" she said to herself. She sat down and thought. Could it be that Juliet had, like herself, begun to find there could be no peace without the knowledge of an absolute peace? If it were so, and she would but let her know it, then, sisters at least in sorrow and search, they would together seek the Father of their spirits. If haply they might find him, together they would cry to him, and often, it might be he would hear them, and reveal himself. Her heart was sore all day, thinking of that sad face. Juliet, whether she knew it or not, was, like herself, in trouble because she had no God. The conclusion shows that Dorothy was far from hopeless. That she could believe the lack of a God was the cause unknown to herself of her friend's depression implies an assurance of the human need of a God, and a hope that there might be one to be found. For herself, if she could but find him, she felt there would be nothing but bliss evermore. Dorothy then was more hopeful than she herself knew. I doubt if absolute hopelessness is ever born save at the word, "Depart from me." Hope springs within us from God himself, and however down-beaten, however sick and nigh unto death, will evermore lift its head and rise again. She could say nothing to her father. She loved him, oh how dearly, and trusted him, where she could trust him at all, oh how perfectly, but she had no confidence in his understanding of herself. The main cause whence arose his insufficiency and her lack of trust was, that all the faith in God was as yet scarcely more independent of thought-forms, word-shapes, dogma, and creed, than that of the Catholic or Calvinist. How few are there whose faith is simple and mighty in the Father of Jesus Christ, waiting to believe all that he will reveal to them? How many of those who talk of faith as the one needful thing will accept as sufficient to the raising of the walls of partition between you and them your heartiest declaration that you believe in him with the whole might of your nature, lay your soul bare to the revelation of his Spirit, and stir up your will to obey him? And then comes your temptation, to exclude, namely, from your love and sympathy the weak and boisterous brethren who, after the fashion possible to them, believe in your Lord, because they exclude you, and put as little confidence in your truth as in your insight. If you do know more of Christ than they, upon you lies the heavier obligation to be true to them, as was St. Paul to the Judaizing Christians, whom they so much resemble, who were his chief hindrance in the work his master had given him to do. In Christ we must forget Paul and Apollos and Cephas, pope and bishop and pastor and presbyter, creed and interpretation and theory. Careless of their opinions, we must be careful of themselves, careful that we have salt in ourselves, and that the salt lose not its savour, that the old man, dead through Christ, shall not, vampire-like, creep from his grave and suck the blood of the saints, by whatever name they be called, or however little they may yet have entered into the freedom of the gospel that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. How was Dorothy to get nearer to Juliet, find out her trouble, and comfort her? Alas, she said to herself, what a thing is marriage in separating friends. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Blanchard. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Old House at Glaston. The same evening, Dorothy and her father walked to the old house. Already the place looked much changed. The very day the deeds were signed, Mr. Drake, who was not the man to postpone action a moment after the time, for it was come, had set men at work upon the substantial repairs. The house was originally so well built that these were not so heavy as might have been expected. And when completed, they made little show of change. The garden, however, looked quite another thing, for it had lifted itself up from the wilderness in which it was suffocated, reviving like a repellent soul reborn, under its owner's keen watch. Its ancient plan had been rigidly regarded, its ancient features carefully retained. The old bushes were well trimmed, but as yet nothing live except weeds had been uprooted. The hedges and borders of yew and holly and box, tall and broad, looked very bare and broken and patchy. But now that the shears had, after so long a season of neglect, removed the gathered shade, the naked stems and branches would again send out the young shoots of the spring. A new birth would begin everywhere, and the old garden would dawn anew. For all his lack of sympathy with the older forms of religious economy in the country, a thing, alas, too easy to account for, the minister yet loved the past and felt its mystery. He said once in a sermon, and it gave offence to more than one of his deacons, for they scented in its Germanism the love of the past, the desire of the future, and the enjoyment of the present. Make an eternity, in which time is absorbed, its lapses, and man partakes of the immortality of his Maker. In each present personal being, we have the whole past of our generation enclosed, to be redeveloped with endless difference in each individuality. Hence, perhaps, it comes that, every now and then, into our consciousness float strange odours of feeling, strange tones as of bygone affections, strange glimmers as of forgotten truths, strange mental sensations of indescribable sort and texture. Friends, I should be a terror to myself, did I not believe that whenever my dim consciousness may come to itself, God is there. Dorothy would have hastened the lighter repairs inside the house as well, so as to get into it as soon as possible, but her father very wisely argued that it would be a pity to get the house in good condition, and then, as soon as they went into it and began to find how it could be altered better to suit their tastes and necessities, have to destroy a great part of what had just been done. His plan, therefore, was to leave the house for the winter, now it was weather tight, and with the first of the summer partly occupy it as it was, find out its faults and capabilities, and have it gradually repaired and altered to their minds and requirements. There would in this way be plenty of time to talk about everything, even to the merest suggestion of fancy, and discover what they would really like. But ever since the place had been theirs, Dorothy had been in the habit of going almost daily to the house, with her book and her work, sitting now in this, now in that empty room, undisturbed by the noises of the workmen, chiefly outside. The foreman was a member of her father's church, a devout man, and she knew every one of his people. She had taken a strange fancy to those empty rooms. Perhaps she felt them like her own heart, waiting for something to come and fill them with life. Nor was there anything to prevent her, though the work was over for a time, from indulging herself in going there still, as often as she pleased. And she would remain there for hours, sometimes nearly the whole day. In her present condition of mind and heart, she desired and needed solitude. She was one of those who, when troubled, rushed from their fellows, and, urged by the human instinct after the divine, seek refuge in loneliness, the cave on Horeb, the top of Mount Sinai, the closet with shut door, any lonely place where, unseen, and dreading no eye, the heart may call aloud to the God hidden behind the veil of the things that do appear. How different, yet how fit to merge in a mutual sympathy, were the thoughts of the two as they wandered about the place that evening. Dorothy was thinking her commonest thought, how happy she could be if only she knew there was a will central to the universe, willing all that came to her, good or seeming bad, a will whom she might love and thank for all things. He would be to her no God, whom she could thank only when he sent her what was pleasant. She must be able to thank him for everything, or she could thank him for nothing. Her father was saying to himself he could not have believed the lifting from his soul of such a gravestone of debt would have made so little difference to his happiness. He fancied honest Jones, the butcher, had more mere pleasure from the silver snuff-box he had given him than he had himself from his fortune. Relieved he certainly was, but the relief was not happiness. His debt had been the stone that blocked up the gate of paradise. The stone was rolled away, but the gate was not therefore open. He seemed for the first time beginning to understand what he had so often said, and in public too, and had thought he understood, that God himself, and not any or all of his gifts, is the life of a man. He had got rid of the dread imagination that God had given him the money in anger, as he had given the Israelites the quails, nor did he find that the possession formed any barrier between him and God. His danger now seemed that of forgetting the love of the giver in his anxiety to spend the gift according to his will. "You and I ought to be very happy, my love," he said, as now they walked home. He had often said so before, and Dorothy had held her peace, but now, with her eyes on the ground, she rejoined in a low, rather broken voice. "Why, Papa?" "Because we are lifted above the anxiety that was crushing us into the very mud," he answered, with surprise at her question. "It never troubled me so much as all that," she answered. "It is a great relief to see you free from it, Father, but otherwise I cannot say that it has made much difference to me." "My dear Dorothy," said the minister, "it is time we should understand each other. Your state of mind has for a long time troubled me. But while debt lay so heavy upon me, I could give my attention to nothing else. Why should there be anything but perfect confidence between a father and daughter, who belong to each other, alone in all the world? Tell me what it is that so plainly oppresses you. What prevents you from opening your heart to me? You cannot doubt my love. Never for one moment, father, she answered, almost eagerly, pressing to her heart the arm on which she leaned. I know I am safe with you because I am yours, and yet somehow I cannot get so close to you as I would. Something comes between us and prevents me. What is it, my child? I will do all and everything I can to remove it. You, dear father, I don't believe ever child had such a father. Oh, yes, my dear, many have had better fathers, but none better than I hope one day, by the grace of God, to be to you. I am a poor creature, Dorothy, but I love you as my own soul. You are the blessing of my days, and my thoughts brood over you in the night. It would be in utter content if I only saw you happy. If your face were acquainted with smiles, my heart would be acquainted with gladness. For a time neither said anything more. The silent tears were streaming from Dorothy's eyes. At length she spoke. I wonder if I could tell you what it is without hurting you, father, she said. I can hear anything from you, my child, he answered. Then I will try, but I do not think I shall ever quite know my father on earth, or be quite able to open my heart to him, until I have found my father in heaven. Ah, my child, is it so with you? Do you fear you have not yet given yourself to the Saviour? Give yourself now. His arms are ever open to receive you. That is hardly the point, father. Will you let me ask you any question I please? Assuredly, my child. He always spoke, though quite unconsciously, with a little of the ex-cathedral tone. Then tell me, father, are you just as sure of God as you are of me standing here before you? She had stopped and turned, and stood looking him full in the face with wide, troubled eyes. Mr. Drake was silent. Hateful is the professional, contemptible is the love of display, but in his case they floated only as vapours in the air of a genuine soul. He was a true man, and as he could not say yes, neither would he hide his no in a multitude of words, at least to his own daughter. He was not so sure of God as he was of that daughter, with those eyes looking straight into his. Could it be that he never had believed in God at all? The thought went through him with a great pang. It was as if the moon grew dark above him, and the earth withered under his feet. He stood before his child like one whose hypocrisy had been proclaimed from the housetop. "Are you vexed with me, father?" said Dorothy sadly. "No, my child," answered the minister, in a voice of unnatural composure. "But you stand before me there like the very thought started out of my soul, alive and visible, to question its own origin." "Ah, father," cried Dorothy, "let us question our origin." The minister never even heard the words. That very doubt embodied there in my child has, I now know, been haunting me, dodging me behind, ever since I began to teach others, he said, as if talking in his sleep. Now it looks me in the face. Am I myself to be a castaway? Dorothy, I am not sure of God, not as I am sure of you, my darling. He stood silent. His ear expected a low-voiced, sorrowful reply. He started at the tone of gladness in which Dorothy cried. "Then, father, there is henceforth no cloud between us, for we are in the same cloud together. It does not divide us, It only brings us closer to each other. Help me, Father. I am trying hard to find God. At the same time, I confess I would rather not find him than find him such as I have sometimes heard you represent him. It may well be, returned her father, the ex-cathedral. The professional tone had vanished utterly for the time, and he spoke with the voice of an humble, true man. It may well be that I have done him wrong, for since now at my age I am compelled to allow that I am not sure of him, what more likely than that I may have been cherishing wrong ideas concerning him, and so not looking in the right direction for finding him? Where did you get your notations of God, Father? Those, I mean, that you took with you to the pulpit? A year ago even, if he had been asked the same question, he would at once have answered, from the word of God. But now he hesitated, and minutes passed before he began a reply, for he saw now that it was not from the Bible he had gathered them, whencesoever they had come at first. He pondered and searched, and found that the real answer eluded him, hiding itself in a time beyond his earliest memory. It seemed plain, therefore, that the source whence first he began to draw those notations, right or wrong, must be the talk and behaviour of the house in which he was born, the words and carriage of his father and mother and their friends. Next source to that came the sermons he heard on Sundays, and the books given him to read. The Bible was one of those books, but from the first he read it through the notations with which his mind was already vaguely filled, and with the comments of the superiors around him. Then followed the books recommended at college, this author and that, and the lectures he heard thereupon, the attributes of God and the plan of salvation, the spirit of commerce, in the midst of which he had been bred, did not occur to him as one of those sources. But he had perceived enough. He opened his mouth and bravely answered her question as well as he could, not giving the Bible as the source from which he had taken any one of the notions of God he had been in the habit of presenting. But mind, he added, I do not allow that therefore my ideas must be incorrect. If they be second-hand, they may yet be true. I do admit that where they have continued only second-hand, they can have been of little value to me. What you allow, then, Father, said Dorothy, is that you have yourself taken none of your ideas direct from the fountain head? I am afraid I must confess it, my child, with this modification, that I have thought many of them over a good deal, and altered some of them not a little, to make them fit the moulds of truth in my mind. I am so glad, Father, said Dorothy. I was positively certain, from what I knew of you, which is more than any one else in this world, I do believe that some of the things you said concerning God never could have risen in your own mind. They might be in the Bible for all that, said the minister, very anxious to be and speak the right thing. A man's heart is not the trusted for correct notions of God, nor yet for the correct interpretation of the Bible, I should think, said Dorothy. True, my child, answered her father with a sigh, except as it be already a godlike heart. The Lord says a bramble bush cannot bring forth grapes. The notions you gathered of God from other people must have come out of their hearts, Father? Out of somebody's heart? Just so, answered Dorothy. Go on, my child, said her father. Let me understand clearly your drift. I have heard Mr. Wingfold say, returned Dorothy, that however men may have been driven to form their ideas of God before Christ came, no man can, with thorough honesty, take the name of a Christian, whose ideas of the Father of men are gathered from any other field than the life, thought, words, deeds of the only Son of that Father. He says it is not from the Bible as a book that we are to draw our ideas of God, but from the living men into whose presence that book brings us, who is alive now, and gives his Spirit, that they who read about him may understand what kind of being he is, and why he did as he did, and know him in some possible measure as he knows himself. I can only repeat the lesson like a child. I suspect, returned the minister, that I have been greatly astray. But after this, we will seek our Father together in our brother Jesus Christ. It was the initiation of a daily lesson together in the New Testament, which, while it drew their hearts closer to each other, drew them with growing delight nearer and nearer to the idea of humanity, Jesus Christ, in whom shines the glory of its Father. A man may look another in the face for 100 years and not know him. Men have looked Jesus Christ in the face and not known either him or his Father. It was needful that he should appear to begin the knowing of him. But speedily was his visible presence taken away, that it might not become, as assuredly it would have become, a veil to hide from men the Father of their spirits. Do you long for the assurance of some sensible sign? Do you ask why no intellectual proof is to be had? I tell you that such would but delay, perhaps altogether impair for you, that better, that best, that only vision, into which at last your world must blossom, such a contact, namely, with the heart of God himself, such a perception of his being, and his absolute oneness with you, the child of his thought, the individuality softly parted from his spirit, yet living still and only by his presence and love, as, by its own radiance, will sweep doubt away forever. Being then in the light and knowing it, the lack of intellectual proof concerning that which is too high for it will trouble you no more than would your inability to silence a metaphysician who declared that you had no real existence. It is for the sake of such vision as God would give that you are denied such vision as you would have. The Father of our spirits is not content that we should know him as we know each other. There is a better, closer, nearer than any human way of knowing, and to that he is guiding us across all the swamps of our unteachableness, the seas of our faithlessness, the desert of our ignorance. It is so very hard that we should have to wait for that which we cannot yet receive? Shall we complain of the shadows cast upon our souls by the hand and the napkin polishing their mirrors to the receiving of the more excellent glory? Have patience, children of the Father. Pray always and do not faint. The mists and the storms and cold will pass. The sun and the sky are forevermore. There were no volcanoes and no typhoons, but for the warm heart of the earth, the soft garment of the air, and the lordly sun over all. The most loving of you cannot imagine how one day the love of the Father will make you love even your own. Much truthful talk passed between father and daughter as they walked home. They were now nearer to each other than ever in their lives before. "You don't mind me coming out here alone, Papa?" said Dorothy, as, after a little chat with the gatekeeper, they left the park. "I have of late found it so good to be alone. I think I am beginning to learn to think. Doing everything just as you please, my child, said her father. I can have no objection to what you see good. Only don't be so late as to make me anxious. I like coming early, said Dorothy. These lovely mornings make me feel as if the struggles of life were over, and only a quiet old age were left. The father looked anxiously at his daughter. Was she going to leave him? It smote him to the heart that he had done so little to make her life a blessed one. How hard no small portion of it had been! How worn and pale she looked! Why did she not show fresh and bright like other young women? Mrs. Faber, for instance. He had not guided her steps into the way of peace. At all events, he had not led her home to the house of wisdom and rest. Two good reasons why. He had not himself yet found that home. Henceforth, for her sake as well as his own, he would besiege the heavenly grace with prayer. The opening of his heart in confessional response to his daughter proved one of those fresh starts in the spiritual life, of which a man needs so many as he climbs to the heavenly gates. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron James Walker. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. Paul Faber's Dressing Room. Faber did not reach home till a few minutes before the dinner hour. He rode into the stable yard, entered the house by the surgery, and went straight to his dressing room. For the roads were villainous, and Ruber's large feet had made a wonderful sight of his master, who respected his wife's carpet. At the same time he hoped, as it was so near dinner time, to find her in her chamber. She had, however, already made her toilet, and was waiting his return in the drawing-room. Her heart made a false motion and stung her when she heard his steps pass the door and go upstairs, for generally he came to greet her the moment he entered the house. Had he seen anybody? Had he heard anything? It was 10 dreadful minutes before he came down, but he entered cheerily, with the gathered warmth of 2 days of pent-up affection. She did her best to meet him as if nothing had happened, for indeed what had happened, except her going to church? If nothing had taken place since she saw him, since she knew him, why such perturbation? Was marriage a slavery of the very soul, in which a wife was bound to confess everything to her husband, even to her most secret thoughts and feelings? Or was a husband lord not only over the present and future of his wife, but over her past also? Was she bound to disclose everything that lay in that past? If Paul made no claim upon her beyond the grave, could he claim back upon the dead past before he knew her, a period over which she had now no more control than over that when she would be but a portion of the material all? But whatever might be Paul's theories of marriage, or claims upon his wife, it was enough for her miserable unrest that she was what is called a living soul, with a history, and what has come to be called a conscience, a something, that is, as most people regard it, which has the power, and uses it, of making uncomfortable. The existence of such questions as I have indicated reveals that already between her and him there showed space, separation, non-contact. Juliet was too bewildered with misery to tell whether it was a cleft of a hair's breadth, or a gulf across which no cry could reach. This moment it seemed the one, the next the other. The knowledge which caused it had troubled her while he sought her love, had troubled her on to the very eve of her surrender. The deeper her love grew, the more fiercely she wrestled with the evil fact. A low moral development in the purest resolve of an honest nature afforded her many pleas, and at length she believed she had finally put it down. She had argued that, from the opinions themselves of Faber, the thing could not consistently fail to be as no thing to him. Even were she mistaken in this conclusion, it would be to wrong his large nature, his generous love, his unselfish regard, his tender pitifulness, to fail of putting her silent trust in him. Besides, had she not read in the newspapers the utterance of a certain worshipful judge on the bench that no man had anything to do with his wife's antenuptial history? The contract then was certainly not retrospective. What in her remained unsatisfied after all her arguments, reasons, and appeals to common sense and consequences? She strove to strangle and thought, hoped, she had succeeded. She willed her will, made up her mind, yielded to Paul's solicitations, and put the whole painful thing away from her. The step taken, the marriage over, nothing could any more affect either fact. Only, unfortunately for the satisfaction and repose she had desired and expected, her love to her husband had gone on growing after they were married. True, she sometimes fancied it otherwise, but while the petals of the rose were falling, its capsule was filling, and notwithstanding the opposite tendency of the deoxygenated atmosphere in which their thoughts moved, she had begun already to long after an absolute union with him. But this growth of her love and aspiration after its perfection, although at first they covered what was gone by with a deepening mist of apparent oblivion, were all the time bringing it closer to her consciousness, out of the far into the near. And now suddenly that shape she knew of, lying in the bottom of the darkest pool of the stagnant past, had been stung into life by a wind of words that swept through Nestley Chapel, had stretched up a hideous neck and threatening head from the deep, and was staring at her with sodden eyes. Henceforth she knew that the hideous fact had its appointed place between her and her beautiful Paul, the demon of the gulfy cleft that parted them. The moment she spoke in reply to his greeting, her husband also felt something dividing them, but had no presentiment of its being anything of import. "You are overtired, my love," he said, and taking her hand, felt her pulse. It was feeble and frequent. "What have they been doing to you, my darling?" he asked. "Those little demons of ponies running away again?" "No," she answered, scarce audibly. "Something has gone wrong with you," he persisted. "Have you caught cold? None of the old symptoms, I hope?" "None, Paul. There is nothing the matter," she answered, laying her head lightly, as if afraid of the liberty she took, upon his shoulder. His arm went around her waist. "What is it then, my wife?" he said tenderly. "Which would you rather have, Paul? Have me die, or do something wicked?" "Juliet, this will never do," he returned quietly but almost severely. "You have been again giving the reins to a morbid imagination. Weakness and folly only can come of that. It is nothing better than hysteria." "No, but tell me, dear Paul," she persisted pleadingly. "Answer my question. Do, please." "There is no such question to be answered," he returned. "You are not going to die, and I am yet more certain you are not going to do anything wicked. Are you now?" "No, Paul, indeed I am not. But—" "I have it!" he exclaimed. "You went to church at Nestley last night. Confound them all with their humbug. You have been letting their infernal nonsense get a hold of you again. It has quite upset you. That and going much too long without your dinner. What can be keeping it?" He left her hurriedly and rang the bell. "You must speak to the cook, my love. She is getting out of the good habits I had so much trouble to teach her. But no, no! You shall not be troubled with my servants. I will speak to her myself. After dinner I will read you some of my favorite passages in Montaigne. No, you shall read to me. Your French is so much better than mine." Dinner was announced and nothing more was said. Paul ate well, Juliet scarcely at all, but she managed to hide from him the offense. They rose together and returned to the drawing-room. The moment Faber shut the door, Juliet turned in the middle of the room, and as he came up to her said, in a voice much unlike her own, "Paul, if I were to do anything very bad as could be, would you forgive me?" "Come, my love," expostulated Faber, speaking more gently than before, for he had had his dinner. "Surely you are not going to spoil our evening with any more such nonsense." "Answer me, Paul, or I shall think you do not love me," she said, and the tone of her entreaty verged upon demand. "Would you forgive me if I had done something very bad?" "Of course I should," he answered with almost irritated haste. "That is, if I could ever bring myself to allow anything you did was wrong. Only you would witch me out of opinion and judgment and everything else with 2 words from your dear lips." "Should I, Paul?" she said, and lifting her face from his shoulder, she looked up in his from the depths of 2 dark fountains full of tears. Never does the soul so nearly identify itself with matter as when revealing itself through the eyes. Never does matter so nearly lose itself in spiritual absorption as when 2 eyes like Juliet's are possessed and glorified by the rush of the soul through their portals. Faber kissed eyes and lips and neck in a glow of delight. She was the vision of a most blessed dream, and she was his, all and altogether his. He never thought then how his own uncreed and the prayer book were of the same mind that death would one day part them. There is in that every high and simple feeling that stamps it with eternity. For my own part, I believe that, if life has not long before twinned any twain, death can do nothing to divide them. The nature of each and every pure feeling, even in the man who may sin away the very memory of it, is immortal. And who knows from under what a depth of ashes the love of the saving God may yet revive it? The next moment the doctor was summoned. When he returned, Juliet was in bed and pretended to be asleep. In the morning she appeared at the breakfast table so pale, so worn, so troubled, that her husband was quite anxious about her. All she would confess to was that she had not slept well and had a headache. Attributing her condition to a nervous attack, he gave her some medicine, took her to the drawing-room, and prescribed the new piano, which he had already found the best of all sedatives for her. She loathed the very thought of it, could no more have touched it than if the ivory keys had been white hot steel. She watched him from the window while he mounted his horse, but the moment the last red gleam of rubor vanished, she flung her arms above her head, and with a stifled cry threw herself on a couch, stuffed her handkerchief into her mouth, and in a fierce dumb agony tore it to shreds with hands and teeth. Presently she rose, opened the door almost furtively, and stole softly down the stair, looking this way and that, like one intent on some evil deed. At the bottom she pushed a green baize-covered door, peeped into a passage, then crept on tiptoe toward the surgery. Arrived there, she darted to a spot she knew and stretched a trembling hand toward a bottle full of dark-colored liquid. As instantly she drew it back and stood listening with bated breath and terrified look. It was a footstep approaching the outer door of the surgery. She turned and fled from it, still noiseless, and never stopped till she was in her own room. There she shut and locked the door, fell on her knees by the bedside, and pressed her face into the coverlid. She had no thought of praying. She wanted to hide, only to hide. Neither was it from old habit she fell upon her knees, for she had never been given to kneeling. I cannot but think, nevertheless, that there was a dumb germ of prayer at the heart of the action, that falling upon her knees and that hiding of her face. The same moment something took place within her to which she could have given no name, which she could have represented in no words, a something which came she knew not whence, was she knew not what, and went she knew not whither, of which indeed she would never have become aware except for what followed, but which yet so wrought, that she rose from her knees saying to herself, with clenched teeth and burning eyes, "I will tell him." As if she had known the moment of her death near, she began mechanically to set everything in order in the room, and as she came to herself she was saying, "Let him kill me. I wish he would. I am quite willing to die by his hand. He will be kind and do it gently. He knows so many ways." It was a terrible day. She did not go out of her room again. Her mood changed 100 times. The resolve to confess alternated with wild mockery and laughter, but still returned. She would struggle to persuade herself that her whole condition was one of foolish exaggeration, of senseless excitement about nothing, the merest delirium of feminine fastidiousness, and the next instant would turn cold with horror at a fresh glimpse of the mere fact. What could the wretched matter be to him now, or to her? Who was the worse, or had ever been the worse but herself? And what did it amount to? What claim had anyone? What claim could even a god, if such a being there were, have upon the past which had gone from her, was no more in any possible sense within her reach than if it had never been. Was it not as if it had never been? Was the woman to be hurled, to hurl herself into misery for the fault of the girl? It was all nonsense, a trifle at worst, a disagreeable trifle, no doubt, but still a trifle. Only would to God she had died rather, even although then she would never have known Paul. Tut! She would never have thought of it again but for that horrid woman that lived over the draper's shop. All would have been well if she had but kept from thinking about it. Nobody would have been a hair the worse then. But poor Paul, to be married to such a woman as she! If she were to be so foolish as let him know, how would it strike Paul? What would he think of it? Ought she not to be sure of that before she committed herself, before she uttered the irrevocable words? Would he call it a trifle, or would he be ready to kill her? True, he had no right, he could have no right to know, but how horrible that there should be any thought of right between them. Still worse, anything whatever between them that he had no right to know. Worst of all, that she did not belong to him so utterly that he must have a right to know everything about her. She would tell him all. She would! She had no choice. She must! But she need not tell him now. She was not strong enough to utter the necessary words, but that made the thing very dreadful. If she could not speak the words, how bad it must really be. Impossible to tell her Paul. That was pure absurdity. Ah, but she could not. She would be certain to faint, or fall dead at his feet. That would be well. Yes, that would do. She would take a wine-glass full of laudanum just before she told him. Then, if he was kind, she would confess the opium, and he could save her if he pleased. If he was hard, she would say nothing and die at his feet. She had hoped to die in his arms, all that was left of eternity, but her life was his. He had saved it with his own. Oh, horror, that it should have been to disgrace him, and it should not last a moment longer than it was a pleasure to him. Worn out with thought and agony, she often fell asleep, only to start awake in fresh misery, and go over and over the same torturing round. Long before her husband appeared, she was in a burning fever. When he came, he put her at once to bed, and tended her with a solicitude as anxious as it was gentle. He soothed her to sleep, and then went and had some dinner. On his return, finding, as he had expected, that she still slept, he sat down by her bedside and watched. Her slumber was broken with now and then a deep sigh, now and then a moan. Alas, that we should do the things that make for moan. But at least I understand why we are left to do them. It is because we can. A dull fire was burning in her soul, and over it stood the cauldron of her history, and it bubbled in sighs and moans. Faber was ready enough to attribute everything human to a physical origin, but as he sat there pondering her condition, recalling her emotion and strange speech of the night before, and watching the state she was now in, an uneasiness began to gather, undefined, but other than concerned her health. Something must be wrong somewhere. He kept constantly assuring himself that at worst it could be but some mere mole-heap, of which her love-lily sensitive organization, under the influence of a foolish preachment, made a mountain. Still it was a huge disorder to come from a trifle. At the same time, who knew better than he upon what a merest trifle nervous excitement will fix the attention, or how to the mental eye such a speck will grow and grow until it absorb the universe? Only a certain other disquieting thought, having come once, would keep returning, that, thoroughly as he believed himself acquainted with her mind, he had very little knowledge of her history. He did not know a single friend of hers, had never met a person who knew anything of her family, or had even an acquaintance with her earlier than his own. The thing he most dreaded was, that the shadow of some old affection had returned upon her soul, and that, in her excessive delicacy, she heaped blame upon herself that she had not absolutely forgotten it. He flung from him in scorn every slightest suggestion of blame. His Juliet, his glorious Juliet. Bah! But he must get her to say what the matter was. For her own sake, he must help her to reveal her trouble, whatever it might be. Else how was he to do his best to remove it? She should find he knew how to be generous. Thus thinking, he sat patient by her side, watching until the sun of her consciousness should rise and scatter the clouds of sleep. Hour after hour he sat, and still she slept, outwearied with the rack of emotion. Morning had begun to peer grey through the window curtains when she woke with a cry. She had been dreaming. In the little chapel in Nestley Park, she sat listening to the curate's denouncement of hypocrisy, when suddenly the scene changed. The pulpit had grown to a mighty cloud, upon which stood an archangel with a trumpet in his hand. He cried that the hour of the great doom had come for all who bore within them the knowledge of any evil thing neither bemoaned before God nor confessed to man. Then he lifted the great silver trumpet with a gleam to his lips, and every fibre of her flesh quivered in expectation of the tearing blast that was to follow, when instead, soft as a breath of spring from a bank of primroses, came the words, uttered in the gentlest of sorrowful voices, and the voice seemed that of her unbelieving Paul. "I will arise and go to my father." It was no wonder, therefore, that she woke with a cry. It was one of indescribable emotion. When she saw his face bending over her in anxious love, she threw her arms round his neck, burst into a storm of weeping, and sobbed. "Oh, Paul, husband, forgive me. I have sinned against you terribly, the worst sin a woman can commit. Oh, Paul, Paul, make me clean, or I am lost." "Juliet, you are raving," he said, bewildered, a little angry, and at her condition not a little alarmed. For the confession, it was preposterous. They had not been many weeks married. "Calm yourself, or you will give me a lunatic for a wife," he said. Then changing his tone, for his heart rebuked him, when he saw the ashy despair that spread over her face and eyes. "Be still, my precious," he went on. "All is well. You have been dreaming, and are not yet quite awake. It is the morphia you had last night. Don't look so frightened. It is only your husband. No one else is near you." With the tenderest smile, he sought to reassure her, and would have gently released himself from the agonized clasp of her arms about his neck, that he might get her something. But she tightened her hold. "Don't leave me, Paul," she cried. "I was dreaming, but I am wide awake now, and know only too well what I have done." "Dreams are nothing. The will is not in them," he said. But the thought of his sweet wife even dreaming a thing to be repented of in such dismay tore his heart. For he was one of the many, not all of the purest, who cherish an ideal of woman which, although indeed poverty-stricken and crude, is to their minds of snowy favor, to their judgment of loftiest excellence. I trust in God that many a woman, despite the mud of doleful circumstance, yea, even the defilement that comes first from within, has risen to a radiance of essential innocence, ineffably beyond that whose form stood white in Faber's imagination. For I see and understand a little how God, giving righteousness, makes pure of sin, and that verily, by no theological quibble of imputation, by no play with words, by no shutting of the eyes, no oblivion, wilful or irresistible, but by very fact of cleansing, so that the consciousness of the sinner becomes glistering as the raiment of the Lord on the mount of his transfiguration. I do not expect the Pharisee who calls the sinner evil names, and drags her up to judgment, to comprehend this. But, woman, cry to thy Father in heaven, for he can make thee white, even to the contentment of that womanhood which thou hast thyself outraged. Faber unconsciously prided himself on the severity of his requirements of woman, and saw his own image reflected in the polish of his ideal. And now a fear whose presence he would not acknowledge began to gnaw at his heart, a vague suggestion's horrid image, to which he would yield no space, to flit about his brain. "Would to God it were a dream, Paul," answered the stricken wife. "You foolish child," returned the nigh trembling husband. "How can you expect me to believe? Married but yesterday, you have already got tired of me." "Tired of you, Paul? I should desire no other eternal paradise than to lie thus under your eyes forever." "Then, for my sake, my darling wife, send away this extravagance, this folly, this absurd fancy that has got such a hold of you. It will turn to something serious if you do not resist it. There can be no truth in it, and I am certain that one with any strength of character can do much at least to prevent the deeper rooting of a fixed idea." But as he spoke thus to her, in his own soul he was as one fighting the demons off with a fan. "Tell me what the mighty matter is," he went on, "that I may swear to you I love you the more for the worst weakness you have to confess." "Ah, my love," returned Juliet, "how like you are now to the Paul I have dreamed of so often. But you will not be able to forgive me. I have read somewhere that men never forgive, that their honor is before their wives with them. Paul, if you should not be able to forgive me, you must help me to die, and not be cruel to me. Juliet, I will not listen to any more such foolish words. Either tell me plainly what you mean, that I may convince you what a goose you are, or be quiet and go to sleep again. Can it be that after all it does not signify so much? She said aloud, but only to herself, meditating in the light of a little glow-worm of hope. Oh, if it could be so! And what is it really so much? I have not murdered anybody. I will tell you, Paul. She drew his head closer down, laid her lips to his ear, gave a great gasp, and whispered 2 or 3 words. He started up, sundering at once the bonds of her clasped hands, cast one brief stare at her, turned, walked with a great quick stride to his dressing-room, entered and closed the door. As if with one rush of a fell wind, they were ages, deserts, empty star spaces apart. She was outside the universe, in the cold frenzy of infinite loneliness. The wolves of despair were howling in her, but Paul was in the next room. There was only the door between them. She sprung from her bed and ran to a closet. The next moment she appeared in her husband's dressing room. Paul sat sunk together in his chair, his head hanging forward, his teeth set, his whole shape in limb and feature, carrying the show of profound, of irrecoverable injury. He started to his feet when she entered. She did not once lift her eyes to his face, but sunk on her knees before him, hurriedly slipped her nightgown from her shoulders to her waist, and over her head, bent toward the floor, held up to him a riding whip. They were baleful stars that looked down on that naked world beneath them. To me, scarce anything is so utterly pathetic as the back. That of an animal even is full of sad suggestion, but the human back, it is the other, the dark side of the human moon, the blind side of the being, defenseless and exposed to everything, the ignorant side, turned toward the abyss of its unknown origin, the unfeatured side, eyeless and dumb and helpless, the enduring animal of the marvelous commonwealth, to be given to the smiter, and to bend beneath the burden, lovely in its patience and the tender forms of its strength. An evil word, resented by the lowest of our sisters, rushed to the man's lips, but died there in a strangled murmur. Paul, said Juliet, in a voice from whose tone it seemed as if her soul had sunk away, and was crying out of a hollow place of the earth. Take it! Take it! Strike me! He made no reply, stood utterly motionless. His teeth clenched so hard that he could not have spoken without grinding them. She waited as motionless, her face bowed to the floor, the whip held up over her head. Paul, she said again, you saved my life once, save my soul now, whip me and take me again. He answered with only a strange unnatural laugh through his teeth. Whip me and let me die then, she said. He spoke no word. She spoke again. Despair gave her both insight and utterance, despair and great love, and the truth of God that underlies even despair. You pressed me to marry you, she said. What was I to do? How could I tell you? And I loved you so. I persuaded myself I was safe with you. You were so generous. You would protect me from everything, even my own past. In your name I sent it away, and would not think of it again. I said to myself you would not wish me to tell you the evil that had befallen me. I persuaded myself you loved me enough even for that. I held my peace trusting you. Oh, my husband, my Paul! My heart is crushed. The dreadful thing has come back. I thought it was gone from me, and now it will not leave me any more. I am a horror to myself. There is no one to punish and forgive me but you. Forgive me, my husband. You are the God to whom I pray. If you pardon me, I shall be content even with myself. I shall seek no other pardon. Your favor is all I care for. If you take me for clean, I am clean for all the world. You can make me clean. You only... Do it, Paul. Do it, husband. Make me clean that I may look women in the face. Do, Paul, take the whip and strike me. I long for my deserts at your hand. Do comfort me. I am waiting the sting of it, Paul, to know that you have forgiven me. If I should cry out, it will be for gladness. Oh, my husband! Here her voice rose to an agony of entreaty. I was but a girl, hardly more than a child in knowledge. I did not know what I was doing. He was much older than I was, and I trusted him. Oh, my God! I hardly know what I knew and what I did not know. It was only when it was too late that I woke and understood. I hate myself. I scorn myself. But am I to be wretched forever because of that one fault, Paul? Will you not be my Savior and forgive me my sin? Oh, do not drive me mad. I am only clinging to my reason. Whip me and I shall be well. Take me again, Paul. I will not, if you like, even fancy myself your wife any more. I will be your slave. You shall do with me whatever you will. I will obey you to the very letter. Oh, beat me and let me go. She sunk prone on the floor and clasped and kissed his feet. He took the whip from her hand. Of course a man cannot strike a woman. He may tread her in the mire. He may clasp her and then scorn her. He may kiss her close and then dash her from him into a dung heap. But he must not strike her. That would be unmanly. Oh, grace itself is the rage of the pitiful Othello to the forbearance of many a self-contained, cold-blooded, self-careful slave that thinks himself a gentleman. Had not Faber been even the full of his own precious self, had he yielded to her prayer or to his own wrath, how many hours of agony would have been saved them both? What? Would you have had him really strike her? I would have had him do anything, rather than choose himself and reject his wife. Make of it what you will. Had he struck once, had he seen the purple streak rise in the snow, that instant his pride-frozen heart would have melted into a torrent of grief. He would have flung himself on the floor beside her, and in an agony of pity over her, in horror at his own sacrilege, would have clasped her to his bosom, and baptized her in the tears of remorse and repentance. From that moment they would have been married indeed. When she felt him take the whip, the poor lady's heart gave a great heave of hope. Then her flesh quivered with fear. She closed her teeth hard, to welcome the blow without a cry. Would he give her many stripes? Then the last should be welcome as the first. Would it spoil her skin? What matter if it was his own hand that did it? A brief delay, long to her, then the hiss, as it seemed, of the coming blow. But instead of the pang she awaited, the sharp ring of breaking glass followed. He had thrown the whip through the window into the garden. The same moment he dragged his feet rudely from her embrace and left the room. The devil and the gentleman had conquered. He had spared her, not in love, but in scorn. She gave one great cry of utter loss, and lay senseless. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron Walker. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. The Bottomless Pool. She came to herself in the gray dawn. She was cold as ice, cold to the very heart, but she did not feel the cold. There was nothing in her to compare it against. Her very being was frozen. The man who had given her life had thrown her from him. He cared less for her than for the tortured dog. She was an outcast, defiled, and miserable. Alas! Alas! This was what came of speaking the truth, of making confession. The cruel scripture had wrought its own fulfillment, made a mock of her, and ruined her husband's peace. She knew poor Paul would never be himself again. She had carried the snake so long harmless in her bosom only to let it at last creep from her lips into her husband's ear, sting the vital core of her universe, and blast it forever. How foolish she had been! What was left her to do? What would her husband have her to do? Oh, misery! He cared no more what she did or did not do. She was alone, utterly alone, but she need not live. Dimly, vaguely, the vapor of such thoughts as these passed through her despairing soul as she lifted herself from the floor and tottered back to her room. Yet even then, in the very midst of her freezing misery, there was, although she had not yet begun to recognize it, a nascent comfort in that she had spoken and confessed. She would not really have taken back her confession, and although the torture was greater, yet was it more endurable than that she had been suffering before. She had told him who had right to know, but alas! What a deception was that dream of the trumpet and the voice, a poor trick to entrap a helpless sinner. Slowly, with benumbed fingers and trembling hands, she dressed herself, that bed she would lie in no more, for she had wronged her husband. Whether before or after he was her husband mattered nothing. To have ever called him husband was the wrong. She had seemed that she was not, else he would never have loved or sought her. She had outraged his dignity, defiled him. He had cast her off, and she could not, would not blame him. Happily for her endurance of her misery, she did not turn upon her idol and cast him from his pedestal. She did not fix her gaze upon his failure instead of her own. She did not espy the contemptible in his conduct and revolt from her allegiance. But was such a man then altogether the ideal of a woman's soul? Was he a fit champion of humanity who would aid only within the limits of his pride? Who, when a despairing creature cried in soul agony for help, thought first and only of his own honor? The notion men call their honor is the shadow of righteousness, the shape that is where the light is not, the devil that dresses as nearly in angel fashion as he can, but is none the less for that a sneak and a coward. She put on her cloak and bonnet. The house was his, not hers. He and she had never been one. She must go and meet her fate. There was one power, at least, the key to the great door of liberty, which was the weakest as well as the strongest possessed. She could die. Ah, how welcome would death be now! Did he ever know or heed the right time to come without being sent for? Without being compelled? In the meantime, her only anxiety was to get out of the house, away from Paul. She would understand more precisely what she had to do. With the feeling of his angry presence, she could not think. Yet how she loved him! Strong in his virtue and indignation, she had not yet begun to pity herself or to allow to her heart that he was hard upon her. She was leaving the room when a glitter on her hand caught her eye, the old diamond disc, which he had bought of her in her trouble and restored to her on her wedding day, was answering the herald of the sunrise. She drew it off. He must have it again. With it she drew off also her wedding ring. Together she laid them on the dressing table, turned again, and with noiseless foot and desert heart went through the house, opened the door, and stole into the street. A thin mist was waiting for her. A lean cat, gray as the mist, stood on the steps of the door opposite. No other living thing was to be seen. The air was chill. The autumn rains were at hand. For her heart was the only desolation. Already she knew where she was going. In the street she turned to the left. Shortly before, she had gone with Dorothy, for the first time, to see the old house, and there had rather a narrow escape. Walking down the garden, they came to the pond or small lake so well known to the children of Glaston as Bottomless. 2 stone steps led from the end of the principal walk down to the water, which was, at the time, nearly level with the top of the second. On the upper step Juliet was standing, not without fear, gazing into the gulf, which was yet far deeper than she imagined, when without the smallest pre-indication, the lower step suddenly sank. Juliet sprung back to the walk, but turned instantly to look again. She saw the stone sinking, and her eyes opened wider and wider as it swelled and thinned to a great dull, wavering mass, grew dimmer and dimmer, then melted away and vanished utterly. With stricken look and fright-filled eyes, she turned to Dorothy, who was a little behind her, and said, "How will you be able to sleep at night? I should be always fancying myself sliding down into it through the darkness." To this place of terror she was now on the road. When consciousness returned to her, she lay on the floor of her husband's dressing-room. It brought with it first the awful pool and the sinking stone. She seemed to stand watching it sink, lazily settling with a swing this way and a sway that, into the bosom of the earth, down and down, still down. Nor did the vision leave her as she came more to herself. Even when her mental eyes were at length quite open to the far more frightful verities of her condition, half of her consciousness was still watching the ever-sinking stone, until at last she seemed to understand that it was showing her a door out of her misery, one easy to open. She went the same way into the park that Dorothy had then taken her, through a little door of privilege which she had shown her how to open, and not by the lodge. The light was growing fast, but the sun was not yet up. With feeble steps but feverish haste she hurried over the grass. Her feet were wet through her thin shoes. Her dress was fringed with dew. But there was no need for taking care of herself now. She felt herself already beyond the reach of sickness. The still pond would soon wash off the dew. Suddenly, with a tremor of waking hope, came the thought that, when she was gone from his sight, the heart of her husband would perhaps turn again toward her a little. For would he not then be avenged? Would not his justice be satisfied? She had been well drilled in the theological lie, that punishment is the satisfaction of justice. "Oh, now I thank you, Paul," she said as she hastened along. "You taught me the darkness, and made me brave to seek its refuge. Think of me sometimes, Paul. I will come back to you if I can. But no, there is no coming back, no greeting more, no shadows even to mingle their loves, for in dream there is but one that dreams. I shall be the one that does not dream. There is nothing where I am going, not even the darkness, nothing but nothing. Ah, would I were in it now! Let me make haste. All will be one, for all will be none when I am there. Make you haste, too, and come into the darkness, Paul. It is soothing and soft and cool. It will wash away the sin of the girl and leave you a nothing." While she was hurrying toward the awful pool, her husband sat in his study, sunk in a cold fury of conscious disgrace, not because of his cruelty, not because he had cast a woman into hell, but because his honor, his self-satisfaction in his own fate, was thrown to the worms. Did he fail thus in consequence of having rejected the common belief? No, something far above the common belief it must be, that would have enabled him to act otherwise. But had he known the man of the gospel, he could not have left her. He would have taken her to his sorrowful bosom, wept for her, forgotten himself in pitiful grief over the spot upon her whiteness. He would have washed her clean with love and husband power. He would have welcomed his shame as his hold of her burden, whereby to lift it, with all its misery and loss, from her heart forever. Had Faber done so as he was? He would have come close up to the gate of the kingdom of heaven, for he would have been like-minded with him who sought not his own. His honor, forsooth! Pride is a mighty honor. His pride was great indeed, but it was not grand. Nothing reflected, nothing whose object is self, has in it the poorest element of grandeur. Ourselves are ours, that we may lay them on the altar of love. Lying there, bound and bleeding and burning if need be, they are grand indeed, for they are in their noble place and rejoicing in their fate. But this man was miserable, because the possessor of a priceless jewel he had found it was not such as would pass for flawless in the judgment of men, judges themselves unjust, whose very hearts were full of bribes. He sat there an injured husband, a wronged, woman-cheated, mocked man, he in whose eyes even smutch on her face would have lowered a woman, who would not have listened to an angel with a broken wing feather. Let me not be supposed to make a little of Juliet's loss. What that amounted to, let Juliet feel. Let any woman say who loves a man, and would be what that man thinks her. But I read, and I think I understand, the words of the perfect purity. Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Paul Faber, Surgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carol Sutton. Paul Faber, Surgeon, by George MacDonald. A Heart. If people were both observant and memorious, they would cease, I fancy, to be astonished at coincidences. Rightly regarded, the universe is but one coincidence. Only where will has to be developed there is need for human play, and room for that must be provided in its spaces. The works of God being from the beginning, and all his beginnings invisible, either from greatness or smallness or nearness or remoteness, numberless coincidences may pass in every man's history before he becomes capable of knowing either the need or the good of them, or even of noting them. The same morning there was another awake and up early. When Juliet was about halfway across the park, hurrying to the water, Dorothy was opening the door of the empty house, seeking solitude that she might find the one dweller therein. She went straight to one of the upper rooms looking out upon the garden, and kneeling prayed to her unknown God. As she kneeled, the first rays of the sunrise visited her face. That face was in itself such an embodied prayer that had anyone seen it he might, when the beams fell upon it, have imagined he saw prayer and answer meet. It was another sunrise Dorothy was looking for, but she started and smiled when the warm rays touched her. They too came from the home of answers. As the daisy mimics the sun, so is the central fire of our system but a flower that blossoms in the eternal effulgence of the unapproachable light. The God to whom we pray is nearer to us than the very prayer itself, ere it leaves the heart. Hence his answers may well come to us through the channel of our own thoughts, but the world too being itself one of his thoughts, he may also well make the least likely of his creatures an angel of his own will to us. Even the blind, if God be with him, that is, if he knows he is blind and does not think he sees, may become a leader of the blind up to the narrow gate. It is the blind who says, "I see," that leads his fellow into the ditch. The window near which Dorothy kneeled and toward which in the instinct for light she had turned her face, looked straight down the garden at the foot of which the greater part of the circumference of the pond was visible. But Dorothy, busy with her prayers, or rather with the weight of hunger and thirst, from which, like a burst of lightning skyward from the overcharged earth, a prayer would now and then break and rush heavenward, saw nothing of the outer world. Between her and the sister soul in mortal agony hung the curtains of her eyelids, but there were no shutters to her ears, and in at their portals all of a sudden darted a great and bitter cry, as from a heart in the gripe of a fierce terror. She had been so absorbed, and it so startled and shook her, that she never could feel certain whether the cry she heard was of this world or not. Half asleep, one hears such a cry and cannot tell whether it has entered his consciousness by the ear or through some hidden channel of the soul. Assured that waking ears heard nothing, he remains, it may be, in equal doubt whether it came from the other side of life or was a mere cry of a dream. Before Dorothy was aware of a movement of her will, she was on her feet and staring from the window. Something was lying on the grass beyond the garden wall close to the pond. It looked like a woman. She darted from the house, out of the garden, and down the other side of the wall. When she came nearer, she saw it was indeed a woman, evidently insensible. She was bareheaded. Her bonnet was floating in the pond. The wind had blown it almost to the middle of it. Her face was turned toward the water. One hand was in it. The bank overhung the pond, and with a single movement more, she would probably have been beyond help from Dorothy. She caught her by the arm and dragged her from the brink before ever she looked in her face. Then, to her amazement, she saw it was Juliet. She opened her eyes, and it was as if a lost soul looked out of them upon Dorothy, being to whom the world was nothing. So occupied was it with some torment which alone measured its existence far away, although it hung attached to the world by a single hook of brain and nerve. "Juliet, my darling," said Dorothy, her voice trembling with the love which only souls that know trouble can feel for the troubled. "Come with me, I will take care of you." At the sound of her voice, Juliet shuddered. Then a better light came into her eyes, and feebly she endeavored to get up. With Dorothy's help, she succeeded, but stood as if ready to sink again to the earth. She drew her cloak about her, turned and stared at the water, turned again and stared at Dorothy. At last threw herself into her arms and sobbed and wailed. For a few moments Dorothy held her in a close embrace. Then she sought to lead her to the house, and Juliet yielded at once. She took her into one of the lower rooms and got her some water. It was all she could get for her, and made her sit down on the window seat. It seemed a measureless time before she made the least attempt to speak, and again, when she began to try, she failed. She opened her mouth, but no sounds would come. At length, interrupted with choking gasps, low cries of despair, and long intervals of sobbing, she said something like this: "I was going to drown myself. When I came in sight of the water, I fell down in a half kind of faint. All the time I lay, I felt as if someone was dragging me nearer and nearer to the pool. Then something came and drew me back, and it was you, Dorothy. But you ought to have left me. I am a wretch. There is no room for me in this world any more." She stopped a moment, then fixing light eyes on Dorothy, said, "Oh, Dorothy dear, There are awful things in the world, as awful as any you ever read in a book. I know that, dear, but oh, I am sorry if any of them have come your way. Tell me what is the matter. I will help you if I can. I dare not. I should go raving mad if I said a word about it. Then don't tell me, my dear. Come with me upstairs. There is a warmer room there, full of sunshine. You are nearly dead with cold. I came here this morning, Juliet, to be alone and pray to God, and see what he has sent me. You, dear, come upstairs. Why, you are quite wet. You will get your death of cold. Then it would be all right. I would rather not kill myself if I could die without, but it must be somehow. We'll talk about it afterward. Come now. With Dorothy's arm around her waist, Juliet climbed trembling to the warmer room. On a rickety wooden chair, Dorothy made her sit in the sunshine while she went and gathered chips and shavings and bits of wood left by the workmen. With these she soon kindled a fire in the rusty grate. Then she took off Juliet's shoes and stockings and put her own upon her. She made no resistance, only her eyes followed Dorothy's bare feet going to and fro, as if she felt something was wrong and had not strength to inquire into it. But Dorothy's heart rebuked her for its own lightness. It had not been so light for many a day. It seemed as if God was letting her know that he was there. She spread her cloak on a sunny spot of the floor, made Juliet lie down upon it, put a bundle of shavings under her head, covered her with her own cloak, which she had dried at the fire, and was leaving the room. "Where are you going, Dorothy?" cried Juliet, seeming all at once to wake up. "I am going to fetch your husband, dear," answered Dorothy. She gave a great cry, rose to her knees, and clasped Dorothy round hers. "No, no, no," she screamed. "You shall not. If you do, I swear I will run straight to the pond." Notwithstanding the wildness of her voice and look, there was an evident determination in both. "I will do nothing you don't like, dear," said Dorothy. "I thought that was the best thing I could do for you." "No, no, no, anything but that." "Then of course I won't, but I must go and get you something to eat." "I could not swallow a mouthful. It would choke me, and where would be the good of it when life is over?" "Don't talk like that, dear. Life can't be over till it's taken from us." "Ah, you would see it just as I do, if you knew all." "Tell me all, then." "Where is the use when there is no help?" "No help," echoed Dorothy. The words she had so often uttered in her own heart, coming from the lips of another, carried in them an incredible contradiction. Could God make, or the world breed, the irreparable? "Juliet," she went on, after a little pause, "I have often said the same myself, but—" "You?" interrupted Juliet. "You who always profess to believe?" Dorothy's ear could not distinguish whether the tone was of indignation or of bitterness. "You never heard me, Juliet," she answered, "profess anything. If my surroundings did so for me, I could not help that. I never dared say I believed anything, but I hope, and perhaps," she went on with a smile, "seeing hope is own sister to faith, she may bring me to know her too some day. Paul says—" Dorothy had been brought up a dissenter, and never said saint, this one or that, any more than the Christians of the New Testament. At the sound of the name, Juliet burst into tears. The first she said, for the word Paul, like the head of the javelin torn from the wound, brought the whole foam after it. She cast herself down again and lay and wept. Dorothy kneeled beside her and laid a hand on her shoulder. It was the only way she could reach her at all. "You see," she said at last, till the weeping went on and on, "there is nothing will do any good but your husband." "No, no, he has cast me from him forever," she cried, in a strange wail that rose to a shriek. "The wretch!" exclaimed Dorothy, clenching a fist whose little bones looked fierce through the whitened skin. "No," returned Juliet, suddenly calmed, in a voice almost severe. "It is I who am the wretch, to give you a moment in which to blame him. He has done nothing but what is right. I don't believe it. I deserved it. I am sure you did not. I would believe 1,000 things against him before I would believe one against you, my poor white queen, cried Dorothy, kissing her hand. She snatched it away and covered her face with both hands. I should only need to tell you one thing to convince you, she sobbed from behind them. Then tell it me, that I may not be unjust to him. I cannot. I won't take your word against yourself, returned Dorothy determinedly. You will have to tell me, or leave me to think the worst of him. She was moved by no vulgar curiosity. How is one to help without knowing? Tell me, my dear, she went on after a little. Tell me all about it, and in the name of the God in whom I hope to believe, I promise to give myself to your service. Thus adjured, Juliet found herself compelled, but with heart-tearing groans and sobs, with what intervals of dumbness, in which the truth seemed unutterable for despair and shame, followed the what hurrying of a wild confession, as if she would cast it from her. The sad tale found its way into Dorothy's aching heart. I will not attempt to describe. It is enough that at last it was told, and that it had entered at the wide open, eternal doors of sympathy. If Juliet had lost a husband, she had gained a friend, and that was something, indeed no little thing, for in her kind the friend was more complete than the husband. She was truer, more entire, and friendship nearly perfect. When a final burst of tears had ended the story of loss and despair, a silence fell. "Oh, those men, said Dorothy in a low voice of bitterness, as if she knew them and their ways well, though never had a kiss of man save her father lighted on her cheek. "My poor darling," she said after another pause, "and he cast you from him. I suppose a woman's heart," she went on after a third pause, "can never make up for the loss of a man's. But here is mine for you to go into the very middle of, and lie down there." Juliet had, as she told her story, risen to her knees. Dorothy was on hers too, and as she spoke she opened wide her arms and clasped the despised wife to her bosom. None but the arms of her husband, Juliet believed, could make her alive with forgiveness. Yet she felt a strange comfort in that embrace. It wrought upon her a far-off whisper of the words, "Thy sins be forgiven thee." And no wonder. There was the bosom of one of the Lord's clean ones for her to rest upon. It was her first lesson in the mighty truth that sin of all things is mortal, and purity alone can live forevermore. End of chapter 35. Read by Carol Sutton, Knox, Pennsylvania, March 9, 2022.